Click click, tap tap. A pair of nimble hands fluttered across the keyboard and mouse, producing rhythmic tapping sounds much like a lively symphony. The screen flashed with bright light and the opponent fell to the ground in a spray of blood. Hee hee, Yi Qiu chuckled as he lifted his hand to take the cigarette dangling at the corner of his mouth. The silver-white smoke had already formed long tendrils hanging in the air, but Yi Qiu continued with his work, brandishing his mouse and striking his keyboard, not in the least bit distracted. The removed cigarette was quickly extinguished in an eccentrically shaped ashtray on the table, and Yi Qiu's hand flew back to the keyboard. Right when he was about to say a few words to his opponent, the door of his room was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Yi Qiu didn't turn his head, as though he had been waiting for this moment. He merely asked, "Here." "Here." Su Muqing's reply was also simple. "Then let's go." Yi Qiu declined his opponent's request for another duel and gently removed the card from Glory's dedicated login device. He headed to the door, grabbing a jacket from a clothes hanger on his way out. The night had already darkened considerably, but Club Excellent Era's lights were still bright. Yi Qiu and Su Muqing left the room and walked all the way to the end of the corridor. Located here was a spacious conference room. At the entrance, digital display screens almost completely covered the walls. They showed the rankings of the Glory Professional Alliance and various technical statistics. Ranking, Team Excellent Era, number 19, second to last place. For a trump card team that had once won 3 consecutive championship titles in the league, this score was particularly painful to the eyes. It hung brightly and glaringly on the wall, as if heartlessly mocking everyone. But the atmosphere in the room wasn't heavy. On the contrary, it was somewhat lively. The members of Excellent Era were all gathered around one person as if they were stars surrounding the moon. Most of them didn't react to Yi Qiu's arrival, and the ones that did quickly swept over him with expressions of coldness and mockery. "Yi Qiu, the club has already decided that the newly transferred Sun Xiang will take over your position as captain. From now on, Sun Xiang will be in control of your account one autumn leaf." The club manager saw the arrival of Yi Qiu and immediately turned his head to speak. With no tact or prior warning, he notified him of this in an ice-cold manner, as if he were throwing away a ball of used toilet paper. Su Muqing opened her mouth to speak, but Yi Qiu lightly tugged at her sleeve. He smiled faintly and shook his head at her, indicating that he wasn't fazed. "Brother Yi, I'm sorry, I took your position as soon as I arrived." The left-hand side of the conference table was the exclusive seat for Excellent Era's team captain. It should have been Yi Qiu's seat. But Sun Xiang casually sat there as he said these few words, barely sparing a glance for Yi Qiu. This was no longer ignorance, rather, it was a form of disregard. His gaze fell instead upon the body of Su Muqing, who had arrived with Yi Qiu. To be fair, Su Muqing was indeed more attractive to the eye than Yi Qiu. She was known as the Glory Professional Alliance's #1 beauty. If she were thrown into the show business, she would still be considered a rare beauty. Even the Excellent Era members who saw her every day were still somewhat stunned when they saw Su Muqing enter. But they quickly recovered, because today there was a more important person that deserved their attention. "Huh, Brother Xiang, with those words, this position definitely suits you." Everyone promptly scrambled for their lines after Sun Xiang spoke. "Right, some people are already old and outdated. One autumn leaf should really be under Brother Xiang's command. Only he can show the true strength of the battle god." This was the subject of everyone's focus, Sun Xiang, a genius-level player of the new generation of the Glory Professional Alliance. When he joined the league last season, Sun Xiang won the best newcomer title with his MVP-like stats. This season, he led the mediocre team conquering Clouds to 8th place, and they had strong hopes of advancing to the playoffs. But during the mid-season transfer window, he transferred to the collapsing Excellent Era. It was entirely because, although Excellent Era's performance this season was terrible, they possessed a character who was regarded as the battle god of glory, Battle Mage 1 Autumn Leaf. Sun Xiang was young and hadn't even been a part of the alliance for 2 years, but these Excellent Era members shamelessly approached him, calling him their elder brother. It was clear that Sun Xiang would be the future leader of the team, and he comfortably accepted their flattery. It was a while before he was willing to spare a glance for Yi Qiu, his eyes filled with disdain. "Yi Qiu, hand over 1 Autumn Leaf's account card to Sun Xiang," the club manager said. Even if Yi Qiu was unfazed before, at this moment, his heart couldn't help but ache. Yi Qiu, 1 Autumn Leaf, the relationship between these two names was obvious. This was the name created when he had first entered the online game World of Glory. 10 years. This account had accompanied Yi Qiu for a full 10 years. The newbie of back then had become the expert glory textbook, the insignificant battle mage had turned into the famed battle god in glory. But 7 years ago, when he entered the professional circle, he signed a business contract with the club transferring to them all of the rights to one autumn leaf. Yi Qiu had long known that they would part ways one day, and now this day finally arrived. Yi Qiu's fingers trembled just slightly. For a pro player, steady hands were a must. This old veteran had an immense, unrivaled mental strength, but right now, his hands were trembling. To the side, Su Muching twisted her head. She did not want to see this scene, but she was powerless to help. Under the gazes of everyone delighting in his misfortune, one autumn leaf, that silver-white account card, was handed over to Sun Xiang. Sun Xiang's eyes lit up with greed and excitement. Excellent Era had been greatly plummeting these past 2 years, but he had willingly transferred here solely because they had this pinnacle account One Autumn Leaf. One Autumn Leaf's former owner Yi Qiu had not performed well these past few years, and he often broke out in arguments with the club. Sun Xiang had 100% confidence in replacing him. Mine. In the instant he grabbed the card, Sun Xiang felt a burst of excitement. But as he tried to pull away, he felt a trace of resistance from the card. Sun Xiang felt Yi Qiu's reluctance and proudly chortled, "Let go, brother Yi. Look at your hands, they're shaking like this. How could those hands show off the power of the battle god? Better leave it to me. I'll let the title of battle god once again resound through glory. You retire." Up until now, Yi Qiu had mostly acted indifferent, aside from that reluctance when handing over the account card. But after saying this, Sun Xiang saw a sharp flash in Yi Qiu's eyes, and he discovered in shock that Yi Qiu's trembling hands suddenly steadied. "Do you like this game?" Yi Qiu asked suddenly, looking straight at Sun Xiang. "What?" Sun Xiang was startled. "If you like it, then treat this all as glory, and not boasting." "What did you say? What does this have to do with you?" Sun Xiang suddenly lost control. At this moment, without knowing why, he felt that he was a head shorter than Yi Qiu. He didn't want to lose to his opponent in attitude. He came here to replace Yi Qiu. He came here to take the battle god One Autumn Leaf. Take care of it. Just when Sun Xiang wanted to muster his loftiness, Yi Qiu had already let go of the account card. He said this phrase faintly, and turned around to leave. "Yi Qiu." At this moment, the manager suddenly called out. Yi Qiu stopped and tilted his head slightly to the side, listening as the manager said behind him, "The club doesn't have any suitable account cards to give you right now. For now, you can just stay as a training partner." Training partner. A person who had built a dynasty in the alliance, an expert who had earned all of the individual honors of glory, had actually fallen now to become a mere training partner. Sun Xiang was very interested in this arrangement, immediately laughing out loud. "With Brother Ye's skill level, helping train won't be a problem. Only you deserve to be Glory Professional Alliance's #1 training partner." Haha. Yi Qiu actually laughed at that insult. He turned towards the manager. "Training partner? I don't think that's necessary. Cancel the contract." "Cancel the contract? Are you actively seeking to cancel the contract?" The manager looked as if he were in deep thought. "Right. I request to cancel the contract." "Don't be rash." Su Muching immediately rushed over to stop Yi Qiu. The alliance had its own rules. Except for special reasons during the contract period, anyone requesting to cancel a contract had to pay a penalty fee. Yi Qiu and Excellent Era still had another 1.5 years in the contract. If he were to forcefully request a termination of the contract, then the loss would be huge. But more than that, Su Muching feared Yi Qiu's departure. "The boss isn't here yet, wait for him to come before you continue speaking." Su Muching hoped that Yi Qiu would calm down. Yi Qiu had noticed the trace of ridicule at the corners of the manager's mouth long ago. He shook his head towards Su Muching and laughed bitterly. "Muching, don't you understand? My departure is the boss's goal. I no longer have any value to this club. I'm only a money sink." "No way, how could you be a money sink? Your strength doesn't lose to anyone," Su Muching said. "This isn't just an issue of strength. This is business," Yi Qiu said. "And me? I've never had any business value. You should have had value. You chose to give it up." The manager coldly interjected at this moment. "Right, this is my choice," Yi Qiu said. The current Glory Professional Alliance was flourishing, sponsors flocking left and right. Celebrity players in Glory were naturally sought after for advertisements or endorsements. But even though Yi Chio was the top-tier level player, he rejected all advertising offers. He even refused to take part in interviews or press conferences. He was like an ancient netizen, carefully concealing his true identity in virtual reality. The club was extremely dissatisfied with this matter. In their eyes, he was a gold mountain right beside him, yet they couldn't dig out even the slightest amount of profit. They were only able to put up with him because his strength was tyrannical, helping the club gain fame and glory. But as their achievements declined, everything was now in the past. The alliance's commercialization allowed us to survive, but now. Yi Chio couldn't say anything further. He also didn't know whether this development was good or bad. The current alliance was full of greed. Every alliance boss's first consideration was how to exploit the team to make a profit. Harboring a love for gaming and tirelessly struggling for glory, Yi Chio cherished his memories of the early days of the alliance. But now, the alliance only strived for profit. Su Muching didn't say another word. She had walked alongside Yi Chio on this same path. She too was a veteran who had witnessed all of this. Her eyes were brimming with tears. She knew that Yi Chio truly wanted to leave, and blocking him would only make it more painful for him. Since it's like this, no need. Yi Chio smiled, interrupting Su Muching. He knew what she wanted to say, and so he said to her, "Don't worry, I haven't lost all hope yet. I'll be back." Not bad. That's the ambitious Yi Chio I recognize. Then, let's talk about the penalty fee. Honestly speaking, since you've been with us for so many years and contributed so much, we won't push it. If you want to leave, then let's all sit down and talk about the details of canceling the contract. How about it? Tell it to me straight. What are the conditions? Yi Chio asked. The condition is simple, announce your retirement, the manager said. Retirement? You call that condition not pushing it? Su Muching was furious. Yi Chio was 25 years old this year. For pro players in competitive esports, this age was already considered old, and retiring at this age was not at all strange. But Yi Chio already stated clearly that he didn't want to quit. The excellent era manager's condition of retirement was obviously directed against him. Retired pro players of course were not qualified to participate in a tournament. Although they could return, the Glory Professional Alliance had a rule stating that a retired pro player could only return after a full year. This was to prevent the team-switching games played by people retiring one day and returning the next. Yi Chio was already at the twilight years of his career. Every day was precious, but now they wanted him to waste a year. After 1 year, even if he wanted to return again, he would be old and lacking a year of intense competition to maintain his skill level. Even if he had his former fame, it was highly uncertain that a team would still be willing to accept him. In addition, Yi Chio had his fatal flaw, he refused all business-related activities. It seemed like an unacceptable condition, but Yi Chio simply nodded his head. I agree. Are you crazy? Su Muching exclaimed. I've worked so hard for so many years, what's so bad about a year of rest? Yi Chio smiled. What are you thinking? Su Muching didn't understand. Nothing much. Yi Chio turned his head. The manager had already handed over the documents. Yi Chio took a glance at them and laughed a bit. They'd really prepared for this long ago. As he thought about this, Yi Chio put the pen to the paper and quickly signed his name. Just about to leave. Yi Chio took one final look at this place where he had spent 7 years. He didn't say any polite farewells and silently turned around to leave. I'll send you off. Su Muching was the only one to follow behind him. T/N, Yi Chio literally translates to autumn leaf. Chia, who do you think you are? Letting him retire is for his sake. What else can he do? Right. As tactful as he is, he wouldn't think to blame the club for retiring him. Yi Chio and Su Muching left. Everyone else in the conference room suddenly recovered and began mocking him again. But Sun Xian's expression was mixed. He did not participate and moved closer to the manager instead. I don't understand. How could he have accepted these conditions? He had no other choice but to accept, the manager said. Why? Because he can't pay the penalty fee, the manager said. How? How can that be? Sun Xian was stunned. Yi Chio had worked hard as a professional gamer for 7 years and was also at the peak. Even if he had refused all business-related matters, his salary shouldn't have been so low that he would be unable to pay for the penalty fee. You weren't in that generation, so you wouldn't know. In the Alliance's initial stages, the Alliance pro players were nowhere near as impressive as now. At that time, the pro players that had been fired ended up in terrible situations. Most of their youth had been used up on gaming. But none of them were skilled enough and most of them fell into dire financial straits. Yi Qiu was that era's genius and we relied on his achievements to get to where we are today. But he had a lot of friends like that. So what you're saying is that most of his assets were given to those friends? Sun Xiang's eyes widened. Right. Then if he needed the money, why would he refuse to accept business activities? Sun Xiang asked. No one knows the reason for this, the manager said. You don't have any guesses? Sun Xiang asked. It might have something to do with his family, the manager said. No one knows anything about his family. He also never talks about them. It's very strange, which is why I suspect it, the manager said. This person has a lot of stories. Sun Xiang lifted up the one autumn leaf card that Yi Qiu gave him. He knew that Yi Qiu had made this account long before the professional alliance had been created. Used all the way up until now, this card was one of Glory's oldest accounts. Okay, let's not talk about him anymore. The boss is busy today and can't come. But he gave me this bottle of aged red wine from his collection just for your welcoming, the manager said. Haha, thank you very much. With me, excellent era will shine once again. Yi Qiu left. Su Muqing stood in front of the club's entrance. She stood like this until Yi Qiu disappeared into the distance. He repeatedly turned around to wave his hand. Tears had already begun streaming down Su Muqing's cheeks long ago. Without saying too much, Yi Qiu said a total of 8 words, I'll rest a year and then come back. Su Muqing did not say another word. She only nodded her head again and again. She was no longer that innocent young girl and had already assumed a lot of responsibilities alone. Snowflakes floated in the air. This winter was very cold. Snowing. When Yi Qiu left the club, he hadn't thought of the next step. Having grown accustomed to a lifestyle for so many years, he had not yet adapted to the sudden change yet. He wanted to walk along like this until his thoughts cleared. Who knew that the weather wouldn't give him this opportunity? At this moment, snow began to fall, moreover more and more fell as time went on. Flying snowflakes quickly hit him, wetting his shoulders. Icicles also formed on his head. If he didn't take shelter, he would die. Yi Qiu looked around left and right and saw an internet cafe along the road. The lights were still brightly lit this late at night and he dashed towards it at once. The internet cafe was nice and warm. Yi Qiu burst in and shook the snowflakes off of his body and went up to the reception desk. Area 3 number 47. The young lady at the reception desk informed him of an open computer. She soon handed over an ID card to boot up the computer only to see that he had already left. The young lady didn't fuss over it. This type of matter evidently happened quite often. She silently put away the ID card knowing that he would have to come back to get it. Area 3 number 47, Yi Qiu followed the signs searching. This internet cafe wasn't small. There were many computers and there was even a second floor. Area 3, Yi Qiu saw the area number on the ceiling. It looked like he didn't need to go up to the second floor. Once he counted to number 47, Yi Qiu became startled. This station had already been taken by a woman. Moreover, she was playing Glory. She was currently in the arena dueling. Her fierce movements caused the ponytail bunched up high on her head to sway. Facing towards her, he saw her controlling a launcher. Yi Qiu blanked. He almost thought that Su Muqing was sitting there. But he quickly realized that it wasn't her. Su Muqing was always gentle and serene. Even during an intense PK confrontation, she always held a smile. Speaking about her, Yi Qiu sometimes watched as she smiled while causing her opponents to explode into pieces. When she then politely said sorry, he would always inexplicably tremble a bit. As for this girl, her appearance was also beautiful and gentle. But she fumed with rage and devastated her keyboard in an all-out effort, making him feel that her appearance from top to bottom was a huge trap. Her murderous spirit is too scary. Only what a pity, Yi Qiu saw the screen clearly. He saw that this girl was about to be in a terrible situation. As expected, her opponent capitalized on the opportunity as soon as she made a mistake. In 2 hits, what little life remaining immediately drained all at once. D*****. Yi Qiu heard this girl roar in rage. She slammed the keyboard directly shutting down the game. Yi Chio hesitated on whether he still wanted the station or not. The girl already turned her head glancing at the hesitant Yi Chio. Furiously getting up, she asked, "Computer?" Yi Chio nodded his head. "Then sit down." The girl had already left. Yi Chio shook his head at the impatience of ordinary gamers and finally sat down. Chen Guo was depressed, extremely depressed. She had just dueled 52 times in the arena, but she hadn't won a single one. She didn't want to believe this was real. Chen Guo rubbed the chasing haze in her pocket. Her account wasn't bad. Among ordinary players, her account would be considered quite strong and her skill level wasn't low. She had played Glory for a full 5 years. Her opponent's account wasn't as good as hers, but she still couldn't win over him a single time over 52 duels. He's a powerful expert. Chen Guo concluded. "Boss, you haven't logged out yet. Why is that person playing?" Chen Guo was thinking as she walked, when a voice suddenly interrupted. Chen Guo tilted her head and looked. At the neighboring computer, a frequent customer at the internet cafe was stretching out his neck looking at the computer she had just sat at. Not good. Chen Guo's heart dropped as she rushed back. Due to Glory's popularity, Glory login devices became standard computer accessories that were indispensable for internet cafes. Account cards only needed to be inserted into the device, so in these sort of public places, everyone put away their cards after using them. Every card only had one account. Lost cards could be reported, so stealing did not exist. But in these sort of public places, frequently, people would carelessly forget to log out and end up having their money and equipment looted. Chen Guo had been extremely frustrated after 52 straight losses and wasn't paying attention. She hadn't logged out, but switched to the desktop instead. Chen Guo hurriedly ran up and sure enough, that guy really was playing on her account. Only it didn't look like he was stealing equipment, it looked like he was eagerly dueling in the arena. Chen Guo didn't have time to bellow in rage, when a single large word popped up on the screen. Win. Chen Guo was dumbfounded for a moment. The word that flashed on the screen, Glory, was the arena's victory symbol meaning, KO. She had only left for how long? 40 seconds. 50 seconds. Chen Guo lifted her wrist and looked down at her watch. It definitely hasn't been a minute yet. But the result? The opponent I had lost to 52 times in a row was defeated in less than a minute. Chen Guo even forgot to rush up and snatch back her account. She wanted to see if this person could duel again for her to examine properly. But in the end, she saw that the person had already logged out of the game. He stretched out his arms as if he weren't too interested in the computer and glanced around left and right. Turning his head, he saw Chen Guo looking at him with wide eyes and hurriedly explained, "You hadn't logged out yet, and when I sat down, the fight had already started. Don't worry, I helped you win." "How long have you used it?" Chen Guo asked. 40 seconds. Yi Chio said. Chen Guo's mouth dropped open when he said somewhat regretfully, "My hands were frozen cold, or else 30 seconds would have been enough." 30 seconds. 30 seconds to beat the opponent that I lost to 52 times in a row. Who is this person? Could it be a professional gamer from the Excellent Era team? Chen Guo suddenly thought. She knew that the Excellent Era Club wasn't too far away from the internet cafe. But she thought again. I would have recognized him if he was from the Excellent Era team. Unless it's that expert that never shows his face, Yi Chio. Yi Chio. Chen Guo became excited as soon as she thought of the name, but thinking how low profile this expert was, he probably wouldn't admit to it if she asked him directly. After hesitating for a bit, Chen Guo suddenly thought of something and quickly ran back to the reception desk. Who registered as Area 3 number 47's guest? Chen Guo asked the girl at the counter. Yi Xiu, the girl said. Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu. It really is him. Chen Guo excitedly thought. It looked like she really had uncovered his hidden identity. This showed that he really was Yi Xiu. If she had seen the name Yi Xiu written, then she wouldn't have believed it. Heh heh heh, Chen Guo's laugh could only be called sinister. She had been prepared to use everything she owned to get his signature. Yi Xiu's signature, ah. Who had it? No one. Just as she was thinking this, the receptionist girl said without thinking, he even forgot his ID card. ID card? Chen Guo stared blankly after hearing this. Only then did she realize that she had turned silly from excitement. Internet cafe registration had a system for identifying customers. An ID card had to be shown. How could someone use a fake ID? Where is it? Let me take a look. Chen Guo looked at the ID card in the girl's hand. Sure enough, Yi Xiu was written on it. A wave of disappointment washed over and she a strong urge to change the word Xiu into Chiu. After finding out that he wasn't the low-profile expert she admired, although she was curious about this person's strength, her interest had already largely disappeared. Chen Guo angrily returned to Area 3 number 47 and handed over Yi Xiu's ID card. You forgot to take your ID card. Oh, thanks. Yi Xiu immediately answered, do you work in the internet cafe? Yeah, I'm the boss. Oh. The boss, that's good. I just saw on the internet cafe's homepage, is your internet cafe hiring? Yi Xiu asked. Yes, Chen Guo didn't think that this person would suddenly ask this. She had just been thinking to compare notes with this person. This would be the perfect excuse to. I looked at it and felt that I match all of the qualifications. Work and pay aren't a problem. How about it? Consider it for a moment, boss. Yi Xiu said. Oh, then you have to beat me in a duel in glory. Chen Guo said. What? There's this condition. Yi Xiu turned around to check. You don't need to look for it. I'm adding it. Chen Guo said. Yi Xiu stared blankly. Only now did he realize that his prior victory was too professional. This beautiful boss was curious about his strength, but. Yi Xiu bitterly laughed, shaking his head. I can't beat you. Why? Chen Guo startled. Because I don't have an account that can beat yours. Yi Xiu said. Account, what level is it? What equipment? Chen Guo asked. No levels, no equipment. Yi Xiu said. How? Chen Guo didn't believe it. He had defeated the opponent she couldn't beat in 40 seconds. If this type of person didn't have a leveled account, then how did he practice to this level of skill? I gave away my original account. Yi Xiu could only say this. Oh, so it's like this, how generous. Chen Guo sighed with sorrow. This person's strength was powerful, his account definitely wouldn't be weak. Powerful accounts were extremely valuable. Gifting it away so easily was very valiant. Yeah, too generous. Yi Xiu forced a smile. The account he had given away was the Battle God One Autumn Leaf. To only use the word generous to describe him was truthfully too petty. Is it to get ready to play in the new server? Chen Guo asked. New server? Yi Xiu stared blankly and suddenly glanced at the date. The next day was Glory's 10th anniversary. Glory, starting from the 2nd anniversary onwards, would open a new server on every anniversary. The registration for the 10th server had already started 3 months ago. Old players who weren't satisfied with the old server would prepare to enter Glory again, looking forward to this day. Now, Glory's 10th server was opening. The distant One Autumn Leaf was an account in Glory's first server. Later, in Glory's 5th expansion, a lot of experts obtained the qualifications to complete the challenge skill, becoming the first ones possessing access to all servers. Now One Autumn Leaf had already exchanged owners. His career as a professional in Glory also left with it, but he coincidentally met up with the start of the new server. Yi Xiu's mind stirred. 10 years of memories suddenly flashed through his mind. New server. Yi Xiu mumbled. I remember that at the start of a new server, you can transfer to it, right? Yi Xiu suddenly asked Chen Guo. Only level 1 accounts can. Chen Guo said. Let me try. Yi Xiu fished out an account card from his pocket and quickly applied for a server transfer on the Glory homepage. Chen Guo looked at the account card amazed. Isn't this a first edition card? It is. Yi Xiu smiled. Glory had a new edition every year. A first edition card would be from almost 10 years ago. Chen Guo looked at Yi Xiu astonished. How long have you been playing Glory? Cards weren't living objects. People were. Even if a card had been around for 10 years, it didn't mean a person had been. Almost 10 years. Yi Xiu answered, confirming that he and the card were one. Chen Guo had thought that she, with 5 years of gaming, was already considered a veteran. She wouldn't have thought that the guy in front of her had a full double her experience. 10 years. That was Glory's first group of players. To continue playing up until now, yet still having interest in entering a new server, what type of drive was this? While thinking this, the home page had already displayed server transfer successful. Done. Yi Xiu pulled out the account card. He once again recalled the little details contained with this first edition card. Are you saying you want to become a network manager? Chen Guo suddenly brought up this matter. Yes. Which one are you looking at? Chen Guo asked. The night shift one. Yi Xiu said. Oh, are you fine with that? Chen Guo surprised. The night shift one went on from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. The monthly income was greater than others by 300, but very few applied. After all, not many people were willing to have day and night reversed every day. As a result, everyone had to take turns completing the task. If there truly was someone who took on the special night shift task, then everyone would be relieved. No problem, no problem. I like working at night. Yi Xiu said. Chen Guo carefully sized up this person in front of her. His hair looked as if it hadn't been taken care of in at least half a month. His face didn't look too healthy. Although it was white and clear, it was that sort of sickly pale. His two eyes gazed at her listlessly. She had seen this appearance many times. The youths that frequently visited her internet cafe often looked like this. The guy in front of her didn't look too young, but was unexpectedly also so dejected and disdained. Disdained was disdained. As long as he wanted to be a full-time night cat, then Chen Guo would welcome him. What's more, she was also curious about the strength of this person with 10 years of gaming experience. She clapped her hands on the spot. Okay, then you're hired. Thank you very much, boss. Look at the terms carefully. It'll be in accordance with those. Chen Guo said. No problem. Then good, come with me. Chen Guo handled matters crisply. After hiring Yi Xiu, she immediately ordered him as an employee to tidy up a pile of keyboards and move them to the second floor for storage. Chen Guo's internet cafe was called Happy Internet Club, considered a fairly high-class internet cafe. There were 2 floors and over 1,000 computers. The second floor was somewhat small, but was clearly luxurious, a high-class area. And the inside was a paradise hiding 2 small inner rooms and storage room. Yi Xiu busily moved keyboards up and down, having already inspected this small room. The recruitment page wrote, food and shelter included. Yi Xiu had just left the club and hadn't yet thought of the next step. Food and shelter, these sort of conditions, would give him time to settle down and think about what to do next. Only then did he feel interested in taking a position at the internet cafe. At first glance, this small room was probably the shelter. Although the decoration was simple, it was clean and tidy. Yi Xiu was very satisfied with it. He continued pondering as he arranged the keyboards that he brought up. Good, that's where you'll be sleeping. Seeing that Yi Xiu had finished the work, she pointed towards the small bed crammed into the storage room. What? Yi Xiu stared blankly. He imagined that he would be sleeping in that bright and clean room. Even the drawing room sofa would be good. Here. Yi Xiu lifted his head to look. On the west wall of the small storage room was a tiny window that directly faced the streetlights. When the storage room lights were closed, dusky light immediately shone through the tiny window as if it were haunted. It's a little lacking. Just put up with it for now. In reality, my internet cafe isn't lacking people. With you, we don't have too many. Without you, we don't have too few. The recruitment flyers you saw are fairly old. Chen Guo said. Oh, so it's like this. No problem, no problem. This is pretty good. Yi Xiu declared at once. His approving attitude made Chen Guo feel very apologetic. This small storage room truly wasn't a place for living. In your free time, you can go on the computers and play. It's not a problem, employees don't have to pay. Chen Guo said. Boss, you're also very generous. Cough, as if I cared about a single computer among 1,000. Chen Guo said. How is the flow of customers ordinarily? Yi Xiu asked. Not bad. Enough for me to be satisfied. Chen Guo said. Of course, there won't be as many in the night shift. Most of them are students from the nearby university pulling all-nighters. There's really not much to say. You'll see when it's time. Got it. In order for you to adapt to the workplace, how about starting today? I also want to observe and see your ability to work all night. Chen Guo said. No problem. My energy's at full capacity. Yi Xiu gave her 2 big thumbs up, showing that working all night was his specialty. Okay then. Let's go down. I'll treat you to a midnight snack. Chen Guo said. Oh. To eat what? There's not much at this time. There should be a small restaurant nearby that hasn't closed yet. Go look and buy a few dishes to bring back. I don't eat celery. Chenghua said as she fished out $200 from her pocket and slipped them to Yi Xiu. It's snowing though. Yi Xiu said. It's just across the road. How much snow would get on you? Hurry up. Chenghua said. Yi Xiu had no other choice. He crossed the road and bought a few midnight snacks. He had just been hired but had already been ordered in quick succession. But he wasn't feeling depressed at all. After speaking with her for only a bit, they were no longer strangers. This sort of natural friendliness made him feel comfortable. Yi Xiu suddenly realized. Even after all this, he had never asked for his boss's name. Sister Chen, you're eating midnight snacks again. After buying the midnight snacks, Chenghua called all of the internet cafe employees to enjoy them together. The smell of the dishes recklessly filled the internet cafe, immediately causing a wave of wailing and protests from the guests. The time for dinner had already passed, yet they were being forced to smell the sweet fragrance from the dishes. That wasn't pleasure. That was a trap. Line up orderly if you want instant noodles. Chenghua called out. Sister Chen should eat kitchen food every day. We'll eat instant noodles then. No one rejected the temptation. They could only grab internet cafe instant noodles and eat while jealously watching the employees eat their full-course meals of 6 dishes and a soup. If you also want to go out and eat, don't ask my employees to go on an errand for you. Chenghua said. Next time, could you tell us in advance? Can't you help deliver it to us? A person said. The internet cafe only has so many people. How could we deliver it all back? Enough of this nonsense. If you really want to eat so much but are too lazy to buy it, go ask for their phone number. Wouldn't they be willing to deliver it? Chenghua said. Sister Chen, do you have their number? Lend it to me so I can copy it down. A person said. What would I do with their phone number? I have people to run errands for me. Why would I inconvenience the restaurant? Chenghua said. This time, not only the cafe guests, but the employees cried together until their cheeks streamed with tears. Yi Xiu found an opportunity and took advantage of it to ask, Boss is surname Chen, right? Yup, Chenghua. I've seen your ID card. You're not as old as I am, so I don't mind you calling me sister. You also won't lose out. Chenghua said. Whatever you want. Yi Xiu forced a smile. Today's shredded meat with chili sauce is so spicy. Little brat, go eat it all. Chenghua hadn't eaten much. She only ate a mouthful before throwing away her chopsticks and rushing to the drinking water. After carrying a glass of water back, she kicked Yi Xiu's stool. Are you done yet? Hurry up. What's the rush? Yi Xiu asked. It's almost time. Chenghua lifted her wrist to let Yi Xiu see her watch. It was currently 11:53 p.m. There were only 7 minutes until the opening of Glory's 10th server. You're also going? Yi Xiu was a little surprised. After playing Chengua's account chasing Haze, a 5th server account, if it had started on the opening of the server, then it would now be a full 5 years old. Of course, although that account couldn't compare with his professional peak level account, it was still quite good among ordinary players. It wasn't that easy to just simply give it up. Take a look at the excitement. Chenghua said. The opening of a new server really was quite exciting. What had originally been an ordinary day became a time when Happy Internet Cafe exploded with business. The area was packed with players. As far as the eye could see, all of the people had already opened up the registration interface, waiting with their mice hovering over the still gray 10th server icon. Entering the server, players rushed to get on the leaderboards, to clear the first dungeon, to be the first to kill a boss, etc. There were too many things waiting for the players. The opening of a new land caused people's hearts to bounce in excitement. Chenghua looked towards these guests and couldn't help but be aroused by this sort of atmosphere. She looked back at Yi Xiu, who was still picking his food. She was surprised that he was unexpectedly unaffected by this sort of atmosphere, lacking that inner pioneering quality. Well, what are you waiting for? Chenghua looked as if she were more anxious than the guests. What's the rush? Yi Xiu truly was calm, he wasn't faking it. But he couldn't deny Glory's successful marketing. Glory's competitiveness among players ranked high in every category. These relied on genuine skill which couldn't be casually made up with money and luck. Only, to a famed veteran who had once bathed in Glory, these things were only ordinary and mediocre. Only after seeing how Chen Guo's expression was filled with murderous intent, did Yi Xiu begin considering that it was worth it to give the boss some face. Finally, he reluctantly put down his rice bowl and looked for a computer station to sit at. F***ck, it looks like I'm forcing him play. What type of person is this? Chen Guo berated Yi Xiu behind his back. The employees all suppressed a laugh. They discovered that this network manager was little different. To be able to casually make their big boss go into a bad temper, this wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Chen Guo sat at the station beside Yi Xiu and registered her Chasing Haze account. The popularity of the other 9 servers hadn't dropped much because of the opening of the 10th server. The older the server, the more this was true. This was because starting in glory with a new account wasn't easy. Chen Guo had played on Chasing Haze for 5 years until it was considered a fairly good account by ordinary standards. How could it be abandoned so easily? What's more, later, everyone would try to rush to the cross-server Heavenly Domain. This Heavenly Domain wasn't a single map. It was another world. The map was as big as the combined worlds of 5 other servers. This place had difficult instance dungeons, powerful equipment, precious materials, and also freedom. All experts would meet up there. The Heavenly Domain was a player's final destination. It was about to be midnight. In the final 10 seconds, the internet cafe had people who couldn't help but begin to count down. As the sounds grew louder and louder and the final 0 erupted, the dull gray color of the 10th server login window faded away. Everyone in the internet cafe united into one. They collectively extended their hands and inserted their account cards into the login device. Their mice clicked on the 10th server. Chen Guo turned his head towards Yi Xiu and nearly spurted out blood. While everyone entered the game, this guy leisurely opened up a web page to look at. Raising her eyebrows, she saw that it was some sort of beginner hand guide on the sequence of missions to take. F***ck, you don't even know how to do this? You even need a guide? If it wasn't for that genuine first edition card, even if she were beaten to death, she wouldn't have believed this guy had 10 years of gaming experience. I haven't done this in so long, there's no way I could remember. Yi Xiu slowly and unhurriedly said. You've never helped someone do it before? Chen Guo said. This type of experience. I really don't have any. Yi Xiu said. No sense of community. Chen Guo disdained. I had no time. Yi Xiu said. People with no time wouldn't come to play. Gamers are people with spare time. Chen Guo said. I was busy playing games. Yi Xiu said seriously. Then what's your job? Chen Guo asked. Playing games. Yi Xiu exclaimed. Oh, are you a professional gamer? Chen Guo said. Yi Xiu laughed, I was a pretty high level one too. A pretty high level one? Pro gamer? Chen Guo stared blankly. Yi Xiu proudly nodded his head. Then you've retired. Chen Guo said. How did you know? Obvious, you're already so old. Chen Guo said. Yi Xiu bitterly laughed. I was wondering how you were able to beat that guy in 40 seconds. It turned out you were a professional even if you're an amateur. Chen Guo said. Amateur? I know all of the professional experts. Yi Xiu. I've never heard of the name. If you're not an amateur, what are you? Chen Guo asked. Haha, so it's like this. Yi Xiu laughed. Don't fake it. You actually haven't retired. It's just that you were unable to win a seat, so you were kicked out, right? Chen Guo said. Yi Xiu was speechless. No offense. Chen Guo realized that her words had somewhat stabbed at his sore spot. It doesn't matter. Yi Xiu let out a sigh. Don't be discouraged. 25 years old isn't that old. If you keep practicing, maybe you can fight your way back. Chen Guo said. That's what I plan on doing. Yi Xiu smiled. If that day really happens, then I need to request something from you. Chen Guo said. What is it? Signature. Chen Guo said. Why wait until that day? I'll sign it now. How shameless. Who wants your signature? I only want you to ask for my idol's signatures. Chen Guo said. Oh. Who? Su Mucheng and also Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu might be a little difficult. That person likes to hide. Chen Guo said. Oh, so it's like this? Tears streamed down Yi Xiu's cheeks. Yi Chio was currently chatting with you face to face, sister. Yup. Only he almost never appears in public. Even if you're an amateur, I didn't know you were this out of touch. You didn't even know about this? Chenghua said. I know. Of course I know. Let me tell you a secret. Actually, I'm Yi Chio. Yi Chio said. Really? Then let me tell you a secret too. Actually, I'm Su Mucheng. Chenghua said. I really am Yi Chio. Yi Chio cried. I really am Su Mucheng. Chenghua said. Okay, stop playing around. Let me see your plan. Chenghua waved her hand. She would no longer get angry at Yi Chio's slow and unhurried attitude. But after her line of sight returned to the screen, Chenghua still couldn't help but say, if you don't understand something clearly, you can just ask me. I want to research a bit first. I'll only do missions for attributes or skills. Other missions with rewards such as experience or equipment, it's faster to go to instance dungeons. Yi Chio said. Right. This is the type of thinking a veteran should have. Only, you don't need to research it by yourself. Flip to the last page of that guide. Oh, when Yi Chio flipped to the last page and looked, a sudden wave of shame hit. Thinking about it, this hand guide hadn't changed much over 10 years. This was something players couldn't update any further. For missions that veterans would choose, how could Noon have come up with this type of strategy already? Right now, he needed this type of strategy. Just as Yi Chio was ready to follow this strategy to take missions, tears immediately began streaming down his face. He was once regarded as textbook-level figure. Now with a beginner's guide in his hands, how could he endure this shame? The road to receiving quests was a bumpy one. There was heavy traffic on the opening of a new server. In the history of Glory, when the second server opened, the incoming players exceeded the limit in the beginning village, causing all the players to freeze. The people who had not logged on also couldn't get online. From then on the opening of the server, Glory would temporarily increase the server limit in the village. The disaster that was the opening of the second server never happened again. This time's preparation for the opening of the 10th server was sufficient. The entering players were divided equally into every village. Although players could be seen as far as the eye could see, it wasn't packed enough to be a problem. But receiving quests from a NPC was a different problem. Everyone looked for the single NPC to accept quests from, and in a short moment, they had crammed together into a lump around him. Glory wouldn't let bodies overlap or pass through others, thus people formed ring after ring. The ones inside couldn't come out and the one outside couldn't come in. Many players were bouncing up and down energetically trying to pass over by going above other people's heads. But at this point everyone was still level 0. Their jumping abilities were too poor and there was no way they could jump high enough. Everyone repeatedly bouncing up and down was truly a cute and beautiful scene. In this situation, even the experts were helpless. Aside, Chenghua was actually overjoyed with a face of, I knew it would be like this. She looked at Yi Chio and recorded his username, Lord Grim. Within the constant shouting made by countless players, the situation slowly improved. How was it solved? They made way for a small exit path to let the players who had finished accepting a quest come out. Yi Chio commanded Lord Grim to take a few quests and began completing them one by one. Most of them were to let the players adapt to the controls and environment. The quests were all educational ones. Yi Chio was certainly not that bad as to need such advice. After experiencing kill stealing, lining up, squeezing, etc. Anyways, the ones that were all people created problems, all of the quests that could be finished in the first wave were finished. Chenghua also observed this process from time to time. Finally, these extremely simple quests unexpectedly took a full 2 hours, causing even Yi Chio to helplessly sigh with sorrow. What's the point of an expert? In the vast ocean of people, experts didn't mean anything. Finally done, I'm now level 7. After turning in the last quest, he had leveled up again. He turned around to Chenghua saying this, but found that Boss Chen had already fallen asleep. Yet her head still faced the screen. Does she still need to test my ability to stay up all night? Yi Chio looked down and threw his jacket onto Chenhua's body. He turned around and went back to his playing. Looking at the panel, after completing the first wave of quests, Lord Grim already possessed 340 skill points. In Glory, learning and upgrading skills required skill points. Different skills required anywhere from 10 to 50 points. Currently, if a max level 70, character finished all of the necessary quests, then it can have up to 4,000 skill points. But this wasn't the limit. The skill point limit was 5,000, but the remaining 1,000 skill points required a certain amount of luck and strength to obtain. In the 10 years of glory, not a single account possessed 5,000 skill points. Even the famous Battle God 1 Autumn Leaf Peak account only reached 4,840 points, still 160 points away. 160 points wasn't a lot, but it wasn't few either. If a player used all of those points on a 50-point ultimate skill, then he could learn 3 of them or upgrade an ultimate 3 times. For a peak-level expert, this was a huge advantage. Therefore, when taking these beginner quests with experience and equipment rewards could be ignored, but skill points were a must. Apart from this, those that rewarded attribute points were important too. Glory characters had 4 basic attributes: strength, intelligence, vitality, and spirit. Strength affected physical attack, defense, and increased maximum inventory weight. Intelligence affected magic attacks, defense, and MP. Vitality naturally affected HP as well as stamina. Spirit affected the resistance to and duration of status effects. The 4 main attributes naturally grew as the character leveled. Only after level 20, when players began changing classes, did the growth rate change. As for quests with attribute point rewards, those were fair game. Strength was strength. Intelligence was intelligence. For classes specialized in strength, you could choose to only do strength quests, but quests rewarding intelligence were also open to complete too. This was also saying, if after growing as a specialized class, with a max level account that had finished all of the quests, the 4 main attributes would be at the exact same level. Therefore all these quests should all be completed. Afterwards, equipment could be used to raise the necessary attribute. As a result, attribute points could not be ignored. After looking at the panel, he immediately let Lord Grimm learn skills. In Glory, players can do a class change at level 20. Before then, there was no class and any skills from any profession could be learned as long as there were enough skill points. This was also for the convenience of the players. After advancing to level 20 and finding an interesting class, all of the points learned before would be returned. But after changing classes, a player can only learn from his own class's skills. He cannot become a jack of all trades. Even though Yi Xiu had forgotten what quests to do and how to beat certain instance dungeons, his skills would never be lost. Glory was very balanced. Low-leveled skills also had their own function. Every person could assemble their own skill set however they liked. Though, the amount of skill points was limited. Under normal circumstances, 4,000 skill points was nowhere near enough to max out all of the skills. 5,000 points was also not enough, so players needed to choose carefully. With respect to choosing skills, Yi Xiu naturally had his own set. Although his 1 Autumn Leaves class was a battle mage, he himself had once been regarded as a textbook. How could he have only been able to play a single class? Inevitably, only those proficient with every class had the qualifications. Yi Xiu, almost without thinking, first went to the beginner skill tree and learned 2 level 5 beginner skills: swift run, roll. The beginner skill tree was something every class could learn skills from. The 2 skills Yi Xiu had learned were very convenient. These 10 skill points would let the character to move in 2 different ways. Swift run increased running speed. The skill had no cooldown but used up stamina. After the stamina was depleted, the player would return to normal walking speed. To recover stamina, a player had to either walk or stand still. Walking would recover it slowly, while standing still would be a bit faster. Roll, as the name implies, lets the character execute a rolling movement. Rolling forward, rolling backwards, rolling left, rolling right, rolling slanted, rolling walking, rolling running, rolling whatever. It also had no cooldown but used up some time to complete. Yi Xiu had mastered these 2 skills long ago. He also clearly knew which skills were practical to him at this stage of the game. First was Sky Strike, a battle mage skill. Every class had this type of knock-up skill. Their characteristics were all the same. After attacking, the target would be knocked up. The higher the skill level, the higher they would knocked up and the greater the damage. This was a commonly used skill. Yi Xiu had originally been a battle mage, so he chose the battle mage skill Sky Strike. After that, Dragon Tooth, another battle mage skill. It was a direct attack that would cause the enemy to be stunned. Yi Xiu also easily learned it because of his original class. He then learned the sharpshooter skill Floating Bullet, the mechanic skill Machine Trace, the spellblade skill Wave Splitting Sword, the grappler skill Backdrop, the ninja skill shuriken, the blade master skill guard, the elementalist skill electric ring, and the priest skill heal. These skills didn't require a lot of points. They were all within 20 points. Lord Grimm was also only level 7, so the number of upgrades he could make to skills were limited. So in the end, there were still some leftover points. Yi Xiu didn't learn any more skills. To him, he already had enough to deal with any situation at his level. But if this skill set that had been picked by peak-level expert like him was seen by ordinary players, they would definitely laugh. How could the skills chosen for Lord Grimm be laughed at? First, the lower levels went by quickly. Carefully matching skills was completely unnecessary. Many people simply chose to be a piece of blank space, figuring it out after they reached level 20. Second, even though level 20 and under allowed players to figure out their own profession, many incoming players already had a general idea, mage, swordsman, or gunner related. There were players like this, but players like Yi Xiu, they went as far as to tread every class. But although players below level 20 could learn any type of skill, their strength was limited by their weapons. For example, if you learned sharpshooter skill floating bullet, there was no way the skill could be used with a sword. So for Lord Grimm to learn this skill, he would have to carry weapons from every class. Repeatedly exchanging them back and forth would be extremely inconvenient. And for those in the initial stages, looking for so much trouble, wouldn't that be the same as looking for punishment? Only the once popular unspecialized players would do such a thing. What were unspecialized players? They were players without a class. But this was something that happened back when the level cap was 50. When the level cap increased and the class awakening was introduced, the unspecialized type of playing style disappeared. The current players looking at Lord Grimm's skill set would never think of unspecialized people, they would only laugh. Yi Xiu seemed as if he hadn't thought of this. Lord Grimm only had a blank bronze sword on him. And when he passed a random store, Yi Xiu actually also sold this weapon. Soon after, he directly headed to the storage chest in the warehouse and opened it. An equipment unexpectedly lay inside. Accounts that transferred servers should be empty. What empty means is that experience, gold, backpacks, storage chests, and even mail were all empty. But Lord Grimm, which had just transferred to the 10th server, unexpectedly had an equipment inside. No one knew how this happened, but it seemed as if Yi Xiu had been expecting it. He knew that he would find an equipment here, but after finding it, there wasn't a trace of happiness in Yi Xiu's expression. On the contrary, it was filled with grief. A rare tremble once again emerged on his right hand. The last time this appeared was when he lost one autumn leaf. Now, it appeared when he was going to take out this equipment. The mouse moved up. 1000 Chance Umbrella, level 5. Weight, 23 kilograms, attack speed, 5. Physical attack, 180, magic attack 180. That was it. It didn't even have additional properties. It was practically a blank weapon. But the word color of the 1000 Chance Umbrella wasn't white, rather it was silver. In Glory, the tier of an equipment could be seen by the color of the words separated into orange, purple, blue, green, white. White equipment did not have any additional properties. Green tier equipment were given through quest rewards. Blue equipment dropped in dungeons, though a few quests had them too. They were the most mainstream equipment. As for purple and orange equipment, those were high-end goods. Whether it be character or money, players had to be outstanding in some way to obtain them. The silver word color of the 1000 Chance Umbrella didn't belong to these 5 colors. If Qingguo woke up and saw, she would definitely be amazed. Silver, those were only given to self-made equipment. Self-made equipment were a large feature of Glory. They weren't made through manufacturing skills in the game, but through an equipment editor. They were considered endgame content. There was a popular saying in Glory, self-made equipment weren't necessarily powerful, but all powerful equipment were self-made. Self-made equipment could surpass Orange Epic tier equipment. In the professional union, every club invested in a specialized team that researched self-made equipment. The Battle God One Autumn Leaf held the self-made silver battle lance Evil Annihilation. It was an outstanding and famous weapon and one of a kind. A self-made equipment's feature was that it was extremely difficult to create, but each was unique. Only, it could be a unique surpassing peak epic equipment, or it could also be a unique piece of trash. The 1000 Chance Umbrella? Was it trash or treasure? If Qingguo awoke, if she found about the weapon's properties, then she would be able to immediately make a decision. Top quality. 1000 Chance Umbrella was truly top quality, surpassing orange equipment of the same level. 180 physical attack and magic attack. That was equivalent to a level 10 orange weapon. But high attack weapons were often heavy and slow. 1000 Chance Umbrella wasn't heavy and had an average attack speed of 5. Even compared to level 10 orange weapons, just relying on this point was enough to surpass them. But the weakness was also obvious. 1000 Chance Umbrella only had the fundamental attributes with no additional increases. Besides, level 5, this was a level that would be passed in a flash. But Yi Xiu did not think of these because he knew that this 1000 Chance Umbrella was a true heavenly work. After countless experiments and failure, to be able to create this level 5000 Chance Umbrella was already a great accomplishment. A feature of self-made equipment were that after reasoning and planning, they could be continuously upgraded. So self-made weapons could never go out of date and could be continuously upgraded through Equipment Editor. Yi Xiu gently retrieved the 1000 Chance Umbrella and placed it in Lord Grimm's hands. "Let's start," he said in a low voice and immediately controlled Lord Grimm to the Green Forest dungeon. It looked as if Lord Grimm had heard his command. Green Forest was a 5-person dungeon that required a player to be level 5 to enter. Achievements by players level 10 and above were not valid, meaning that they could not participate in the different leaderboards for this dungeon. Numerous open parties sat outside the dungeon. When Lord Grimm arrived, he received quite a few invitations. Yi Xiu didn't carefully choose and picked a team that needed one more person. Nice. Just as he entered, Yi Xiu heard that party leader Sleeping Moon shouting. "How are we going to split the drops from the hidden boss?" Yi Xiu asked. "Oh. How thoughtful." From Sleeping Moon speaking without thinking, it looked like he wasn't a newbie. At least, he didn't ask what a hidden boss was. The party had to be formed to have a chance at meeting the hidden boss. The system would give a few hints on entering the dungeon. The hidden boss's strength was stronger than the dungeon's final boss by a bit, but equipment that wouldn't be dropped by a normal boss could burst out from it. Actually, with Yi Xiu's peak professional level, he had enough skill to solo the small dungeon. Forming a party was necessary to meet the hidden boss though. He also wanted the materials dropped by the hidden boss because those would definitely be needed to upgrade the 1000 Chance Umbrella. Yi Xiu understood clearly. Compared to leveling up Lord Grimm, upgrading the 1000 Chance Umbrella was much harder. He decided that he would start now. In low-level dungeons such as Green Forest, no matter how good of an equipment was dropped, it would soon die out, so it had no value. Apart from experience, materials dropped from the hidden boss attracted players. These materials would never grow out of date. Even in the old servers, there were many people that entered Green Forest for these materials. Sleeping Moon evidently knew of this, so he quickly announced the distribution proposal. Everything dropped by that toy is worth money, so everything dropped will be decided by rolling dice. Okay. He could only say this. How could he take them all for himself? This was a wild party. There were no grounds to. Good. Now that we're all ready, let's go. Sleeping Moon said. After receiving everybody's reply, he entered. Yi Xiu had been talking to Chen Guo, so he hadn't put on headphones. Now, he took them out and put them on. Just as he entered the dungeon, he heard a roar, D*MN. What luck! A hidden boss already. Glory supported speech and it was extremely lifelike. Only one individual spoke at present. The system had a sound-spreading algorithm, the distance directly influenced how loud or quiet the sound was. The game didn't have any background noise. Only the wind blowing across the grass and other similar sound effects could be heard. When the headphones were put on, it felt like he had become a part of the world. Yi Xiu guessed that the person shouting was Sleeping Moon. He had already found the hidden boss Midnight Phantom Cat's location. Yi Xiu typed out a ha and heard Sleeping Moon's voice. Speak, why type? There's someone sleeping, so it's inconvenient. After Yi Xiu typed it out, he fished out a cigarette from his pocket. He held it in between his lips crookedly and lit it. Oh. Sleeping Moon indicated that he understood and followed. What about everyone else? The other three all said something. Sleeping Moon said disappointed, no pretty girls. Within the sounds of laughter, the team set off. Green Forest was a low-level dungeon to let players familiarize with the game. How hard could it be? What's more, Sleeping Moon obviously wasn't a newbie. He directed the whole journey and killing was smooth and unhindered. After Yi Xiu made Lord Grimm cast 2 heals, Sleeping Moon immediately used him as a priest, turning him into a pure support role. Actually, this type of low-level dungeon didn't need this type of iron triangle battle tactic. but Sleeping Moon was already used to it and directed it as if it were a normal routine. He himself became the main tank in the party though. The other 3 players were in the front lines dishing out damage. Lord Grimm was appointed to the rear and he became the big logistics leader. Killing and shouting sounds could be heard between the 5-person party as they advanced quickly. Yi Xiu's excellent technique handling received the team leader's unbridled praise. Yi Xiu's mind was in a daze. When was the last time he went in a dungeon with other players? How long had it been since he had this sort of feeling? Seeing the monsters collapse one by one, Yi Xiu's mind drifted off. He recalled all too well. Adventuring in the Green Forest made him remember of those memories from 10 years ago. At that time, he played Glory with his good friend. He would never forget those memories. You saw clearly, spoke well, planned well, but in the end because of a single unexpected accident, your dreams and hopes all disappeared into nothing, leaving only this incomplete 1000-chance umbrella to me. You originally had talent in Glory, a successful talent. His fingers gently wiped over the keyboard. With a quiver, Lord Grimm cast a heal onto Sleeping Moon's body. When Sleeping Moon promptly praised him again, Yi Xiu's mind was no longer in the game. Okay, here comes the Midnight Phantom Cat. After Sleeping Moon cut down a monster, Yi Xiu heard the 3 words Midnight Phantom Cat and his train of thought immediately returned. The hidden boss didn't necessarily have to appear after completely finishing the stage. Following the system's guidance, a scene may appear midway. This time, the Midnight Phantom Cat would appear here. The Midnight Phantom Cat's attack may cause you to enter a cursed state. But being cursed isn't something to be scared of. However, this animal is quick, so it might take a while for me to aggro it. Everyone start supporting me, don't be panicked and stay together. Sleeping Moon arranged a tactic. Everyone nodded his head and Yi Xiu didn't say anything. There was nothing wrong with what the party leader said. The system hasn't announced it yet. Comrades, we might be the first in the 10th server to kill a hidden boss. Sleeping Moon excitedly said, raising everyone's morale. Forward. Sleeping Moon ordered and the 5 continued advancing. Black clouds covered the sun, casting a gloom over the green forest. Everyone's footsteps in the forest could be distinctly heard. No one said a thing, everyone put their full attention onto the surroundings. Fallen Sunday. There's no need to keep looking at the sky. The Midnight Phantom Cat's not going to fall from up there. Sleeping Moon suddenly said. Glory was in a first-person perspective. The screen basically showed a perspective from a real human's perspective. Because the particulars were so outstanding, when looking up at the sky, the character had to lift up his head. Sleeping Moon kept seeing everyone constantly lifting their heads, so he couldn't help but point it out. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Yi Xiu suddenly heard a rapid rustling sound from within the forest. This type of sound wasn't from footsteps. It was from the rubbing sound between a body and leaves. It's here. Yi Xiu saw that typing might have been slow, so he immediately yelled vaguely. His mouth still held onto the cigarette. Meanwhile, his fingers lightly tapped twice and Lord Grimm leapt back and turned around in a single breath. He had already pinpointed the Midnight Phantom Cat's general direction. Everybody saw Lord Grimm's movements and knew that it was this comrade that immediately warned them at this pivotal moment. Everyone retreat back. Sleeping Moon shouted, yet he himself didn't move back. He wanted to become the Midnight Phantom Cat's first attack target. After the other 3 retreated back and stood beside Lord Grimm, they maintained a certain distance from Sleeping Moon. Everyone held their breaths and stared, but the rustling sound made by the Midnight Phantom Cat had unexpectedly stopped. What? Right when team member Fallen Sun said these 2 words, a black shadow flew out along with a shrill cat shriek. The first attack really did fall onto Sleeping Moon. Good timing. Sleeping Moon stood without a trace of fear and brandished his sword. The Midnight Phantom Cat had a small body and moved quickly. This type of monster tested a player's precision. Yi Xiu had figured out these 4 players' skills long ago. He guessed that aggroing the Midnight Phantom Cat would take a bit of time. He was even a little skeptical, thinking that his healing might snatch away the enemy. Only it wouldn't be a problem if that happened. Yi Xiu alone was enough to deal with a Midnight Phantom Cat. In the end, Sleeping Moon's ability burst forth. His sword timing was quite precise and sliced down just as the Midnight Phantom Cat missed, hitting thin air. Moreover, he quickly executed a roll to avoid the Phantom Cat's pounce, saving a heal from the already prepared Lord Grimm. Although the Midnight Phantom Cat missed, it reacted extremely quickly. It turned over its body and scratched again with its claw. Sleeping Moon erected his sword blade to block it. Dong! The sword knocked against the cat's claw and Sleeping Moon slid back half a step. He immediately raised his sword ready to attack again. Beautiful! Yi Xiu couldn't help but praise him. Sleeping Moon had used the Blade Master skill block with perfect timing. His counterattack wasn't the least bit sloppy either. Although his leading skills were superb, he hadn't expected this. Did he make an error in judging him? This Sleeping Moon's skill was above his expectations. Sleeping Moon knocked back the Phantom Cat and followed up with an earth-shattering thrust. Afterwards, he pounced at it and chopped down with a dark violet sword light. This combo made everyone cheer loudly. Sleeping Moon didn't give it time to recover and slashed twice in quick succession. He shouted, "Slaughter it." The 3 team members were already prepared. They immediately brandished their weapons and unleashed all of the skills they had learned. Sleeping Moon no longer needed to dodge left and right and mixed in with the others. Reliant on Lord Grimm's healing, they trapped the Midnight Phantom Cat into a steady position. The situation looked good. The Midnight Phantom Cat let out cries wave after wave. Everyone was extremely happy. Those 3 new players had already figured out, from Sleeping Moon's explanation, the value of the hidden boss. Everyone looked forward to the Midnight Phantom Cat would drop. But Yi Xiu thought differently. Red blood. Keep up the healing. The Midnight Phantom Cat's life quickly dropped to under 10%. Players all called this status red blood. A lot of bosses will have a few new patterns when they reach red blood. Green Forest was only a newbie dungeon. Bosses didn't have any special abilities, but the Midnight Phantom Cat was different because it was a hidden boss. It wouldn't be one if it didn't have any special abilities. But Midnight Phantom Cat's transformation was relatively simple. It went berserk, letting its attack speed and damage increase. Thus, the pressure for healing also increased during this period. Yi Xiu guessed that with Sleeping Moon's skill, if he dodged a bit, killing it wouldn't be that hard. Who would have guessed that this guy would continue to directly fight the Midnight Phantom Cat? Moreover, his counterattacks looked a bit held back. No mana. Yi Xiu swept across the party panel. It clearly wasn't the problem. Then this Sleeping Moon's sudden change to not trying now confirmed his prior thoughts. Just when Yi Xiu was about to warn them, he heard Sleeping Moon shout, F***CK. OT, 1. 1 off tank, aggro goes off main tank and onto other party members. The Midnight Demon Cat suddenly tackled, flinging aside Sleeping Moon. It clawed at the nearby party member Fallen Sun. So sorry. Fallen Sun was by himself. How could he have avoided the swift attack? Only then did Sleeping Moon hastily apologize. This was all because Sleeping Moon had taught these 3 newbies all along the way. He had definitely taught them the chance of an OT1 mistake could not be blamed on the MT2. Stop. Don't attack it. Sleeping Moon told Fallen Sun to immediately stop attacking. He rushed up to aggro it again. Who could know that after clawing at Fallen Sun a few times, the Midnight Demon Cat would pounce towards a different party member. F***CK, a chain OT. Are you kidding me? Sleeping Moon angrily roared. The party member that was being attacked just stood there confused. He was also a mage wearing cloth armor. Being clawed by the berserk Midnight Demon Cat was disastrous. His life crashed down, but Yi Xiu reacted beyond fast. He immediately ordered Lord Grimm to begin casting a heal. But some things couldn't be solved relying on skills. A cloth-armored mage resisting a berserk hidden boss's attack, how long could he keep him alive? The answer came quickly, 7 seconds. Lord Grimm's heal was still on cooldown. And the berserk Midnight Demon Cat tore him apart smoothly. Sleeping Moon pounced over to rescue him, but couldn't aggro it back fast enough and the mage died. In Glory, when a player died in a dungeon, he would be forced to leave the dungeon and wouldn't be able to come back. In other words, the original 5-member party became a 4-member party. F***CK, lining up to OT. You guys are killing me. Sleeping Moon crumbled. After the mage died, the demon cat did not get aggroed back to him and instead sharply clawed at the 3rd member. The 3rd member was also a cloth-armored mage, but this time, Yi Xiu didn't order Lord Grimm to heal him and instead healed Fallen Sun. Using heal could only save him from death for 7 seconds, but these 7 seconds were crucial to Fallen Sunday. This was because other than the attack speed and damage increase from the berserk status, the Midnight Demon Cat also had an additional ability, Bleed. The Midnight Demon Cat had unfortunately made Fallen Sun bleed. Yi Xiu had paid attention to his declining life bar. Even if he healed the mage, it would only be for 7 seconds. In these 7 seconds, not only would the mage die but Fallen Sun would die too. He might as well try to save one of them. Yi Xiu had lost faith in Sleeping Moon and directly abandoned the mage to heal Fallen Sunday. This sudden act made Sleeping Moon extremely angry and he roared, "Why are you healing him?" Yi Xiu didn't reply. Without assistance, that mage collapsed in an instant. While Sleeping Moon angrily cursed at him, the Midnight Demon Cat pounced onto Fallen Sun without hesitation. Fallen Sun, scared witless, meekly asked, "Attack. Hit him ing idiot." Sleeping Moon complained without knowing why. He swore while chasing the demon cat to pull aggro. 13 seconds. Yi Xiu calculated a time. He couldn't tell if Fallen Sun had bad luck attached to him. Right when the bleed status wore off, the Midnight Demon Cat swiped at him again, causing him to bleed yet again. These types of status-inducing attacks only had a small probability to appear. But it seemed as if someone added a 100% probability halo around Fallen Sunday cursed, bleed, every status effect that the Midnight Demon Cat could give, he possessed. 13 seconds. This was the amount of time Yi Xiu could keep Fallen Sun alive for. In this time, Sleeping Moon could pull aggro and save him. But what was Sleeping Moon doing? That sharp Sleeping Moon that began the battle was now always hitting as if his hands kept slipping. Slice after slice, his sword hit nothing. In the middle of his cursing and yelling, Fallen Sun finally collapsed. The Midnight Demon Cat finally attacked Sleeping Moon. Lord Grim was considered the least threatening because Yi Xiu's skill was too good. He didn't make any unnecessary operations, so the aggro range only covered a small circle. "Brother, stand your ground. Do you still have mana?" Sleeping Moon encouraged and welcomed him. "You should be the one to stand your ground." Yi Xiu typed out. "Don't worry. Us two match well. Beating it down won't be a problem," Sleeping Moon heroically said. In the end, his hand slipped again and the sword hit air. The Midnight Demon Cat clawed at his face. Add. Sleeping Moon wildly howled. No response. Lord Grim had been healing promptly and well the entire time. But at this time, he didn't cast a heal onto his body. "I can't add. It'll OT." Sleeping Moon saw what Lord Grim typed. Sleeping Moon suddenly turned his head and saw Lord Grim leisurely sitting under a big tree and coldly looked at him. Sleeping Moon realized the situation wasn't looking too good. This Lord Grim wasn't a newbie. It was still early for it to go OT. How could he have made such an error? "It won't go OT. Hurry up and add." Sleeping Moon could only yell this. But in the end, there still wasn't any reaction. The Midnight Demon Cat had already reached him. Sleeping Moon's reaction suddenly quickened. He sliced horizontally and blocked the claw. He immediately leapt and began skillfully attacking as he had been when he first began the battle. Sleeping Moon suddenly stopped missing. But this time, his combo hadn't been as smooth because it was a Berserk Demon Cat this time. Sleeping Moon's movements almost couldn't keep up with its increase in attack speed and damage. After leaping up, his combo attack finally missed and the Demon Cat bit down. "Hurry up and add." Sleeping Moon was worried now. Although he could fight better than the cloth-armored mage and Fallen Sun, he wasn't unequaled. "Add what?" "Add life." "What does add life mean? I only see that you're bleeding." Sleeping Moon was beyond angry. What a pity, if you could fight the hidden boss. Then, you could have rotated the party order and leader. That way, team members wouldn't leave their posts and the hidden boss would have been yours. Only how regretful. Your skill isn't good enough, so you needed to rely on others to kill the boss. As a result, you deliberately aggroed it properly at first and then let the boss OT at the right time. The other team members would have been wiped out, leaving you with a low-health boss to solo. The items also would have certainly been yours. Whether or not you could finish the dungeon wasn't important at all compared to the hidden boss. After Lord Grim sent out these two messages, Sleeping Moon's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't think that this guy, who had only said a single sentence along the way, had seen through his entire plot. Correct, he had let the Demon Cat OT onto the other 3 members to kill them. His original plan was while the healer was still frantically healing the other 3 members, he would have the boss aggro onto him. But he didn't think that Lord Grimm would suddenly give up healing. Could it be that this guy had seen through his own plan at that time? That guy, he knew that he couldn't save anyone else, so he deliberately controlled the aggro so that it wouldn't fall on him. Could it be that he wouldn't heal him and let him die under the Midnight Demon Cat's claws? Brother, Sleeping Moon saw that this person wasn't a virtuous crop and immediately began trying to persuade him. For now, let's not argue about this matter. It's not like you know those 3 players. Let's team up to beat this demon cat. We'll each have a 50% chance of getting each of the items, isn't that pretty good? 50%. I like 100%. Fine, Sleeping Moon grinded his teeth, materials won't usually be the only drops. When the time comes, you first take your pick and I'll give up on it. Everything else, let's roll die for. I can give all the equipment to you too. Without the assistance of heals, Sleeping Moon knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to beat the boss. He could only say this. Who could believe this? Then what's your proposal? Sleeping Moon immediately answered. His life had already dropped to half. He couldn't deal with the demon cat after it turned berserk. Having to negotiate with Yi Xiu only made it more difficult. He had already secretly written down Lord Grimm's name. He swore that he would definitely humiliate this guy one day. You don't need to worry about what I'm thinking. Be at ease and drop dead. You're crazy. If I'm dead, wouldn't you be dead too? Then, no one would be able to take the items. Only a quarter of his health remained. Friend, there's no need to get into a life and death struggle. Only a fifth of his health remained. You're an idiot. A seventh. Lord Grimm, you haven't gone mad, have you? Do you know my full moon guild strength? 1/9. You're finished. 1 hit point. F***ck, the midnight demon cat clawed down and the world turned quiet. Lord Grimm had not moved up until now. But he also hadn't escaped. After settling the matter with Sleeping Moon, he immediately pounced over. Yi Xiu laughed faintly. His left hand flew across the keyboard hitting a few keys and his right hand moved the mouse. Lord Grimm brandished the 1000-chance umbrella and opened it. Furthermore, he opened it extremely exaggeratedly and the umbrella actually flipped the other way. He retracted the umbrella a bit and now the 1000-chance umbrella looked like a lance. The lance-like umbrella had already whooshed towards the midnight demon cat. Battle mage skill, Dragon Tooth. Chen Guo actually didn't have a habit of pulling all-nighters. Only, today was the opening of a new server, so she came to see the liveliness. After seeing it, she quickly grew sleepy and fell back on her chair only half-conscious. This type of sleep quality was obviously quite poor. It was just that Chen Guo was too lazy to get up. In this half-asleep half-conscious state, her ears couldn't help but drift to the frantic keyboard tapping and mouse clicking sounds. To a boss at an internet cafe, these sounds were very familiar to her. But the sounds Chen Guo heard were somewhat different. These sounds were hurried and then slow, gentle and then heavy. Hearing this mechanical rhythm, Chen Guo had never thought that the tapping of a keyboard and mouse could sound like drums. Was she dreaming? Chen Guo suddenly woke up and listened again carefully. It seemed like it truly wasn't a dream. These sounds came from beside her, from that newly hired network manager, Yi Xiu. Chen Guo sat up wanting to see and the jacket slid off of her body. She promptly grabbed it at it and recognized it as Yi Xiu's jacket. It looks like this person's quite attentive. Chen Guo said secretly. Only, how long has this jacket not been washed? It's kind of smelly. Chen Guo picked up the jacket and sat down. Right when she was about to talk to Yi Xiu, she all of a sudden sat there dumbfounded. A pair of hands that made people's cheeks stream with tears appeared in front of her eyes, Yi Xiu's 2 hands. These 2 hands looked extremely thin. His fingers were long and slender and his joints weren't rough like ordinary males were. His fingertips were thin and his fingernails were clean and tidy. This was completely inconsistent with his sloppy outer appearance. Chen Guo had originally never been a very attentive person. But after a lady with extremely beautiful hands came to the internet cafe, she became influenced and gradually began paying attention. Now, she was astonished by Yi Xiu's 2 hands. The hands were beautiful hands. The tapping sounds were also like music. But his actions, Yi Xiu's left hands bounced around on the keyboard. Chen Guo only had one feeling, his hands moved extremely slowly. Hand speed, the amount of actions done in a certain amount of time, usually counted in minutes, were abbreviated as APM. Glory wasn't a strategy game. Players only controlled a single character, but skill usage was complicated. As a result, the number of fine actions that needed to be done were high, so high hand speed was a must. A player with a high hand speed made quick and meticulous moves. The strength and duration of each keystroke all directly influenced the extent that the in-game character moved. These changes added further complexity to battles. Only, these types of good or bad changes had differences. For example, some people only raised their APM to look good and never stopped making actions. But making every action count and having high APM, only pro-level players could do. 200 APM. This was the publicly recognized skill level divide in Glory. When ordinary players tried to go above 200 APM, they were basically hitting their keys randomly. Even for pro gamers, going above 200 APM needed a certain battle scenario. The level of the opponent couldn't be too weak, so that they needed to go over 200 APM to fight. For ordinary players, 70% of the players were between 80 to 120 APM. 25% couldn't even reach 80 APM and the other 5% exceeded 120. Though among experts, 5%, it is said that there was no lack of players that could reach 200 APM, that professional level of skill. Chen Guo's hand speed hovered around 120 but could exceed that under certain circumstances. Therefore, Chen Guo believed that she was among that 5%, an expert among ordinary players. But for Yi Xiu, Chen Guo didn't doubt that his APM hadn't even reached 80. Right when she noticed this, Chen Guo suddenly found that that rich rhythmic tapping sound also disappeared. The sound she had heard could only be heard so distinctly because of his slow movements. Am I dreaming again? Chen Guo shook her head. She wanted to hear that previous dreamy sound, but found that it wouldn't appear no matter how hard she listened. The hands she noticed now operated as if they were disabled, yet were also hands that made people jealous. Chen Guo was now engrossed in these two hands so much that she even forgot to look at the screen. But soon, Yi Xiu's two hands stopped. Only then did Chen Guo react and look at the screen. She immediately widened her eyes. Midnight Phantom Cat. After saying this, the Midnight Phantom Cat had already fallen down from up above, dropping numerous items. And at this moment, Chen Guo saw an eye-grabbing system announcement flash through the screen. 10th server, Midnight Phantom Cat first hidden boss kill, Lord Grimm. D*MN. Chen Guo slapped her hands onto Yi Xiu's back. You have real skill. It didn't matter whether his hands were disabled or not. To be able to be the first one to kill, this was something that Chen Guo had never achieved before. Right when Yi Xiu was about to look at the dropped items, this slap truly came unexpectedly. It almost made him swallow the cigarette in his mouth. In the end, only a strand of silver-white smoke fell freely onto the keyboard. Chen Guo, who had originally been peeking at how Yi Xiu worked, saw this scene. Everything about being the first to kill the hidden boss had already been completely forgotten. She pulled at Yi Xiu's headphones and snarled next to his ear, "Who let you smoke here?" Huh. The cigarette in Yi Xiu's mouth hadn't been extinguished yet. He didn't really understand what Chen Guo meant. "No smoking, did you not see that?" Chen Guo pointed at the wall. Yi Xiu turned his head and carefully examined the two words on the wall. Are you kidding me? No smoking at an internet cafe? This area is no smoking. The smoking area is on the other side. Chen Guo pointed. Then let's go over. Yi Xiu said. No, smelling smoke makes my head hurt. Chen Guo said. Then what do we do? Yi Xiu looked as if he had encountered an impossibly difficult problem. You can't smoke one less cigarette. Chen Guo furiously said. I can't or my head will hurt. Yi Xiu said. You. Chen Guo discovered that she had begun to understand this Yi Xiu. Although he could casually accept living in that tiny storage room, he was definitely not an easy person to deal with. I'll go to the smoking area myself then. Boss, you should go rest. Yi Xiu said at this moment. Wait a second, you never said how you got the first kill. Chen Guo said. Nothing much. The team all died. The boss's life was low. It was easy pickings. Yi Xiu said quite casually. Oh, so it's like this. Chen Guo's tone still carried admiration. The reward for being the first one to kill this sort of low-level hidden boss wasn't special. It was at most some extra experience and money. There wouldn't be any top-quality equipment. But this would be forever recorded on the standings and he would be a legend on this server. A lot of players liked this sort of feeling. To the majority of ordinary players, getting on this sort of standing could only happen in the beginner levels. Once the dungeons became harder, no matter if it was a regular or a hidden boss, killing it required a certain amount of skill to beat. When they got to the heavenly domain, even those highly skilled teams had no chance. All of the records there were set by professional teams. What did it drop? Envious, Chen Guo moved closer to see what the Midnight Phantom Cat dropped: 5 cat fingernails, trash, 1 cat fur breastplate, might as well wear it, low-leveled equipment aren't important, 2 midnight cat nails, 1 midnight cat claw, 1 midnight opal. Okay, not bad. Hidden boss materials are definitely worth a lot of money, 1 skill book, damn, what type of luck is this? Although Chen Guo had yelled it, Yi Xiu was also astonished. For a low-leveled hidden boss to drop a skill book, what type of good luck was this? What was a skill book? It wasn't used to unlock new skills. It increased skill points. Its value could be seen just by looking at the orange-colored words. This was one method to exceed 4,000 skill points. But this item couldn't be traded, so using money to buy it wasn't possible. It could only be obtained through luck. The book Lord Grimm picked up didn't add much, only 5 points. But to have it drop from a hidden boss, it was still ridiculously lucky. The skill book that had just been dropped was used in an instant. Among the materials dropped from the Midnight Phantom Cat, the Dark Opal and the Midnight Cat Nails were materials needed to complete the 1000 Chance Umbrella. Yi Xiu's mood was good. He unexpectedly let Lord Grimm immediately leave the dungeon. You're not going to finish it? Chen Guo astonished. Although Lord Grimm was the only remaining member of the party, this type of newbie dungeon could easily be soloed. Even though she knew of Yi Xiu's disabled level APM, Chen Guo didn't think that his skill level was that low. For him to destroy her opponent that she lost to 52 times in 40 seconds, this accomplishment had just recently happened. I need to change computers. Yi Xiu had already been prepared to leave the game. Chen Guo glimpsed at the screen and suddenly shot her hand to stop him. Wait a second, what situation is this? She only saw on the chat window a wall of identical messages. The shameless novice Lord Grimm, in order to steal the hidden boss for himself, didn't heal the party members on purpose and let them die. Everyone be careful. The shameless novice Lord Grimm, in order to steal the hidden boss for himself, didn't heal the party members on purpose and let them die. Everyone be careful. These identical messages mixed together with other anger and hate. Although the system automatically blocked profanities, people's intelligence were boundless. They used same-sounding words to complete their mission. TL note, if you guys are interested in what this means, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/baidu_10_mythical_creatures. Yi Xiu looked at them carefully and found the name Sleeping Moon among these spammers. He even saw the other party members shutting Sun and a mage. Because he was the first one to come out, he actually reversed what was right and wrong. How could it be like this? Chen Guo asked Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu, helpless, could only explain it to her. D***mn. Shameless. How shameless. Chen Guo raged when she heard this. Yeah, too shameless. Yi Xiu said. Why aren't you mad? Chen Guo was baffled. I'm very angry. Yi Xiu said. Are you angry? How come I can't see it at all? Chen Guo was puzzled. This Yi Xiu stared at the screen looking at the wall of slander, but his face hadn't changed at all. Just because I'm angry doesn't mean I have to show it. Yi Xiu didn't look angry. He was even smiling. While doing so, he logged out of the game and shut down the computer. Changing over to the smoking area was still his current ambitious dream. What type of person are you? I turn my head and then there are suddenly so many events. You meet a hidden boss, a skill book drop, and even formed enemies. Tomorrow morning I'll see if you're dead. Chen Guo said. See you later, boss. Chen Guo went to rest while Yi Xiu went to the smoking area. As expected, a blanket of smoke lingered around in this area. Even the high-frequency frantic ventilation had no way to purify the air around here. It could only limit the smoke's assault on the non-smoking area. These smokers also didn't have any emotion towards second-hand smoking. Yi Xiu also lit up a cigarette, at once blending in with the sea of smokers. Sweeping across the area, he saw that this place was clearly more crowded than the non-smoking area. When pulling all-nighters, very few could do so without the stimulation from a cigarette. It was good that the internet cafe was large enough. Yi Xiu turned around and found an open computer. Without choosing carefully, he went over and sat down. Happy Internet Cafe was relatively high-class. There was a small wall between every computer station to protect people's privacy. Even if they didn't, everyone was wearing headphones and immersed in glory. No one paid any attention to outside matters. Yi Xiu relogged into the game and put on his headphones. Lord Grimm was still sitting outside Green Forest. Even though the place was overcrowded with people, it wasn't so noisy that he couldn't hear anything from his earphones. There was no difference between walking here and walking into a bustling market. It wasn't so lively that he couldn't hear what others were saying. As for those players constantly spamming to join a party, those could be drowned out. Yi Xiu's eyes swept over the chat box and saw that the messages about Lord Grimm had already disappeared. Finding out when a character went offline was possible through a certain game function. Sleeping Moon was a veteran, so he was already familiar with these sort of methods. After Lord Grimm had gone offline, he stopped with the messages. Only players over level 20 could leave the beginner area. When that happened, PKing would be opened up. In the meantime, those level 20 and under could only point fingers and argue. But Sleeping Moon was now being quite malicious. Lord Grimm appeared on the first hidden boss kill announcement, so everyone learned about him. When Sleeping Moon raged using his name, it was very easy for people to take note of it. As a result, Lord Grimm couldn't find a party to join. All of his requests were all totally denied. Even if players didn't actually believe in Sleeping Moon's remarks, they had already started to defend against Lord Grimm. Yi Xiu could only helplessly laugh. When he formed a party, he truly only came for the hidden boss. He needed those materials. But now that he couldn't form a team, his leveling speed would only increase. In Glory's dungeons, the fewer the people the more the experience. Efficiency had to be considered though, so in the end, having more people was more effective. But Lord Grimm was different. He held the silver level 5000 chance umbrella. For regular players, they mostly relied on blue and green equipment. When compared to the 1000 chance umbrella, blue and green equipment were inferior by 3 to 4 grades. In Glory, every grade was equal to 5 levels. In other words, the 1000 chance umbrella was equivalent to a level 20 blue or a level 25 green weapon. This superiority in the low-level stages of the game could be considered overpowered. Because the damage done by Lord Grimm's weapon was equivalent to 4 or 5 weapons. Adding in the influence by a character's attributes, Lord Grimm was equivalent to 3 people. Furthermore, with Yi Xiu's skills, he wouldn't be slower in clearing a dungeon than a 5-man team. He might even be a bit faster. Lord Grimm began walking, ready to enter the dungeon. But after a few steps, a player suddenly blocked his way. Yi Xiu looked and it was actually Sleeping Moon. To be able to find him in this crowd of people, this guy has sharp eyes. Hello hello. Yi Xiu lifted his headphones up and down testing to see if the message went through. Hello my A****. Sleepy Moon wasn't polite in the slightest. Yi Xiu actually laughed and asked, "What's up?" This dull and casual tone made Sleeping Moon speechless. He was almost convinced that this wasn't the person that he had raged at for half a day. Although the masses believed that he had been cheated, he and Lord Grimm were both well aware that this was a false accusation. But how could this guy act like nothing had happened? Did he not see the previous messages? The shameless novice Lord Grimm, in order to steal the hidden boss for himself, didn't heal the party members on purpose and let them die. Everyone be careful. Sleeping Moon immediately sent out the stored message twice and looked forward to Yi Xiu's reaction. But in the end Yi Xiu said, "You're still doing it? You're not going to level up? I want you to know my might. Do you now know that my full moon guild isn't to be messed with?" Sleeping Moon had prepared these words for a while now. But now that he said them, he felt that the context was completely off. It was as if his words were like a knife stabbing through cotton, not impressive at all. "I know. I can't find anyone to party with anymore," Yi Xiu said. Hearing this, Sleeping Moon felt a little more at ease and laughed out loud. "Let's see you offend me again." He didn't think that Yi Xiu said, "Aren't you missing a person? Why not add me?" Sleeping Moon was immediately dumbstruck. "Damn, how low are you? Haha, add me. Now that we know each other more, why don't we work together?" Yi Xiu unexpectedly took the initiative and sent him a request. Sleeping Moon did indeed have a 4-player party and it obviously wasn't the previous team. The other 3 players were all members of Full Moon Guild. Establishing a guild could only be done after leaving the beginner village, so these were all members from old servers that transferred over to the new 10th server. And in the end, they were all put into the same beginner village. Before, when Sleeping Moon wanted the hidden boss to himself, it was obviously inconvenient to do it with his own guild members, so he went and found 4 other random players. Unfortunately, he bumped into Yi Xiu, who helped and then betrayed him. Right after, he immediately asked the guild for help and also conveniently got the former members to help slander Yi Xiu. He wanted to defame Lord Grimm right then and there. But the result? The result was this: the guy didn't seem to care at all. With no one wanting him, he bluntly requested to join his party. Looking at his request, Sleeping Moon didn't know whether to accept or decline it. Sleeping Moon was at a loss. Learning from his mistake, he felt that this person wasn't a simple character. What was his goal? As he hesitated, a brother on the side privately messaged him, "Add him. This guy's asking for death. Once we enter the dungeon, what can he do?" Sleeping Moon thought about it. He had 4 allies on his side. There was absolutely no reason to be afraid of him. Thus, Yi Xiu entered the Green Forest with these 4 people. This time their luck wasn't too good and they didn't encounter the Midnight Phantom Cat. Yi Xiu laughed and asked, "Do you still need me to heal?" "No need. Everyone will attack together." As Sleeping Moon said this, the 4 had already rushed up to attack the monsters. These 4 clearly weren't newbies. Their skills were very veteran-like, and with this skill level, 2 or 3 people were enough to easily clear the Green Forest dungeon. Adding in another person, their efficiency flew through the roof. Yi Xiu also didn't speak much. He swung his 1000-chance umbrella into a lance and attacked. Sky Strike, Dragon Tooth, these 2 were attack skills. Of course, besides these skills, the character also had normal attacks. Players, through the direction and strength of normal attacks, controlled many kinds of attack patterns such as straight stabs, horizontal slashes, vertical chops, uppercut, etc. When these sort of attacks were fully utilized, they were sometimes extremely similar to skills, except their effects were different. For example, Sky Strike was a type of uppercut attack, but the knock-up effects and damage were much stronger than a normal uppercut. Dragon Tooth was a type of straight stab. Its stabbing speed was much quicker and could also cause the opponent to be stunned for a small duration. When a character was stunned, he would not be able to put out any actions. Yi Xiu didn't need to use these skills. His normal attacks were already enough to kill those Green Forest monsters with ease. It was just that when he withdrew his lance in an area with no monsters, a monster would suddenly be pushed onto him by the others. Yi Xiu laughed and accepted it. He knew that it was Sleeping Moon and his other helpers deliberately pushing these small monsters onto him. They wanted to put him into a situation where he was surrounded on all sides. But surrounded was surrounded, how could Yi Xiu not be able to deal with it? He had been surrounded by 5 Green Forest monsters more than once. Sending a Sky Strike onto a monster, he broke out of the encirclement. With a horizontal sweep, his right hand chopped and slashed and the 5 little monsters lined up to die. The other 4 just watched and looked on without lifting a finger to help. But in the end, they saw how Lord Grimm dispatched the monsters at lightning speed. His might was tyrannical. Seeing this, the 4 were even somewhat jealous. This guy's skill is really good. A party member called 7 Fields nodded his head expressing his approval. He's a veteran. Looking at his skill, he could easily solo the Green Forest dungeon. Another person said. He knows his stuff. He soloed off the Berserk Midnight Phantom Cat. I wouldn't have thought that his skill level was above mine. Sleeping Moon said. With this skill, there's no way he would die in Green Forest. A person concluded. How about we go to Spider Cave when we hit level 10? 7 Field said to the other 3. Spider Cave was a level 10 to 15 dungeon. It was much harder than Green Forest. If Green Forest's purpose was to give players time to get used to the game, then once they hit level 10, from Spider Cave onwards, players needed to start using actual strategy and skill to clear it. It was called Spider Cave because the monsters were spiders. There were 2 types. One type was long-ranged and spit out webs that had a chance to bind. Players that were bound wouldn't be able to move. The other type was melee-ranged and its bite had a chance to poison. Players that were poisoned would continuously lose health. In Green Forest, only the hidden boss had these sort of status-inducing attacks. Besides normal monsters, Spider Cave had 3 bosses, a long-ranged one, a melee-ranged one, and a Spider Lord as the final boss. The hidden bosses were Spider Elite, Spider Warrior, and a Spider Emperor. Because levels 1 to 10 went by quickly, there were still many that hadn't gotten used to the game yet. When they opened up the spider dungeon, they wouldn't come out alive. Thus, the beginner guides never recommended it. The only ones that would consider this dungeon were people like Sleeping Moon because they already possessed some level of skill as veterans. If we kill this guy in the spider cave, we'll only have 4 people. Will we still be able to clear it? Sleeping Moon hesitated. As long as we don't meet the hidden boss, it shouldn't be a problem. Seven Field said. If we meet a hidden boss, even he won't be able to beat it. The spider cave is a lot harder than here. A person said. True. Then let's first hurry and level up. When we get to level 10, let's head to Spider Cave. Sleeping Moon said. Suddenly, a member that hadn't spoken the entire time said, then we're going to bring him to level up. And then kill him. Sleeping Moon heard this and was startled. Hearing this, his plan was indeed stupid. But Seven Fields already found an explanation. It'd be better to say, we'll first let him do all the hard work and then kick him out. Right. It'll be like this. Sleeping Moon felt relieved. The 4 guys were very aggressive. They sneakily discussed on one side and let Yi Xiu do all of the hard work. It was good that they hadn't completely seen Yi Xiu as an idiot. After arguing, the 4 went up and helped Yi Xiu clear monsters. While they cleared, they slowly explained, just a moment ago our guild had some business to take care of. We were a little out of focus. We're good now. Come on guys. Yi Xiu dully said a few words as if he wasn't suspicious at all. The 4 were secretly delighted. If they cooperated together, the 4 veterans and the expert Yi Xiu, they would easily cruise by this dungeon. Every person killed happily. Their outer appearance didn't show any signs of an ulterior motive. Have you noticed that this guy's damage is very high? Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon muttered quietly. It looks like it. I've never seen that lance-like weapon before. Sleeping Moon said. I don't know either. I don't pay attention to low-level lances. Seven Fields said. It'd be good if it dropped when we kill this guy. Sleeping Moon said. So what if it dropped? No matter how high of an attack it has, it's still a low-level weapon. We won't be able to use it for long. Seven Fields said. True. Sleeping Moon nodded. Each side did not provoke the other and cooperated harmoniously. Going in and out of Green Forest, their efficiency was extremely high. It was unfortunate, however, that they didn't meet the hidden boss Midnight Phantom Cat again. After clearing it a few times, Lord Grimm was the first to reach level 10. The first hidden boss kill gave him an ample amount of experience. Green Forest only had 1 hidden boss so far. Just relying on this, Lord Grimm was already pretty far up on the 10th server level leaderboards. Only the first to reach level 10 was not him. That player was called Blue River. This was already his second time to be announced by the system. The first time was when he and 4 others were the first to clear Green Forest. Seeing that Lord Grimm was the first among them to reach level 10, Sleeping Moon felt a fit of nervousness. They were afraid that this guy would just leave them. Who knew that Lord Grimm only laughed and said, I've leveled up. After a few sounds of congratulations, he entered the Green Forest with the other 4 again. The experience gap between them wasn't too great. After clearing this dungeon, Sleeping Moon and the others all reached level 10. The 5 of them also obtained quite a few equipment. Brother, we work quite well together. Now that we've all hit level 10, why don't we go and tackle Spider Cave together? Seven Fields went up and asked Yi Xiu. Sleeping Moon and Yi Xiu once had a disagreement. Now this sudden change of heart made him feel a little odd. In addition, Sleeping Moon still continued to look at Yi Xiu maliciously and just let Seven Fields play the role of a mediator. Yi Xiu heard this and agreed. Only he first said that he would go and learn skills first. For skill points, it didn't matter whether they were given as quest rewards, leveling, killing a certain amount of monsters, or dueling, these would all only allow him to reach the 4,000 skill points. From level 7 to level 10, he didn't have many skill points accumulated. But the most important part was that level 10 was another period when new skills could be learned. The other 4 were obviously going to learn too. Thus, each of them looked for a teacher to learn from. Afterwards, they grouped up at Spider Cave. There weren't many people at the entrance of Spider Cave. After all, they had leveled up relatively fast compared to ordinary players and newbies wouldn't consider going to this dungeon. Outside, there were only a few randomly made parties. Because the dungeon was difficult, they would all ask about each other's equipments. Forming a party wasn't so carefree. Yi Xiu and the others were straightforward. Without saying a word, they directly entered. Only this time, Sleeping Moon and the other 3 helpers began to act evilly. Should we immediately kill him or look at the situation first? One person asked quietly. Why don't we look first? If this person truly is an expert, let's use him first. Why don't we plan again when the boss comes? Seven Field suggested. Okay. The other members had no other opinions. Truthfully, those members had no enmity with Yi Xiu. The person in front of them was so outstanding. He was also the one with the most DPS in the group. They were a little unwilling to part with him. But to give their friend Sleeping Moon some face, in the end, they still went forward with the plan. Although no one said anything, they were all quite regretful. You all brought antidotes? Seven Fields asked everyone, which everyone replied with a yes. Only Yi Xiu actually laughed, no need. This guy's looking for death. Sleeping Moon didn't feel too good about Yi Xiu's confidence. Then let's go. Seven Fields said happily. The inside of Spider Cave was gloomy and spider webs could be seen everywhere. From time to time, scattered skeletons could be seen. It looked sinister and terrible. Sleeping Moon and the others all looked a bit nervous. When a character died in glory, they would lose experience. In the normal world it was a 10% decrease and equipment also had a chance of dropping, though the chances were fairly low. But when the player reached the heavenly domain, dying became scary. The player would lose 20% of their experience and equipment had a high chance of dropping. Looking at Lord Grimm again, he walked in large strides with his battle lance as if it were the same as Green Forest. Sleeping Moon and the others saw that this guy took the initiative to detect the mines. It was a good thing for them anyways. Towards these low-level dungeons, Yi Xiu had pretty much forgotten what was in them. He remembered that he had once done a guide for Spider Cave, but he couldn't recall it at all. It had already been almost 10 years. Just when Yi Xiu was sighing, a shadow suddenly leaped out from a crack in a rock directly towards Lord Grimm. Yi Xiu's left hand tapped the keyboard and his right hand dragged the mouse. Lord Grimm rolled backwards to dodge it and launched Sky Strike. A melee-ranged green spider pounced onto him, but was hit by Sky Strike in midair. Adding attacks while the opponent was knocked up was a fundamental skill in glory. How could Yi Xiu miss this opportunity? After an intense burst of keyboard typing and mouse clicking, Lord Grimm leaped up brandishing his lance. From up in the air to down on the ground, he slashed madly at the green spider. Pu 4 strikes landed in quick succession. The green spider was hit aside onto a rock. F***ck, no way. Seven Fields said with great alarm. He comboed it 4 times in midair. Another person also cried out in fear. He can combo 4 times at level 10. The third person. Sleeping Moon could only open his mouth in shock, speechless. A 4-hit combo in midair, this was a widely known battle mage combo that few players could execute. It was simple in theory. It was just a normal straight stab, dragon tooth, and then 2 hits from the level 10 battle mage skill double stab to complete it. I heard only players with an APM of 170 or higher can execute this sort of combo. Seven Field said. Can't that only be done by a professional battle mage after his speed has been buffed? Another person reminded. He's still only a unspecialized character. How big is the difference in speed between an unspecialized character and a battle mage? I don't know. You'd still have to consider equipment. But it doesn't look like any of his equipment increases speed. Lord Grimm was pretty much the same as theirs. What about weapon? Could it be his weapon? Let's not worry about the reason. Even if you were a battle mage and wore a set of speed-increasing flowing light equipment, could you guys combo it 4 times in midair? Silence. If they could do it, they wouldn't be so astonished. Just who is this person? The 3 members looked towards Sleeping Moon. I say we shouldn't offend this guy. Seven Field said in a serious tone towards the other 3, but his gaze faced Sleeping Moon. Right, to have a 170 and up APM, he must be a great expert. Another one agreed. 170 is only a conservative estimate. He's a unspecialized character without any equipment yet he can still combo 4 times in midair. I feel like his APM would probably be above 200, right? 200 APM. In our guild, I'm afraid only our guild leader has this level of skill, no. Not only should we not offend him, we should try to rope him in. This type of expert probably has a special background. They discussed this issue one by one and only Sleeping Moon didn't say anything. He understood their reasoning very clearly. Actually, after all of these dungeons, Sleeping Moon's hate for Yi Xiu had already weakened. If he could successfully cause this guy to die, then he would be satisfied. But now that he knew that this person was a great expert and that going against him wasn't easy, his hate once again arose. He himself couldn't explain this feeling clearly. He was envious, jealous, etc. He had them all. Right when he was going to say something, he saw that his three brothers were all watching Lord Grim in awe, their mouths repeatedly gasping in surprise. Sleeping Moon also turned around to look and found that this guy's incredible skill really did exist. The monsters in Green Forest were too weak. With Lord Grim's high damage, he killed monsters too quickly for him to judge properly. Although the boss had more health, all of them ganged up to attack it, so it wasn't clear either. Now that he was attacking these high HP spiders, his skill level could be seen clearly now. His combo has already reached 17. It hasn't been broken ever since he made that 4-hit combo. It looks like he's using the wall to rebound it and then using a normal uppercut. I really didn't think he would have been able to connect that sky strike. Too beautiful. The three people all repeatedly gasped in amazement, making Sleeping Moon feel extremely disgusted. Right when he was about to say something, Seven Fields had already turned around towards him. Hear me out. Let's not make things difficult for this guy. It's okay for you to be on bad terms with him, but let the rest of us negotiate with him. Sleeping Moon nodded his head in silence. He was a little bitter, but he knew that Seven Fields and the others were already preparing to rope this player in. What guild wouldn't want such a highly skilled player? By comparison, he himself was only a normal member of Full Moon Guild. No one would make things difficult for this type of expert just for his sake. How beautiful. That green spider had been killed by Lord Grim in the span of a single breath. Seven Fields and the others all immediately circled up and gasped in admiration. They didn't need to fake this because this player's skill was indeed incredible. Brother, I now see that your skills are truly out of the ordinary. Seven Fields said. It's nothing much. That player was still so humble towards this type of admiration. It seemed as if the player that Sleeping Moon had told them to frame was a completely different person. Brother, in the other servers, what guild sent you here to this new server? Seven Fields asked. But he felt that the likelihood was low. What guild would send him here alone? This person was most likely by himself. None. I'm by myself. As expected. Really? You actually aren't part of a guild? Brother, this level of skill can't be found so easily. How could any guild not want you? Seven Fields pretended to be astonished. There are no guilds in this server yet. Yi Xiu said. Seven Fields stared blankly. This server didn't have any guilds yet, but what about old servers? It wasn't possible for this type of expert to have just started playing Glory. Although the player wouldn't say, Seven Fields reckoned that he probably had a disagreement with his former guild, which is why he sulkily ran to a new server to play. This was an opportunity. It was the perfect time to make this player feel that their Full Moon Guild was a warm environment. Brother, what server were you a part of before? Seven Fields began questioning. I haven't played in a while. An irrelevant answer. He had dodged the first question. Oh, Seven Fields could only say oh. How could he break the ice? Seven Fields was stuck at a wall. In the end, it was clear that he wasn't interested in chatting and continued to advance. But this time, Seven Fields and the others all surrounded him inseparably close as if he had already become the core member of their party. Sleeping Moon felt awkward, but he could only stay silent. With this expert overseeing them, they advanced smoothly through the dungeon. The four members that brought an antidote, sure enough, didn't need to use it because Lord Grim aggroed all of the spiders onto his body and dodged by using running, rolling, and jumping type skills. The four would sometimes even lose themselves to Lord Grim's beautiful movements and forget to attack the monsters. If I remember correctly, there should be a bunch of spiders up ahead. After killing them, the first boss will appear, but we won't know whether it's poisonous or web shooting. It's one of the difficult parts of this dungeon. Seven Fields, at this moment, saw that Lord Grim had already rushed up and began killing. He could only helplessly correct himself. Okay, then let's go. Seven Fields' memory was correct. This part of the cave did indeed have a lot of spiders. There were a total of 70, 30 poisonous and 40 web shooting. They were all linked too. So right when they closed in, all 70 of them neatly rushed out. Hurry up. Seven Fields called out to his three brothers. He wouldn't dare command Lord Grim. He didn't know how far apart their levels were. Only, this time there were 70 spiders. No matter how good Lord Grim was, there was no way he would be able to aggro all of them. After all, he was only level 10. He didn't have any crowd control skills yet. So he called out everyone to go forward and relieve some of Lord Grim's pressure. In the end, with a hua, Lord Grim shook the battle lance in his hands and a half-circle slashed out. 4 spiders were split open in an instant. 2 spiders rushed up and 2 spiders spit out webs. Lord Grim leaped backwards avoiding the spider webs. At the same time, he spun in mid-air and with another shake of the battle lance, 2 spiders behind him were hit. After landing, he flipped sideways and avoided another spider web. He got up and executed a sky strike. The 7th spider was knocked up into the sky. It couldn't even spit out its web. The 4 others all immediately went into disarray. Is he still even a person? The 4 people all wanted to say this, but Glory, that wretched voice system would let him hear it. That wouldn't be good. But besides saying that, there were no other words to describe how they currently felt. A 180-degree horizontal sweep, my God. Everyone held their breath and could only type it out. To be able to spin his body after a short hop backwards and then strike accurately 2 times. And that perfect sky strike right after the roll. That's not human. Everyone firmly believed. Although all of these were the combination of basic skills, not everyone could do them. For example, the 180-degree horizontal sweep was just a normal attack, but the sweeping angle depended on mouse control. The faster the mouse movement, the larger the angle. It also had to do with the character's attack speed. At level 10, a 180-degree horizontal sweep wasn't something that could be done by any ordinary person. Everyone bowed down and worshipped him. Even Sleeping Moon couldn't help but admit it. This person forcibly used skills in a way that couldn't be done by a level 10. It was ridiculous. Brother, the way you use these battle mage skills is too tyrannical. Seven Fields truly meant it. If he didn't say this, he would have received internal injuries from holding his breath for too long. Haha. It's not bad. Lord Grim had been surrounded by 7 monsters. Stabbing, cutting, slashing, chopping as if we're handling a butcher's cleaver with ease. The others felt embarrassed to be there just watching him. They were all veterans and could all control aggro well. They wouldn't mess up Lord Grim's control over the 7 spiders. What they had originally thought was too difficult, in the end was easily resolved. But all 4 of them understood that to set up this abnormal situation, if he wasn't there, then it wouldn't have been possible. Right after the 7 spiders were killed, they heard a strange shriek. The first small boss had brilliantly arrived. Everyone hadn't yet seen the spider yet, when they first heard the shriek, and then a cloud of dense purple mist spurted out. It's a poisonous spider. 7 Fields yelled. But this cloud of purple mist came out too suddenly. The range was extremely large. 2 members weren't able to dodge it in time and immediately pulled out 2 antidotes to use. After using them, they turned greatly alarmed. Their life was still declining. Why isn't it working? The 2 alarmed. The grade of the antidote is too low. Yi Xiu said. F***CK. The 2 players cursed. They hadn't come to this dungeon when they were low-leveled. After reaching high levels and returning, this dungeon wouldn't have such a problem. At that moment, they were still underleveled compared to the monsters. How could they have thought to detoxify the poison? They had carefully prepared 2 antidotes, but in the end, they couldn't use it when the boss came. Hadn't they been cheated? Lord Grim swung his arms and casted heals onto each of them. Afterwards, he rushed up to the boss number 1. At the same time, he began directing the 2 non-poison players 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon and pointed his lance backwards, yelling, 7 Fields stand at 1 o'clock. Little Moon Moon go stand at 4 o'clock. Little Moon Moon. Sleeping Moon almost coughed up blood, but this wasn't the time to argue. 7 Fields, without questioning him, ran towards the 1 o'clock position. Sleeping Moon also ran to his position without delay. Boss number 1's poison mist had already rushed out. This guy was big and beefy and was at least thrice as big as normal spiders. This type of massive freak was much easier to hit than the small midnight phantom cat. But large monsters had a different advantage. Due to their relatively heavy weight, knock-up or other displacement skills had a reduced effect. How much it was reduced by depended on its weight and the attacker's strength. This boss number 1 in front of them could be considered a huge monster. When Lord Grimm stabbed forward, it didn't even tremble. It was clear that this sort of normal attack would not knock it up at all. The experienced Yi Xiu was not surprised by this. His fingers flickered and Lord Grimm did another 4-hit combo. The big spider screeched. It raised its head and spit out a thick fog. But Lord Grimm had already turned around swiftly and slipped away. Although this boss's body was big, its actions weren't slower than a normal spider. Its jumping power was also remarkable. It jumped as if it were empty tie wanting to crush Lord Grimm. He flipped over and rolled away. The one called Little Moon Moon silently said, "Hello. Do you want us to stand here so you can fight by yourself? Then you two, one of you move to 7 o'clock and the other to 9 o'clock. Yi Xiu yelled. How much of a gap between us? The two people ran while asking. A 2-meter radius. Yi Xiu said. After falling into position, the 4 people had already formed a circle. They looked at each and had no idea what they were doing. Seeing that he was still soloing the boss, was he just arranging seats for them to watch him play the game? Lord Grimm dodged left and right, finally bringing the boss running towards them. The 4 people immediately prepared for battle. The boss suddenly jumped high up into the air and it looked like it was going to squash Sleeping Moon. Sleeping Moon wanted to dodge, but heard Yi Xiu shout, "Don't move. Revenge." This guy seized the opportunity to take revenge. Sleeping Moon felt that his mind was a sheet of dazzling light. Without thinking, he ignored Yi Xiu's words and rolled away. But when he turned around and looked, Lord Grimm had already used a Sky Strike on the spider boss's stomach. Sky Strike, a specialized class's knock-up skill, was obviously going to have a greater effect than a normal uppercut. After the falling spider received this, it turned sluggish in mid-air, and had already shifted direction. Although the Sky Strike didn't have much of an effect, the monster had already been in mid-air. When it changed direction, it fell nicely in the center of the 4 people. 7 Fields front kick it. 9 o'clock lunge. 7 o'clock repel. Little Moon Moon, hurry up and return to your position. Yi Xiu and the 4 players had been together for a long time. He had already seen all of their skills. Now that they had surrounded it, Yi Xiu even directed what skills they should use. 7 Fields rushed up and front kicked it. This was a striker skill and had a small knockback effect. Although the effect was reduced on the big spider boss, it would still push back the boss a little. The player at 9 o'clock also jumped up to execute a lunge. This Blade Master skill also had a knockback effect like 7 Fields front kick. The kicked back boss was hit again. At this point, these experienced players already understood Yi Xiu's intent. The 7 o'clock player welcomed it and used repel. This was a knight skill. From the name, the effect of this skill was the most outstanding one among them. But the boss was pushed into the 4 o'clock position where no one was there. This was originally Sleeping Moon's position, but because he thought Yi Xiu wanted to kill him, he dodged to the side. Even though he was already running back to his position, it was already a little too late. Everyone already understood that Yi Xiu wanted them to play billiards with the boss as the ball. This reasoning could only have been made through the strong points of each of the 4 players. What were their strong points? Familiarity. The 4 players were all veterans that came together as friends. They had some mutual understanding between them so they could do this sort of formation. Only now, this easy situation had been destroyed by Sleeping Moon. Even 7 Fields and the others were a little unhappy. At this crucial moment, when the boss was about to leave the encirclement, Lord Grimm suddenly appeared at the 4 o'clock position. Everyone was startled. Lord Grimm had been standing at the 11 o'clock position. They hadn't seen him move. How could he have suddenly moved to there? They looked towards the 11 o'clock position and discovered to their astonishment that there was another Lord Grimm. D*MN. 7 Fields suddenly understood. Level 10 Ninja Skill, Shadow Clone Technique. Shadow Clone Technique was a type of deception, skill. Only towards experienced opponents, it was easy to see through the trick. As a result, the trick really only worked on NPCs. When players dueled, the Shadow Clone Technique was most commonly used by the ninja as an instant movement skill. Now, Lord Grimm used it like this. The fake body was kept in the original position while his real body used the Shadow Clone Technique to instantly move to what was originally Sleeping Moon's 4 o'clock position. Everyone was still worried though because level 10 battle mages didn't have any displacement skills yet. How would Lord Grimm knock back the spider boss? They quickly realized that they were worrying too much. Lord Grimm didn't have any skill that could do so, but he had technique. A sky strike knocked up the spider boss a little bit. Using this short time frame, he immediately rushed forward and hit it twice, pushing the spider boss towards Sleeping Moon. Sleeping Moon was already standing on Lord Grimm's original 11 o'clock position. Lord Grimm's fake body still stood next to him. At this moment, Sleeping Moon felt absolutely embarrassed. He even hoped that Lord Grimm would reprimand him a few times. But in the end, Lord Grimm didn't say a thing and just accurately pushed the boss towards him. Sleeping Moon understood what he needed to do. With a lunge, the big spider was once again kicked away. Sleeping Moon mentally prepared for the incoming criticism from everyone, but in the end, he heard everyone amazed, "It's bleeding." It wasn't a person that was bleeding, it was the spider boss. The bleed status effect couldn't be made through a normal attack. It had to either come from a weapon effect or a skill effect. At the present, no one's weapon had this effect. But there were skills that could cause this effect. Double stab, a battle mage skill. Only, the bleed effect from the stab was a hidden effect. It wasn't triggered through chance. It relied on the player himself to trigger it. The method to activating it was by having both strikes from double stab hit the exact same spot. This didn't mean that both of them hitting an arm was fine. It meant that the second strike had to hit the hole that was stabbed open by the first strike. Only after doing this would there be a chance for the bleed effect to take place. As for the probability of this happening, especially for a hidden effect, the data didn't display it. After players tested it, it was believed to have more or less a 50% probability. This probability could already be considered quite high. Only, it could only be done after completing a specific action. It was easy to perform this action on a dead target, but in non-stop combat, it required precision and reaction speed. Glory had a lot of similar hidden skill effects, which all required difficult actions to activate. If a normal player were to stab out a bleed, 7 fields and the others would have considered it to be luck. But for Lord Grimm to do so, they all considered it to be skill. With regards to Yi Xiu's skill, they were already thoroughly convinced. It wasn't just his individual skill, but his command over the team in this boss fight too. He wasn't an ordinary expert, he was an expert among experts. 7 Fields already felt somewhat embarrassed over trying to rope in Yi Xiu because their Full Moon Guild wasn't even considered a top guild. In the Heavenly Domain, they were ranked over 50. They held no records in any of the dungeons there. In this sort of common guild, 7 Fields felt that they couldn't accommodate for this player. The others didn't know if they all had the same thoughts as 7 Fields, so everyone just silently attacked. In the process, it was hard to avoid a few minor slips. But Yi Xiu promptly warned them, so disaster never occurred. Just like this, boss number 1 was easily killed. After looting the corpse, they found a blue equipment. But because it was low-leveled, no one really cared much about it. It would become outdated in an instant anyways. At this moment, however, they all required that Lord Grimm picked it up. Even though Sleeping Moon didn't say anything, he also silently chose to give it up. Yi Xiu looked and saw that it wasn't much better than a green level 10 belt. But since everyone renounced it, he could only courteously accept it and wear it. They continued forward. Afterwards, they employed the same tactic. Boss number 2 was a web-spitting long-ranged type spider. Annoyingly, it would frequently spit out webs onto the cave flying and jumping around like Spider-Man. But under Yi Xiu's leadership, the 5 finally brought this fellow into a corner. Only this time they didn't play billiards with it, instead they used skills that stunned one after another. Yi Xiu dispatched boss number 2 through chain stuns, so it wouldn't be able to spit out webs again. Naturally, the 4 players began worshipping Yi Xiu to a whole new level. This person was their MT as well as their main damage dealer. From time to time, he would even heal them. After doing so, he would plan tactics and then carry it out. The 4 could no longer use words to describe him and could only worship, and worship him again. The Spider Cave Spider Lord was another difficult part of the dungeon. This guy had the strengths of both small spider bosses, web-spitting and poisonous. It had 8 hairy legs and a belly full of patterns. It was twice as big as a small boss and was extremely nauseating. Confronting this final boss, 7 Fields and the others weren't nervous at all because they knew that under Lord Grimm's commands, there wouldn't be any problems beating this 2-in-1 boss. As expected, this fight was just as easy as the last ones. This 2-in-1 Spider Lord was just a bit fatter and had a few extra tricks. Under Yi Xiu's commands, they controlled the field smoothly dispatched it. First clear. At this moment, the announcement system impressively lined up the names of their 5-player party. Sleeping Moon, 7 Fields, Sunset Clouds, Drifting Water, Lord Grim, 10th server first Spider Cave clear. 7 Fields and the others were all astonished and went into an ecstasy. Although their leveling wasn't considered slow, they wouldn't have ever thought that they could be the first ones to clear Spider Cave. This was all thanks to the great expert Lord Grim, or else it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. D*MN. And at this moment, another party of 5 in the Spider Cave all shouted together when they saw this announcement. In front of them, there was only a sliver of health left on the Spider Lord. They would have been able to finish it given 10 more seconds. But now, they lost to these 10 seconds. Regretful and unwilling, the 5 players all dreamt of the countless ways they could have made up for those 10 seconds. In the end, they could only admit to reality. Their dream was to have their guild be the first to clear every dungeon in the 10th server. But just then in this second dungeon, their dreams had already been crushed. 10 seconds. They had only lost by 10 seconds. Lord Grim. Wasn't this the person that was the first to kill the Midnight Phantom Cat? The Spider Lord had already collapsed. The 5 players had smoothly cleared the dungeon, but they weren't happy at all. I think so. Where did this person come from? This person has also been on the announced twice. Blue River, he's just like you. This Blue River was also like Lord Grim and had been announced by the system twice. His background wasn't small. He belonged to one of the 3 great guilds, Blue Brook Guild. In the heavenly domain, he possessed the Blade Master, Blue Bridge Spring Snow, one of the 5 top experts of Blue Brook Guild. But as all veterans knew, peak guilds like Blue Brook Guild had a professional club backing them. The 5 great experts weren't their best. The experts of the professional team behind them were. Behind the Blue Brook Guild was the Blue Rain Club's team. The number 1 player on their team was called Huang Xiaotian. His account was a blade master called Troubling Rain. In the Glory community, he was known as the Sword Saint and was as equally famous as the Battle God One Autumn Leaf. When the 10th server opened, Blue Brook Guild sent Blue River along with other helpers to be pioneers in the new server and help establish their power by absorbing fresh blood. No one else but a player from one of those 3 great guilds would dream of dominating the dungeon records in a new server. Who would have thought that their dreams would have ended already in the Spider Cave? Not only that, but they were only off by 10 seconds. His brothers were all depressed and Blue River wasn't feeling good either. Lord Grim, discussing the name, Blue River, and everyone else were at a loss. The guilds that wrestled for power from Blue Brook Guild mainly did so in the heavenly domain. After competing for so many years, they all learned of each other's experts. This time, all of the experts that were sent out to the 10th server had been scouted out. The information was thorough and accurate. But Lord Grim had never appeared in their list of names. Was it possible that he snuck in? Is there any information on his 4 teammates? Blue River asked. None. All of the brothers said. Get in touch with all of our brothers in each of the villages. See if anyone knows him. Blue River said. Beginners were put into villages randomly. Even their Blue Brook Guild people couldn't meet up with each other easily, most of them were on their own. While they leveled up, they also dug out future prospects. When they reached level 20 and left Beginner Village, they would join together after establishing a guild. The Blue Brook Guild players that came were headed by Blue River. And his side naturally became the command center. In reality, no big guild would go so far as to cover all of the beginner villages. The player distribution was too random, so it wasn't possible to be so precise. But when Blue River once again went into Spider Cave to quickly level up, the information they had requested finally arrived. Only, this information not only didn't tell them clearly who those players were, but instead made the situation even more chaotic. The information report told them that outside of the Green Forest at some village, just then Sleeping Moon had slandered and criticized Lord Grim, saying that he had intentionally tricked and robbed them of the hidden boss. What type of hideous mess is this? Hearing this, everyone was puzzled. This Lord Grim swindled a player to obtain the first hidden boss kill and then formed a party with that player to be the first to clear Spider Cave. This odd situation made these 5 experienced veterans to be extremely puzzled. Let's not worry about this first. Let's hurry up and train. There'll definitely be an opportunity to meet them when we reach level 20. Blue River said gloomily and continued to lead his party. Outside of some village's spider cave, 7 Fields and the others were still immersed in the excitement of being the first ones to clear a dungeon and couldn't free themselves from it. They were lacking compared to Blue River and those experts by several grades. As a result, with regards to a first clear, it was basically a dream come true. Who would have thought that they truly had the chance to complete it? In that moment, they were excited beyond words. And their great leader Lord Grimm? He was still deathly silent. He only dully said a few words, "Pretty good experience. Expert, it's all thanks to you." 7 Fields and the others all surrounded Lord Grimm. After playing Glory for so long, today was the day they finally understood what peak expert meant. A peak expert could let novices like them clear a difficult dungeon with ease. 7 Fields felt that for this sort of expert, even leaving his guild to follow him was worth it. In comparison to the other 3 in high spirits, Sleeping Moon's mood was quite gloomy. What had originally been his hated enemy turned into his brother's hero. Not only that, but just a moment ago in the dungeon, he himself looked like a vile person giving his brothers a bad opinion of him. Now, if he didn't say anything, then his face really would just fall off. Sleeping Moon grinded his teeth and jumped in front of Lord Grimm. "Your skill is really good. I admit to this. Only, I swear that there will be a day I catch up to you." "Are you serious?" Yi Xiu laughed. "Yes." Sleeping Moon said in an extremely provocative manner. "Go for it." Yi Xiu replied back and left. D*MN, Sleeping Moon was about to go insane. "You should look down on me. You should hate me. You should mocking me." Wasn't this how experts were supposed to respond to challenges? To not care and just say, "Go for it," as if nothing had happened. What was that? "Little Moon, knock it off." 7 Fields went over to ease him. "F***ck, you're the Little Moon. Sleeping Moon said angrily. Calm down, calm down. Let's hurry up and train." The other 2 brothers Sunset Clouds and Drifting Water called out. Then, they gladly and diligently caught up to Lord Grimm to try make him their good friends. D*MN, why didn't they call me over too? 7 Fields immediately rushed over. While Sleeping Moon grinded his teeth, he unexpectedly received a friend request from Lord Grimm. Decline. Sleeping Moon happily declined it. If he asked again. Sleeping Moon thought. But that sort of development didn't happen. Lord Grimm had already entered the dungeon. 7 Fields and the 2 others followed closely. Sleeping Moon had been swept to the side. Only after a long time did he receive an invite from 7 Fields. Sleeping Moon was depressed. When they entered the dungeon, D*MN, the 4 others didn't wait for him at all. They slaughtered their way through and as if he weren't there. Sleeping Moon wanted to leave the dungeon, but 7 Fields invited him again. Sleeping Moon still enjoyed his brother's concerns, so he had second thoughts thinking that he couldn't ignore his brother's concern just because of that guy. In the end, he still caught up with them. 7 Fields still had a good relationship with him. He keenly discovered that Sleeping Moon wasn't feeling too good and sent another private message to cheer him up. Sleeping Moon's mood improved a lot. This time, they breezed through the dungeon just like before. In an instant, they slaughtered their way through. Without saying another word, they entered for a 3rd round. But when they entered the dungeon they received a system prompt: "You have mistakenly entered the Spider Emperor's cave. Hidden boss." 7 Fields cried out in alarm and then looked to Lord Grimm. If they didn't have this expert, they definitely wouldn't dare attempt the hidden boss. The system also empathized on this point. The hidden boss wouldn't stop players from clearing a dungeon. They could kill it or choose not to. Killing the final boss was still the end goal. Now, the players unanimously looked towards Lord Grimm. They wanted to see if this expert had a way to defeat the hidden boss. "Oh, there's a hidden boss." Yi Xiu said, "Heh, if it's a hidden boss. We can't kill it." 7 Fields and the others were a little disappointed. "It's not that we can't kill it. I just have a few conditions. The Spider Emperor should drop strong spider silk. Can you guys give me this? I'll give up on the other materials and equipment. You guys can have them all." Yi Xiu said. "No problem." 7 Fields and the others almost didn't think about the proposal before agreeing. At this moment, the value of this expert had already surpassed those precious drops from the hidden boss. They were more worried about finding a way to express their goodwill. Who would have thought that this expert would come up with this demand? That was truly a relief. Even if he wanted all of the drops, 7 Fields and the others wouldn't hesitate to agree either. In addition, 7 Fields, this guy, wanted to express his goodwill even further. He turned around and said, "Little Moon. Give the party leader over to Brother Expert. If you say that again, I'm going to kill you." Sleeping Moon grinded his teeth. "Haha. Isn't it cute? Why don't you like it?" 7 Fields laughed, but he didn't joke too excessively and immediately followed up, "If you don't want me to call you that, then I won't call you that. Give the party leader position to Brother Expert." Sleeping Moon understood his meaning. By giving him the party leader position and then letting him set up the party, they would thoroughly dispel all of his doubts towards them. He would then have complete trust between them. Reaching this step, Sleeping Moon finally understand at last. Lord Grimm didn't need any plots. If he really wanted everything, then with just a word, his 3 brothers would have no complaints. Sleeping Moon had no other choice, so he transferred the position to him. In the end, Lord Grimm didn't make any changes and only said, "Let's continue," so he continued to lead everyone. Their killing method didn't change and everything proceeded without a hitch. Ahead, a fork appeared on the main road of the Spider Cave. Everyone knew which one of the roads led to the Spider Emperor's den. Lord Grimm didn't hesitate and directly headed towards the Spider Emperor. The 4 others followed closely behind. This side road wouldn't appear in the normal dungeon. On the way, there were a few spider eggs. When the players moved close to them, they began hatching. Extremely small spiders jumped out and attacked the players. Their damage wasn't high, but they were small and nimble, not easy to hit. The 4 players opened their eyes wide until they almost popped out. It would basically take 3 to 5 strikes to hit it once. But for Lord Grimm, with just a lift of his lance, he would hit one after another without fail, cleaning them up rapidly. Seeing that the 4 others were having trouble, he turned around to provide assistance. The 4 others all held their breath. Without this person, although they could have reached the Spider Emperor, this road would have taken them an hour. "Do you think we'll be the first ones to kill the Spider Emperor?" Drifting Water looked forward to the future. "This depends on our luck. We won't know if we'll meet it early enough." 7 Field said. "We were the first ones to clear it, meaning we were the earliest to go into the Spider Cave the second time. Our speed wasn't slow either. Now this is our 3rd round and there hasn't been an announcement for it yet. I feel that our chances are good." Drifting Water analyzed. "Without strength, even if we met the Spider Emperor, we wouldn't dare to kill it." Sunset Cloud sighed. "Luckily we have Brother Expert." 7 Field said. Right. Those 2 parroted. "You guys make me sick." Sleeping Moon exceptionally disdained upon how these 3 were always trying to curry favor with Lord Grimm. He wasn't scared of Lord Grimm hearing of it either. The 3 players all felt embarrassed and became somewhat angry towards Sleeping Moon. As for their previous hostility, that fellow was also in the wrong, why couldn't he just move back a step? 7 Fields once again sent Sleeping Moon a private message to educate him. Sleeping Moon obviously couldn't reason over 7 Fields. In the end, he could only show off a "I'm not feeling well anyways" attitude. 7 Fields was getting impatient too. When Sleeping Moon said he wasn't feeling well, 7 Fields told him to just leave the dungeon and get out. And stop causing trouble for them. Sleeping Moon felt sad and wronged. Did the time finally arrive for those peasants to leave him for the expert? "We're here." Yi Xiu continued to be at the very front. Seeing that there was another cave in the Spider Cave, he knew that this was the Spider Emperor's den. "How do we kill it?" 7 Fields asked. "You guys wait a bit. I'm going to go look up a guide." Yi Xiu said. The 4 others immediately went into chaos. What was this situation? To look up a guide when they reached a crisis, what was this sort of last-minute preparation? Brother Expert, 7 Fields didn't know how to convey it. In the end, he saw that Lord Grimm just stood there without any response. He really did go out of the game to look up a guide. The 4 were at a loss. They had already judged him as an ultra-high-level expert, but how could this sort of thing happen to such an expert? Could it be, he switched with someone else? 7 Fields guessed an idea that caused everyone to be alarmed. As I said before. How could such an awesome expert not stay in the heavenly domain? Why would he be here alone in this new server? Drifting Water said. F***ck, it was a true expert that helped play with us, but now that a fake expert switched in. Wouldn't he have to run off and look at a guide? Sunset Cloud said. Brother Expert, how could you just abandon us like this? Couldn't you have at least helped us clear the dungeon? Tears streamed down the three players' cheeks. Sleeping Moon hadn't uttered a word, but he suddenly had another guess. This person had acted so calmly and without a reaction towards him. Didn't he have the same personality as the person he had met when they first bumped into each other? Right when he couldn't free himself this type of difficult situation. Yi Xiu had already finished the guide and returned. Okay. Yi Xiu said. Brother Expert, you haven't switched players, have you? Seven Fields carefully asked. Switched players? Yi Xiu didn't understand. Has this account been played by you the entire time? Seven Fields asked. Yup. Yi Xiu said. Then I don't really understand. Why would such an amazing expert need to look at a guide? Seven Fields said. I haven't done this dungeon in so many years. If I didn't look at a guide, I wouldn't remember how to beat it. Yi Xiu said. Then before. I had also looked up a guide. Yi Xiu said. The four players were dumbstruck. When? Seven Fields asked. After learning skills, I glimpsed at a few. But they were too long, I hadn't read up to the hidden boss. Yi Xiu said. The four continued to be puzzled. They had all studied a spider cave guide beforehand. But there was no guide that was similar to how Lord Grimm commanded. What guide did he look at? Yi Xiu had already begun explaining how to fight the Spider Emperor. Just a moment ago, I looked at the Spider Emperor's description. To confront him, we can still use the same strategy as we did against the web-spitting one. After surrounding it, we chain stun it. But here's the difficult part, the Spider Emperor will keep on spawning spider eggs, which can't be interrupted by any skill or effect. The spawned spider will be similar to the ones in the passageway, but their bites will cause a 3-second stasis. Everyone knows about the stasis status effect, right? You cannot move or attack, but you can't be hurt either. Although there won't be any damage, it'll break up our formation. So we definitely can't be bitten by those small spiders. Then what should we do? Seven Fields asked. Let me be in charge of clearing these small spiders. Don't worry about them. So the hardest part will be whether the four of you can continuously chain stun the Spider Emperor until its death. This is the strategy from the guide. Seven Fields and the others weren't new players. The guides they had seen didn't have this sort of strategy. If there was such a guide, then it would definitely be criticized until there were cuts and bruises all over. Why? Because this could only be done in theory. 4 people continuously chain stunning the Spider Emperor was still reasonable. But to rely on a single person to cleanly kill off all of the small spiders, who would dare to ensure that he wouldn't make a single mistake? If there was even a single small spider that escaped and bit at any one of the 4, then the formation would be interrupted. The Spider Emperor could fly up in the air, drill into the ground, spit webs that pulled them, and spray poison mist. Of all of the hidden bosses, it was the strongest. If the 4 surrounded it and then suddenly, an opportunity to retaliate appeared, then all of them could just die on the spot. What do you think? Can you guys do it? Yet Yi Xiu still asked. Hey, isn't this a problem that we should be asking you? Can you guarantee that not a single spider will leak out? Sleeping Moon said. Of course. That's why the crucial point is you guys. 4 people surrounding it. It's also the highest level Spider Emperor, so coordinating rhythm needs to be fast. I can't help you guys. If you hear my voice and then react, it might already be too slow, so I can only rely on the coordination of you 4. What do you think? Is there a problem? Yi Xiu asked. Is there any other method? Seven Fields asked. Truthfully, the 4 of them weren't very confident. With your combination of class skills, I don't think there is any other. Yi Xiu said. This is a method you decided on after seeing our class's skills? Correct. The 4 were shocked. They were still wondering what guide Yi Xiu looked at because the several times they had done it, they had never seen a guide like that. Now they knew, Yi Xiu didn't look at a guide to look for a strategy, he was only looking at it to see the boss's characteristics. After looking at it, he created a strategy that fit their skills. Without any testing, without any breaking in, just directly commanding, in the end they cleared the bosses. This time what shocked the 4 of them wasn't the gorgeous character control, the outstanding awareness, or the exceptional leadership. It was the extremely deep understanding of the game. Seven Fields and the others immediately felt that the word expert wasn't enough to describe him. Only an even grander term could. But the four of them were still hesitant because this time they couldn't completely depend on him. The four had to do their part alone. Originally, they weren't any great experts, merely experienced players that were better than new players. When Yi Xiu asked whether they could do it or not, they truthfully didn't have much confidence. The four hesitated, but Yi Xiu didn't urge them. The five of them just silently stood there outside the Spider Emperor's den. But at this moment, a system announcement suddenly flashed over their screens. The first Spider Cave hidden boss kill had already been completed. Seven Fields clenched his teeth and thought it'd be best not to think of the first kill at this moment. Even if we went through a dungeon on an ordinary day, if we met a hidden boss, then it's not like we wouldn't even try and just give it up. If we really couldn't do it, then we could just quickly leave. One benefit of beginner village dungeons was that force quitting a dungeon could be done. Although the character still had to be resurrected, there wouldn't be any experience loss. Beginner village all in all took good care of new players. Shall we try it? Seven Fields looked towards his three brothers. The three players showed fighting spirit after seeing the system announcement. They all agreed in unison. Bring it on. Seven Fields represented his brothers and declared their choice to Lord Grimm. 4 people is enough to use this strategy. Recall what your rhythm was the last few times. Now just make it a bit faster. Don't think about it, feel it. Yi Xiu said. Understood. I'll start the battle. Yi Xiu said this and directed Lord Grimm to the den entrance. He didn't enter. He just took out his weapon and lifted it up once. He then suddenly turned around and retreated swiftly. Done. The four were stunned. Done. Yi Xiu said. The four were all scratching their head in puzzlement. How did he start it? They didn't see anything. They all thought that Lord Grimm would enter. Who knew that he would just stand at the entrance for a bit? This type of initiation could only be done by long-ranged classes. Did he bring a gun? He must have. While they guessed, a shriek rang out from the den. The Spider Emperor that had been in a nice nap had been forcefully woken up. Everyone felt the entire cave shake and knew that the Emperor was about to come out. Disperse to the left and right. Be careful. Yi Xiu yelled. Seven Fields and the others separated left and right, 2 on each side. The Spider Emperor spat out poison and directly pounced onto Lord Grimm. Lord Grimm didn't retreat and instead moved forward. He rushed forward to meet it. Right when it looked as if he were going to be pounced on, suddenly, his body lowered. With a whoosh and a bang, he slid across the Spider Emperor's belly. I told you he brought a gun. Drifting Water shouted. The bang was a sound produced from a basic gunner attack. The sliding Lord Grimm then leaped up into the air. With a flick of his wrist, the lance stabbed into the Spider Emperor's butt. Using the Spider Emperor's pouncing power, he sent the Spider Emperor flying into the 4-man formation. Up! Yi Xiu yelled. The four acted with confusion. Prior to this, they had thought that Yi Xiu needed a bit of time to bring the monster into the trap. They hadn't thought that the Spider Emperor would have been brought to them so directly and efficiently. I'll start. Seven Fields shouted and moved up to attack. Then me. Sunset Clouds moved up. Drifting Water went next. Sleeping Moon had to go next. After Sleeping Moon finished, Seven Fields cried, my skill's still on cooldown. Too quick. Yi Xiu's Lord Grimm had already dashed up to use a dragon tooth, keeping the Spider Emperor stunned. Hurry up and get familiar with the rhythm. Yi Xiu directed Lord Grimm to the just recently spawned small spiders. Okay. Seven Fields looked. It turns out that the Emperor didn't immediately lay out all of its abilities when the fight began. It started out quite slow, giving them some time to ease in. At this point, the great expert could still deal with a small amount of spiders while simultaneously helping them continuously stun. It's still too fast. After the round was over, Seven Fields' skill was still on cooldown. Don't be nervous. Grasp the rhythm. Yi Xiu reminded. Fast, Drifting Water went too early. Still fast, it's still Drifting Water. It's still fast. This time it's Little Moon Moon. Drifting Water's rhythm was good. You've adjusted well. Yi Xiu helped observe who was doing well while busily hitting down the small spiders. The Spider Emperor's life continued to drop. The spawn rate increased by 1, 2, 3. Okay, this round's rhythm was good that time. Grasp it well. Finally, this round, their coordination was just right. Rhythm. Rhythm, 7 Fields and the others recited the word until their minds were about to break. In front of their eyes wasn't the Spider Emperor nor an attack target, only when to use their skill. After another successful round after another, the 4 players felt happy. Had they finally grasped it? Although they couldn't say what the feeling was, but it felt like it was right and began instinctively releasing their skills at the right time. Yi Xiu at this time also didn't have the skill to take care of them anymore. After saying a go, 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 he coiled around the Spider Emperor, taking down the small spiders. Hitting left and right without ever failing, the small spiders were killed. Currently, only Yi Xiu could do this. Although there were other players that had this level of skill, in the new server, their weapons were still only level 10. They couldn't kill the small spiders in one hit. If a small spider had to be hit twice to kill, even Yi Xiu wouldn't be able to completely clear them all. Be careful and concentrate. You guys can do it. Yi Xiu reminded them from time to time. He clearly knew that it was easy to grow numb from doing this sort of repeated robotic action. If their minds wandered for a bit, then a tragedy would appear. 7 Fields didn't let their minds go astray. They fixed their attention on their brother's actions. They didn't have the time to worry about what Lord Grimm was doing, even though they clearly knew that clearing the small spiders was much more difficult. In addition, a single mistake would cause them to all die too. The Spider Emperor's life had already dropped to half. 7 Fields repeatedly did the same action and the rhythm was fast too. He felt that his fingers had turned a little rigid. They all began to doubt whether they could still continue to press on. 7 Fields boldly gave some attention to Lord Grimm's situation. Lord Grimm was currently flying around everywhere. The Spider Emperor had already begun to lay 6 eggs at once. 6 spider eggs. After breaking open their shell, without any reason, would randomly choose a target to pounce on. Lord Grimm's battle lance was jet black. Only the tip of the umbrella had a small glint of light. With a wave and a flash of cold light, the battle lance stabbed through the small spider, which shrieked and died on the spot. Not good. 7 Fields' heart dropped. He saw, from the corner of his eye, a small spider had quickly flew towards sunset clouds. But Lord Grimm's distance was too far, it didn't look like he would make it in time. In the end, he only heard a bang echo and that small spider burst into flames, exploding into small pieces. What happened? 7 Fields said in a flurry. It was good that he still hadn't forgotten his task. His attacks were still on point. It seems as if it had been hit by a gun. 7 Fields thought. But at that time he had only seen the small spider, he hadn't paid attention to Lord Grimm's movements. Thinking about that long-ranged initiation, he confirmed that this player also brought a different class's weapon with him. 7 Fields now felt reassured, but when he looked at his brothers, he saw that they were all concentrated solely on their task at hand. Their heads hadn't even turned once. 7 Fields suddenly discovered that during this moment of distraction, his weariness and nervousness decreased by quite a bit. But at this moment, 7 Fields didn't dare tell his brothers about this experience. If everyone became distracted for a bit, who knew what would happen? I hope that there won't be any accidents, 7 Fields silently thought in his heart. But at this moment, Sleeping Moon felt as if his limit had almost been reached. Both hands were extremely stiff and it seemed like they had lost all flexibility. He couldn't even tell whether he had completed his action when each round passed. His gaze was fixed on the screen. When suddenly, he felt as if the distance between the screen and him widened, and everything on the screen blurred. Feeling, I have to remember the feeling. Sleeping Moon kept reminding himself. He was under a lot of pressure and was afraid of making a mistake. He knew that his brothers already had a somewhat bad opinion of him. Even more, he didn't want Lord Grimm to look down on him. Stand firm. Sleeping Moon clenched his teeth and persevered. In the very beginning, the Spider Emperor's health seemed to drop so quickly. But why does it feel so slow now? After all this time, why is there still 1/3 left? Can I really persevere until the end? When 7 Fields became distracted, it let him relax a bit. But when Sleeping Moon became distracted, it only added to his pressure. In the end, it didn't matter what happened though, the two players hadn't made any mistakes yet. Their chain-stunning coordination still continued. Just at this moment, Drifting Water suddenly let out a cry. He made a mistake. When they had first started to break in, he was also the slowest to enter the state, unable to grasp the rhythm. After persevering for this long, he had finally made a slip-up. Just like before, he had acted too quickly. Although the Spider Emperor was still stun-locked, after Sleeping Moon went, what then? Because Drifting Water had acted too quickly, 7 Field's skill would still be on cooldown. He had no other skill to stun the Spider Emperor again. The 4 players' hearts all dropped to a sheet of dead ash. They all hoped that the expert would perform a miracle and rescue them. But in the end, they saw that the Spider Emperor raised its butt and unfortunately, spawned 8 eggs at this moment. It's over. The 4 gave up all hope. After Sleeping Moon used his skill, he could only sorrowfully look at 7 Fields. 7 Fields had no available skills, he had no idea what to do next. After losing control of the Spider Emperor, what should he do? This was an event that he hadn't foreseen. 7 Fields move out of the way. In the middle of their despair, a voice ignited their hopes in an instant. 7 Fields immediately moved to the side without the slightest hesitation. A battle lance streaked from the sky. Lord Grimm used Dragon Tooth to stab the Spider Emperor. The stun status had been mended, but with no one controlling the 8 small spiders, they all scattered ready to bite everyone. Everyone was at a loss. They didn't know whether to continue attacking the Spider Emperor or deal with the small spiders. In the end, they saw that Lord Grimm, who had just used Dragon Tooth, moved forward 2 steps. The battle lance in his hand unexpectedly split into 2 parts. With each hand holding a different part, both arms stretched forward and held back the Spider Emperor. Humph! Lord Grimm lifted both his arms. Taking advantage of the Spider Emperor raising his head, he flipped backwards. With an iron bridge, he toppled the Spider Emperor onto its back. Grappler skill, back throw. This skill not only did damage to the target, but also created a small-scale ripple damaging monsters in its radius. Lord Grimm's back throw had created a ripple at just the right spot hitting all 8 spiders. The small spiders all flipped over and bounced up. With a crashing sound, they all turned into corpses. 7 Fields. Yi Xiu yelled. 7 Fields had been prepared. He immediately kicked it and the Spider Emperor continued to be in a stunned state. Everyone be careful. I can't rescue you guys all the time. Yi Xiu said. Sunset Clouds, Drifting Water, Sleeping Moon, each one attacked it one after the other. They were all scared to the point that their hands were drenched with cold sweat. Every time they grabbed their mouse, they were afraid that their hands would slip. But there was no time to wipe it, they were all wide-eyed not daring to make the slightest mistake. The situation stabilized once more. The 4 players that didn't dare be distracted didn't reflect on the past situation. Under their relentless attacks, the Spider Emperor's health declined. From 1/3 to 1/4 to 1/5. It's almost at red blood. Everyone be careful. Yi Xiu reminded them. What do we do when it hits red blood? 7 Fields asked. When a hidden boss hit red blood, there would definitely be a special effect. The guide he looked at said that when the boss hit red blood, it would gain super armor. In this state, the boss couldn't be stunned. Kill it quick. Yi Xiu said. Hearing these 3 words, the 4 players no longer felt nervous, but on the contrary felt excited. They had performed the same action for too long. They would rather die than do the same actions again. It's red. 7 Fields yelled. Sunset Cloud step on a small spider. Yi Xiu shouted. What? Although Sunset Clouds didn't understand this command, he had already subconsciously faced towards a small spider that pounced at him. It looked like it really had been prepared just for him. The small spider bit towards Sunset Clouds and immediately he was incapable of performing any actions. The Spider Emperor unexpectedly also twisted its body and bit disgustingly with its big mouth towards him. Sunset Clouds cried out in fear. In the end, nothing happened. After the small spider bit him, he was forced into a stasis state and couldn't move. But during this time, he was invincible, even the Spider Emperor couldn't harm him. Yi Xiu used this knowledge to give everyone time to freely attack the Spider Emperor for 3 seconds. While the Spider Emperor acted out violently, it continued to spawn eggs like mad. Yi Xiu took note of this and began clearing out all of the small spiders again. Only this time, he carefully observed that the small spiders didn't touch Sunset Clouds. But it could be said that Sunset Clouds suddenly gained insight and actively looked for small spiders to bite him. Although they weren't experts, they were experienced and understood Yi Xiu's tactic. Because the 4 players had surrounded and attacked the Spider Emperor, they had accumulated a lot of aggro. Sunset Clouds did the greatest amount of damage among the four of them, so the aggro onto him was also the greatest. Yi Xiu used this knowledge and let the Spider Emperor to start off his plan. The original small spiders that had once tried to interrupt their formation became their most dependable protective umbrella. Before, this tactic wouldn't have worked because it was only until later did Sunset Clouds accumulate enough aggro onto him. Besides, it was also at this point that the Spider Emperor's spawning rate pushed him to his limits. Sunset Clouds lined up to be bitten, maintaining his invincibility. Although the small spiders did some damage, it wasn't very high. When there was an opportunity, Lord Grimm would conveniently give him a heal. The Spider Emperor spat out webs and poison. Every part of its body that could be used was used, but to no avail. Only with their continuous attacks, finally, someone surpassed Sunset Clouds in total aggro. The Spider Emperor switched attack targets, but the first one to be targeted, Sleeping Moon, had learned of Sunset Cloud's tactic long ago. And the one with the task of clearing small spiders, Lord Grimm, had predicted this step too. He prepared a spider in advance to pounce toward Sleeping Moon. This most dangerous red blood part of the battle had already been thoroughly turned into a game. Everyone was happily laughing and bullying the Spider Emperor. Finally, they teased this strongest monster in Spider Cave to its death. First, the system announcement appeared. Lord Grimm, 7 Fields, Sunset Clouds, Drifting Water, Sleeping Moon are the first to kill the Spider Emperor. Sweet. 7 Fields and the others excitedly cheered. If they could, they would have lifted Lord Grimm high up towards the sky and tossed him. If they didn't have him, they wouldn't have been able to complete it. The continuous chain stuns on the Spider Emperor gave them lots of pressure, but the task of clearing out the small spiders was much harder. The scarier part was that he had rescued them midway. Finally, he accurately controlled the small spiders' aggro in order to complete the entire plan. They had nothing more to say. 7 Fields and the others truly had no other words to describe it. They had played Glory, but up until now, let alone seeing, they hadn't even thought such an amazing player existed. Brother Expert, for strong silk threads dropped. 7 Fields ran up to see what the Spider Emperor had dropped and reported it to Yi Xiu. He happily chose to give them up. The others also, without any objections, agreed that they wouldn't even touch them. Thank you. Yi Xiu said and picked up the 4 strong silk threads. The rest is yours. Yi Xiu also kept his word. You take them. You take them. After the items appeared, they humbly declined them. They knew that Yi Xiu made sure a disaster never appeared. Besides the strong spider silk, the Spider Emperor also dropped 2 spider venoms, a pair of level 15 chestnut boots, an armor that added 3 points to strength. Apart from this, a purple weapon appeared too. Mahogany Tachi, level 15. Weight, 2.6 kilograms, attack speed, 8. Physical attack, 165, magic attack, 178. Strength plus 10, intelligence plus 14. Tachis were considered sword-class weapons, used by the swordsman-type class, but its magic attack was high. Actually, in Glory, weapons either emphasized either physical attack or magic attack. The 1000-chance umbrella was the same in both. A player could know that it was self-made just by looking at its stats. In comparison, the Mahogany Tachi was on the same level as the 1000-chance umbrella. A level 15 purple weapon was equivalent to his level 5 silver weapon. But this Mahogany Tachi did have additional properties. Its attack speed was higher than the 1000-chance umbrella by 3 levels, and just by its attribute increases, it already surpassed the 1000-chance umbrella. Yi Xiu looked at the Tachi and sighed in admiration at today's luck. Blue equipment and hidden boss materials were certain drops, but the previous skill book and the current purple weapon, those were all luck. Although low-leveled equipment would quickly become outdated, with this purple weapon, in the first stage, a player would still be stronger than most others. Not only that, but purple weapons, could totally be used up until level 25. Because of this sword, even if an unspecialized character that hadn't planned on playing the swordsman-type class, switched to it, the switch would be worth it. The 4 players all gulped, especially Sleeping Moon and Sunset Clouds. Those 2 had been planning on playing a swordsman-type class. This weapon absolutely suited them. Haha, this sword is useless. You guys take it. After Yi Xiu looked at it for a bit, he decided to renounce it. He also renounced the spider venom and chestnut boots and completely kept his word on their previous agreement. Brother Expert, you should still take them. 7 Field said honestly, if you didn't carry us, we wouldn't have been able to see these things. Haha, if it weren't for your formation, even I would have trouble killing the Spider Emperor. Yi Xiu said. Everyone stared blankly. Did they hear that correctly? He didn't say he wasn't able to, he only said he'd have trouble. Yi Xiu decisively renounced it, so Seven Fields and the others accepted it. They were all old friends and they split up the drops harmoniously. The spider venom would be sold for money. It didn't matter who chose it. After selling it, they would split the money up again. The chestnut boots was an ordinary blue equipment, so everyone carelessly rolled for it. In the end, Sunset Clouds beautifully dispatched it with a perfect 100 points. As for the Mahogany Tachi, according to their future classes, it would go to either Sunset Clouds or Sleeping Moon. Sunset Clouds had just grabbed the chestnut boots. Although the value of it couldn't be compared to the value of the Mahogany Tachi, he still happily chose to renounce it. Sleeping Moon held the Mahogany Tachi both excitedly and somewhat strangely. The first Spider Cave clear and now the first Spider Emperor kill, both times granted them huge experience rewards. Lord Grimm had already risen to level 12, while Seven Fields and the others would certainly level up after this dungeon. Killing the normal boss was too easy for them and they quickly dispatched it. After clearing the dungeon, Sleeping Moon felt conflicted again. He had originally planned on leaving the party after this run, but he had just obtained the Mahogany Tachi. Taking equipment and then leaving, didn't seem like good manners. If I leave. No good, if I don't leave. Seven Fields had already told me to get out, if I don't leave then I'd lose face too. Fortunately, Seven Fields was a good friend and took the initiative to call out to him. It seemed like what he had said in the dungeon was just a joke. And so things ended like this. With Lord Grimm as the leader, everyone entered the Spider Cave once again. Like Sleeping Moon, Blue River and his group from Blue Brook Guild were also conflicted and depressed. They weren't the first to clear Spider Cave. And of the 3 hidden bosses, 2 of them had already been stolen. This was their 4th time entering the dungeon. In the end, they still hadn't met one. Right as they were bitterly pressing on, another system announcement popped up. The last of the 3 hidden bosses in Spider Cave, the Spider Warrior, had been killed. The first to clear the Spider Warrior were members from one of the 3 great guilds Herb Garden. And the previous hidden boss had been cleared by members from the other great guild Tyrannical Ambition. From this, it could be seen that the 3 great guilds should have been evenly matched, but this time that guy, Lord Grimm, had stolen it away. Lord Grimm currently held the most records for first clears, 3 times. Furthermore, his party that followed him had stolen away 2 spots on the first clear leaderboards in the level 10 stage of the game. It made the Blue Brook Guild appear as if they had little face left. As for hidden bosses, they could only blame their bad luck on not meeting them. But when they thought about those 10 seconds they were off by, for the first dungeon clear, they could still only throw up blood. All of the first clears were gone. Blue River and the others all fall into despair. Where did this Lord Grimm come from? Have that village's people pay attention. Blue River said somewhat nervously. That Yi Xiu, who they had an extremely bad impression of, was actually in high spirits. Leaving and entering the dungeon again and again, he was awfully busy. The opening of the 10th server busily and hurriedly passed just like this. Some people were happy while some were worried. When Qingguo woke up from her sleep, it was already 11 o'clock, close to noon. She was usually disciplined and rarely slept in. Only yesterday was the opening of the 10th server. Following that guy and watching the excitement, made her sleep in extremely late. Qingguo calculated the time and found that she had slept for 8 hours. Satisfied, she stretched and climbed out of her bed. Qingguo lived in the internet cafe. To be more precise, she slept in the small room on the 2nd floor, in the same area as Yi Xiu. Compared with the newcomer Yi Xiu, Qingguo was extremely familiar with the environment. She had grown up in the happy internet cafe, eating, sleeping, and working there. During her time as a student, instead of returning home like everyone else, she squeezed into the internet cafe. For this reason, there were few misunderstandings. Happy Internet Cafe was her home. Qingguo had a deep impression of it ever since she was little. Because her parents were like this too, she carefully managed this internet cafe as if it were family. When the internet cafe was still extremely small, Qingguo was also still extremely small. Nowadays, her home had grown extremely large, but as for her family, only she remained. That year, at the time of her college entrance exam, Qingguo's father suddenly passed away from heart disease. Qingguo didn't have a mother, at least, she had no impression of one. After arranging her father's funeral, her family relatives discussed how they would handle the internet cafe. When they began talking about what they would do with Chenghua, without even thinking, Chenghua threw away her college admission notice and took over the internet cafe. Her friends and family held looks of astonishment. She resembled her father and continued to manage the internet cafe and look after the home. In a flash, 9 years had already passed. The current Chenghua had enough money to buy herself a comfortable living place, but she never had these sorts of thoughts. She felt extremely satisfied living in the internet cafe. In the internet cafe, she always felt steady and serene. Perhaps this was the feeling of family. Even though she was only one person, she never felt lonely. Today's weather is good. Standing next to the window, Chenghua looked outside. The silver-white world made the sunlight all the more dazzling. Father should go and bathe in it too. Chenghua joked. Picking up the picture of her and her dad, she put the picture on the windowsill. After putting on her clothes and washing her face, Chenghua magically and happily slipped out of the living room. Seeing that the storage room door was already open, she snuck in her head and took a glimpse, but didn't see Yishio. Where'd he go? Chenghua muttered. Pulling open the door, Chenghua immediately entered her internet cafe. The internet cafe was already filled to the capacity, all because of the opening of Glory's 10th server. After the all-night party left, the early morning party immediately followed. Every screen had scenes of Glory. Every person wore headphones and laughed or raged into their microphones depending on the circumstance. Chenghua went down the stairs and to the front desk. She asked the little sister receptionist on duty where Yishio went. The little sister pointed to deep in the smoking area. He's still playing, Chenghua said with great alarm. She quickly walked over there. The smoking area was a place filled with foul black smoke. Yishio was located in the middle of the main disaster area. Chenghua furrowed her eyebrows and tried to wave away the smoke. She rushed close to Yishio and lifted his headphones, still playing. Are you crazy? Yishio turned around at lightning speed and nodded his head, saying, morning. He immediately turned back and continued making pa-pa sounds on his keyboard. Chenghua swept her eyes over the screen, Spider Cave. Yup. What level? 17. Chenghua was startled. She carefully looked at the screen and saw Lord Grimm's experience bar. The bar was almost full. After this dungeon, he would level up to 18. At this moment, there were still 20 minutes before 12 o'clock. To reach level 18 in 12 hours, that had to be a new record. Even though the system announcement didn't have these sort of statistics, many players on the forum used these numbers to prove how amazing their leveling speed was. Chenghua glanced again and saw clearly Yishio's teammate. Sleeping Moon. Chenghua suddenly felt that she had seen this name before. Thinking carefully, she immediately recalled. Wasn't this person slandering you last night? Chenghua pointed to Sleeping Moon on the party list. Yup. Then why are you in a party with him? Chenghua couldn't understand. Because of his slandering, I couldn't form a party with anyone. Yishio said. Who asked you for this reason? Chenghua grew angry. For someone as mature as me, how could I be mad at his slandering? Yishio laughed. Chenghua still didn't understand. Even if Yishio didn't mind, why would the other person accept him into the party? What exactly happened? Chenghua asked. I reckon that when they first admitted me in, they had a plot set up for me. But after seeing that I played well, they felt that I would be helpful to them, so they let me go. Yishio said. Then you just happily worked for them without any benefits? Chenghua felt extremely on Yishio's behalf. It's nothing. It's okay. While Yishio said this, on the screen, a lance flashed by killing off the Spider Lord that had been surrounded by the 5 of them. Chenghua saw a bunch of system messages typed out neatly in the chat box. The party members 7 Fields, Sleeping Moon, Sunset Clouds, and Drifting Water all chose to renounce the equipment dropped from the Spider Lord. What is the meaning of this? Chenghua was astonished. I was very helpful to them, so they forced me to choose which equipment to take first. Sigh, there's nothing I can do. While Yishio said this, he decisively chose to renounce them. Through these priority picks, he had already collected a set of blue equipment long ago. But these guys still wanted him to take a look first. Chenghua was dumbstruck. She felt that what Yishio described was too modest. How was this working for them? Wasn't he the boss? Only the core of the party was qualified to have priority picks after finishing a boss. Not only that, but the precondition was that they were all a group of friends that recognized each other. Only then would they let the player who did the most work have priority. But these party members? Before she had slept, it seemed like they were enemies. When she woke up, how did they all suddenly become his little brothers? Clearly tell me how exactly this happened. Chen Guo wouldn't drop this matter and would ask until results came forth. It's because I helped them a lot. Yi Xiu said. How much? I carried them through the Spider Cave and Spider Emperor first clears. Yi Xiu said. You completed 3 first clears in one night. Chen Guo was shocked. She had played Chasing Haze for 5 years, but she didn't have a single first clear under her name. He only played throughout the night and a morning, not even 12 hours, but obtained 3 first clears. This was too dazzling. Good luck. Yi Xiu said. He lazily stretched and stood up from his chair. The party members on the screen had already logged out. A faint farewell could be heard from his headphones. Yi Xiu took the headphones from Chen Guo's hands. He put it up to his mouth shouting, "See you later," and then logged out of the game. I'm so sleepy. I'm going to sleep. Yi Xiu said. Do you want to eat something before sleeping? While Chen Guo said this, she sized up Yi Xiu. Truthfully, when she looked at Yi Xiu's face, she couldn't see any signs of the word sleepy. This person had pulled an all-nighter plus a morning. He did look a little listless, but the problem was that yesterday, when they had first met, he looked depressed as if he were half dead. She really couldn't tell that he had been wounded by the weapon of no sleep. No need. After I sleep, I'll eat. Yi Xiu shut down the computer and ran. Chen Guo had given him the keys to the second-floor storage room last night. After opening the door to that pitifully tiny storage room, he covered his head with a pillow and fell asleep. As for this room, it actually suited sleeping during the day very nicely. When the door was closed, the small light that slipped through the window wouldn't disturb him at all. Yi Xiu fell asleep quickly. He slept extremely well. When he awoke, the day turned dark again. It was hard to imagine that someone who had just recently experienced such a great rise and fall could sleep so simply. Sitting up from his bed, Yi Xiu didn't turn on the lights. He lit up a cigarette and after quietly smoking it, he got up and left the room. The doors to the 2 small bedrooms were all locked up. Yi Xiu knew that one of these rooms was occupied by Chen Guo and the other was occupied by a young lady named Tang Rou. He heard that Tang Rou was a long-time employee at Happy Internet Cafe. She had already worked there for almost 2 years, but in these past few days, she had taken a break. As for other Internet Cafe employees that needed a living place, they lived in the nearby neighborhood. Chen Guo had rented an apartment for all of the employees to live in. Yi Xiu's place was a place for waiting until a vacancy opened up. Chen Guo indicated that as soon as a person stopped working, he would have the opportunity to obtain his own bed. When he went to the bathroom at a convenient time, Yi Xiu saw a sticky note on the mirror. Bored, he took a glance and discovered that the sticky note was actually written to him. Chen Guo had already prepared a towel and toothbrush for him. Yi Xiu tore down the sticky note and was somewhat at a loss. Mainly, he didn't think that the boss was so attentive. As for whether he was moved, this type of trivial matter wouldn't be enough, grateful would be more accurate. After tidying the towel and toothbrush, Yi Xiu left and looked around for a bit. It was already 9 o'clock. He hadn't eaten food all day. Leaving the small inner rooms, he entered the internet cafe and felt a little abnormal. Even though the second floor was a more costly higher quality area, it was a little too empty. Yi Xiu headed downstairs baffled. In the end, unexpectedly, the further he went, the darker it became. The internet cafe's first floor actually had no lights turned on. Did something happen? Yi Xiu glanced around at a loss. He discovered that although the first floor lights weren't turned on, there were a lot of people, so much so that there were quite a few trying to squeeze in. To wall in the south, a 200-inch diagonal projection hung high up. The projector streamed a scene and the sound echoed throughout the entire internet cafe. Everyone was extremely quiet, whether they were sitting at a computer or standing in the passageway. It seemed as if they had all forgotten what the purpose of an internet cafe was and treated it as a movie theater, quietly gazing at the projection. Yi Xiu also quickly heard a voice commentating on the scene. 5 words that he couldn't have been more familiar with appeared. Yi Xiu, one autumn leaf. The projection that was being streamed, to his shock, was a movie segment on the history of his professional career in glory. The commentator also movingly described the series of accomplishments he had gained in his career in glory. 3-time league champion, 3-time MVP, 2-time rising star, 1-time one-hit one-kill. No matter if it was his team or other players, Yi Qiu was at the peak of the Glory Professional Alliance. He was the goal of every professional Glory player. Next, let's all commemorate the Battle God 1 Autumn Leaf that Yi Qiu controlled through these series of marvelous images. The commentator used a downcast sorrowful tone to cast. On the projection, invincible images of the Battle God 1 Autumn Leaf began showing on the screen. Before, any picture would have made the crowd go wild with excitement. But now, the internet cafe was silent. There was no yelling or cheering. Everyone just silently looked as pictures flashed by one. They knew, from today onwards, everything there would be a thing of the past. On that day at noon, Excellent Era Club called for a news conference and announced the retirement of their team captain Yi Qiu. This ever-mysterious expert didn't even participate in his own retirement news conference. Everyone only saw the Excellent Era manager take out Yi Qiu's signature on the agreement stating his retirement. The Excellent Era manager soon after proclaimed that the retired Yi Qiu had tactfully declined the club's other positions and left the Excellent Era Club by himself. The screen continuously flickered. Duels, slaughters, records, the commentator timely made progress and gradually made his way to Yi Qiu and Excellent Era's dismal situation. Within the internet cafe crowd, faint sobbing could be heard. The club was able to invite Sun Xiang, this type of new generation expert. That news helped uplift the mood. But the king of the first generation? He could only endure the wearing of time alone and sadly depart. He walked free and easy, but in his heart he was absolutely unhappy. He still wanted to struggle. He still hadn't thought that his professional career had reached its end. But he already had no choice. Accept the conditions and become the club's training partner? This would be a humiliating choice. But Yi Qiu could see through their tricks. He knew very clearly that the club was certain that he wouldn't resign to this sort of humiliation and would definitely choose to leave. This was why they had given him the choice. If he had unexpectedly accepted it, then the club would look for other methods to forcefully make him leave. Although this was extremely cruel, from a business standpoint, this was the only choice. Because of the alliance's commercialization, the alliance had already turned merciless. Yi Qiu hadn't reached retirement age yet. In fact, the club also understood this point. Their option of retirement was their way of proving this. They not only wanted to get rid of this baggage, but also feared that a competitor would take this chance to grab him and easily become strong. They would rather thoroughly eliminate him than make him their future enemy. Thus, forcing Yi Qiu into retirement was a result of their thinking. They undoubtedly succeeded. Yi Qiu saw through this, but could only follow their script and leave. A life and death struggle. He didn't want that because he still had another road to follow. Retiring for a year, this wasn't necessarily a bad situation. Going back a step opened up boundless opportunities. Although this step was a bit big. Let's call it a day. When the screen rolled over this caption, Yi Qiu finally couldn't watch it any longer. This sort of program deliberately tried to stir up emotions, making some of the people in the internet cafe directly burst into tears. But the sad, reminiscing, miserable feelings, among everyone, who could compare to him? Yi Qiu squeezed out of the crowd. He stood outside of the entrance and let out a sigh. But to his surprise, he heard a sobbing sound spread to his ears. He turned around and looked. Unexpectedly, it was Qinghua hiding alone outside the door. Her eyes were also crystal bright. They both saw each other. Not greeting didn't seem like a good choice, so Yi Qiu called out, "Boss, you're crying. You beast. You don't even have this sort of feeling." Qinghua said. "Too much, if it wasn't held back, wouldn't it have burst out by now?" Yi Qiu said. "Die." Qinghua cursed, "Do you have any paper?" Yi Qiu searched his body from head to toe. "Will a cigarette case work?" "I'll go get some." Without waiting for the boss's response, Yi Qiu promptly ran back to the internet cafe to look. The sound of weeping grew loud, both males and females cried. This time, Yi Qiu couldn't hold back the sadness in his heart. He knew exactly who these people were crying for. Thinking of this, his eyes couldn't help but begin to tear up. Yi Qiu hastily went to the front desk and asked for a bag of paper napkins. Rushing out, he stuffed them into Qingguo's hands. His back against the wall, he fished out a cigarette and lit it. "What are you doing? Are you going to cry too? Do you need some paper?" Behind him, Qingguo seemed to sense it. "How could it be? How could I cry?" Yi Xiu turned his body and conveniently puffed out a mouthful of smoke towards Chen Guo's face. The tears that had just been wiped away reappeared because of the smoke. Chen Guo waved her hands to get rid of the smoke. Unexpectedly, she didn't say anything and stuffed the paper napkins back into Yi Xiu's hands. She turned around and went back into the internet cafe. Yi Xiu leaned against the wall and silently smoked his cigarette. He took out a napkin and then wiped away some mucus. He then walked towards the small restaurant nearby. After Yi Xiu, with a toothpick in his mouth, ate his fill and returned to the internet cafe, the special commemoration movie of Yi Xiu had ended. But the atmosphere inside the internet cafe still hadn't cleared yet. Many people's eyes were still red. Most of the people there were like this, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. On the contrary, people like Yi Xiu, who held a calm expression on his face, were easily viewed as heartless beasts by everyone else. If you didn't explain that you didn't play Glory, then you would feel quite embarrassed when greeting others. He didn't know where Boss Chen went, so Yi Xiu went to the front desk to ask around. Mainly, to ask about how this special broadcast came to be. It turned out that whenever a Glory competition took place, the internet cafe would put on this sort of special live stream. Originally, there wasn't a competition today, but for this type of big event like Yi Xiu's retirement, the esports stream would also quickly make this type of special program. As a result, the Happy Internet Cafe would also show the stream as if it were a competition. In the past, when the competition stream ended, everyone would be burning with anger and rush to play the game with unprecedented enthusiasm. It directly caused the internet cafe to be packed with people and their revenue that day would rise sky high. But today, after this stream, the Glory players were all in a rare gloomy mood. Some even left at once to return home and cry into their pillows. Some went to 3 or 5 of their good friends and drunk together. Of course, there were people that continued to play games in the internet cafe. After all, not everyone were fans of Yi Xiu. There were always a few people that didn't care about his retirement. But the overall atmosphere did infect them. Although they continued to play, they did feel somewhat listless. The entire internet cafe seemed very quiet. If it were an ordinary day, all the Glory players would definitely wear their headphones or shout with energy. The cafe would be bustling with noise and excitement. Yi Xiu was currently thinking of what to do when he saw Chen Guo come down from the second floor. He hurried over and called out, "Boss, do I officially start working today?" "Okay." Chen Guo said, "But when you're working, you can't just casually sit down somewhere. You have to keep watch at this counter here." "Can I play games?" "You can. Just use that station." Chen Guo pointed to the computer that was currently being used to watch K-dramas by the little sister at the counter. "Can I smoke?" Yi Xiu asked. Chen Guo looked at him in the eye and helplessly nodded her head. "You can smoke. You can smoke. But when I come over in the morning, there can't be any smoke smell or any cigarette ash." "Understood," Yi Xiu said. Soon after, Chen Guo taught Yi Xiu how to turn on and shut down the computers for guests. In the end, she said, "Truthfully, at this time, most of the guests pull all-nighters. At 11 o'clock, all the guests should have all arrived and their computers will automatically shut down at 7 in the morning. There's really not much for you to do. Just you being there is good enough. If the guests have any issues, they'll ring a bell." "What happens if a computer malfunctions?" Yi Xiu asked. Although he wasn't computer illiterate, he still didn't have the skill to fix a broken computer. "Restart it," Chen Guo said. Yi Xiu wiped away his sweat, "And if restarting doesn't work?" "Switch computer stations," Chen Guo said. Yi Xiu started sweating again. Right when he was about to ask again, Chen Guo had already said, "You're on the night shift. There will be plenty of open computers, so you can just choose a random one. But write down what the computer's problem was, I'll look for a technician to come look at it the next day." "Okay. Understood." Yi Xiu nodded his head. Chen Guo, who had just recently wiped away her tears from Yi Xiu's retirement, now looked peaceful as if nothing had happened. She carefully explained again the things Yi Xiu needed to know and then randomly found a station to play Glory. Yi Xiu stood nearby and glanced a few times at her screen. He saw that Chen Guo had entered the arena and engaging in PK. But it was obvious that she had something else on her mind. While she piked, she repeatedly made several huge mistakes, the ones that all the low-skilled players made. After losing 3 rounds, Chen Guo tapped her keyboard and logged out of the game. She turned her head and saw Yi Xiu, who was standing around picking his teeth as if he had nothing to do. After glaring at him, she ran back to the second floor. Yi Xiu looked at the time. There wasn't much time left until he had to start working at 11 o'clock. The little sister at the counter also grasped the time well. The K-drama had finished at the perfect time. After the show finished, the time just happened to hit 11 o'clock. The little sister stood up and smiled towards Yi Xiu. "Brother Yi, then I'm going now." "Go go." Yi Xiu had waited for the computer for a long time. The little sister wasn't the only employee finishing work at 11 o'clock. The daytime and evening time wouldn't be as empty as the all-night time. One person definitely wasn't enough to take care of everyone. The internet cafe employees still weren't familiar with Yi Xiu, but they all recognized him. They all politely waved goodbye and left one by one. The internet cafe turned exceptionally empty. Keyboard and mouse could be clearly heard. Compared to the excitement at last night's new server opening, the place had flipped into a completely different sight. Thinking that this was all because of his retirement announcement, Yi Xiu softly let out a sigh and sat at the counter. Inserting his account card, he logged into the game. When he entered, he received several messages. Yi Xiu opened them and looked. It was 7 Fields and his brothers lining up to greet him. "Brother Expert, you've come." 7 Fields, Sunset Clouds, Drifting Water, the three all asked the same question, except for Sleeping Moon. "Is everyone here?" Yi Xiu responded to all three of them. "Oh, Sleeping Moon is gone." 7 Fields replied. "Being difficult again?" Yi Xiu thought of that little guy. "No, he's not feeling too well. Today, wasn't Yi Xiu's retirement announced? He really liked Yi Xiu, so he's a bit depressed. He's not coming to play tonight." 7 Fields said. Yi Xiu truly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't think that that guy was actually one of his fans. If he let him know that he was Yi Xiu and that he had despicably and shamelessly attacked his idol, he didn't know what that guy would think. If we're missing a person, then Spider Cave's hidden bosses won't be too easy to kill. Yi Xiu said. "Just randomly add someone." 7 Fields suggested. "Why don't we go to Skeleton Graveyard?" Yi Xiu said. Sure. 7 Fields immediately responded. The Skeleton Graveyard was a level 15 to 20 dungeon. 7 Fields and the others had thought of it long ago. They also hoped that Yi Xiu would lead them to grab a few more first clears again. But Yi Xiu's thoughts and requirements were different from theirs. Regarding first clearing a dungeon, this type of glory, Yi Xiu didn't care at all. In addition, to be the first to clear, they had to always keep their levels at the top of the standings. Yi Xiu had no way of doing this. It wasn't that his skill wasn't enough, it was that he didn't have enough time. In the morning when he went offline, Lord Grimm had been placed 5th in the 10th server level standings, but now. Yi Xiu opened up the standings and looked again. Lord Grimm's name was no longer even there. The people placed at the very front were all already level 22. Why? Because players from big guilds were organized to level up crazily and grab first clears. An account would be used by 2 or 3 people, so the character would be online for 24 hours. They played using will tactics, making up for their lack of skill with hard work. No matter how great Yi Xiu's skill was, there was no way he could win against these players. Due to this reason, the rewards for first clears were only ordinary. Besides the nice-looking name, it reflected that these troops' leveling speed greatly surpassed their actual skill and strength. By comparison, the dungeon clearing record showed a more accurate representation of skill and strength. This record used time as a measurement. At first, the system would set a time. If a team beat that time, then their time would be the new record. If it was beaten again, then it would switch again. This record breaking could be repeatedly done and the reward was generous. It wasn't like those first clear records with little experience and gold. There was a 100% chance of obtaining a purple equipment while other rewards were randomly given. This type of glory didn't exist in the beginner area because they would only start after level 20 and higher dungeons. Yi Xiu looked and saw that the first level 20 Frost Forest clear had already been completed. The original system record had been broken too. Behind it were the number of times it had been broken. At the present, the record had been broken 3 times. The current record was set by the Herb Garden team with 26 hours 12 minutes and 48 seconds, min, SEC, MS, at 18:23 in the afternoon. Yi Xiu scratched his head a bit ashamed. He was a little fuzzy on the dungeon details, but he knew that this record would definitely be broken again. The highest level player was currently level 22, while the final record would usually be set by a party of level 25s. As long as a player in the party was over level 25, then the dungeon record wouldn't count. Brother Expert, we've already arrived at Skeleton Graveyard. 7 Field sent a message at this time. These brothers were still at the same level as when they went offline. It looked like they were like Yi Xiu and also slept during the day. Okay, I'll be there right away. Yi Xiu controlled Lord Grimm to hurry over to Skeleton Graveyard. Normally, they could have went to the dungeon as soon as they hit level 15, but upgrading Yi Xiu's myriad manifestation umbrella required a lot of strong spider silk. Yesterday, he made clear his demands with 7 Fields and the others. He meant that after hitting level 15, they could switch dungeons, but he wouldn't go. In the end, the 4 guys stayed behind too and followed Yi Xiu to Spider Cave. Even after all this, he still didn't have enough strong spider silk. These materials had a 100% drop rate from the Spider Emperor, and the normal bosses only had a small chance. Yi Xiu and them bitterly cleared the dungeon 11 times. They met the hidden bosses 3 times. One of them was an emperor, which dropped 5 strong spider silk. The other 2 hidden bosses were spider warriors, which did not drop the material. And then from the other bosses, he obtained another 7. In addition to the 4 he got from the first kill, he had 16 in total. Yi Xiu needed 40, so he was still missing 24. If they kept up with yesterday's pace, they would still need to do this for 2 more days. Yi Xiu calculated, 7 Fields and the others had stayed with him in the Spider Cave the entire time and would soon reach level 18. When they reached level 20, they would be 5 levels above the Spider Cave. In Glory, 5 levels were always important thresholds such as for equipment, skills, and experience. If they exceeded the dungeon by 5 levels, then they would receive less experience. At that point, leveling would no longer be efficient. Yi Xiu was too embarrassed to bring 7 Fields and the others to Spider Cave again to do his labor. Relying on these guys to do my work isn't a good plan. I have to find another way. While Yi Xiu thought this, Lord Grimm had already arrived at Skeleton Graveyard. He found 7 Fields in the crowd and asked to join their party. After entering the party, 7 Fields sent another message, "Do we still need another person?" "It's not necessary." Yi Xiu replied. Thinking again, Skeleton Graveyard had materials he needed too. He just didn't need them yet. I haven't used the myriad manifestation umbrella for very long, but it's already become a burden. It isn't easy starting up again. Yi Xiu sighed and then entered the Skeleton Graveyard. Brother Expert, do you have any demands here? While Yi Xiu put on his headphones, he saw 7 Fields' message. I want the Skeleton Warrior's sabers. Yi Xiu replied. The ornamental sabers. 7 Fields was surprised. Right. Yi Xiu said. Oh, if you have demands, then let's not add anyone. It's just us 4 then. 7 Fields' words made sense, especially the part about demands. They would have to take a long time explaining it to the newly added person. Even then, the person might not trust them. Also, if you directly gave the party leader priority picks, then the stranger would just be scared away. Who would know whether you would give him a portion of the loot? Thus, it was still better with 4 friends. Okay. Yi Xiu also wanted to avoid this type of trouble. 7 Fields and the others all entered the dungeon and said together, "Come on, hidden boss. Are you guys becoming addicted to killing hidden bosses?" Yi Xiu laughed. The 3 all sent out naughty, ha-ha laughs. Ever since they followed Yi Xiu, they all had this thought towards hidden bosses. If there wasn't a hidden boss, then they would just roll through the dungeon, no pressure. Let's go. Yi Xiu said. Lord Grimm once again swung out his battle lance and led the way. 7 Fields, sunset clouds, drifting water skillfully tailed behind. Fine rain drizzled down on Skeleton Graveyard. Dark green will-o-wisps could be seen far and near. The sound effects were faint ghost cries. From time to time, 2 mournful groans would suddenly push forward causing their scalps to tingle. No, it wasn't just his scalp that tingled. It seemed as if wind were blowing into his ears. Yi Xiu's mind was tough and unyielding. He determined that this wasn't a psychological effect but something actually blowing. Although his hands didn't stop moving, his head subconsciously turned left and right. He saw a shining white face and a pair of black eyes stealthily staring at him without ever blinking. The cherry-red lips looked as if they would drip blood. Pow! Yi Xiu's left hand directly slapped the keyboard and his character stopped. This time, he had fully pressed 7 or 8 keys. In-game, Lord Grim looked as if he spasmed and made several mistakes. It was good that they were only fighting small monsters. 7 Fields and the others quickly rescued him. Brother Expert had never made any large mistakes yesterday. He just started playing today, how could he suddenly turn so foolish and start messing around? Could it be that something happened to the expert? But they had just heard his voice, that Brother Expert's voice. At this moment, Yi Xiu had already turned around and quickly moved to stabilize the situation. 7 Fields and the others relaxed and then heard Brother Expert say, "Boss, you're staying up so late, are you running around with a facial mask trying to be a white supergirl?" "What?" 7 Fields was startled. "A love affair." Drifting Waters privately messaged. The 3 immediately kept silent and held their headphones tight to their ear. "I can't sleep so I came down to sit for a bit," Chenghua said after taking off her mask. 7 Fields move back. Drifting Water take the lead. Sunset Clouds pay attention to the 4 o'clock direction. Yi Xiu directed the battle. Chenghua quietly looked at Yi Xiu killing monsters and suddenly said, "I feel that Yi Xiu shouldn't have retired." "Agreed," Yi Xiu said. It was only because his position was too high. As soon as Excellent Era had a problem, it would be pushed onto the leader. Chenghua said. "Oh. I've watched all of Excellent Era's battles. I feel that Yi Xiu and the Battle God One Autumn Leaf aren't as strong as they were back in the days." Yi Xiu was silent. The current professional alliance has become more and more developed, experts are everywhere. For example, Great Gunner, Sword Saint, King of Fighting, Magician, these players aren't worse than Yi Xiu and their accounts are just as strong as One Autumn Leaf too. Still silent. Nowadays, one person can no longer carry the team. But people always hoped that Yi Xiu could still show off his strength just like how he did in his glorious days. Their demands towards him were just too great. Chenghua said. 7 Fields, turn back a bit. You're too far forward. Sunset Clouds, you and Drifting Waters stand together. I can handle this side by myself. While Yi Xiu directed them, he went pa on the keyboard. F***CK. Chenghua grew furious. She got up and grabbed Yi Xiu's neck. While she violently shook his neck, she roared, "Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said?" The internet cafe guests all trembled. Frequent customers snuck in a glance at that direction wanting to see who dared to provoke Boss Chenghua. With this loud of a roar, today they were afraid someone was about to meet a tragic end. The headphones on Yi Xiu's head shook a few times and then fell off. Inside, a few dim trembling sounds from 7 Fields and the others muttered out, I heard. Even in this situation, Yi Xiu still maintained steady hands and persevered through. In-game, Lord Grim continued to perform perfectly, but his master Yi Xiu already had a hard time breathing and was about to be strangled to death. Right when Yi Xiu's tongue was about to fall off, Chenghua released her hands. Yi Xiu coughed loudly, but his gaze still hadn't shifted away from the screen. He asked Chenghua, "What did you say?" While he quickly picked up his headphones, he shouted towards the headphones, 7 Fields back. Move back. After throwing his headphones on, his hands quickly returned to the keyboard. He didn't even have time to put them on properly. In the game, the 4 of them were currently battling a boss. They were originally missing a person. They needed Yi Xiu's Lord Grim. Chenghua saw that this guy wasn't mad at all. I can't just strangle him to death, can I? Helpless, she sat back down. She turned on a computer in front of his station, play with me. Yi Xiu turned his head and glanced, that's the server computer. I'm the boss. Chenghua said. Yi Xiu had nothing to say. That rule had more power than the rule to never use the server computers. How do I play with you? Yi Xiu didn't turn his head to ask. He was currently fighting an intense battle with the boss. I have an account in the 10th server too. Chenghua fished out a card waving it at Yi Xiu. In the end, Yi Xiu just went, oh, and still didn't turn around. Furious, Chenghua cursed. I really should just strangle him to death and then dig a hole for him to be buried in. Then, first do the intro missions. Yi Xiu said. I won't do the missions. Bring me to a dungeon. Chenghua acted a bit rashly. She already decided that she would do the opposite of whatever Yi Xiu said. You're still level 1, how can I bring you into a dungeon? Yi Xiu said. Green Forest was the lowest level dungeon, level 5 to 10. If she wasn't level 5, then she couldn't enter it. Think of something. Chen-Guo said. Okay, let me think. Yi Xiu humphed. Afterwards, his hands went pa-pa again. Suddenly, he quickly grabbed his headphones. Drifting water, go back to your position, you're about to be surrounded. What happened to you guys? So many mistakes. After throwing down his headphones, he heard a few knuckle-cracking sounds from behind him. Chen-Guo grinded her teeth asking, did you think of something? Thought of one. Yi Xiu immediately said. Oh. Chen-Guo was astonished. This was something that simply wasn't possible under the system's setup. How did he find a way? Don't think about missions, just kill monsters until you're level 5. Yi Xiu said. I'll kill you first. Of course, Chen-Guo didn't kill Yi Xiu and couldn't enter the level 5 Green Forest as a level 1. In the end, Chen-Guo could only start completing the missions alone. No matter what was said, it was still faster than only killing monsters. In his busy schedule, Yi Xiu made room to turn around and quickly glance at the character on her screen, Chasing Haze. Where have I seen this ID before? Chen-Guo almost knocked down the monitor with her head. Baring her teeth, she turned her head, this is my main account's ID. Oh, I thought so. Yi Xiu's head had already turned back. Chen-Guo suddenly discovered, besides that time when I walked in with my face mask, I haven't seen this guy's front again. It's only the skeleton graveyard and nothing more. Does he really need to concentrate so hard? But thinking about that, her temper cooled because he really did need to concentrate so hard. In the skeleton graveyard, monsters would often randomly pop up. A scattered skeleton in an obscure location could suddenly converge together into a skeleton, or a skeleton might suddenly dig out of the ground. This dungeon didn't have a set route or a set number of monsters. The dungeon would change every time, testing players' concentration and reaction time. What's more, Yi Xiu's party only had 4 members, so they needed to concentrate even more. Looking at it like this, Yi Xiu's actions were reasonable. Her anger wasn't though. Chen-Guo could only gloomily continue to complete her missions. At this moment, it had only been a day since the opening of the 10th server. Beginners were still everywhere like clouds, causing Chen-Guo to advance with her missions very slowly. It had taken even Yi Xiu, that sort of peak expert, 2 hours to complete them all, Chen-Guo needn't be said. Although the situation was better than yesterday, lining up, kill stealing, these patterns still existed. During the process, she suddenly heard a cold laugh float by. I knew it'd be like this. Chen-Guo grew angry, is he making fun of me? But when she turned her head to look, Yi Xiu had his headphones put on properly and continued to dungeon with his party. Was he talking to himself? Chen-Guo muttered to herself. In the end, it was best not to make trouble and continue to silently kill monsters. To Yi Xiu and the others, this time, clearing the skeleton graveyard was more threatening than dangerous. The road was quite bumpy because 7 Fields and the others couldn't react in time to the dungeon's difficulties, to that sort of scare by the skeletons suddenly popping out. When the final boss collapsed, 7 Fields and the others were all covered in sweat. If it weren't for Yi Xiu and instead had Sleeping Moon as the leader, they definitely wouldn't have cleared it. This didn't mean that the dungeon required a peak-level expert to lead them, rather it was because the players would take a lot of damage and required a priest to heal them. Evidently, this was the beginner village's lesson on dungeons, letting them know the importance of class combinations. In the end, with Yi Xiu's Lord Grim who could heal and kill monsters, they rolled through the skeleton graveyard. After coming out, Yi Xiu looked back. Chen-Guo was still in the beginner area lining up and wasn't paying attention to him, so he entered again. 7 Fields and the others were a little nervous. They were holding the expert back a little. With Brother Expert's skill, he could easily find 3 other much more skilled partners. If they didn't perform well, would Brother Expert leave them? As a result, 7 Fields and the others concentrated 120% it. Carefully and cautiously, they clearly improved when reacting to those skeletons suddenly popping out. Their clearing speed increased by a lot. Skeleton Graveyard also had 3 hidden bosses, Skeleton Warrior, Skeleton Mage, and Skeleton King. But the dungeon wouldn't give any hints if a hidden boss appeared because these 3 hidden bosses could come out of the shadows at any time. Only then would the system give a prompt. Often, in parties with bad luck, a member may have already been killed off by the time the system prompt came out. With Yi Xiu leading, this type of careless error would never occur. Only, after clearing the second dungeon easily, the hidden boss still hadn't appeared yet. They had already cleared the dungeon twice. Yi Xiu turned his head again to look at Chen Guo's progress. She was in the middle of kill stealing with others outside a beginner village. Yi Xiu searched a bit more and saw her character's level. It was already level 4 and she was about to hit level 5. Better hurry up and start again. Yi Xiu thought to himself and entered at once. 7 fields and the others also didn't hesitate. Kill kill kill, move move move. Suddenly, in front of them, a crooked gravestone gently shook. 7 fields and others hadn't noticed this and continued forward. Yi Xiu had already hastily yelled, "Move back." The 3 heard Yi Xiu and without thinking, immediately followed his command, neatly retreating. Lord Grimm's figure had already moved past them in a flash. After that gravestone gently shook, suddenly, it flew out of the dirt towards the 4 of them. Yi Xiu shouted, "Careful." The prepared 7 fields and the others quickly dodged it. Half of a skeleton body arose from out of the hole where the gravestone flew out of. Seeing that intact skeleton, they knew it wasn't any ordinary monster. The system also solemnly announced, "You have entered the skeleton warrior's place of eternal rest. We've finally run into one." Yi Xiu was gratified. "How do we fight it?" 7 fields and the others immediately asked. The half-exposed skeleton warrior leaped out of the cavity like a rocket, showing off his powerful jumping ability. In midair, polluted dirt rolled out from his body, crashing down onto the ground like rain. In his hand, he carried an enormous but extremely damaged sword around the size of a person. "Too bad," Yi Xiu said. "What's wrong?" 7 fields and the others all asked. "I forgot to look at a guide," Yi Xiu said. The 3 felt like throwing up blood. "Brother expert, you're too mystical. I can help you look," Sunset Clouds yelled. "No good, if he attacks you then you're dead," Yi Xiu said. The skeleton warrior had already dropped to the ground, causing the earth to quake and the mountains to shake. The attack range was extremely large. Drifting water was too slow and didn't dodge in time. He was hit by the shock wave and fell flat on his face. The skeleton warrior's 2 black eyes swept over them as if searching for a target to attack. "Then someone draw it out." "I'll check a guide," Sunset Cloud said. "No need." While Yi Xiu said this, he took off his headphone and turned around to shout, "Boss, boss." "What?" Chen Guo tapped her keyboard replying, but didn't turn her head. "Help me look up a guide," Yi Xiu said. "Guide? What guide?" Chen Guo was astonished and looked towards him. "A skeleton warrior guide." Yi Xiu controlled Lord Grimm while pointing to his screen. Chen Guo's head almost knocked over the monitor again. "You starting looking up a guide after you've met the boss? What have you been doing up until now?" "I forgot," Yi Xiu replied simply, which made Chen Guo unable to pick at it. She was currently lining up to steal kills and nothing more. She wasn't in any danger at all, so she quickly switched out of the game and searched up a skeleton graveyard guide. She asked Yi Xiu, "Which boss?" "Skeleton warrior. Mainly look for how to make it so that he drops the saber 100% of the time," Yi Xiu said. "Saber? 100% drop?" Chen Guo hadn't done this type of low-level dungeon in 5 years. She knew what the saber was because she would bring others to look for this item from time to time. But she didn't know about any guides having this information. After all, her memories were all of her rolling through the dungeon with her main account. Why would she have needed to look up a guide? "Yeah, use that as the main subject," Yi Xiu replied with confidence. Although he forgot the details, he knew that it definitely existed because he had written about it before. Chen Guo promptly searched the keywords, skeleton warrior, saber, 100%, and sure enough results appeared. Seeing the forum post's date, it was already 10 years old. Chen Guo clicked on it and looked. She was immediately surprised. It's a post by Yi Xiu. The original poster's name was, to her shock, One Autumn Leaf. This wasn't a secret in the Glory community. Everyone knew that before the Glory Professional Alliance came into existence, Yi Xiu's ID had already become a famous expert. Otherwise, the Professional Alliance wouldn't have invited him as a pro gamer. "Right, that one. See how many times I need to hit the buckle fastening the saber," Yi Xiu said. "What?" Chen Guo had never seen this post. For a moment, she had no idea what Yi Xiu was talking about. She quickly skimmed over the post and finally found what Yi Xiu wanted. 24 times. There are also pictures of where to hit it. "Do you need to see it?" Chen Guo said. Enlarge it so I can see. Yi Xiu said. Chen Guo opened the diagram and enlarged it. Hey, look. Yi Xiu turned his head like lightning and stopped on it for less than a second before turning back. You're done. Chen Guo was flabbergasted. Yup. Yi Xiu said. Do you need anything else? No, Yi Xiu said. He remembered that he needed to do enough damage to the targets. Although he didn't remember exactly how much, but with the 1000 chance umbrella's 180 physical attack plus his strength, he believed that Lord Grimm reached that requirement. 7 fields, go to the left, sunset clouds, go around to the back, drifting water move back a bit or the next shock wave will hit you. Yi Xiu began directing the 3 into position, while he continued to look for an opportunity to attack. Before, the 4 players were only dodging. Without Yi Xiu's orders, no one went in to attack. When Yi Xiu was looking for a guide, 7 fields, and the others didn't know that he wasn't looking for a guide on how to beat the skeleton warrior, but rather on how to make his saber drop 100% of the time. This saber was only an ornamental equipment. It had no effects on a person's strength, which is why there was such a 100% drop method. But the method still required exceptionally high skill to pull off. Chen Guo had already thrown away her game and stood behind Yi Xiu. She wanted to see how Yi Xiu would hit the saber buckle 24 times. She had looked at the guide. That buckle was located on the skeleton warrior's waist. The player would have to hit the small buckle from every direction. From the screen, if the player didn't get in close to at least 2 meters, then there was no way to hit it. Yi Xiu had already controlled Lord Grimm to meet the boss face to face. When he healed the party, the skeleton warrior had locked onto Lord Grimm as the #1 target. Lord Grimm had been dodging left and right the entire time while 7 fields and the others wandered around waiting for Yi Xiu to tell them when to attack. After Yi Xiu got a hold of the guide, he arranged the 3 far away. The 3 didn't know Yi Xiu's intentions and could only listen to his orders. Seeing that Lord Grimm met the skeleton warrior face to face, their hearts tightened. The battle was finally going to start. The skeleton warrior rushed up in large strides. From head to toe, the skeleton screeched out an ear-piercing friction sound. Yi Xiu directed Lord Grimm to quickly face it, but his gaze only looked at the skeleton warrior's waist. Chen Guo, who was standing behind him, discovered, it was much more difficult than it seemed. The guide made the targets on the buckle easy to see. But in battle, the skeleton warrior swayed back and forth. Its movements inadvertently masked the targets on the buckle. The skeleton warrior raised its body-sized sword 2 meters away from Yi Xiu. Calm and unhurried, Yi Xiu quickly attacked. His 1000 chance umbrella's attack speed of 5 was definitely higher than the gigantic sword. Usually, gigantic swords had an attack speed of 1. In this distance, although the skeleton warrior's gigantic sword was huge, its length couldn't compare to a battle lance's. Yi Xiu calmly pushed his mouse. Lord Grimm's battle lance shot out late but arrived first, stabbing it head-on with a dragon tooth. While the skeleton warrior's was briefly stunned, Lord Grimm had already closed and it used a sky strike. The skeleton warrior's body was heavier compared to the midnight phantom cats, but was still lighter than that big-headed and fat-bellied spider boss. After a sky strike, the skeleton warrior was knocked up neither high nor low. Lord Grimm took advantage and slashed. The attack made a sound that completely differed from the sound made by hitting the skeleton warrior's bones. You hit it. Chen Guo excitedly shouted. It's only once. Yi Xiu spoke without thinking. With a flick of his fingers, Lord Grimm turned around and struck again. He swept the floor with his lance and the skeleton warrior that had been flipped over by the sky strike was hit again with a pang sound. This attack had also hit his buckle. Yi Xiu wasn't greedy. After 2 hits, he immediately controlled Lord Grimm to retreat. As the skeleton warrior got up, he hit the ground to support himself, creating a small 360-degree shock wave. This was to prevent shameless players from endlessly comboing him with a knockdown and floor sweep skill. The majority of bosses had these sort of shock wave attacks when getting up. Chen Guo watched and saw that he had hit the buckle twice. At first, she felt excited for Yi Xiu's good beginning. But after reflecting on it, she felt that the 2 precise hits onto the small belt were quite frightening. While she stood distracted, another pang sound echoed through her ear. Lord Grimm had jumped out at the perfect time, dodging the edge of the shock wave. After the shock wave attack passed, Yi Xiu already directed Lord Grimm to rush up once again. With a thrust, his lance stabbed the buckle again. The skeleton warrior's 2 hands crashed down. Lord Grimm swiftly rolled back and that gigantic sword smashed past him. Even the spectating Seven Fields and the others couldn't tell whether Lord Grim had been hurt or not. They quickly looked at the party list showing his HP and MP and discovered that he had completely dodged the sword. Seven Fields and the others held their breaths afraid of disturbing Lord Grim's battle. At the same time, the three also took precautions, ready to listen to an order and begin attacking. Unexpectedly, they waited left and right watching Lord Grim and the skeleton warrior fight surrounded by perils. But there was no call for them to help. Seven Fields and the others, one on the left, one on the right, and one right behind the skeleton warrior, all steadily stopped the skeleton warrior's shock-wave attack from time to time. He's not planning on soloing it, is he? Sunset Cloud sent Seven Fields a message. Honestly, I'm also having my doubts. Seven Fields said. Soloing a hidden boss. These few words that Sunset Clouds typed made them all feel horrified. It's not like it's impossible. Seven Fields said. Brother Expert, you're too good. Where did you come from? With this skill, I don't even think our guild leader can match you. Sunset Cloud said. Definitely not a match. Seven Fields concluded. The pitiful Full Moon guild leader became the leader because everyone worshipped his 200 APM hand speed. In the end, only a day had passed since the start of the 10th server, but he already had 3 traitors in his ranks. To the boss, this was already disdainful beneath contempt. At this moment, Drifting Water also sent a message. I don't think he'll solo it, right? The voice system in the game only had a single channel, so voice messages couldn't be sent privately. The three relied on voice communication. Because they stood at a distance, they would have to speak a bit louder. As a result, they were afraid to disturb Brother Expert's fight with the monster, so they all sent private messages. It's possible. Seven Fields and Sunset Clouds both replied to Drifting Water's message. Too amazing. Should we record it? Drifting Waters asked. The game had a built-in video recording function. Brother Expert didn't talk about this. I say we shouldn't. Seven Fields said. Okay. Drifting Waters answered. Without saying another word, the three continued to watch Lord Grim fight. He truly did wield the battle lance with matchless skill. Dodging, sidestepping, it seemed as if he were fighting in a wuxia film. Seven Field and the others had their eyes open to a new world. Compared to this, normal players fighting monsters or piking was the same as sticking their chests out and comparing specs. Rough, too rough. Chen Guo stood behind Yi Xiu and tried her hardest, counting how many hits he made. Her spectator perspective of the game couldn't compare to Seven Fields and the others because she was the same as Yi Xiu. She saw Lord Grim in a first-person perspective. Looking at it this way, she couldn't see a lot of Lord Grim's movements. On the contrary, because Lord Grim's line of sight kept continuously spinning, Chen Guo nearly fell down from dizziness. She couldn't keep up with that lightning-fast whirling at all. Often, with a sudden turn, she could no longer figure out what direction his character faced, and even more so, where the skeleton warrior was. Buckle? She could barely even tell where the skeleton warrior was most of the time, to say nothing of the buckle. But while watching his complete mess of a screen, Yi Xiu's hand movements were still crystal clear. The dizzy Chen Guo looked towards the movements done by Yi Xiu's two hands. She discovered that Yi Xiu's left hand clearly jumped about faster than yesterday. His right hand holding the mouse moved even faster, but didn't move much. Oftentimes, after a movement, he would immediately left-click or right-click. Chen Guo was extremely amazed. She knew that a left-click was a normal attack, a right-click was a skill attack, and that the cursor pointed to the direction and position of the attack. Yi Xiu's movements and clicks were direct and efficient without the slightest sloppiness. She discovered that no matter how fast the screen spun, the mouse always moved to the right position and sent out an attack without the slightest shake. Yi Xiu's right hand wasn't only quick, but also steady, exceptionally steady. Professional level really is different. Chen Guo exclaimed in admiration. And at this moment, the headphones on Yi Xiu's neck sent out another ping sound. Chen Guo heard it clearly. She could only rely on this faint sound to count. 20, this was already the 20th hit on the buckle. But Lord Grim's life? In this entire process, he hadn't taken a single point of damage, which meant that the skeleton warrior hadn't hit him once. Sunset Clouds, collapsing mountain. Yi Xiu lowered his head and yelled into his headphones. Is it finally our turn? Sunset Clouds originally thought the three of them weren't needed. But hearing Yi Xiu's yell, without saying anything further, he raised his sword and rushed up. Right then, Lord Grim executed a sky strike and knocked the skeleton warrior up towards his direction. Sunset Clouds held up his sword and used Collapsing Mountain, striking the skeleton warrior down from the air to the ground. He comboed it 8 times, the limit for Collapsing Mountain. Guard! Yi Xiu still reminded Sunset Clouds, but Sunset Clouds already had this thought. Yi Xiu hadn't yet finished his interjection when Sunset Clouds took up a guard position. The skeleton warrior rose up and the shock wave ripple hit his sword. With a dong, Sunset Clouds was pushed back. Sunset Cloud's guard was already level 4, able to reduce incoming damage by 70%. This shock wave attack also wasn't a major maneuver, so the reduced 30% damage didn't do much. Yi Xiu's Lord Grim jumped to avoid the attack and then immediately countered with a dragon tooth, stunning the skeleton warrior. Sunset Clouds understood tacitly and without a reminder, already prepared to use his stun skill. 7 fields, drifting water. Yi Xiu shouted. The two had already rushed forward and quickly understood his tactic. They also prepared to use their stun skills at any time. What happened? Chen Guo didn't understand why Yi Xiu suddenly needed their help. Did you not see? Yi Xiu asked. He immediately let Lord Grim lower his head to let her look. Chen Guo immediately saw that its saber quietly lay there next to the skeleton warrior's feet. The buckle had unexpectedly already been broken off and dropped. How could that be? Wasn't it 24 times? Chen Guo was flabbergasted. Although the headphones were a bit far from her, she could clearly hear that pang sound during his battle with the skeleton warrior. Chen Guo didn't think she had made a mistake. It was 24 times. Yi Xiu said. How come I only heard 20 times? Chen Guo said. I used double stab 4 times. It hits twice and in rapid succession too, so you probably didn't hear it. Adding in these 4 times, doesn't that add to 24? Yi Xiu said. Chen Guo was stunned, double stab hit the same spot twice. Then did you make the hidden boss bleed? How come I didn't see it? 4 times and it still didn't bleed? Does it not count if it hits the buckle? Skeletons are immune to bleed, right? Yi Xiu said. Chen Guo blushed. Glory had a lot of monsters that were immune to bleed and skeleton types were one of them. It didn't have any flesh, how could it bleed? This was the reasoning behind it. This was very basic common sense. Chen Guo, a veteran, had unexpectedly forgot it for a moment. It's all this guy's fault. With the camera angle spinning around everywhere, I would have overlooked any monster he fought. Chen Guo angrily sat back in front of her computer. There was still a giant crowd outside a beginner village. Monsters still had to be stolen. While troubled, she heard Yi Xiu ask, Boss, are you preparing to pull an all-nighter? Why? Chen Guo asked in reply. If you're going to play all night, then you stay here, I'm going to the smoking area. Yi Xiu said. If you go to the smoking area then are you on duty or am I? Chen Guo asked angrily. Oh, then do you want to switch seats? Didn't you not like the smell of smoke? Yi Xiu said. Chen Guo's cheeks streamed with tears. Although she clearly understood that he was trying to take care of her, but what was this feeling of being ignored? Yi Xiu already held a cigarette box in one hand hinting that it was time for Chen Guo to choose to either take over for Yi Xiu's shift or move elsewhere. Forget about it. I won't play. I'm going to sleep. Chen Guo angrily logged out of the game and got up to leave. Yi Xiu turned around and followed Chen Guo with his eyes. He found by surprise that Chen Guo left her account card on the table and didn't take it. This wasn't being forgetful, but rather Chen Guo thinking the internet cafe as her home. It was quite normal to randomly leave things in the home. A thought immediately popped up in Yi Xiu's mind and he hurriedly yelled, Boss, you didn't take your card. Do you want me to help you level up? Do whatever you want. Chen Guo spoke without thinking the matter through. Yi Xiu nodded his head. His hand, approaching a 300 APM speed, quickly lit a cigarette and then put it in his mouth. The skeleton warrior's killing continued, but Yi Xiu speaking didn't have any effect on his ability to light up a cigarette. Now, he continued to concentrate on the game, and in a bit, the skeleton warrior was killed off. Yi Xiu's saber was already laying on the ground. He went over and picked it up. He gave up on the rest of the items. 7 fields and the others also didn't push him. They split up the equipment and randomly put the other materials in their bags. While they did this, 7 fields said, Brother Expert, we're going to keep the high-grade materials that you didn't want from the other few hidden bosses yesterday. Later, when the prices are high, we'll sell them. Right now the server just opened, so all of the swindlers are buying them from newbies at low prices. Later, when the prices are standard again, we'll sell them and then split the money with you. I've already taken my share. That stuff is yours. Yi Xiu said. More able people should earn more. Brother expert, you're too modest. Seven Fields said. Yi Xiu laughed and didn't say anything else. The four continued to clear dungeons. Seven Fields asked, do we need another person? Yi Xiu understood his meaning. He had already gotten what he wanted. Having another person would make their efficiency a bit faster. Up to you. But today, I'm only training to 20. Afterwards, I need to help my friend level. Yi Xiu said. Okay, that's fine. Do you need our help? Seven Fields said. Actually, they hadn't turned off their headphones when they heard Yi Xiu and Qinghua talk. Seven Fields vaguely heard quite a bit. No need. You guys can do your own things. Yi Xiu said. Okay. Seven Fields and the others didn't say any more. They had known Yi Xiu for a day. Although people established relationships quickly over the internet, as adults, they all knew proper behavior. After leaving the dungeon, Seven Fields began shouting in order to add a player. It was too easy to form parties in the new server. A string of requests came and in the end, Seven Fields picked a level 17 female player. The female player was called Immersed Jade. After joining the team, she became excited seeing the party list. Seven Fields, Sunset Clouds, Drifting Water, Lord Grimm, weren't this the party that first cleared Spider Cave and the Spider Emperor? She would never have thought that she would be able to join such an expert team. After connecting to the voice system, she conveyed her excitement to everyone. Because the voice system in Glory was popular, it put an end to fake gender players. When players moved about together, they would definitely directly use their voices to communicate. What type of female would only type and not talk? If they did, everyone would immediately have their doubts. Of course, if you were male but sounded like a female, this sort of gift couldn't be warded against. While Seven Fields and the others heard the girl speak, they all accidentally caught up to in front of the girl and met. But Yi Xiu knew that they were trying to get a look at the girl's appearance. Glory's character model had two kinds, a male and a female one. The details of appearance and build were done through an editor. A self-designed one worked too. A random generated one also worked. If you liked reality, then you could directly take a picture and put your own face into the editor. After providing basic body measurements, the editor could automatically create a character model that looked the same as the original player. As a result, all the male players wanted to know whether a female player's appearance was the same as the person herself. It is said that some experienced wolf-natured players could tell whether a female player was fake or real with just a single glance. Seven Fields and the others didn't seem to possess this wolf attribute. After standing in a circle and observing Immersed Jade, they could only arrive at the conclusion average. Whether her appearance was fake or real, they didn't know. But Immersed Jade was awfully energetic and after worshipping the first clear team, she expressed her honor to join their team. Finishing, she once again was amazed that their expert first clear time was still level 18. Finally, she requested to see if she still had an opportunity to be a permanent member of their first clear team. Seven Fields could only regretfully explain that their party still had another brother. He just couldn't come today. Immersed Jade looked utterly lost, but she still didn't give up. Even if she couldn't become a main member, she started to apply to see if she could become a substitute member. Furthermore, she asked about what guild and organization they were from. This question made it difficult for Seven Fields and the others to answer. It was obvious this stranger worshipped them as experts. They still hadn't entered the dungeon, Immersed Jade too. But after entering the dungeon and playing, experienced players would immediately recognize that the only expert in the party was Lord Grimm. The rest weren't worth mentioning. Immersed Jade's questions and expectations could only fall onto Brother Expert's head. Now she asked again what their guild was. Seven Fields and the others had a guild, but now they were under Brother Expert's godly halo. If they told her their guild's name, wouldn't that be the same as slapping their face? Oh, let's hurry up and enter. Seven Fields diverted the subject and took the lead. Sunset Clouds and the others followed closely. After entering the dungeon, naturally, Yi Xiu began directing. Right after he said something, Immersed Jade already asked in bafflement, who's talking? When she first joined the party, she chattered non-stop with Seven Fields and the others. It was Yi Xiu's first time speaking. Lord Grimm, our party's god. All of our first kills were because of him. If we didn't have him, our party wouldn't be worth mentioning. Seven Fields found the opportunity to tell her the truth. After speaking, he immediately relaxed. I pay respects to the great god. Immersed Jade typed out a message and said aloud. Haha, let's go. Yi Xiu laughed and began leading the group forward. Commanding, killing, not long after, his expert demeanor had already been revealed. But in front of his presence, Immersed Jade unexpectedly didn't show much excitement. Seven Fields and the others could see that this girl was a true noob. This little sister's ruined. Sunset Cloud secretly said. Ugh, her starting point is too high now. She's still a newbie and she's already met such an extreme expert. Later, how is she going to mix in with normal players? Seven Fields said. A tragedy. Drifting Water sighed with sorrow. Immersed Jade was undoubtedly a cute noob. Starting from when she first entered the dungeon, she kept silent, carefully listened to directions, and earnestly carried them out. Although she still made beginner mistakes, she always apologized for them. As a result, everyone also didn't feel too good pointing out her faults. When Immersed Jade made mistakes, Seven Fields and the others were even more nervous than her. They were afraid that Brother Expert would feel impatient because of this. A lot of experts didn't have much patience towards these inexperienced newbies. But after clearing more than half the dungeon, Seven Fields and others finally relaxed. Although Brother Expert's skill level was so high, he wasn't that sort of arrogant expert. To newbies, he was actually even more patient than Seven Fields and the others. Regarding commands that Immersed Jade didn't understand, Brother Expert even went so far as to explain to her those special terms. Though with this additional player, their pace slowed down. Seeing that Brother Expert didn't care, Seven Fields and the others didn't point it out. While they killed monsters, they helped teach the newbie and were actually all very happy. Chatting with her, they found out that it was Immersed Jade's first time in a dungeon. Before, she only completed quests to level up. The only quests left were the ones that required her entering a dungeon. Only then did she mix in with the crowd outside the dungeon and in the end, join such a famous party. Naturally, she was extremely pleased. Under the expert's advice, after clearing the dungeon, they went in for another round. Immersed Jade had already transformed. Only she hadn't played Glory for very long, so she still hadn't graduated from her newbie status yet. Finally, after countless dungeon clears, Lord Grimm and the others reached level 20, while Immersed Jade was still a little off at level 19. Yi Xiu saw that they might as well go through the dungeon a few more times and bring Immersed Jade to level 22. During this time, they encountered two hidden bosses. Yi Xiu led the party and killed them easily. But they hadn't seen any purple equipment today, only a few uncommon materials. Of course, Immersed Jade didn't know that these materials were actually the most valuable items in low-level dungeons and only drooled for those rare equipments. Only, under Brother Expert's watch, they felt a bit embarrassed, so they explained the value of these items to Immersed Jade. In the end, Immersed Jade really was too lovable. Telling them that she was only a newbie and that she wouldn't need the dropped materials, she chose to give up on them. Seven Fields and the others immediately had their good impressions of this little sister multiplied by 100. They told her that they would remember this favor. After selling the materials, they would split the money with her. Okay, then I'll be going off first. Exiting the dungeon, Yi Xiu said goodbye to the party. Brother Expert, you're not going to pick a class. At level 20, everyone would have to pick a class and then leave beginner village. Not now, you guys go first. Then Brother Expert, let's keep in touch. Seven Fields said. Goodbye great god. Immersed Jade had already mixed in with everybody as if they had been together for half a lifetime. Moreover, after constantly hearing about Seven Fields and the other describing Lord Grimm's might, she finally decided to call him great god. Yi Xiu laughed and said goodbye to them. The four returned to beginner village to get their class quest. While Yi Xiu brought Lord Grimm to Green Forest's dungeon, he turned around and put in Chengua's account card. He logged into the 10th server with this level 5 chasing haze. Correct, even though Glory couldn't open both games at once, it couldn't prevent players from playing two accounts on separate computers. This was Yi Xiu's plan. As long as there were two or more players in a party, then they could meet a hidden boss. Yi Xiu still needed a few materials from that midnight phantom cat. The hidden boss didn't appear on the first round. Without saying a word, he directly exited the dungeon. Both characters went into a critically ill status. In this status, their HP and MP would be almost completely depleted and all of their attributes would decrease by 80%. They were pretty much useless and needed 10 minutes to recover. But this method was still faster than going through the dungeon. Lord Grimm already didn't gain experience from Green Forest. Originally, he was going to bring and level up Chasing Haze, but Chenghua said he could do as he pleased, so Yi Xiu did as he pleased. He got up, smoked a cigarette, drank some water, walked around, and when he returned, Lord Grimm and Chasing Haze had already recovered. Entering the dungeon, the hidden boss didn't appear again, so Yi Xiu chose to exit the dungeon again. At 10 minutes a round, in 1 hour, he could enter 6 times. If he cleared the dungeon, then he would need 15 to 20 minutes each time, so he saved a significant amount of time. This method could only be done in Beginner Village though. After Beginner Village, real dungeons had a limit. 1 day 5 times, 1 day 3 times, or even 1 day 1 time, 1 week 1 time. Each dungeon had their own limits. This time, Yi Xiu went to look at a guide in these 10 minutes. He had forgotten quite a bit of beginner things. Always running in the dungeon and then looking at a guide also wasn't a good habit. After 10 minutes, he entered Green Forest but the hidden boss still didn't appear. Yi Xiu wasn't hurried and exited out again to look at a guide. 4 times, 5 times. Yi Xiu looked as if he were going to waste the entire day doing this. When he entered the 5th time, the hidden boss still didn't appear. Finally, on the 6th time, the system announced the appearance of the Midnight Phantom Cat. Yi Xiu relaxed his breath and began fighting. In theory, after Chasing Haze entered, she was useless and would be thrown at the entrance not moving. But Yi Xiu thought that she might as well be brought along to leech some experience. As a result, he began moving both them. First, he brought Chasing Haze into a good spot and then Lord Grimm killed monsters near her so that she would leech some experience. Switching characters left and right, he was awfully busy. All of the guests that passed by the counter after using the restroom saw this and were all dumbstruck. Brother, you might as well just play on your own. Playing on 2 computers, isn't that a little too crazy? Yi Xiu turned around and laughed. But he didn't speak and kept on playing. As long as the Midnight Phantom Cat came out, he wouldn't care about the rest. The material Yi Xiu needed dropped 100% of the time, but luck determined the amount. In the end, Yi Xiu was lucky and obtained 4 Midnight Cat fingernails. Adding in the 2 from the first clear, he already had 6. Yi Xiu needed a total of 8, so 1 more run was enough. After killing the Midnight Phantom Cat, Yi Xiu beautifully exited the dungeon again. He continued to use the 10-minute per round method. First round none. Second round none. On the 3rd round, his luck failed again, but this time, a system message suddenly popped up. He opened it up and saw that the player Blue River wanted to be his friend. He didn't know whether to accept or not. Blue River? Who was that? Yi Xiu looked around in Lord Grimm's vicinity. He didn't see any name like that. Then he thought that maybe it was because he was a level 20 standing outside Green Forest, so the player wanted to add a high-leveled friend to carry him. Yi Xiu clicked ignore. In the end, he discovered another request. He ignored it again. Another one, another ignore, another one. He kept on ignoring the requests. In these 10 minutes, this player called Blue River unexpectedly didn't give up and sent a total of 18 friend requests to Lord Grimm. Ignore wasn't a reject. A message that was ignored could be sent again. Yi Xiu was deeply moved by this player's persistence. As a result, he flipped open a message and clicked accept. Hi, let me introduce myself. I'm Blue River of Blue Brook Guild, my main account is Blue Bridge Spring Snow. Right after accepting the friend request, the other party messaged him. He didn't say any "you there" nonsense and directly introduced himself. He could tell that this was a very self-confident person. Hi. Yi Xiu simply replied. After all, he had been a part of the Glory community for 10 years. He recognized the name of one of the 3 great guilds, Blue Brook Guild. As for Blue Bridge Spring Snow, Yi Xiu didn't really know about this player. If it was Huang Xiaotian and his sword Saint Troubling Rain, then Yi Xiu knew a bit more. Blue River clearly didn't know that he was dealing with an expert more skilled than he was. After all, his Blue Bridge Spring Snow's name could have already intimidated many in the gaming community. Blue River confidently believed that the other side knew who he was. As a result, he advanced a step and said, "What are you doing, brother?" Clearing. Yi Xiu didn't stick around to chat. At the same time, Lord Grim and Chasing Haze already entered the Green Forest. Oh. Which dungeon? Blue River asked. Green Forest. Blue River was dazed for 5 seconds. Afterwards, he guessed what he felt was the only possibility, carrying a friend? Kind of, Yi Xiu said. Oh, we're missing a member for Frost Forest. Are you interested in joining, brother? Blue River informed. Oh. Why me? Yi Xiu asked. Why you? This question made Blue River made him sigh with sorrow. This question had come up from a while back, from a full 1 day ago. At first, Lord Grim's party stole 2 Spider Cave first clears, making Blue Brook Guild lose a lot of face. Everyone felt quite angry. But after asking about Lord Grim and his team's situation, Blue Brook Guild discovered a few abnormal matters. A member in this guy's team, who first cleared with him, had unexpectedly slandered him previously. That raging sleeping moon said that he had been cheated of the hidden boss. Looking at the time of the event, this was when Lord Grim solo killed the Midnight Phantom Cat. The slandering messages said that Lord Grim intentionally caused the death of the rest of the party in order to take the boss for himself. Then, how did this shameless and despicable guy form a party with Sleeping Moon? He didn't know what exactly happened during this process, but this at least said that the party, which first cleared the Spider Cave twice, weren't friends to begin with. They were strangers and were also a random party with internal conflicts. To have such a team steal away 2 first clears, his strength couldn't be so simple. And it was also clear that Lord Grim was this team's focal point. This shameless novice, who had caused the death of the party just for the hidden boss, had unexpectedly been able to be readmitted again. Who was this person? Besides this, there was also one detail that the Blue Brook Guild told them to pay attention to. This unknown team that took 2 Spider Cave first clears had different player orders both times. The first on the list had to be the party's leader. The first time, this party's team leader was still Sleeping Moon. But the second time, the party's leader switched to Lord Grim. Party leader, this status, was extremely serious. He could kick players and assign the player order. And for the party to willingly give this position to a shameless boss-stealing person, what did this mean? All of these indicated their dependence on this player. Without this player, there was no way they could have gotten a first kill. This person was a true talent and had a high possibility of being a talent without a guild. A talent from a guild wouldn't be by themselves in a new server, a talent from a guild also wouldn't be on 24 hours. Blue Brook Guild's players analyzed this through asking about and observing for an entire day. Finally, they came to this conclusion. Because of the saying that it was easy to raise an army of 1,000, but hard to find a good general, this type of person should be actively won over. Only then did Blue River send 18 consecutive friend requests. When he sent the first one, the request was neither accepted nor declined, so it must have been ignored. Blue River decided to keep sending more of them to show his sincerity. In fact, his method succeeded. His 18 consecutive friend requests made the originally ready to ignore Yi Xiu finally accept his friend request. But now, the other side asked him why he searched for him. Blue River, of course, wouldn't give some long and complicated explanation. He only said that they had noticed his 3 first clears in the new 10th server. As a result, they saw him as an expert and hoped they could be friends. To be honest, right now we're preparing to break the Frost Forest clear record, but we're missing a brother like you, who is a peak level expert. If we break the record, we can give up the purple equipment for you, how about it? Our guild only wants the record. Blue River didn't hurry to rope in this player into their guild. Glory had existed for this long. Everyone knew of famous guilds, but this Lord Grim actually didn't care about them. Blue River reckoned that this person was an expert from some guild playing casually in the new server. If not, then he wasn't interested in guilds and an expert from the wilds. If he was the first type, then they couldn't do anything. He certainly wouldn't be roped in. At least, if he was the second type and didn't care about guilds, they still had a chance. As a result, Blue River decided to invite this person to dungeon with them. First, they would become friends. And with everyone being an expert, they would play together happily and then they could easily come to an understanding with him. They first had to see this player's strength though and see whether he was worth being roped in. As for their promise to give him the purple equipment, that was just their show of good faith and bargaining chip. Frost Forest would only reward a level 25 purple equipment at best and that would soon be outclassed. They didn't need to haggle over a low-leveled equipment. Frankly, if the other person was truly a great expert, then he also wouldn't care. But at the moment, it was the biggest bargaining chip they could really give at this stage of the game. Seeing this invitation, Yi Xiu's eyes lit up. He quickly gave Blue River a response, I don't need the purple equipment. If it's possible, I want something else. What? Blue River asked. Uncommon materials. Yi Xiu said. Haha, you're very understanding, brother. Blue River could see that the other side wasn't naive. He didn't care about low-leveled equipment. Currently, the most valuable items were these uncommon materials. These materials could be used in the late stages of the game and would never grow outdated. 72 strong spider silk. Yi Xiu offered. No problem. Blue River responded frankly. Although strong spider silk were uncommon materials, beginner dungeons could be cleared with no limit. In addition, even normal bosses had a chance of dropping them and could regard it as very cheap among uncommon materials. And also a white witch's mithril pendant. Yi Xiu said. Okay, I can give them to you now. Blue River replied while smiling. The mithril pendant was similar to the saber Yi Xiu hit off of the skeleton warrior. They were ornamental without any value. Only a girl who liked it would wear it as jewelry. And also white wolf's sharp fangs, I need 8. Yi Xiu said. This, brother, you need strong spider silk, the mithril pendant, and now sharp fangs. Isn't this a bit too much? Blue River was a little unhappy. White wolf, white witch were Frost Forest's hidden boss. The mithril pendant was only an ornamental item, so Blue River let it pass without any regrets, but the white wolf sharp fangs were very valuable. Frost Forest wasn't a part of the beginner village's educational dungeons. Every person could only enter at most 4 times. It was hard to say whether they could meet a hidden boss within those 4 times. Moreover, there was a 2/3 chance that the hidden boss wouldn't be a white wolf. If Yi Xiu only wanted these 8 white wolf sharp fangs, then Blue River wouldn't hesitate to give them up. But as for 72 strong spider silk and 8 white wolf fangs, Blue River felt this person was a little too greedy and deserved to be called a shameless novice that killed his party for a hidden boss. No matter how good this person's skill was, his personality was no good. Was such a person suitable to be roped into their guild? Blue River had already started hesitating, but Yi Xiu replied neither fast nor slow, too much. Then I don't need the mithril pendant, good enough. Blue River didn't know whether to laugh or cry and quickly replied, brother, we all understand that we didn't care about the mithril pendant, but as for the strong spider silk and white wolf sharp fang. Then how much is fitting? Yi Xiu asked. Pick one of the 2. Blue River said. This is too hard to pick. Yi Xiu said. You can't have your cake and eat it too, brother. Blue River said sincerely. Then the white wolf sharp fangs. Yi Xiu said. Okay. Blue River let out a sigh of relief. Some strong spider silk as a small gesture of goodwill too. Yi Xiu said again. Blue River almost threw up blood. How about 40? Yi Xiu asked. Brother, you, Blue River was somewhat speechless. 30. 25, this is fine right? Yi Xiu asked. Blue River remained silent for a long time. His hands rested on the keyboard and he couldn't find any suitable words to type. 24. Blue River's heart suddenly softened. This guy had already began reducing the price one by one. For the Grand Blue Brook Guild to haggle over some strong spider silk, how shameful was this? Blue River immediately typed out, fine, we'll settle it at this. Okay. Right when Blue River let out a sigh of relief, he found another message pop up, then you should give a few more mithril pendants, right? I mean you said you didn't care about them. Blue River fell off his chair with a crash. What was this person? Mithril pendants weren't worth anything, yet he still needed to haggle for them. What do you need these items for? Blue River couldn't understand him. These items are worthless in our eyes, but may be valuable to others. Yi Xiu said. Blue River obviously knew that Yi Xiu was talking about those girls that liked these sort of ornaments. Did this person really want these to pick up girls? If he wanted one, then whatever, but to want so many at once, how many girls did he want? Blue River deeply disdained this person and asked, then how many do you need? I thought you didn't care. Then how about all of them? Yi Xiu said. We don't have that many, only 2, Blue River lied and deeply regretted how he said, didn't care. Indeed, these toys didn't have much value, but they were still uncommon ornaments. Giving a few to the sisters in the guild were a good choice, so just giving them away freely made his heart hurt a little. Yi Xiu returned a few ellipses, which only made Blue River flushed with anger. His lies really were pulled off extremely clumsily, but he had already said them. Blue River just said thick-skinned, then it's settled. If a hidden boss comes, how do we split it? Yi Xiu asked. Everyone rolls for it. Blue River replied happily. Ellipses, ellipses again. Blue River sighed. He wouldn't let a person who tried hard to take advantage of them sudden con them. Rolling seemed fair. But Blue River and the others were all friends. If the lone outsider rolled, then their chances were 4-1. They held a huge advantage. This person clearly understood this point. Haha, we're just kidding, Blue River promptly typed out haha, after killing the hidden boss, we probably won't be able to beat the time record, so we don't want brother to be busy for nothing. Brother, you can pick from the items dropped by the hidden boss first, how about it? Okay, then it's settled. Yi Xiu replied. Then brother, when can you come? We're all waiting at Frost Forest. Blue River said. Oh, wait a moment for me to finish this dungeon. Yi Xiu said. Okay. Blue River nodded his head. He took a look at Yi Xiu in his friend list. Brother, don't you want to change classes first? No need. I'll go like this. Blue River was startled. This. Let's not talk for now, I need to hurry up and finish this dungeon. Yi Xiu replied. As a result, Blue River closed the chat in silence. Thinking over the past and future, he felt something wasn't right. He carefully pondered for a long time and then suddenly slapped his thigh. Think about what? His purpose was to dungeon with this guy in order to make friends with him. But in the end, he kept haggling over the rewards, which made the situation completely different. It made it seem like he was inviting him to work for them. Did the Great Blue Brook Guild fall so low as to hire mercenaries to do their work? Thinking of this, Blue River suddenly felt regret over his haggling over those rewards and felt as if had given them away for free. But suddenly, he thought of the conditions for these items, breaking the clear record. Blue River suddenly stared blankly. Missing a person, breaking a record, those were all excuses. Their Blue Brook Guild had brought a total of 40 experts to the new server. How could they not be able to form a full party? Missing a person was just a reason for them to invite him over. As for breaking a record, that was just a way to have everyone fight for the same goal and connect more easily. To be honest, Blue River didn't think that inviting a person would be able to let them clear a record. Shortly after 12 in the morning, the dungeon record had been broken. Blue River had already led a party of Blue Brook Guild's strongest experts into the Frost Forest 3 times, but had kept a steady disparity between their record and Herb Garden's record. If this new person really could help them beat a record, then wouldn't his strength be better than their guild's elites? Blue River felt that Lord Grimm was a talent, but he didn't feel that he was an even stronger talent than their guild's elite. But in the end, he had seriously haggled over the clearing rewards. Was it worth it? He was only level 20 and hadn't changed classes yet either. Could such a person break a new clear record? Blue River, are you done contacting him? Right at this moment, Blue River's teammate Bound Boat asked. I've invited him. He'll be here in a moment. Who's going to give up their position? Blue River said to the party. Oh, then I'll rest for a bit then. Someone said. After Blue River said okay, this player left the party. The rest of them sat outside of the dungeon's entrance waiting for Lord Grimm's Imperial chariot to arrive. Blue River still felt hesitant in his heart. After quickly killing off the Midnight Phantom Cat, he picked up 3 Midnight Cat fingernails. Adding on to his original 6, he now had a total of 9. He had already reached what he wanted, so he felt extremely gratified. Apart from this, Yi Xiu also gathered 4 Midnight Cat claws. He didn't need these, but there were people that did. After he helped them break the clear record, he believed that they wouldn't refuse to give the items that he haggled for. Yi Xiu thought of this and let Lord Grimm leave the dungeon. He directly logged out of the game for chasing Haze. He rested for 10 minutes to recover from the critically ill state. Then, he returned to Beginner Village and learned a few skills using up all of his 1255 skill points. Usually, players only had 1250 skill points when they reached level 20. But Lord Grimm had obtained a skill book that gave him 5 points, so he had a bit more. After learning new skills, he immediately left the Beginner Village and officially stepped into Glory's mainland. Starting from here, the system wouldn't help split the crowd. The areas surrounding Frost Forest were packed with players. A lot of dungeons in Glory didn't have a single fixed entrance. For example, in Frost Forest, the entire forest was a dungeon. It could be entered from any direction. Which side are you guys on? I've arrived at the surrounding areas of Frost Forest. The areas outside of Frost Forest were bustling with liveliness. After leaving Beginner Village, the marketplace gradually grew. The areas outside Frost Forest became the first market. A lot of people established a place here and started a business. While Yi Xiu walked, he randomly looked into 2 stalls. The prices were all a mess. Inexperienced players were afraid to sell low and suffer losses, so they all priced high. Experienced players wouldn't sell any uncommon materials. They would only sell equipment level 20 and under. But these equipment would be seen by new players who only completed quests to level up the whole way. After all, most quests only gave green equipment, which were lower than blue equipment by 1 grade. Players like Lord Grimm, who had cleared dungeons to level up the whole way, they already had a whole set of blue equipment. After quickly glancing at a few stalls and not finding anything, Blue River had already replied to Yi Xiu's message telling him their coordinates. Yi Xiu rushed there at once. In a moment, Blue River's team saw the name Lord Grimm and all 4 sucked in their breath. The first expert that they aroused their interest in the 10th server was too stylish. He had a set of mismatched equipment of all different styles. What the heck was this? The 4 stared dumbstruck when they identified Lord Grimm's equipment. Glory didn't have any identifying or checking the player's profile function. It all relied on a player's naked eyes to identify the equipment by looking at the equipment's model and details. On Lord Grimm's body were the 5 different types of armor: cloth, leather, light, heavy, and plate armor. This type of style could be seen frequently in Beginner Village, but wearing it in Glory's mainland was extremely weird because those that left Beginner Village were all level 20 and had already changed classes. After changing classes, it wasn't that equipment couldn't be worn randomly, but because each class had their own equipment that they were proficient in. As a result, normal players would choose the types of equipment that their class was proficient in. Occasionally, they might wear a few different typed equipment because of special requirements. But players like Lord Grimm, who had their entire body filled with equipment from all 5 types, truly didn't exist. The 4 sat there at a loss. Yi Xiu had already brought Lord Grimm beside them and said, "Hello, hello," to test his mic. "I can hear you," Blue River said. "Hi everyone." Yi Xiu greeted. "Hi. I'll introduce us. Bound Boat, Flower Lantern, Thundering Light, are all elite experts from Blue Brook guilds." Blue River introduced the other 3 party members. Hi everyone. Could you guys wait a bit longer? Sorry about this." Yi Xiu said this and his character stopped moving. Taking advantage of the fact that Lord Grimm still hadn't joined the party, they began crazily typing out ridicule in their party's channel. "You didn't find the wrong person, right?" Flower Lantern asked. "Nonsense. He hasn't class changed yet." Thundering Light asked. "He said he would soon. If he's like this, can he help us break the record?" Flowering Lantern doubted. "If we can't, then we can't. The main purpose is to see this person's background." Blue River said. "The rest we don't know, but I know his ID's background." Thundering Light said. "What? Lord Grimm means that he doesn't want the players to laugh. He's here to make a fool of himself, right?" Thundering Light ridiculed. TL note, another way to translate Lord Grimm is "Gentlemen, don't laugh. Everyone, don't judge people by their appearances. This player still hasn't changed classes, so wearing equipment like this is still normal." Blue River also didn't know what to say, so he made up a reason for himself. For Lord Grimm to mix and match all of his equipment, even he didn't understand. During all of his years in Glory's mainland, he had never seen anyone dress so boldly and freely. This player didn't class change. Does he want to play as an unspecialized character? Bound Boat, who hadn't said a word the entire time, suddenly started talking. He was a considerably old player and knew that there was once a period when unspecialized characters were popular. Unspecialized player? That's of the past. Wasn't that because level 50 awakening quests hadn't been made yet, so they couldn't continue leveling? Flower Lantern wasn't as old as Bound Boat, but he also had experienced much and knew of such a time. At that time, on the opening of Glory's 3rd new server, Glory increased the level cap for the first time. The original level 50 cap had increased to 55. And in order for characters to level past 50, they had to complete a class awakening quest. Unspecialized characters didn't have an awakening quest, so their level cap stayed at 50. 5 levels was only a small difference in terms of equipment and skills, but that was only the beginning. As the level cap increased higher and higher, the gap between unspecialized characters and specialized classes would continuously increase. Everyone understood that staying as an unspecialized character had no meaning. Could it be that he wants to play till level 50 before changing classes? Flower Lantern said. Then wouldn't he lack attribute points playing like that? Thundering Light was unconvinced. Every class had different attribute growths. The difference in attributes between a level 50 Blade Master and a level 50 Elementalist without equipment were obvious at a glance. Unspecialized characters would naturally grow differently from other classes. When they hit level 50 and then changed classes, would their attributes lost from levels 20 to 50 be repaired? Who knows, are there still people who care about this issue? Flower Lantern said. Everyone fell silent. They were all experts, elite experts, but they truly never did pay attention to this issue. They never needed to, who wouldn't change classes at level 20? They had never seen this type of person in all of their years. Why are we guessing? Let's just directly ask him. Flower Lantern immediately walked up to Lord Grimm and said, Brother, if you're not going to change classes, then are you planning to play as an unspecialized character? No response. Brother, you there? Flower Lantern yelled. He said to wait, just a moment ago. He might have left. Blue River said. If he's an unspecialized character, then is he carrying weapons from every class? Thundering Light curiously circled around Lord Grimm 2 times. At this moment, Lord Grimm's hands were empty, not carrying a weapon. This was because the weapon Thousand Chance Umbrella had already been taken by Yi Xiu and put into the equipment editor. The weapon no longer showed its original appearance. Instead, it showed a blueprint, which the editor had automatically extracted. The Thousand Chance Umbrella was extremely complicated, showing several pages of the design on screen. Currently, Yi Xiu was carefully taking out the Midnight Phantom fingernails and carefully bringing them to the pointed ends of the umbrella ribs on the Thousand Chance Umbrella blueprint. 1, 2, 3. Yi Xiu's face didn't show that usual half-dead, dejected state. His 2 eyes didn't blink and his expression showed a look of extreme concentration. His steady right hand dragged the Midnight Cat fingernails in one by one. After putting in 8 without a mistake, Yi Xiu let out a small sigh of relief. He shook his right hand and chose the blueprint showing a flipped-over umbrella. He once again, bit by bit, took out the runner on the shaft that linked together the 8 umbrella ribs. The model of the runner was elaborate, but after Yi Xiu took it out, he quickly put it aside next to the dark opal. After clicking on the Copy option, a progress bar jumped out. The dark opals continuously whirled around, getting polished. After the progress bar finished, it transformed into the exact same shape as the Thousand Chance Umbrella's runner. The runner was put back into the editor's data library while the duplicated dark opal runner was reassembled into the Thousand Chance Umbrella. When he inserted the 8 umbrella ribs into the runner, each one let out a faint click sound. After inserting them all in, the design shown on the blueprint had already returned to the umbrella's original appearance. Yi Xiu carefully inspected it and then finally let out a sigh of relief. Looking towards the blueprint in the editor, Yi Xiu lit a cigarette and stared out in a daze, his mind wandering. The best feature of self-made equipment lied in the research on the blueprints and the necessary materials in the editor. The research for the Thousand Chance Umbrella had already been finished for the most part and he already had a basic idea of what to do with the remaining incomplete parts. Currently, the only completely unknown parts were the upgrades needed for level 50 and up. After all, when the research and making of the Thousand Chance Umbrella was done, the highest level for glory was only level 50. Yi Xiu clicked on the Confirm to create the weapon in the editor. Another progress bar appeared and the editor animated the creation process on the blueprint. When the progress bar completed and the animation stopped, a few of the modifications could already be seen. The sharp-pointed ends of the umbrella ribs were now the 8 Midnight Cat fingernails. Yi Xiu closed the editor and returned to the game. He opened up Lord Grimm's inventory and looked at the changes in the Thousand Chance Umbrella's attributes. With a move of the mouse, Lord Grimm shook the umbrella in his hands and the umbrella formed into a battle lance shape. The lance tip and the 8 Midnight Cat fingernails could be used to stab and hook. A cold glint reflected off of the tip, displaying its exceptional sharpness. Looking again at the Thousand Chance Umbrella's attributes, they had impressively changed. Thousand Chance Umbrella, Lance Form, Level 15. Weight, 2.3 kilograms, Attack Speed, 5. Physical Attack, 290, magic attack, 220. Compared to the original umbrella, the magic attack hadn't increased by much, but the physical attack had increased by an impressive 110 points. It was 5 to 25 levels better than purple, blue, green, white lances of the same level. Lord Grimm's sudden flipping of his weapon made the surrounding Blue River and others jump in surprise. After looking at it, none of elite experts could recognize the battle lance. "Brother, you're back." Blue River went up to talk and sent him a party invitation. "Yup." Yi Xiu responded and joined the party. "Why don't you join our guild first? This way the dungeon clear record will be under our guild's name." Blue River sent him an invitation. Guilds could be made after players left the beginner village at level 20. Blue Brook Guild had naturally prepared and set it up right after leaving the beginner village. Understood. Yi Xiu accepted and became a Blue Brook Guild member. Only if a party, with 5 members of the same guild, broke a record, would the record be under their guild's name. "Then let's start." "Hold on," Yi Xiu said this and looked at everyone's equipment to determine their classes. Blue River, Swordsman class Blade Master, Purple level 20 Flaming Sun, a light element sword. Bound Boat, Priest class Cleric, Purple level 20 Saint's Cross. Flower Lantern, Priest class Knight, Purple level 20 Guardian of Justice, a battle axe. Thundering Light, Mage class Elementalist, Purple level 20 Copper Staff. Besides weapons, the 4 players' equipments were mostly blue equipment with a few purple equipment in certain places. All of the equipment suited their respective classes. It had only been a day since the opening of the new server, yet their equipments were already at such a level. This clearly wasn't from their luck, but rather from their guild's power. "Is there something else?" Flower Lantern was starting to get impatient. "If we want to break the record, then I suggest that we change up the classes a bit." Yi Xiu said. "Change what?" Blue River asked. "We don't need the cleric." Yi Xiu directly said. Bound Boat, the cleric, hadn't yet said anything when Flower Lantern shouted, "Don't need a cleric?" What a joke. Drop the cleric and add a high DPS class. Yi Xiu said calm and unhurried. "Brother, isn't your proposal a bit unreasonable?" Blue River was a bit more patient. "The pressure will be a bit big, but everyone here's an expert. If you just concentrate on your positioning and dodging, then there's no need for heals." Yi Xiu said. "We never needed heals. The heals are for the MT1. Yeah, so, what I'm saying is the MT isn't needed. The knight has low DPS too, so we should also change him for more damage. F***CK. Flower Lantern had just come to Bound Boat's aid, but he didn't think that, in the blink of an eye, he would also be kicked off, no MT. When there's only small monsters fine, but what about against the boss? Who's going to control the aggro, you? Yup. Yi Xiu said. The F***CK does your yup mean? Flower Lantern became extremely angry. I'm going to control the aggro. Yi Xiu said. The entire team was speechless. Now that Yi Xiu was in their party and in their guild too, the 4 couldn't privately whisper to each other. Blue River furrowed his eyebrows and said, "So you're saying that all 5 party members should have high DPS?" "Right, this is the fastest clearing party." Yi Xiu said. "Did you do this in beginner village?" Flower Lantern yelled. "It doesn't matter what dungeon, all DPS is obviously the fastest." Yi Xiu said. "That's true, but the problem is an all DPS team can't finish the dungeon." Blue River said. "Of course it's possible. Only, I hope that you'll let me lead." Yi Xiu said. Blue River finally felt as if he had been shot by a gun. After kicking 2 people, this guy also wanted his leader position. "Fine." Flower Lantern suddenly shouted, "Let's see how good you are. Bound Boat, leave the party and call for others." After speaking, Flower Lantern left the party, but Bound Boat was still hesitant. Aside, Thundering Light rushed up to Flower Lantern and yelled, Hey, you guys are leaving the party, so that you won't lose out when we die, right?" What a loser. The fight hasn't even started yet. Flower Lantern disdained Thundering Light and urged Bound Boat, hurry up and leave. I've already called people to come. One main tank. Clearly, Bound Boat was not as impulsive as Flower Lantern. He stayed in the party and didn't move. He sent Blue River a message, "What should I do? What do you think?" Blue River replied. "I'm pretty curious. I just have some regrets because I've been kicked out, so I can't see it with my own eyes. Bound boat. Doesn't it seem like he's just talking big? Blue River said. It doesn't look like it. Maybe it's because he hasn't changed classes yet that he dares to not bring a cleric. If it's urgently needed, he can also heal. Bound boat said. Yeah, I don't think he's here just to waste everyone's time. Let's try it out. Blue River said. Okay, then I'm leaving then. Bound boat left the party. Returning Cloud come over. Most of the guild has already reached the dungeon entry limit. Flower Lantern said. Returning Cloud had originally been an elite member of their party. But because Lord Grimm took the spot, he left. Now, he would be returning to the party. Filling in the last spot would be hard though. All of those in the elite group were experts who actively looked to do dungeons. Besides Blue River and the others, who intentionally waited, those who hadn't reached the dungeon limit were currently doing their last run. In the end, the experts, who saw Flower Lantern's call, curiously chatted. They all knew that Flower Lantern's party already had the guild's 3 highest DPSers. If all 3 were online, then what was he calling out for? Are there any players who can still run Frost Forest? The more damage the better. Hurry up and come to help us beat the clear record. Flower Lantern didn't explain and only messaged this in the guild's channel. I'll come. Finally, someone replied. Flower Lantern saw that it was Lunar Grace. This was a girl. In the elite group, there was a considerably low number of female experts, so these female players were treated as treasures. Parties fought all over for them and brought the girl over to clear a dungeon as if she were there for their social welfare. As a result, the girl experts never had a fixed party. Grace, then you come. Flower Lantern didn't say anything more and told the rest that she was coming. Returning Cloud and Lunar Grace quickly arrived and joined Blue River's party. Returning Cloud was this party's original member, so he knew the situation. Lunar Grace, on the other hand, was somewhat at a loss. This party didn't have an MT or a healer and had an unfamiliar person too. Class, he didn't have one. Oh great God, are these two suitable? Flower Lantern said to Lord Grimm sarcastically. Thus, Yi Xiu really did look at them carefully. Yup, they're fine. Returning Cloud was also an elementalist. His weapon was a purple level 20 Vivid Staff. As level 20 staffs, Vivid Staff and the Copper Staff attributes were about the same. Their difference was their additional properties. One of them added 1 level to Flame Explosion, while the other added 1 level to Frost Ball. From these staffs, it could be seen that the elemental paths they took as elementalists were different. As for Lunar Grace, she was a witch. This was another choice among the magic classes. They were known as the scientists among mages. They used large amounts of magic items to do battle and possessed a certain close combat strength. Lunar Grace used a purple level 20 crystal wand, which wasn't a broom, the weapon exclusively for witches. As a result, Yi Xiu couldn't tell from her weapon what skill path she took, so he asked, what path? Dark style path. Lunar Grace said. Have you added any to Dal Shururu? Yi Xiu asked. Dal Shururu was a type of witch skill that taunted monsters. Auto level up. Lunar Grace replied. Auto level up meant that when the skill could be leveled, a skill point would immediately be used to level it up. Oh, that's great. Yi Xiu said. Is God satisfied? Flower Lantern asked. Yup, it's good. Let's get ready to go. Yi Xiu said. Lunar Grace still didn't completely understand the situation. In the end, she heard Blue River announce, everyone, listen. For this dungeon, Lord Grimm will lead. You're leading. Lunar Grace was extremely surprised. Yup. Yi Xiu said. Why? Lunar Grace couldn't understand. For the clear record. Yi Xiu said and had already walked towards the dungeon. Hey, Blue River yelled for him, but he had already disappeared. Clearly, he already entered the dungeon. Blue River was sad. They had to discuss their plan outside of their dungeon. After they entered the dungeon, the timer would start. At that moment, explaining would just be a waste of time. God has already entered. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and go tremble at his might, O mortals. Flower Lantern laughed out loud. When I come, I'll be looking for you. Blue River cursed and promptly entered the dungeon along with the others. Frost Forest monsters were green-skinned blue-nosed goblins. There were long-ranged, melee, and even magic ones. Clearly, they weren't as boring and pattern-following as the ones in Beginner Village. In addition, these goblins all looked the same, so until they attacked, there was no way of telling what type they were. After Blue River and the others entered the dungeon timer officially started. No one foolishly sat around the entrance. They rushed forward while hearing Yi Xiu lead, having a witch will make things much easier. We'll one-wave rush. Blue River jumped up in fright. How do we use one-wave rush? You don't understand what one-wave rush means. Yi Xiu was even more astonished than Blue River. Of course Blue River knew. In Glory, one-wave rush meant that all of the monsters would be pulled and then completely killed in one turn. But this method could only be used when the party level was much higher than the dungeons. They also needed a powerful MT. They had never heard of a one-wave rush done by parties at the same level as the dungeon. One-wave rush is. I understand. I just don't understand how you're going to use one-wave rush. Blue River said. I'll pull the monsters. Then, Dal Shururu to group up the monsters. Raging Flames and Blizzard to attack. Then. It's like you didn't say anything. It's fine, you go start then. We'll one-wave rush. Blue River's cheeks streamed with tears. He knew the basic course of actions, but the pivotal point lay on the player pulling the monsters. If he couldn't bring back a wave of monsters alive, then it'd be a problem. In the end, this person played down the 4 words, I'll pull the monsters, and skimmed over the most pivotal point. Blue River knew that saying any more would only waste their time. The other 3 looked at Blue River and had the same thoughts. They all accepted their fate and a waterfall of cold sweat washed over their faces. In the end, Yi Xiu typed out a smile and yelled, I'm going. Lord Grimm ran out. Blue River and the others looked at his back and felt the same feeling as if he were a hero that would never return. I have to say, he's quite heroic. I admire him. Thundering Light ridiculed him. Everyone keep up. A shout came from in front of them. The 4 with a waterfall face kept up with him. They saw that Lord Grimm had already approached 2 goblins. One of them started throwing rocks, while the other started casting ice arrow. The 4 all said together, what a tragedy. We start and there's already 2 long-ranged ones. The rock and ice arrow flew out, but Lord Grimm seemed to just shake twice and the rock and ice arrow flew past him. D***mn, could it be? Z shake. Blue River cried out. Z shake was just a quick direction-changing movement. Move left, move right, while continuously moving forward. The track looked like a Z. But when this movement was made extremely quickly, the distance moved became extremely small. If the character completed this movement in the blink of an eye, then it looked as if he hadn't moved, only a shake. If it was just to make the character look as if he shook, then many players could do this. But for a player to use the Z shake in an actual battle, then he definitely had to be a great expert. Just relying on this small movement to dodge the attacks, it showed just how precise this person's decision-making and control was. It wasn't only Blue River, but Thundering Light and the others all understood this. At this moment, while they were still shocked by this exquisite play, they saw Lord Grimm rush up to 2 goblins and hit them with his palm. A gust of wind blew out and the 2 goblins flew out. Level 15 Battle Mage skill, Falling Flower Palm. This skill had a strong blow-away effect. Goblins were light, so with this palm, they flew out several meters into the distance. Lord Grimm didn't stop to rest. His figure rushed to a different side. That area had 2 goblins. As soon as a player entered their aggro range, they would immediately take out their big sticks and attack you in close combat. This time, Lord Grimm didn't move close to them and continued past them. Ahead, the 2 goblins that were blown away had already gotten up. One was getting ready to throw a rock, while the other was casting ice arrow. When Lord Grimm still had 2 meters between them, he swung out his battle lance. Pu-2 sounds. The rock wasn't thrown out and the ice arrow was interrupted. Lord Grimm swept with his lance and the 2 monsters fell. Stepping over them, he ran forward. The next targets were 2 goblins in the 10 o'clock direction. This time one of them held a stick and the other was casting ice arrow. When the ice arrow flew out, Lord Grimm immediately jumped and also conveniently flew over the goblin with the big stick. In midair, he had already readied the lance and interrupted the goblin's ice arrow. After landing, he whirled around and moved behind this goblin in a flash. One of the goblins turned around, while the other lifted his big stick and chased after him. Lord Grim raised his hand and used falling flower palm again. The two monsters were blown back and with perfect accuracy, smashed into the two ranged goblins. The two goblins sadly had their casts interrupted again and fell over. Like this, every goblin in every place, whether they were standing guard or patrolling, were all alarmed by Lord Grim through either pulling or blowing them away. The melee goblins neatly brandished their big sticks, shrieking while chasing Lord Grim. The ranged were all busy using their skills. All of a sudden, Frost Forest became unusually lively. Blue River and the others all chased behind and were all hesitating. They couldn't deny that Lord Grim had skills, but, to create chaos in the dungeon as if there were birds flying about and dogs jumping around, why did this look like a high-level player came over to roll through the dungeon? At this moment, Blue River and the others had already lost Lord Grim. In front of them was a large mass of shrieking goblins that continuously pursued what was in front of them. What about Lord Grim? Blue River could only figure out he was alive because of two reasons. One was from their party list. Lord Grim's health was still over half, still quite healthy. Two was because they could see Lord Grim jumping from time to time. In a flash, he landed and his body was blocked by the goblins again. There's already 20 of them, returning Cloud's voice slightly trembled. To be able to do this as a level 20, this was too grand. Still don't kill. Luna Grace had already prepared to use Doll Shiruru. I just want to know how he's going to come back to us. Thundering Light looked towards the mass of goblins that had all been pulled. His tone carried admiration. He doesn't want me to just throw out the Doll Shiruru like this, right? It won't work. Luna Grace was worried. Because there were ranged and melee goblins, there were pretty much two armies. One army carried big sticks and persistently pursued their target. The other army maintained their distance and would only run closer if Lord Grim went out of range. What's he up to? Are you asking me? I don't know either. Blue River said. Right when his voice fell, Thundering Light suddenly bounced up and down. With great effort, he wanted to see the situation behind the mass of monsters. Although the bouncing was hilarious, they didn't laugh. Blue River immediately asked, "What's the situation?" "The crowd's been gathered quite beautifully," Thundering Light said. Oh. Blue River also had the urge to bounce up and down, but as one of the 5 great experts of Blue Brook Guild and the guild leader in the 10th server, he still had to maintain a bit of dignity. As a result, he could only ask dully, "How does he do it?" "How would I know?" In any case, they're coming in group by group. While Thundering Light said this, he continued bouncing about. Everyone suddenly heard a series of whacks. Falling flower. D*MN, that palm was so crisp. Thundering Light shouted. The other 3 also saw that the goblins in front of them were in confusion. Who knew how many goblins were blown away by the falling flower palm? The goblins with big sticks that were blown away smashed against the ranged goblins in the back. In one move, a large number of them fell. The field of view in front of the 4 opened up. They saw Lord Grim with his right hand carrying the lance and his left palm facing forward in front of him. His clothing flapped lightly in the wind and he still maintained the falling flower palm pose. Around him were goblins on the ground, in complete disorder. The screen paused on this moment for less than a second, but Lord Grim's mighty pose was instantly imprinted into the 4 players' minds. After a second, the goblins in disorder had already climbed back up and fearlessly prepared to rush up again. Lord Grim leaped. Thundering Light immediately ridiculed, "What is he doing? Is he planning on flying over?" In the end. He's flying. He's actually flying. Thundering Light's cheeks streamed with tears as he yelled out. After the Lord Grim that faced them jumped, he did a 180-degree turn. Soon after, a gun sound rang out and he suddenly flew in back towards them. Blue River and the others were all knowledgeable people. They saw through it with a glance. This was a gunner mid-air movement skill. In the air, the player open-fired and used the gun's recoil to fly backwards. The greater the recoil, the farther they would fly backwards. The recoil looked as if it were created by a rifle or higher-grade gun. Flying backwards, he directly crossed over the monsters' heads. When he landed, he ran behind the 4. The goblins crazily turned around and rushed at them like the tides. The targets that faced them were Blue River and the others. The 4 all began sweating profusely. Immediately, they heard Lord Grim's voice, "Mages attack. Get ready to use Doll Shiruru." They looked forward with great alarm. In this moment, the crazily chasing goblins, the ranged ones let out their attacks without moving, the melee goblins hurried towards them. All of the small monsters were bunched up perfectly. It was definitely the best opportunity to group attack. Quickly, quickly attack. Blue River immediately yelled. The hardest part of one wave rush was pulling the monsters, and to their surprise, it was done by the guy who hadn't changed classes yet. But to eliminate the entire mass of monsters wasn't easy either. 2 spells by each of the mages definitely weren't enough to completely kill them all off. Thundering Light and Returning Cloud didn't dare to be slow. One used Raging Flames and the other used Blizzard. The 2 spells were from 2 different paths. Although they were skills of the same level, their effects were different. Fire Magic's specialty was Burst Power. Right when Raging Flames was cast, a wave of flames washed under the goblins' feet. The flames soared from the ground to the sky, reaching at least 3 meters high. The goblins that had been attacked were suddenly blown up into the air. The raging flames surged on and the goblins screeched, but this skill wasn't fireworks. Flames pillars leaped up and then scattered in less than a second. With its disappearance, the goblins fell to the ground. But at this moment, Returning Cloud's blizzard had already smashed on top of them. Hailstones mixed with snowflakes, each around the size of steamed bun, relentlessly crashed towards the goblins. Raging flames ended just like that, but blizzard rained down every second for 4 seconds. In terms of total damage, blizzard was higher. But in terms of burst damage, Raging Flames was clearly more ferocious. These were the specialties between the ice and fire path. Dal Shururu. Yi Xiu yelled. Luna Grace was already prepared and she immediately cast Dal Shururu in the center of the mob. Dal Shururu was a type of ragdoll. Monsters in a 2 radius meter around it would be taunted, forcing the monsters to aggro onto it. Of course, this had restrictions. First, Dal Shururu's level couldn't be lower than the monsters. Second, a normal Dal Shururu had no effect on elites, boss, and emperors. Only having the passive skill Dal Shururu upgrade with it would work. At the moment, Luna Grace wasn't at a high enough level to learn Dal Shururu upgrade, but her Dal Shururu was auto-leveled, so the levels on it weren't a problem. When she casted it out, all of the goblins ran towards the Dal Shururu. The taunt won't last long. Luna Grace immediately yelled after casting it. Dal Shururu's effect lasted very long, a full 20 seconds, but the problem was that this small ragdoll didn't have much HP. Monsters that were taunted wouldn't just stand around and watch, rather they would attack. With such a large mob of goblins, Dal Shururu would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Thundering Light's Raging Flames and Returning Cloud's Blizzard had cooldowns too. One of them needed 6 seconds, while the other needed 8 seconds. Now, the 2 were madly throwing out their single-target spells to attack. Facing this giant mob of goblins, their spells clearly weren't as effective as they had hoped. Enough. While Yi Xiu said this, he controlled Lord Grimm to rush forward. With Dal Shururu's effect, the goblins were even more bunched up. The melee goblins all surrounded Dal Shururu and the ranged goblins had already begun attacking Dal Shururu. Dal Shururu had only been out for a mere second before it was destroyed. But in this time, Lord Grimm was able to rush up close to the goblins. His battle lance was gone. In its place, his left and right hands held tunfas. He grabbed a goblin and did a back throw. Backdropped shock wave rippled out and the surrounding goblins all neatly fell down. Blade Master, get ready to use Falling Light Blade. Use it when they get up. Yi Xiu yelled. Blue River, who hadn't been given any instructions up until now, was startled, but he quickly responded and he lifted his sword Flaming Sun and hastily advanced forward. All of the goblins were now neatly climbing back up. Blue River had already leaped into the air and targeted the middle of the mob. His 2 hands launched his sword, which rapidly crashed down. Blade Master skill, Falling Light Blade. For Falling Light Blade, the higher the user jumped, the higher the damage and the larger the radius of the shock wave was. Blue River deserved to be called one of the 5 great experts of Blue Brook Guild. After Yi Xiu yelled out the command, Blue River immediately understood his intention. This Falling Light Blade was used perfectly. After the shock wave spread, the goblins that had just climbed back up fell back down once again. The AoE attacks in quick succession weren't used for the damage, but rather to make sure that the bunched-up monsters stayed down without a chance to get up and attack. However, Back Throw and Falling Light Blade also had cooldowns. These 2 skills alone wouldn't be enough to completely crowd control them. Dal Shururu's cooldown was even longer, 30 seconds, and couldn't be counted on in such a short time. What other AoE attacks does this guy still have? Blue River thought. His mind recalled all of the skills that could be learned before changing classes and that also had effects similar to back throw or falling light blade. In the end, he heard the next command, Shadow Cloak. Right. Blue River suddenly understood. He saw Lunar Grey step forward. With a wave of her hand, a violet-black cloak flew out from her sleeves and wrapped around the bunched-up goblins. The cloak tightened around them and the goblins shrieked as they were bound tightly into a ball, falling down again. The skills should be off cooldown now. Blue River calculated the cooldowns of the skills that were used, but while doing so, he heard the next command, Raging Flames. Sure enough, Thundering Light's Raging Flames came off cooldown and casted it as soon as he heard the command. Once again, the spell was released right when the goblins were about to stand up again. The flame columns roared up towards the sky and the goblins flipped in the air. When they fell down, another 2 seconds had passed. Blue River suddenly realized that this spell also turned out to be a crowd control skill. An expert, he really was an expert. He unexpectedly utilized these skills that weren't originally meant for crowd control as crowd control. To be able to complete a same-level dungeon with one wave rush, he truly was too strong. Blue River understood. At this point, as long as no one made any mistakes, this one wave rush could be considered as done. Blue River understood, but how could the others not have either? Amazed, they followed Yi Xiu's commands, using one skill after another. The goblins flew up and fell down, constantly struggling. Only after an assortment of items dropped, covering the ground, did the 4 recover from the shock. The 20 or so goblins had actually all been killed in one rush. Hurry up, let's keep going. The other side didn't even look as if what had happened were anything miraculous and immediately yelled for them to continue forward. Blue River and the others immediately followed. After give a few glances at the items that dropped, they didn't find anything of worth, so they just left them. When going for a clear record, who had time to waste time doing that? Outside of the dungeon, Flower Lantern sent a message, how is it? Speechless. God, he's a real F***King God. Blue River replied. What are you talking about? One wave rush. One wave rush. My ass. What are you talking about? Flower Lantern couldn't understand. We're rolling through with one wave rush. Blue River said. You're joking, right? Flower Lantern didn't believe it. Just wait till we're on TV, ha ha ha. In glory, players called being shown on the system announcement as, on TV. Flower Lantern stupidly closed the message box, while Bound Boat asked, how are things? They're, pushing forward through one wave rush. Flower Lantern said. One wave rush. Bound Boat was also dumbfounded. They advanced through the dungeon astonishingly fast. Blue River looked extremely happy. Yi Xiu also felt worry-free. Blue River and the others were much better than Seven Fields and his group, whether it be in equipment or skills. After he led them through one wave rush the first time, he basically didn't need to yell out instructions again. Moreover, after the 4 understood his intentions, they could determine the most suitable time to act by themselves. Using this method merely 2 times, the monsters en route to the first boss were completely cleared. Blue River looked at the time. They hadn't even used 5 minutes. Monsters were no longer an issue, so next up was the boss. The first boss, Goblin Patrol Guard, was stronger than normal goblins. He carried a barbed wolf fang stick with extremely high physical attack. Although this boss didn't have any fancy skills, just in plain swinging his stick caused players to feel helpless. The reason for this wasn't the boss itself, but rather because normal parties used an MT to pull aggro. Like this, the MT could only rely on his defense and vitality to tank the boss's high damage attacks. If the stats didn't reach a certain mark, then the MT could only rely on their technique. But technique wasn't something that could be obtained so easily. As a result, if their stats didn't meet the requirements, then only experts could cope. Normal players would have to buy better equipment to improve their stats. In terms of technique, Blue River didn't have any doubts for Lord Grimm. He was an unspecialized level 20 and could already pull 20 goblins to go running round and round in circles. If anyone said that this type of person had no technique, then Blue River could only disagree. But against the boss, Blue River wasn't worried that Lord Grimm would die by the Goblin Patrol Guard, but rather worried about whether he could pull it properly. If he made a mistake and the patrol guard's big stick hit the mage, then the mage would instantly die. I'll pull, do your best to put out damage. Yi Xiu said. How long do we need to wait? Blue River asked very professionally. Normal MTs pulled by fighting the boss alone for a few seconds to accumulate enough aggro, so that others wouldn't just directly OT it when they attacked. There's no need to wait. Once it's pulled, just go in. Yi Xiu said. Once it's pulled, go in. The four all said at once in awe. Yeah, to beat the record, you have to hurry up. I'm starting. Yi Xiu already hit the keyboard to let Lord Grim rush up. Blue River and the others were startled a bit, but didn't dare complain. Although Hay had saved a lot of time clearing the small monsters, they still felt that they should steady the boss first. As a result, they didn't move and just watched as Lord Grim stabbed towards the Goblin Patrol Guard. Dragon Tooth, Sky Strike, Double Stab, Normal Uppercut, Normal Stab, another Sky Strike. What are you waiting for? Hearing this, Blue River woke up as if he had been sleeping, but was still at a loss. Starting from when Lord Grim had begun pulling, this Goblin Patrol Guard had been tumbling around in the air the whole time. What gorgeous endless juggling. The four couldn't help but think about counting how many times Lord Grim could combo and wanted to see when this boss would drop. But with this yell, the four realized that they weren't admiring a video and immediately began casting. Flipping over their magical items, taking out their swords, they all rushed over at once. Flames, ice, starshine, sword light, the irregular attacks of the four arrived with charming effect. None of them blocked each other's line of sight and wouldn't block their positions. However, every one of them held a thread of wariness in their hearts. They were all afraid that their attacks would do too much damage and the boss would switch his big stick's target to them. Although Lord Grim told everyone to spare no effort and attack, he, after all, wasn't a specialized MT. Specialized MTs like a knight, after changing classes, they didn't just gain many new aggro control skills, but they also had many aggro-related skills from before level 20. Although Lord Grim could learn these skills, he hadn't brought these type of aggro control skills with him. As a result, the four attacked moderately and didn't go all out. They professionally controlled aggro. They were attacking and attacking until they suddenly heard Lord Grim said, "Go all out. It won't OT." Seeing how confident he was, not giving him face wouldn't be good, so they clenched their teeth and fought. Everyone began gnashing their teeth and madly attacked with all their might. Glory didn't have any assist tool for aggro calculations. Damage and healing were also done after they cleared the dungeon. The four were all experts and all had their own set of ferocious battle methods. Before, everyone was holding back, afraid of OT. Now, in the depths of their heart, it seemed as if they were hopeful for OT. If they didn't OT, then it would appear as if their damage was laughable. In the end, the Goblin Patrol Guard didn't even glance at the four of them. That big stick only went towards Lord Grim. Lord Grim moved extremely quickly. Even more amazing was that none of his movements affected his ability to attack. He was never not moving and kept on running around the goblin. Blue River was also a melee class. Now, the more he looked the more he was fearful. With Lord Grim's method, the boss responded extremely quickly and continuously turned around to chase him. Thus, no matter if he turned left or turned right, the boss wouldn't be left behind. Therefore, he could only barely dodge the boss's attacks. But if he were piking, this sort of battle method would be enough to make a player vomit from dizziness. It looks like this person was also good at piking. The Goblin Patrol Guard finally collapsed. The four ultimately weren't able to grab a bit of the boss's attention. The four felt a bit embarrassed to say that what they had done was simply them ganging up and bullying the boss. They surrounded him and spared no effort to attack it, but it felt like the monster they were beating up didn't even know about their existence. "Brother, how did you pull it so steadily?" Blue River couldn't help but ask. He felt that even with a specialized MT like Flower Lantern, his damage would have caused the boss to OT several times. "As long as my damage is greater than yours, then it's fine," Yi Xiu replied. Blue River stiffened, Returning Cloud was shocked, Lunar Grace was speechless, and Thundering Light said, "He originally wasn't an MT, he was also a damage dealer." The four's cheeks streamed with tears. Right, Lord Grim had just done more damage than them and nothing more. Without stopping to rest, Lord Grim began pulling a mob of goblins. The four followed after him and whispered. "His damage was actually even greater than ours." Returning Cloud muttered. "And by quite a bit too, how else could the aggro be so stable?" Lunar Grace said. "I acknowledge his skill, but to be able to pull it so steadily, his attack definitely isn't low. Do any of you guys recognize that lance?" Blue River asked. "I don't." It looks strange like a big clove of garlic. Thundering Light said. Your family's garlic looks like that. Returning Cloud said. It was an exaggeration. Do you know what that is? Thundering Light said. Get lost. Returning Cloud disdained. All of you shut up. He started pulling, let's concentrate. Blue River said. In front of them, Lord Grimm started pulling monsters. The four didn't dare complain. Although they had already done it twice successfully, they were fully aware of the risks. If they made any mistakes with their skills timing, then might lose a few goblins. The results would be disastrous. Pull monsters, gather monsters, kill monsters. Each player completed their roles perfectly. After 2 waves, they killed all of the monsters en route to the second boss. Facing the second boss, Blue River and the others weren't polite and attacked with all of their might. In the end, the four once again silently chased after Lord Grimm. So fast. We'll definitely beat the record. Thundering Light suddenly sighed. And by a large margin too. Blue River was extremely gratified. Yay! Returning Cloud also appeared happy. Luna Grace didn't know what to say. Damage and whatnot. They didn't want to think about it. The Frost Forest's final boss was the Goblin Emperor Frost Thane. Just by looking at the name, a player could figure out this boss was even more important than hidden bosses in the beginner village. Thane's body wasn't very different from a normal goblin, but his fierce face seemed more sinister and cunning. At least, he didn't have an eye-catching funny blue nose like normal goblins. This was because the Frost Thane's skin was all sky blue. When he turned around and didn't show his face though, he looked like a cute house pet. But every player knew that this guy wasn't cute at all. In his right hand, the Frost Thane held an ice blade, which was about as tall as his short and small body. When it brandished the blade, cold wind would whirl out. The distance he could attack from was farther than a normal player could see. Due to this, the boss had a few special attacks, so the MT would often be contained there. As a result, Frost Forest guides all recommended that a party bring 2 MTs, which would also reduce the pressure when facing the first boss Goblin Patrol Guard and the Goblin Thane. As for Yi Xiu, how could he be one of those ordinary players who followed guides? When he saw the 4 people had arrived nearby, he said, I'm going, and Lord Grimm rushed forward with his battle lance raised. He also did it this way because this party's quality was indeed very high. If he switched them with 7 fields and the others, then he'd have to explain what they had to do and would also have to look after them during the battle. On the other hand, Blue River and the others were worry-free. Blue River and the others also didn't say any more and followed up. Lord Grimm was at the very front intending to pull the Frost Thane. This boss's reaction speed was twice as fast as normal goblins. Its 2 short legs swung around like wheels. And in an instant, it rushed up to meet Lord Grimm. But in the end, in a mere second, the Frost Thane had already been launched into the air. So strong. Blue River and the others silently watched and silently praised. It couldn't be seen as a mere attack. With the Frost Thane's speed and nimbleness, it definitely wasn't easy to hit the target. Just pulling this boss was a difficult point. For example, if their usual MT, Flower Lantern, was here, he would only able to hit him for the first time on his 3rd try. Afterwards, a few small combos would be needed to fully establish the aggro. That was already considered a pretty good achievement. If it was a normal party, oftentimes, the MT would be hit until he was almost disabled, and even then, the aggro still wouldn't be established. In the end, the cleric that healed the MT would often take the aggro. Lord Grimm launched the Frost Thane into the air and then followed up with several skills, making a combo in midair. But the Frost Thane was a named boss. How could such a boss be juggled endlessly? While in midair, a blue light suddenly flashed and it immediately disappeared. Blue River and the others didn't make a fuss about it. They knew the Frost Thane had this sort of teleportation skill. Right when they were looking for this guy teleported to, the 4 all heard a "pu," the sound of a hit. Looking towards the source, they saw Lord Grimm's battle lance still on the Frost Thane's body going poke poke poke. Blue River and the others were startled and looked again at the original spot. There, they also saw Lord Grimm. Shadow clone technique, the 4 players could tell. They'd seen these skills many times before. There was nothing to fuss about. But the part that surprised them was that Lord Grimm could immediately chase down the Frost Thane with his own instant movement. Thinking of this, Blue River and the others were all somewhat horrified. They knew that the Frost Thane would give a few signs before teleporting, similar to how a mage did. While chanting, it raised its hand pointing to a spot. By looking at this, the general teleport location could be seen. However, all in all, this was a teleportation spell and the sign only lasted for a short instant. Yet Lord Grimm could still clearly catch its teleport location. Couldn't this only be done in theory? Of course, the Frost Thane's teleport had a cooldown too. After using it to no effect, it was once again beaten up by Lord Grimm. They reckoned that this boss had never felt so annoyed before. It wanted to slice down, it wanted to cast magic, but its opponent was always a step ahead, destroying him. Everyone go. Blue River discovered that the four all seemed as if they were admiring a dueling video again. He hurriedly called out and rushed up. Fighting with the Frost Thane was originally a battle where everyone walked on the brink of death. Parties like Blue River's where they only brought a single MT needed to control the aggro between the Frost Thane and the MT well, in order to avoid OT. But now, under Lord Grimm's method, where his strong attacks never missed, the four had absolutely no worries. Even if the Frost Thane's main target wasn't on them, they rarely made mistakes either. Frost Thane's teleportation really was too quick. Moreover, it wasn't a stupid boss that just stood there attacking the MT. Teleport. It teleported again. Blue River and the others cursed. As soon as the skill went off cooldown, the Frost Thane would cast it again. But today, against this opponent, Lord Grimm used the Shadow Clone technique to teleport too and wasn't slower than it. Finally, only Blue River and the others were left. They gloomily hit their keyboards to switch directions and chased after it. They had done this several times already. Careful, it's almost at red blood. At this moment, Yi Xiu suddenly said. Okay. The four answered. They had been wary of red blood, such a serious status, long ago. When the Frost Thane reached red blood, it would be buffed with super armor, so its magic couldn't be interrupted by normal attacks. Moreover, it casted magic faster. A teleport along with an AoE ice whirlwind was extremely deadly towards a party that had just been surrounding and attacking it. Hurry and retreat. Blue River suddenly saw an ominous glint in the Frost Thane's eyes. The large ice blade danced around displaying a pretty pattern. Right when the ice whirlwind was about to unfurl, he yelled and took the initiative to retreat away from the Frost Thane. The other three didn't need to stick close to the body to attack it, so they weren't as nervous. But they also quickly focused their minds and adjusted. This ice whirlwind didn't have any target. After it was sent out, it scattered around randomly. Who knew that with a rumble, the ice whirlwind didn't appear? The Frost Thane had actually been thrown down onto the ground. Back throw. Lord Grimm used a back throw. This skill could break super armor. Why are you running? Did you not learn Wave Will Slasher? Yi Xiu was puzzled. Blue River knew he was talking to him. Wave Will Slasher was a spellblade skill and could also break super armor. Because it was a level 20 and under skill, after changing classes, Blue River could also learn it. Moreover, most blade masters put a point into it. It wasn't for damage, but for breaking super armor. Super armor break skills could interrupt magic even if they were in a super armor state. But the problem was that this was Frost Thane. This was the boss that when the MT pulled, the aggro would often switch to the healer. Who would dare bet their entire team's life onto whether he could accurately hit the super armor break skill? Actually, Blue River wasn't so unsure of himself, but rather because a single slip could destroy their entire situation, he chose the safer option. But in the end, he was called out on. Blue River was a bit embarrassed, so he shamelessly replied, "Yeah, I didn't learn it." Hissing sounds rang out, but the three understood Blue River's mood, so they didn't hiss for too long. "You should learn it. Breaking super armor is very useful," Yi Xiu said. "I know, I just didn't have enough skill points, so I haven't learned it for now. I'll put in a point later." Blue River was flushed with shame. He was currently being taught basic knowledge. Failed to download. When Blue River and the others left the dungeon, Bound Boat and Flower Lantern were still waiting outside. Before the party went up on TV, the two had already prostrated before Lord Grimm in admiration. They were the original party members and they clearly knew the party's strength. Lord Grimm was 100% the reason that they were able to break the clear record by 5 minutes. Flower Lantern, who had previously doubted Lord Grimm, also felt extremely embarrassed. Finally, he mumbled, "You really are a god. I bow down, I bow down. I was lacking in manners before." On the other side, Bound Boat asked Thundering Light how they cleared the dungeon. Thundering Light spoke, splattering spittle everywhere. Returning Cloud and Lunar Grace repeatedly raised their eyebrows. Could you be any more ridiculous? If you say it like this, then it seemed like we cleared the dungeon in 10 minutes. Okay, the clear record has been broken. Yi Xiu said to Blue River. Right, right. Strong, strong. Blue River immediately agreed. Brother, Yi Xiu greedily said. Here, here. The items. Yi Xiu said. What items? Oh, oh. Look at me. I was so happy I forgot. Blue River finally realized that the other side was talking about the promised items, bound boat, the items. Blue River hadn't carried the items on him. Only after Blue River confirmed that they would break the record did bound boat go and retrieve the items. In Glory, the characters' movement, jumping, and speed were all affected by how much weight they carried. As a result, when going for clear records or engaging in PK, times when they needed to be at their strongest point, players did their best to lighten up their inventory. Bound Boat took the items and asked Lord Grimm to trade. Yi Xiu accepted and the items were put into the trade box. Astonishingly, there were 72 strong spider silk, 2 mithril pendants, and 8 white wolf sharp fangs. What? Yi Xiu didn't understand. This was his initial proposal and wasn't the deal he had haggled for. Brother, directly beating the clear record by 5 minutes, you don't know how much effort you've saved us. Blue River said. Oh, so it's like this. Yi Xiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't need these materials to sell. They were all for upgrading the 1000-chance umbrella. He only needed 24 strong spider silk. Proposing 72 at the start was just to leave some space for haggling. But in the end, the other side was more than happy to give him 72. Who didn't want free stuff? Yi Xiu certainly did, so he bluntly accepted it. Then again, what Blue River said also made a lot of sense. Beating the clear record by 5 minutes, it really did save them a lot of time. Otherwise, if they hadn't, who knew how many times they'd have to contest with the other guilds. Thanks. Yi Xiu said. You're welcome. Brother, look, right when he spoke half a sentence, he suddenly grew frantic. Left. Why did he leave already? After accepting the items, he actually just directly left the guild. Blue River was just about to ask him to stay in their guild. He gave him more items for 2 reasons. One was to reward him for clearing the dungeon. And the other was because he recognized that he was a super expert and deserved to be bribed. If only I knew. Blue River thought in grief and indignation. This price had become a business deal when it should have been a way to make friends with him. What should I look at? Yi Xiu, who already left, asked Blue River, who had only spoken half a sentence just a moment ago. Do you have any space on your friends list? Let's work together later. Blue River said without spirit. Okay. Yi Xiu said. Brother, do you need to run a dungeon? Are you missing anyone? If you are, just ask me and I'll call people for you. Blue River said. Oh, I don't need it. I have other things to do. I'll be going first then. Yi Xiu said. Oh, bye-bye. Blue River's cheeks streamed with tears as he sent Lord Grimm off. Thundering Light, Bound Boat, and the others had already seen the Lord Grimm has left the guild message in the guild channel. They were all astonished. When they saw him leave, they immediately recovered. Why did he leave? Returning Cloud asked. Work's done, so of course he's going to leave. Blue River said unhappily. Why didn't we keep him? Bound Boat asked. With his APM. Him leaving was faster than me speaking. Blue River said. This had to do with APM. Everyone was dumbstruck. This Blue River had turned stupid from anger. Roping in this type of expert just relying on benefits won't work. With his skill, coming over to help us would be the same as the benefits we can give. So he didn't have to think twice. It's more important to establish a relationship. Bound Boat said. Right. I originally thought like that, but, Blue River gloomily concluded. What had originally been a way to establish a revolutionary friend in the dungeon had become a business transaction. AI, let's use a honey trap. Hurry up and notify the leader to bring some beauties over. Thundering Light said. Cough cough. Someone coughed. Then let's match him with Lunar Grace. Thundering Light added. Lunar Grace remained silent and only looked at Lord Grimm, who hadn't completely disappeared out of sight yet. Lunar, you've been looking in that direction, huh? Could it be you? Flower Lantern circled around Lunar Grace twice. You've already been itching to go at it? Thundering Light said. Lunar Grace didn't notice what he said and calmly said, don't you guys feel that he's too strong? Everyone was startled and immediately went silent. We're already considered top-tier experts in glory, right? Even if we weren't, Blue River definitely is, right? But it looks to me that this guy's still better by a level. Then what level of an expert would he be at? Lunar Grace said. Cough cough, I haven't played on a low-leveled account in a while, Blue River said. We're all low-leveled. Lunar reminded. His weapon was better than mine. I think it's an orange weapon. Blue River said. He still hasn't changed classes. Lunar reminded again. In short, everyone all had their good and bad points. Fine, I concede. I'm afraid this person's skill is higher than mine. Blue River discovered that he couldn't struggle for his face back, but Glory has so many players, how can there not be some hidden experts? It's not like we haven't seen one. For example, Poplar Beach. Once this name was mentioned, everyone suddenly went silent. They all knew that his was a name that Blue River didn't like. This person was Blue Brook Guild's recent focus of attention. He didn't have much of a name before. But in a short period of time, in the heavenly domain, he showed his strength in all sorts of battles. As the guild placed more and more value on him, his equipment grew better and better. A lot of people in the Blue Brook Guild had already discussed whether the 5 great experts should be updated. Of the 5 great experts, the one who had been compared the most with Poplar Beach was Blue Bridge Spring Snow, Blue River's main account, because the 2 players' classes were the same, they were both Blade Masters. Blade Masters, due to their wuxia-like playstyle, were Glory's most popular class. And after Poplar Beach was discussed about, he wasn't modest at all. He would often show off his damage records, kill records, what expert he beat in the last arena battle, how he single-handedly dueled how many people in a wild area, and so on, in the guild channel. He clearly wanted to show his superiority over Blue Bridge Spring Snow, who almost went and directly challenged him to a duel around. Before that happened, Blue River was ordered to be the leader in the 10th server. In the guild, there were already many rumors saying that this was the guild intentionally giving Poplar Beach a spot by deliberately moving Blue River away. Blue River was a person who worried about losing face. Being mocked by Poplar Beach made him feel as if his face would fall off. Finally, he took the initiative to invite Poplar Beach and was ready to compare notes in the arena. Poplar Beach was waiting for this opportunity, so he happily accepted. Members of the same guild often compared notes in the arena. But the members of Blue Brook Guild all knew that this battle wasn't so simple. Whoever won this battle would decide who had the qualifications to be recognized as one of Blue Brook Guild's 5 great experts. The result was that this battle was never completed. At that moment, Blue Brook Guild's leader announced that Blue River would bring members to the Pioneer in the 10th server. Blue River temporarily left the heavenly domain and began busily in the new server. The not-so-happy part was that he was also temporarily put aside. The sudden appearance of Lord Grimm made him think of Poplar Beach. His friends didn't know what to say in response. Silence. Blue River suddenly received a message. He opened it and saw it was from Plantigo Seed, ha ha ha. Why'd the expert suddenly leave after you beat the record? Blue River was startled and then immediately said angrily, how shameless. You've put a spy into our guild. Don't be like this. It's not like you haven't put in any spies either. Plantigo Seed said. I still haven't. Blue River said justly and confidently. Mutual spies was indeed common. But because it was only the second day on the new server, Blue River hadn't done so yet. If you're proper, you'd better not put in any. Plantigo Seed messaged. Blue River had a sudden strike of inspiration and replied, ha ha, if you've actively recruited our players in, then you can only blame your lame eyes. Plantigo Seed received the message and was startled, what do you mean? Blue River didn't reply. Chia, I know you're just trying to scare me. Old Blue, don't use this sort of small trick, it's too childish. Plantigo Seed remarked. I don't have time for you. I'm going to go level. Blue River replied. Blue River went on to do his own business, while Plantigo Seed was still standing there confused. When the spy reported to him that Lord Grimm had already left Blue Brook Build, he laughed out loud. While he was preparing to rope him in, he just had to message Blue River. But who would have thought that Blue River would have said such a peculiar line? It seemed as if Lord Grimm had been intentionally let out for the other big guilds to recruit. Plantago Seed felt that it was Blue River deliberately mystifying the situation, but he didn't dare to be absolutely confident. With regards to spies, it wasn't easy to protect against them in this game. Being excessively confused about them would only add to his worries. But Lord Grimm was different. This was a great expert. If he came into the guild, he would definitely be an important figure. He wasn't that type of casual character. If this type of person was a spy, then that would be a disaster. Glory once had a guild that didn't lose to the 3 great guilds in strength, but it was destroyed because of spies. At that time, all of the guild's highly regarded experts were spies from other guilds. Finally, when the spies' influence matured, they unmasked themselves and exposed the truth. A bunch of players and goods left the guild, greatly injuring the guild's strength. But the even deadlier attack was that when the guild began recovering its power, the central core figures also exposed themselves as F*King spies. In the end, at a crucial point of time, another batch of people left and they lost more power. Thus, the once powerful guild collapsed. After this event, Glory's guilds were all extremely cautious about their top experts. The bigger the guild, the more cautious they were. Moreover, in the major spy event, the champions did so in the new server. Newly recruited players in the guild would start from the bottom and then slowly slaughtered their way to the heavenly domain. These people were tenacious and worthy of being called Glory's greatest spies. And now this Lord Grimm. He suddenly sprang up in the 10th server and became the focus of attention. This type of person would definitely be fought over by the famed guilds. But was this person a spy? Nowadays, would a spy really be so high profile? Plantago Seed sighed with sorrow, but still decided to contact Lord Grimm. As long as he took precautions on how much power to give him, then it would be okay. Lord Grimm, who had left Frost Forest, now headed towards Bulls. Frost Forest was located in the southwest border zone. Bulls was a nearby town. No matter what server a player was in, this place was the first place new players from Beginner Village would set foot in, so there was never any lack of liveliness. After Lord Grimm left Beginner Village, he directly ran to Frost Forest and didn't have time to register Bulls as his resurrection location. At this location, after the character died, he would resurrect there. This was one of Glory's rules. Bull's town wasn't big, but it had all of the basic facilities. Yi Xiu let Lord Grimm first go to a warehouse and put in his newly obtained strong spider silk and other materials into there. Seeing that his storage chest had 88 strong spider silk, Yi Xiu could only laugh and shake his head. After leaving 48 strong spider silk there, the rest of the items had all been taken by Yi Xiu to the equipment editor's material library. Right when he was about to go into the equipment editor, a message suddenly leaped up. He opened it and saw that it was from 7 Fields. Congratulations, brother expert. Before, when we were clearing the dungeon, we saw your Frost Forest clear record. How awesome. 7 Fields messaged. Haha, it was nothing. Have you joined Blue Brook Guild? 7 Fields asked. No, I just helped them beat the record, so I only temporarily joined. I've already left. Yi Xiu said. Huh. 7 Fields was astonished. How many times have you run the dungeon? Yi Xiu suddenly asked. 2 times. 7 Fields said. Are you missing a person? I can still run it 3 more times. Yi Xiu suddenly thought to first reach the entry limit. We do. Of course we do. 7 Fields was first startled and then immediately recovered from the shock. Brother expert still unexpectedly wanted to dungeon with them. That really was too good. I'll go over right away. Yi Xiu immediately made Lord Grimm leave the warehouse and hurried over to Frost Forest. 7 Fields and the others were only normal gamers and didn't have the skills like Blue Brook Guild's experts did. Yi Xiu would have cleared faster with Blue Brook Guild's people. But he preferred to go with 7 Fields and the others. He saw through the big guild's intent to rope him in. He also knew that with Blue Brook Guild strength, they could easily provide for the 1,000 Chance Umbrellas materials. However, joining a guild meant that he would owe some kind of responsibility and commitment to the guild. The guild would provide a party to dungeon, level, and complete quests, but on the other hand, the guild also required that he would have to help others dungeon, level, or complete quests. Yi Xiu didn't want to have his hands and feet tied like this. As for peak experts like him, not joining a guild also meant that he had the chance to cooperate with any guild. Today, he helped Blue Brook Guild set a new clear record. Next time, he could help Herb Garden. People with some ability to judge would realize his value. Every guild that wanted to set a new record would all look for him to help. In this way, staying as a good that could be bought was better than joining a guild and hanging himself on a tree. How could this not be more beautiful? Seven Fields and the others had also only just left the dungeon. Under that Endless Night's lead, the second half of the dungeon went by smoothly. From this, it could be seen that this guy's skill was higher than theirs and that he was an extremely experienced expert. But Seven Fields and the others didn't worship him. In fact, they couldn't see it. It wasn't only immersed jade. They themselves had already been poisoned by Lord Grimm. Endless Night was already considered extremely skilled among players, but they couldn't see his skill at all. After they left the dungeon, this guy just stood loftily on one side with a, "Come on, shower me with praise," look. In the end, he received a message, "You have been kicked out of the party." F***CK, disgraceful. How could you kick me? Endless Night was infuriated. Didn't you have something to do? Hurry up and go do it. Seven Fields said. Now I don't. Endless Night said. Oh, so sorry, there's no space anyways. We have a friend coming. Seven Fields said. Endless Night heard this and his eyes brightened. He immediately remarked, "Is it that Lord Grimm? What does that matter to you?" Seven Fields said. In the end, Endless Night refused to leave and shamelessly circled around the four of them. Seven Fields felt vexed and had the heart to chop this guy to pieces. But he was an expert from tyrannical ambition, so Seven Fields didn't dare pull off an evil scheme. If he didn't want to leave, then what was his purpose? Seven Fields guessed and came to a conclusion. He couldn't help but feel even more annoyed. To fight with this type of expert, they wouldn't win. With their mediocre strength, they were already lucky to be able to dungeon with Brother Expert a few times. Right now, if a tyrannical ambition expert chose him, would Brother Expert still play with them? They had only known each other for a day and still weren't really friends yet. Right when his thoughts were in turmoil, Lord Grimm's figure had already gradually approached. Immersed Jade had already yelled, "God!" In the game, the louder the voice, the farther it would go. But the problem was that the sound volume depended on the real person to produce. They could imagine Immersed Jade at this moment, whether she was at her house or in an internet cafe, she was truly shouting this. If there were other people nearby, she'd look quite foolish. Lord Grimm put away his battle lance, which could be considered his greeting. Seven Fields and the others were ready to meet him, but Endless Night ran faster than a rabbit. With a whoosh, he had already rushed forward. "You're Lord Grimm. It's an honor to meet you. I am Endless Night, an expert from tyrannical ambition." Endless Night introduced himself. "Hi." Yi Xiu responded and then turned around to ask Seven Fields, "Your friend?" "That's right, Brother Seven Fields and I became good friends in this dungeon." Endless Night said. F***CK, who are you? Seven Fields had never seen such a shameless guy. "Brother Seven Fields, don't be like that." Endless Night said. Seven Fields wanted to kick this guy to death. He first gave Brother Expert a party invite while yelling at Endless Night, "We're going. Go do your own business. Bring me too, bring me too." Endless Night repeatedly yelled. How was this an expert? When they carried newbies in the old server, even they weren't as shameless as this. They at least typed it out. "There's no space." Seven Fields said. "Good sister, can you give your spot to Brother?" Endless Night had even found the party's weak spot and shamelessly bothered Immersed Jade. Since Immersed Jade was a newbie and had never seen such a shameless guy, she was at a loss. Not knowing what to do, she looked as if she were going to compromise with that guy, when Yi Xiu suddenly interrupted. "Are you a cleric?" Yi Xiu asked. "Yup, my skill is very good, expert." While Endless Night said this, he brought out that bright silvery cross. Seven Fields all didn't recognize that item, but they could see that it was definitely a good item. "Crystal Cross, an orange weapon." Yi Xiu said. "Wow, you really are an expert. Good eye. Why don't you bring me along?" Endless Night praised. "We don't need a cleric." Yi Xiu said. Instant kill. This was an instant kill. A 5-word instant kill. The previously lively Endless Night went speechless. Seven Fields and the others truly did worship Brother Expert. "We don't need a cleric. Wow, how powerful. If he was switched with a normal player and the player stood outside Frost Forest and said, "We don't need a cleric," even Seven Fields would call him out for boasting. But Brother Expert was different. If Brother Expert said they didn't need a cleric, they obviously didn't need a cleric. "Cleric, go play somewhere else. Go in, go in, go in," Seven Fields loudly said. No one paid any more attention to Endless Night. Endless Night just stood there like a statue and saw the party go into the dungeon. "Brother Expert, how do we kill?" Seven Fields entered and then directly asked Lord Grim. "I'll pull and you guys just do your best to output damage," Yi Xiu said. Although One Wave Rush's hardest part was on the MT's ability to pull monsters, it also had high requirements for other players. With these guys, Yi Xiu didn't have confidence in their damage. With Brother Expert watching over, Seven Fields and the others felt that clearing this dungeon would be carefree and relaxed. Only the student immersed Jade wasn't sensible and unexpectedly asked Brother Expert, "God, can we set a new record? Wasn't this question disgracing yourself?" There was no way they could set a new record. The problem wasn't Brother Expert, but rather on them. Seven Fields and the others all felt ashamed and helped Brother Expert answer this embarrassing answer. They advanced through the dungeon smoothly. They gave all of the items dropped by the boss to Yi Xiu. Only, if there was equipment their classes were proficient in, Yi Xiu still gave them. They breezed through the dungeon twice. The hidden boss never appeared and no amazing equipment dropped. Lord Grim could still run the dungeon once more, but Seven Fields and the others had already reached the entry limit. They could only regretfully leave. In the end, when they left the dungeon, they saw Endless Night standing outside. The first time they went through, this guy had already left. Seeing these five, Endless Night immediately ran over. "No more runs left," the little punk happily said, which made Seven Fields have an exceptionally strong urge to beat him up. Endless Night had known that they could only run the dungeon twice more. "I can still run it once," Yi Xiu said honestly. "What a coincidence. I can run it once more too," Endless Night said. "Is that so?" Yi Xiu laughed. "There's still something that's an even bigger coincidence. See, I have 3 friends who can only run it once more too. Don't you think that's even more coincidental?" Endless Night said. 3 people had already come over from the crowd. Their guild name Tyrannical Ambition displayed above their heads. "That really is a coincidence," Yi Xiu said. "Since it's such a coincidence, why don't we just all run it together?" Endless Night said. "Why don't we set a new record again?" Yi Xiu asked. Okay. Endless Night was extremely excited. "If we're going to set a new record, then I have 2 conditions," Yi Xiu said. "You can say them." 1. I charge a fee," Yi Xiu said. "Oh, that'll be easy," Endless Night said, "and the other?" "We don't need a cleric." Yi Xiu laughed. Ha 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 ha. Seven Fields and the others laughed out loud. Now that was an act. Previously, Immersed Jade made them look a bit foolish to the bystanders when she yelled out, "God." But this time, their laughter had already made the bystanders think they were mentally ill. The many players that heard this loud laughter all turned around to look. In the end, they saw a player called Endless Night furiously type out around 20 exploding cartoon faces in the common chat box. What happened? The players all asked each other, but no one knew. As a result, everyone carefully shifted their characters over and tried to listen in. Then, they heard Endless Night, who had just relentlessly raged in the chat box, grind his teeth and say, "Then what class do you need?" 3 fire elementalists with magic attacks greater than 430. A level 22 or up doll Shururu auto-leveled, and a witch that can use Shadow Cloak. Their technique needs to be good and their hands need to be steady. They can't make any mistakes, Yi Xiu said. Endless Night stared blankly. Bringing 3 elementalists, this was a party with the highest DPS. Elementalists had low defense and low health. Witches only wore leather armor, which was just a bit better. The entire party all had extremely high attack but low defense. 1 OT could spell utter destruction. It was sure enough, a zero-mistake party. Zero mistake meant that they couldn't afford to make a single mistake. As for this type of harsh requirement, Endless Night didn't have too many complaints because the current record was 20 hours 24 minutes and 11 seconds. If they wanted to break this sort of record, they naturally needed to use extremely harsh methods. If a member made a mistake, then saving him would waste a lot of time. This would only destine their party for failure. I might not be able to gather such a party right now. Endless Night said. Actually, it wasn't just right now, they weren't able to gather such members in such a short period of time. It wasn't only tyrannical ambition, other guilds didn't have 3 fire elementalists with 430 magic attack and above either. For 30 magic attack signified that the weapon had to be a level 20 purple staff. How could a purple staff be so easy to find? Not to mention, it had to be a fire element one too. Currently, tyrannical ambition had 3 purple elementalist weapons and unfortunately, none of them were of the fire element. No problem. When they've been gathered, contact me again. Yi Xiu said. Besides that, are there any other options? Endless Night said. Level 25. Yi Xiu said. Level 25 was a completely different realm. New equipment, new skills, everyone's strength increased. Like this sort of level 20 to 25, Frost Forest Dungeon, in the old servers, all of the records were made by a party of level 25s. Fine, I'll add you first as friend then. Endless Night said. Okay. Yi Xiu and Endless Night added each other as friends. After Endless Night, who had pretended to be decent, friend him, he revealed his true colors. Then, we don't need to set a record right now. All of us can do one more run. Why don't you come with us for a run? F***CK. 7 Fields and the others gasped in surprise. This person truly was an immortal, invincible, shameless, ultra, unequaled C***Croach. Okay. But Yi Xiu also replied, I can lower the fee a bit then. You need to charge a fee for this too. Don't tell me you charged them a fee too. Endless Night said. I didn't charge a fee, but all of the equipment was given to the party leader. I was the party leader. Yi Xiu said. That's fine, we can do the same. Endless Night said delightedly. 7 friends and the others listened to this and felt extremely uncomfortable. In their party, all of the equipment really did go to Brother Expert, but they knew Brother Expert was kind and honest. He never fought over items that suited them. When they were at the Spider Cave, he even gave the purple weapon to Sleeping Moon, a player who had been on bad terms with him. As you can see, I still haven't changed classes, so I want all of the equipment. Yi Xiu said. It's just a few equipment, that's all. Go, let's head out. Endless Night repeatedly sent party invites. They were all automatically declined by the system because he was still in a party. Finally, Yi Xiu left his party and had Lord Grimm join Endless Night's party. This was a standard 1 MT, 1 healer, 3 DPSers party. Once Lord Grimm joined, Endless Night gave the party leader position to him. Then let's go. Yi Xiu directed Lord Grimm into the dungeon. Go. Endless Night led the 3 others and caught up. He was still very satisfied with this outcome. He wasn't worried about the record. He just wanted to see how good Lord Grimm really was. Ice and snow drifted in Frost Forest. Everywhere was silent. The 5 people stood there in a line. No one moved and no one talked. A static screen stayed there for about half a minute. Hey. Endless Night seemed as if he was testing his headphones. What are you haying for? Yi Xiu asked. Did someone say something? I haven't heard anyone say anything. Endless Night said. I don't think anyone said anything, right? Yi Xiu said. No one said anything. The other 3 agreed. Why aren't you talking? Endless Night said. Who are you asking? You. Why do I need to speak? Yi Xiu asked in response. To lead. Endless Night said. I'm leading. Yes. Leading fee. 20 exploding faces were typed, the other 3 were all in chaos. Brother, you're not going that far, are you? Haha. Yi Xiu laughed. What's the leading fee? Endless Night discovered that he had met his match today. Sigh, no other way. Who told me to curry favor with this guy? Endless Night thought angrily. 10 white wolf bristles. Yi Xiu said. Brother, how evil. The 4 all said in unison. The white wolf's hair wasn't the bristle. The bristles had a chance to drop by Frost Forest's hidden boss White Wolf. It was considered an uncommon material. I don't have to lead. Yi Xiu said. Endless Night thought for a bit. In order to see an expert's inner qualities and skill, he had to see his leading for himself. As a result, he clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, but I can only give it after we exit the dungeon. I didn't bring any with me. Can I trust his word?" Yi Xiu asked the other three. Big guilds wouldn't go back on their word. For example, after he made the deal with Blue River, Yi Xiu trusted Blue River. But this endless night was so outrageously shameless, so he had to express his doubts. "You can trust him," the other three said immediately. "Okay then," Yi Xiu replied. "Hurry up and go," Endless Night said. "Okay. MT pull the monsters. DPSers go up. Healer support the MT," Yi Xiu directed. The four stared blankly and their screens seemed to be frozen again for half a minute. "That's it?" Endless Night asked. "Of course. What type of leading is this?" Endless Night crumbled. "You're all experts. You guys should know what to do," Yi Xiu said. Endless Night felt that he had been duped. If he used the standard routine, then their party didn't need any leading. Everyone could do it on their own and they'd be fine. No good. "I have to make sure these 10 white bristles are worth their price." No, this won't work." Endless Night called, "You have to lead us step by step." "Okay," Yi Xiu said. "Night, pull the 2 goblins at 10 o'clock. There are 3 possibilities. If the 2 are long-ranged, get close to them as fast as possible. If you're attacked while you're closing in, use Descending Phoenix Hammer. You'll be able to jump over their attacks and the shockwave will cause the 2 monsters to flip over. When you've gotten close, pull any one of their aggros steadily. If there is 1 melee and 1 long-ranged, use Falling Star Hammer to interrupt the long-ranged one's attack. When the melee one comes close, use Repel. Pull the long-ranged one's aggro first. If there are 2 melee ones, use Descending Phoenix Hammer and then repel one of them. Establish the remaining one's aggro. Do you understand?" The knight's cheeks streamed with tears, giving me this sort of step-by-step leading. Do you think I'm stupid? 30:8:71. This was their clear time that Yi Xiu made with Endless Night and the others. This was a very normal time. All of the ordinary 5-man parties cleared Frost Forest in around 30 minutes. There was nothing to say about the time, but Endless Night was fuming with rage and grinding his teeth the entire time. They really did give away the leading fee for free. From the start to finish, Lord Grimm never stopped to direct them, but instead instructed them like how he did to the knight. He simply explained to them the ordinary strategy. If the 4 of them were newbies, then they would have benefited from this. But to Endless Night and the others, they ran that dungeon for nothing. In the entire course of the dungeon, they couldn't see anything especially remarkable about him. In the end, he led the 4 of them especially oppressively. They were also considered experts, but this strategy was entirely ordinary. It really made them look like idiots. Endless Night felt that Lord Grimm intentionally faked it, so he made mistakes on purpose to arouse the great expert's inner qualities. Instead, the great expert patiently explained what Endless Night's mistakes were. "You should do this, this and this." Hearing his 3 brothers sneakily laughing up their sleeves, Endless Night understood that he truly was being taken as an idiot. In the end, the only remarkable point was that Lord Grimm hadn't changed classes, but still did as much damage as the 2 DPSers on the team. His weapon wasn't bad at least. But what was this battle lance? Endless Night had never seen it before. "Brother, you're trying to cheat us," Endless Night said after exiting the dungeon. "How can you say that? Did I lead wrong?" Yi Xiu said. Endless Night didn't know what to say. Although his leading was ordinary, there was nothing to pick at, he didn't miss any details. If it wasn't for Endless Night intentionally making mistakes, then nothing would have went wrong with his leading. This at least said that this guy had solid basics. Endless Night tried his hardest to accept this and tried his hardest to believe that the last dungeon run wasn't a waste of time. "I benefited from this. I benefited. Are you going to get the white wolf bristles?" Yi Xiu asked. Endless Night's cheeks streamed with tears again. This guy was the one who benefited. After receiving the white wolf bristles, Yi Xiu said goodbye and left. Endless Night's character didn't move. The player also sat in front of his computer baffled. Suddenly, someone nearby poked him twice. Endless Night turned his head and saw that it was one of the party members who had just dungeoned with him. On his screen wasn't the game, but instead a post on the Glory forums. Endless Night walked over and then heard that person say, "When I heard him lead, I thought it felt familiar, look here. Endless Night only glanced at it and almost coughed up blood. What F asterisk king basic skills, what F asterisk king nothing to pick at, that bastard's leading was straight up from a guide. Not a word different. Of course he wouldn't miss any details. We've been duped, that brother said. 8 white wolf bristles. And in exchange they got 100% clear rate guide with millions of views on the forums. Endless Night felt even more helpless. He had been asking to be duped. The other side didn't ask to dungeon with him, yet he even shamelessly forced it onto him. The other side didn't say he would lead, yet he shamelessly demanded that he led. In the beginning, the other side didn't read from the guide, yet he insisted that the other side instructed them step by step. Step by step. Even with their party of experts, they didn't need to be led step by step. Him putting forward this requirement made his balls hurt. Look, now it really did hurt. Beast. Endless Night grinded his teeth. He went back to his seat and furiously typed to Lord Grimm, brother, you're not kind. Did you trick us by using a guide? I wouldn't. I wrote that guide. Yi Xiu said. Really? Endless Night immediately turned his head and asked that brother, who wrote that guide? That brother clearly hadn't noticed this. He immediately went back to the first post and said, One autumn leaf. Endless Night was extremely angry. He turned back and continued pounding his keyboard. What are you boasting for? That guide was written by the god Yi Xiu. Right, that's me. Shameless. 2F asterisk king shameless. Endless Night was completely speechless. I have some stuff to do, so I need to go off. Let's get in touch later. Endless Night received this message from the other side. Escape, this was escape. It's 3 a.m, what stuff do you have to do? Endless Night thought. In the happy internet cafe, Yi Xiu was currently bringing a few bottles of cola to the guests. It was quiet the entire night. At 7 a.m, the guests began shutting down their computers one by one and left. Yi Xiu's Lord Grimm had leveled to 21. After leaving the beginner village, leveling wasn't as fast. First, the required experience increased by a substantial amount. Second, there was a dungeon entry limit. Although level 20s could limitlessly run the skeleton graveyard in the beginner village, they would find that the experience gained from skeleton graveyard had already been substantially reduced as if they were more than 5 levels above the dungeon. After level 20, apart from dungeons, players had to rely on completing quests and killing wild monsters to level up. At the very front of the 10th server level leaderboards, Yi Xiu saw Blue River, Endless Night, these names, all level 24. Clearly, they all relied on playing in the new server all day and all night in order to attain this sort of achievement. There was a clear difference between these players who were nurtured by their guilds and normal players. Behind these top level 24s, the level 22 and level 23s were almost empty. But level 20, 21 were already the extremely hardworking players in the new server. For example, players like Lord Grimm and Seven Fields. In this short of a time, they were already considered quite crazy. Most of the players still hadn't left the beginner village. Morning, Brother Yi. At this time, the little brothers with the morning shift and the little sister cashier all came to work on time and said hello to Yi Xiu. Morning. Yi Xiu logged out of the game and shut down the counter's computer. Everyone's busy. I'll be getting off work. Okay. After saying hello to everyone, Yi Xiu stretched and returned to the second floor inner rooms. When he opened the door, he heard TV sounds from the living room. Boss, you wake up this early? Yi Xiu said this and entered the room. In the end, he saw the TV on and Qinghua sleeping on the sofa. She didn't have any blankets covering her and shrunk into a shrimp ball from the cold. Boss, you should go back to your room and sleep. Yi Xiu went over and slapped her twice. Qinghua flipped over and held a look of intense hate for disturbing her sleep. Yi Xiu was helpless and saw that Qinghua's room wasn't closed. He went inside to look for something to help cover Qinghua. He subconsciously judged Qinghua's room with a few glances. He discovered that the room's floor, walls, and ceiling were all quite new. But on the other hand, the decorations and bed all looked quite old-fashioned. Yi Xiu didn't think too much of it. He took the blanket on Qinghua's messy bed and covered Qinghua's body. He turned off the TV and turned around to go sleep in the pitiful storage room. Qinghua didn't know how many times she had fell asleep on the sofa while watching TV. She'd usually wake up from the cold and then slowly crawl to bed. When she woke up today, she found that there was a blanket warmly wrapped around her. The blanket felt very familiar too. It had to be hers, so the half-awake Chenghua thought she was sleeping on a bed. She comfortably wrapped the blanket around herself and flipped her body. With a bang, she fell off from the sofa. Chenghua still held on to the blanket. It took a long while for her to recover from the daze. Only then did she realize that she fell from the sofa. The sofa wasn't tall. Falling down wouldn't do anything, it was funny though. Chenghua carried the blanket and climbed up. Seeing that the small storage room's door was closed, she knew that this was all done by the newcomer Yi Xiu. After putting back the blanket, she rinsed her mouth and washed her face in the bathroom. Someone rang the doorbell. Holding a toothbrush in her mouth, Chenghua went to open the door. She saw a girl, carrying all sorts of bags, smiling at her. "Oh, little Tang, you've come back." Chenghua bit the toothbrush and said with a mouthful of foam. "Yeah, how'd you just get up?" Tang Rou, who was carrying bags of all sizes, found it inconvenient to take the keys out, so she rang the doorbell. As a result, she found Chenghua with this appearance. "I slept late yesterday." Chenghua, with a mouthful of foam, still insisted on chatting. "Why don't you first finish brushing your teeth?" After Tang Rou entered the room, she put her stuff down wherever it was convenient, while Chenghua continued forward to the bathroom. "I heard that you found a new employee." While Chenghua brushed her teeth, Tang Rou reclined outside the door and asked with her head tilted, looking at the closed storage room. "Yup. Did they tell you?" "Yeah. There's no vacant spot for him to live, so I've let him sleep there temporarily." Chenghua said. "I heard he had only come for a day and had already made you terribly angry." Tang Rou clearly heard quite a bit of news downstairs. Chenghua was speechless. It was terrible. Yesterday night, she wanted to strangle that guy to death. On one side, this person made her angry, but on the other side, he put a blanket over her. Good things, bad things, he did them all. What's wrong? Tang Rou saw that Chengua's mind was wandering and that she hadn't said a word. "Nothing. He's really good at glory." Chenghua said. "How good?" "Like you." Tang Rou laughed. "You're dead, girl." Chenghua rolled her eyes. Mentioning this made her very depressed. Originally, Tang Rou didn't play glory. Chenghua tried to teach the game to her so that they could play together. While piking in the arena with her Chasing Haze account, she explained all of Glory's charm to her. Because Chenghua was doing two things at once, she had been beaten quite miserably by her opponent. But Tang Rou immediately expressed a "let me try," which made Chenghua feel extremely gratified. In the first round, Tang Rou was also beaten quite miserably. She then asked Chenghua about a few particulars on how to perform a few actions. In the second round, she still lost. As a result, Chenghua took the initiative and explained to her a few tactics that the opponent might use. Finally, in the third round, Tang Rou reversed the situation and beat her opponent miserably. "This is so easy." Tang Rou turned her head and spoke towards Chenghua. Her previous extremely interested look had already disappeared. Chenghua looked dumbstruck. A completely new player used only 2 rounds to get familiar with the controls. After understanding a tactic, she could already beat others. Chenghua didn't know how good the opponent's skill was. She immediately borrowed an account, with the same class as the opponent that Tang Rou fought against from one of the internet cafe guests. Although Chenghua played launcher, she knew a little bit about the other classes. She was at least better than a person who had only touched glory for 3 rounds, plus her skilled technique. In the end, she actually lost to Tang Rou. Chenghua didn't want to believe it. Tang Rou, who didn't want to keep playing, was forced to fight another round with her. Although Chenghua sometimes barely won a few times, she lost more than she won. Clearly, Tang Rou was getting more and more skilled. And now Chenghua discovered why Tang Rou could, inconceivably, beat her. Hand speed. This girl was born with astonishing hand speed. At that time, Chenghua had played glory for 3 years, and thought that she was just a bit off from being an expert. Yet Chenghua could only be endlessly ashamed. Talent. This was talent. If someone with talent didn't play glory, it would truly be a waste. Chenghua began trying even harder to drag Tang Rou into playing glory. But in the end, she failed. Chenghua delightedly explained the charm of glory's mainland. Time and time again, all Chenghua saw was Tang Rou incessantly yawning, as if she were about to fall asleep. Chenghua tried hard for a full 2 months without any results. Finally, an event happened that made her thoroughly despair. Heavenly Domain Challenge Quests. To enter the Heavenly Domain, players had to complete a series of quests. Among those were a few normal monster-slaying quests, a few boss-killing quests, a few look for materials quests, and a few arena PK victory quests. But the quest that made players' heads hurt the most was still the skill challenge. The skill challenge didn't only require that the player beat the opponent. It also required that the player performed actions at a certain level set by the system. For example, a certain number of combos, total damage done by a back attack, the number of air juggling that had to be done, etc. Many players were stuck here and couldn't pass no matter what. Chen Guo was one of them. She was firmly stuck there in the skill challenge and couldn't reach the requirements no matter what. In the end, Tang Rou took her account card. After researching for a few days, she helped her finish the Heavenly Domain skill challenge. Chen Guo was thoroughly speechless. She finally understood why Tang Rou couldn't find any interest in the game no matter how hard she tried. This was because most players had to try hard to win. She could do things that needed hard work and practice with no difficulty at all. Glory was named Glory because they hoped that players would consider equipment, skills, and every record as glory. And players approved because these things truly were difficult to get and required hard work to obtain. But for Tang Rou, she cleared the skill challenge, which many players were firmly stuck on, in just a few days. How could that produce any feeling of glory? No one would consider the task of holding a glass of water and drinking it as glory. Chen Guo despaired, but didn't want to give up. In these 2 years, whenever she met a powerful opponent, she would drag Tang Rou to try. In the end, Tang Rou again and again turned her head and asked, "It was that easy?" If she kept doing this, then Chen Guo's face wouldn't be able to stay on anymore. The other side would just turn her head towards opponents that Chen Guo couldn't beat and say, "That was easy." This made it difficult for her to endure. As a result, in the recent few months, Chen Guo no longer did this often. But this time, after mentioning Yi Xiu, Chen Guo's sealed thoughts once again reignited. She suddenly wiped her mouth and threw her towel down. With her messy hair, she was about to smash at Yi Xiu's door. "I'm going to call him for you to try out." "AI, it's fine." Tang Rou immediately pulled at Chen Guo. "Didn't he just get off the night shift and go to sleep? Let's wait until he gets up, okay?" "Oh, that's fine too." Chen Guo thought for a bit and temporarily dropped the matter. She grabbed her towel and was about to go wash, when she suddenly thought of something. "Right, his hands were like yours, very pretty. Help me fold the blanket. I brought you breakfast." When Yi Xiu got up and washed his face, he saw this sticky note. After tidying the room, he went to the living room table and looked. He was speechless and choked with sobs. It was 3 o'clock, who on earth would drink soy milk and eat youtiao at this time? They were cold too. TL note, youtiao are like deep-fried strips of dough. The texture's like a donut, but they're usually salty rather than sweet. But saying it like this meant that the boss specially left it there and deserved to be given face. Yi Xiu took a youtiao and put it in his mouth. After holding it in his mouth, he left the room. Glory's new server continued to bring popularity to the internet cafe. However, the happy cafe was big enough and there was rarely a time when all of the seats were filled. Yi Xiu turned around and looked for an open spot in the smoking area. But when he felt his pockets, he discovered that his cigarette box was empty. This was much more painful than eating cold youtiao. The even more painful part was that he had no money either. How was he going to pass the day? Yi Xiu felt that he should ask the boss for his pay in advance. Although food and shelter were covered, he ate very little. Every day he only had 2 meals. Besides this, he didn't know if he saved enough money to smoke. However, thinking of Chen Guo's hate for smoking, Yi Xiu felt he'd have a hard time making this a reality. While he let his imagination run wild, someone patted his back. He immediately turned his head. Chen Guo was the one who patted Yi Xiu. With a turn of his head, the youtiao in his mouth almost slapped Chen Guo's face. Chen Guo, with her temper, immediately began scolding, "You hold cigarettes in your mouth. You hold youtiao in your mouth. What can't you hold in your mouth? Can you not use your hands?" Thinking of hands, Chen Guo once again recalled how pretty Yi Xiu's hands were. For those hands to be blackened by smoke or oiled by the youtiao, that'd be a pity. Could it be that holding cigarettes and youtiao in the mouth is proper? F***ck, this is making my head hurt. Chen Guo shook her head and glared at Yi Xiu. "Come with me." Yi Xiu followed Chen Guo to the reception desk. Tang Rou was currently sitting there. When she saw Chen Guo bringing Yi Xiu, she stood up and smiled. Tang Rou, Yi Xiu. Chen Guo introduced the two. Hi. Tang Rou extended out her hands. Chen Guo looked at these hands and felt envious of them. Yi Xiu's hands truly were pretty, but they were after all male hands. If those were a girl's hands, they'd be a bit too big. Tang Rou's hands were true girl hands. Any adjective used, fine jade, slender, soft, nimble, etc., anything that could describe Tang Rou's hands wouldn't be excessive. Hi, hi. When Yi Xiu said this, the youtiao was stuffed into his mouth and he was chewing violently, so the pronunciation wasn't clear. Seeing Tang Rou extended her hands out, he immediately did the same. The two shook hands. Tang Rou also paid attention to Yi Xiu's hands and did it while keeping proper manners. While they shook hands, she quickly glanced at it. Afterwards, her gaze continued to look politely towards Yi Xiu's eyes. After a casual shake, they pulled back their hands. Yi Xiu didn't look any different on the outside, but he was pretty astonished on the inside. This was because he didn't think that this girl, Tang Rou, would be like this. Her appearance and figure were all outstanding. But the part that made her feel out of the ordinary was the aura that she exuded. Form, appearance, clothes, there was no part of her that made people feel uncomfortable. No matter what angle she was looked at, she was an immortal beauty from the legends. The only different part was her short hair. At first, it looked a bit weird, but after seeing it a couple times, this type of short hair only made her look more fresh and pretty. But Yi Xiu's astonishment wasn't about this. He was astonished because why would such an outstanding girl be willing to work part-time at an internet cafe for 2 years? No matter how big Happy Internet Cafe was, the only one who would become rich was Chen Guo. As for regular employees, the salary here wasn't bad, but it wasn't any type of work with future prospects. Network manager, cashier, what youth would pursue this type of job all their life? These were only temporary jobs so that they could eat their fill. Normal people wouldn't want to work in these types of jobs for 2 years. To say nothing of an outstanding girl like Tang Rou. Come. You guys fight around. Chen Guo wouldn't let Yi Xiu continue to ponder. After introducing the two, she went straight for the main subject. She looked as if she had waited all day and had to restrain herself from dragging Yi Xiu out of bed. Fight? Yi Xiu asked. Glory. Where else can you fight? Chen Guo said. Oh, you can play Glory. Yi Xiu asked Tang Rou. No, I don't know how. Tang Rou smiled. Chen Guo heard this and was extremely unhappy. If you can't play, then what am I? You really can play. I'm just a so-so, that's all. Tang Rou said. How good is a so-so? Yi Xiu didn't understand. Don't listen to her modesty. She really can play. Chen Guo had already dragged the two to their stations. Little Tang, use my chasing haze. Chen Guo said and asked Yi Xiu, and you? You reached level 20 yesterday night, right? What class did you change to? I still haven't changed. Yi Xiu said. What, you're not going to change? I'm playing unspecialized. Yi Xiu said. Unspecialized? Chen Guo was astonished. Even in her 5 years, the era of unspecialized characters was already long gone. She had only heard a few veterans bring it up and using their words, it was just a legend. How do you play as an unspecialized character? How are you going to level after 50? Chen Guo said. You couldn't before, but now you can. Yi Xiu said. How are you going to level? Chen Guo asked. Heavenly Domain. Yi Xiu said. Are you joking? Chen Guo said wide-eyed, you want to complete the Heavenly Domain challenges at level 50? I'm awesome, right? Awesome, my ass. Chen Guo said, a level 50 challenging the Heavenly Domain. Chen Guo tried to analyze how hard that would be. But after a while she hadn't gotten anywhere because it really was too difficult. She didn't even know where to start. If you want to see it, then please don't fire me. Yi Xiu laughed. You're mad. Chen Guo concluded. Yi Xiu laughed and logged into his account, I'm only level 21. I'll play against your level 70 in the fixed field. You want to use that lousy account? Chen Guo's eyes widened. Then what do I use? Yi Xiu didn't understand. I'll borrow whatever class you want. This was also why Chen Guo asked what class Yi Xiu changed to. Chen Guo had many frequent customers, so she was certain she could borrow an account to temporarily use. Unspecialized. Get lost. Tang Rou looked at these two, quite interested. She discovered that he was just like how everyone described. This person was really good at making Chen Guo angry. We can just casually fight one round. There's no need to be so serious. Tang Rou said. Exactly. Yi Xiu agreed. How are a level 21 and a level 70 going to fight? Chen Guo said. Fixed field. Yi Xiu said. Chen Guo was speechless. Fixed field was for practice. Victory or defeat wouldn't be recorded. In fixed field, the system would fix all attributes and equipment. After being fixed, it didn't matter if it was a level 21 and a level 70 character, their attributes would be the same. But even if the attributes were fixed, the difference in the amount of skills they had couldn't be amended. A level 21 character definitely wouldn't have skills that could be learned after level 20. This couldn't be fixed. Even if a level 21 and a level 70 fought in the fixed field, the level 21 would still be at a disadvantage. You forgot. I'm unspecialized. Level 20 and level 70 doesn't matter. Yi Xiu said. Chen Guo finally understood. Right. If it was an unspecialized character, level didn't matter, because unspecialized characters couldn't learn level 20 and above skills. Okay, today I'll open my eyes and see this so-called unspecialized character. Chen Guo said. From when she started playing Glory, unspecialized characters had already become extinct. Make a room, okay, pick that map, right, the smallest one. Chen Guo stood behind Tang Rou pointing. Glory's arena was a joint server. After joining the arena, a player could duel others from different servers. The character would have the server number next to the name. This way, even those with the same name could be differentiated by servers. Invite him. Lord Grimm. Right, those two words. Chen Guo said. Tang Rou sent the invite and the system prompted, the player you have invited is not in the arena. What are you doing, hurry up. Chen Guo yelled. Wait a bit, let me use my skill points. Lord Grimm had leveled up last night. Leveling, clearing dungeons, quests, he had accumulated quite a few skill points and hadn't had the time to use them yet. So slow. Chen Guo mumbled to herself. Although she was worried, Tang Rou, on the other hand, was calm and unhurried. Looking at Chasing Haze's equipment, have you recently gotten any good equipment? Although she didn't play, her knowledge of Chasing Haze wasn't lower than Chen Guo's. After all, Chen Guo loved to talk about it. No, how could it be so easy? While Chen Guo replied, she impatiently looked towards Yi Xiu, but saw that guy sneakily waving his hands at her, hinting her to come over. What are you doing? Chen Guo muttered to herself as she walked over. To specially want me and her to battle around, you don't have any particular reason, do you? Yi Xiu asked in a low voice. What do you think? I don't know, that's why I'm asking you. You don't need me to let her win, right? Yi Xiu said. Let. Say it after you've beaten her. Chen Guo said. Okay, okay. Yi Xiu nodded his head and let Lord Grimm enter the arena, ready. Tang Rou invited and Yi Xiu accepted. Chen Guo ran back to behind Tang Rou. Yi Xiu, however, wasn't in a rush. He stretched out his neck and asked, just fight like this? Do you want to do a little betting? What betting? Chen Guo didn't understand. For example, a cigarette pack. Yi Xiu suggested. Chen Guo almost died from anger. Right when she was about to roar, Tang Rou said happily, okay. I can't smoke and I don't have any cigarettes either. Let's bet 100 yuan, what do you think? Okay, okay. Yi Xiu gladly agreed. Then I'll testify. Here's 100 yuan. Tang Rou took out 100 yuan and gave it to Chen Guo. Do you both agree? Chen Guo was flabbergasted. It's just for fun. Tang Rou laughed. Okay. Chen Guo delightedly took Tang Rou's 100 yuan, and you? Oh, that's nothing, I have here a rare cigarette box. You've gone mad from poverty, haven't you? Chen Guo really was happy and laughed. She took out 100 yuan and waved it in front of him, I'll let you borrow this. I'll deduct it from your salary. Okay, okay. I'll return it right away. Yi Xiu said. How confident. We're starting. Tang Rou said. Start. The scene changed and the two entered the arena. The map was the smallest stage. The opponents stood on opposite sides. Chen Guo served as the coach outside of the stage. He still hasn't changed classes. This is called an unspecialized character. He'll have many skill variations. By looking at his weapon, you can figure out which class's skill he's going to use. Oh. Tang Rou replied. Although she hadn't officially played Glory, for over a year, she had played many rounds of PK for Chen Guo. She knew of all of the different classes. Then what is the weapon in his hand called? Tang Rou pointed to the screen. This. Chen Guo looked for a long time, but couldn't recognize it. She directly asked, "What's the weapon in your hand?" Shameless. Yi Xiu, you have to ask. It looks like an umbrella. Tang Rou let Chasing Haze walk forward a few steps and zoomed in. Umbrella? There's no such weapon. It's gotta be a broom, right? Chen Guo also leaned forward to look. I'm coming. While Yi Xiu said this, he let Lord Grimm run forward in a straight line towards Chasing Haze. Tang Rou really did react fast. When Lord Grimm moved, she had already moved her mouse in an instant and shot accurately. But in a blur, Lord Grimm flickered and avoided the shot. Chen Guo, who was watching on the side, knew that this move was called Z-Shake. The principle was simple, but was extremely difficult to pull off in an actual battle. After dodging the shot, Lord Grimm closed the distance. He lowered his body and slide-kicked towards Chasing Haze. How crafty. Chen Guo was deeply moved. Although slide kick was a gunner skill, it was a body skill, so the weapon didn't matter. This attack still didn't reveal what thing he was holding onto. Sure enough, Tang Rou's hand speed didn't disappoint Chen Guo's expectations. Before the slide kick hit, Chasing Haze had already rolled out of the way. She quickly got up and prepared to use a body skill to hit back. Her dodge, move, and attacks were all performed extremely quickly. Who knew that the screen would suddenly flash with a shining white light? Lord Grimm's right hand took out a sharp sword from that unknown weapon in his left hand. This shining light wasn't merely as simple as pulling out a weapon. This was the Blade Master skill, Sword Drawl. This attack surprised Chen Guo. Even if she wanted to switch actions, she was afraid that her reaction speed was too slow. Unlike her, Tang Rou's left hand had already tapped the keyboard twice. Her right hand pushed the mouse. Chasing Haze leaped backwards and prepared to fire another shot. This move dodged the sword draw attack and returned fire. After the shot launched, using the recoil, she flew backwards to increase their distance. This was practically killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Right when Chen Guo wanted to yell out, "Good," she didn't think that after Lord Grimm used sword draw, his sword had already returned to the sheath. He seized the opportunity to chain, sword, belt, sheath, and chased after the mid-air Chasing Haze. At this moment, he had already closed in. This change was even quicker. Chen Guo couldn't figure out which Blade Master attack used a sheath to smash. But she felt that there was still a bit of distance between Chasing Haze and Lord Grimm. Then, the umbrella-like thing in Lord Grimm's hands opened up. In an instant, the umbrella flipped and the umbrella bones turned upside down. They concentrated on the tip as if it were a lance and then stabbed towards Chasing Haze. Immediately following, Lord Grimm flipped the handle. This lance drew a semicircle bringing Chasing Haze along with it and flipped her upside down, her head down and feet up. Chen Guo was shocked because this wasn't any ordinary attack. This was a skill called Circle Swing, a battle mage skill. This wasn't a rare skill among unspecialized characters, but the problem was that Lord Grimm had used that thing to execute sword draw, so it should be a swordsman class weapon. How could it suddenly turn into a battle mage lance in the blink of an eye? Tang Rou was more stunned by his technique. After fighting for a bit, she was actually slower by a level. This was something she hadn't expected. Due to Glory being a first-person perspective game, this type of skill like Circle Swing was relatively strong. Having the sky and earth flipping upside down in an instant destroyed people's sense of direction, making the victim feel vexed. Chen Guo could be considered an experienced veteran, so she wouldn't go so far as to become confused. But Tang Rou only played occasionally. Although she had extremely high hand speed to carry her, this type of sudden viewpoint change was too much for her. She hastily figured out the direction and twisted her body. But unexpectedly, Chasing Haze was unable to turn over her body. Her character raised her head to look. One of Lord Grimm's feet had stepped on her, while the other was on the ground. That thing in his hand had returned back to its original shape. This time, it looked like a close-ranged pose. Chen Guo and Tang Rou finally saw that it really was an umbrella and that the umbrella's tip was aimed at chasing Haze's head. The two still hadn't recovered from the shock when the umbrella tip unleashed a tongue of flame. Peng peng peng, a string of gun sounds hit the down chasing Haze. Gunner class sharpshooter skill, Punisher. TL note, http://imager.com/mb6yn81, a one-step instruction manual by Namyumi on how to get rid of the flying text in the video below. TLC note, I found a fan art model video about these forms. Unofficial, based on literary description and fantasy, not exactly same with the original work, for instance, should be shield form, and there should be no, the author had modified into, which is the official name of umbrella form. D*MN, what is that thing? Chen Guo was dumbstruck. The weapon in Lord Grimm's hands was a trinity. Sword, lance, gun. A transforming weapon. Compared to Chen Guo, Tang Rou, who didn't know much about glory, wasn't too scared by it. Her fingers quickly jumped and chasing Haze did a roundhouse kick. After Lord Grimm leaped to avoid it, chasing Haze raised her hands and used an anti-tank missile. Tang Rou acted quickly. The skill itself also launched quickly. The distance was close and Lord Grimm took the explosion head-on and turned into a cloud of smoke. Tang Rou and Chen Guo were both startled. In the fixed field, players couldn't be killed like this in an instant. Even if they were, the dead player would leave a corpse. How could he just turn into a cloud of smoke? Not good. By the time Tang Rou realized it, it was already too late. With a pang, blood blossomed out from chasing Haze's neck. Assassin skill, cut throat. This skill had to be used from behind the target. Adding on to the armor-ignoring back attack, even though it was a low-leveled skill, it still did considerable damage. As for that Lord Grimm, who had been turned into smoke by the anti-tank missile, the two both understood too late that it was the ninja skill shadow clone technique. After dodging her roundhouse kick, he used the skill. He left the clone in front of her, while his real body split to behind her body, completing the cutthroat. Tang Rou, who had suffered from attacks multiple times, now had a look of extreme concentration on her. After a series of tapping sounds, chasing Haze flew through the blood blossom like an arrow. She completed a 180-degree turn in midair not even half a meter above the ground, showing her exceptionally quick technique. Her mouse quickly moved looking for a target to fire at. But when her character turned, she only saw a sword light chopping down towards her, bringing along a bloody mist. Swordsman class berserker skill, collapsing mountain. Although the skills learned by unspecialized characters didn't have the damage bonuses given if they were done by the skill's original class, the original effects wouldn't change. Collapsing mountain chopped down towards chasing Haze. After hitting the ground, there was a short knock-up effect. Lord Grimm quickly seized the opportunity and kneed her, smashing chasing Haze higher into the air. With a shake of the thousand-chance umbrella, the midair chasing Haze was gunned down repeatedly. Chen Guo and Tang Rou were beyond familiar with this skill. This was a launcher skill, barbecue. After chasing Haze, who had just been barbecued by gunfire, fell to the ground, she immediately turned over to fight again. But when her character turned around a circle, she couldn't find Lord Grimm's figure. Instead, she saw a green goblin swaying around throwing rocks at her. Tang Rou and Chen Guo both collapsed. This was a mage-class summoner's summoned pet. Raising her hands, she bombarded the goblin, when Lord Grimm suddenly dropped from the sky stepping on top of chasing Haze's head. Fighter-class striker skill, Eagle Stamp. Tang Rou no longer had that previous, just-for-fun, attitude. After being stepped on, chasing Haze pointed her gun up towards the sky, ready to gun him down. But to her surprise, Lord Grimm's umbrella tip once again aimed at her. A flame tongue shot out and more blood blossomed out from chasing Haze's head. Lord Grimm used the recoil of this gun and easily flew backwards with aerial fire. Close combat was disadvantageous towards launchers. Tang Rou had wanted to use aerial fire the entire time to pull apart the distance, but this time, the opponent unexpectedly took the initiative to distance himself. After being hit multiple times, chasing Haze didn't have much life left. Yet Lord Grimm didn't even seem like he had been touched. Tang Rou hadn't given up hope and prepared to continue attacking him, when Yi Xiu said, "How about we stop fighting?" "Why?" Tang Rou asked. "It turns out you really don't know how to play," Yi Xiu said. Tang Rou didn't know what to say. Aside from Chen Guo enthusiastically explaining to her a few things, she really didn't know much else. But even like this, just relying on her high hand speed, she helped Qingguo defeat opponents Qingguo couldn't win against. She had even completed the Heavenly Domain skill challenge that was difficult for the majority of the players. Tang Rou could say that she didn't know glory, but she was still extremely strong. This was why Qingguo wanted to bring her into the game by every means possible. But it was also why she wasn't interested in the game. A lot of people did things because they found it easy. Tang Rou was different. She couldn't concentrate on things that she found easy. The tormented Qingguo also saw this. This was an extremely competitive girl. Once she found something difficult, without anyone's encouragement, she wouldn't stop until she overcame it. For example, when she attacked at chasing Heise's Heavenly Domain skill challenge, Tang Rou also failed many times before succeeding. In that short amount of time, the amount of drive she had looked 100 times greater than Qingguo's love for glory. Qingguo thought that this time, Tang Rou was moved. But who knew that after the skill challenge, Tang Rou quickly lost interest in glory. Clearing for equipment and so on, Tang Rou didn't take this type of item hoarding seriously. In the end, Tang Rou saw glory as being, so it was that easy. In order to arouse her interest, her impression of the game had to change. This was why Qingguo kept on looking for opponents that Tang Rou couldn't beat to make her realize the difficulty of the game. But this actually made it worse. Every time Tang Rou met a so-called expert in the arena, she would quickly beat him. That sort of celebrity names, those professional gamers, Qingguo didn't know how many times she explained them to Tang Rou. But Tang Rou only laughed, not believing her. No choice. Facts spoke louder than words. But where would Qingguo find such an expert? Up until Tang Rou returned, Qingguo kept on thinking of letting Yi Xiu try her out. Qingguo didn't know exactly how strong Yi Xiu was. However, he had once been in the professional circle, so he had to be stronger than normal players. At worst, Tang Rou would just say, "So it was that easy," again. This was Qingguo's original intention. But every time she came into contact with Yi Xiu, he would always make her mad. Angrily, Qingguo forgot her original notion and stood behind Tang Rou, hoping for Tang Rou to tyrannically destroy Yi Xiu to vent her anger. But in the end, Tang Rou was beaten without a chance to retaliate. Only after Yi Xiu said, "Don't know how to play," did she finally remember. Don't know how to play. Qingguo felt this remark was a little too excessive. If that was considered as not knowing how to play, then what about all of those opponents Tang Rou had beaten? Furthermore, wasn't this guy too strong? He had completely suppressed Tang Rou from start to finish. A player from the professional circle really was on a different level. Ordinarily, when she watched recordings of competitions, it didn't feel like they were that OP. It seemed like it was still the problem of opponents. Pro gamer versus pro gamer were all evenly matched opponents, so it didn't look any different from when normal players fought. Yi Xiu, who sat nearby, had already stood up. He nodded his head and said, "Your technique is quite quick, but the coordination between your left and right hands is a complete mess. When your viewpoint suddenly changes, your adaptability and judgment pretty much turns to zero. Your understanding towards equipment and skills isn't nearly enough. Your real combat experience is too little and your tactics are too stiff. How could this be considered playing? If you want to beat me with this skill, then come back in 100 years. Hey, you're going too far." Qingguo was a bit angry. Although she really had looked for someone to irritate Tang Rou, she didn't actually think Yi Xiu wouldn't say a single good point about her. Did he really need to go so far? "Oh, I'm sorry," Yi Xiu said, "I was a little excessive. The 100 years part is only an exaggeration. You don't actually need that long." Hearing the first half, Qingguo was astonished that this guy actually admitted his error. But after hearing the last half, she became so furious that her nose almost went crooked. "You just can't say anything good." While Qingguo said this, she glanced at Tang Rou. She had pushed it too far. She had always wanted to irritate this little sister once, but now that she had done it, she was afraid that she had gone too far. Her technique was quite quick. "I said that," Yi Xiu said. "What else?" Qingguo said. "What else?" Yi Xiu thought hard. His sight shifted to a different place. "She's very pretty." Qingguo coughed blood. He's praising her, right? He's praising her, right? But the problem was that they were discussing the game. He said, "She's very pretty," but didn't that still mean that there wasn't a single good point about her playing? Tang Rou's going to be angry, she's going to be angry. Qingguo lowered her head and looked. Tang Ro was biting her lips. Her right hand was still tightly gripping the mouse. If she were Chen Guo, then she would have already grabbed the keyboard and started smashing him with it. But after all, Tang Ro wasn't her. She only coldly said, "Say it after we've finished fighting." "There's no need. I was going leniently before. If not, then after the eagle stamp, I would have used falling light blade, sky strike, swept the floor, dragon tooth, falling flower palm, and then you'd be dead." Yi Xiu said. "Then why didn't you continue?" Tang Ro asked. "If I did that, then I'd have won and taken your 100 yuan. But you really don't know how to play, so that would be too unfair. I'd be too embarrassed to take your 100 yuan. Forget about it." Yi Xiu said and then faced Chen Guo. "Boss, that 100 yuan is mine. You can deduct that from my salary." "You already agreed." You. Chen Guo was so angry, she almost died. Taking that 100 yuan, she crumpled it into a ball and threw it. "Take it." "Thanks." Yi Xiu immediately caught it. He wasn't actually penniless. But cigarettes were like food and had to be consumed. From a long-term standpoint, he had to be prepared. "If I lost, I lost. You don't need to pass on it. You take this 100 yuan. Tang Ro stood up. She took that 100 yuan she bet and handed it over. "Forget about it. I'd really be too embarrassed to take it." Yi Xiu said. "Take it." Chen Guo glared at Yi Xiu. She knew of Tang Ro's temper. This girl was eager and serious. If Yi Xiu insisted on not accepting the money, then things wouldn't end well. She was now afraid that Yi Xiu was also a guy who would bash his head against a brick wall. If he didn't take the money no matter what, then what should she do? But in the end, she heard Yi Xiu say, "Then give it to boss. I owe her money." B****. Kicking the ball to me. Chen Guo was furious, but Tang Ro had different intentions. Tang Ro didn't want to anger Chen Guo, so she took the money to her. "Then his debt is clear now. Let's fight another round." Tang Ro threw this at him and sat down. Chen Guo could only feel as if her cheeks streamed with tears. This was Tang Ro. She wasn't like Chen Guo, and wouldn't start yelling and strangling the other person. She was a firm believer that facts spoke louder than words and would only use her strength to make you speechless. Due to the practice nature of the fixed field, there was no victory or defeat counter. The player was also free to enter or exit whenever they wanted to. After Tang Ro sat down, she directly selected the again option. Without waiting for Yi Xiu to speak, she pulled out another 100 yuan and put it on the table. "It's still one round, 100. Although I don't really know how to play, I hope you'll treat this seriously." Yi Xiu turned around towards Chen Guo. Chen Guo spread out her hands, meaning that she didn't care. "You fix your own problems." "Okay." Yi Xiu also didn't say too much and silently sat down. The new round started. Chen Guo still stood behind Tang Ro, but this time she only quietly watched without saying anything. She also wouldn't fuss too much about nothing. The situation was the same as the previous round. Chasing Haze still lost without even touching Lord Grimm's clothing. The only difference this time was Lord Grimm didn't show any more mercy. He directly depleted Chasing Haze's life. Again. Tang Ro without saying anything further. She pulled out another 100 yuan and slapped it down. She chose the again option. Still lost. Again. Another loss. Again. Another loss. Yi Xiu didn't say another word. Chen Guo looked again at Yi Xiu's expression. She only saw that Lord Grimm truly didn't show the slightest amount of mercy. Concentrated and cautious, he didn't let a single opportunity go. Vicious and merciless. Many internet cafe guests gradually noticed this competition. A few frequent customers had already left their stations and gathered to watch the scene. Most of the frequent customers recognized Tang Ro. To many, this beauty was their dream girlfriend. As a result, many knew that Tang Ro didn't play glory, but her PK skill wasn't low. Now that they saw her repeatedly slapping down one bill after another, all of them were dumbstruck. As for her opponent, he had only arrived 2 days ago and did a night shift, so frequent customers didn't immediately recognize him. Only after seeing the battle, people behind Tang Ro exclaimed in awe, "Lord Grimm, that's the 10th server's Lord Grimm." Really? Where? This short remark startled many people. Quite a few customers who heard this came over to join the crowd. Tang Rou and Yi Xiu weren't disturbed by this. They continued to meticulously battle. When Chen Guo saw these people's reactions towards Lord Grimm, she was astonished. She seized a person watching. Who's Lord Grimm? The 10th server's most popular character. 3 first clears in Beginner Village. Frost Forest's current clear record holder and has already joined Blue Brook Guild. No. I know people from Blue Brook Guild. After Lord Grimm helped them set a new record, he left the guild. D*MN, he doesn't even see Blue Brook Guild in his eyes. What does he want to do? Hey, quiet down. He's right there. What, which one? This crowd that didn't know the facts clearly hadn't realized that the person Tang Rou was betting money with was sitting directly across from her. Wow, lost again. What round is this? I don't know. When I came, it had already started. There's 500 on the table, right? Yeah. Wow, another bill. Sis Tang, go. Just like this, Tang Rou lost 10 rounds in a row. In those 10 rounds, it couldn't be said that Lord Grimm's clothing hadn't been touched once, but in the spectators' eyes, they didn't see a single chance of her winning. The previous cheering sounds had already turned to comforting. There were also a few people who started despising Lord Grimm for not having tender, more protective feelings towards girls. Again. Tang Rou remained unmoved. She yelled it again. But after she pulled out her purse, she could only stare blankly. She couldn't fight another round, because she had no money. When Yi Xiu heard Tang Rou yell again, he didn't waver in the slightest. He only steadily gripped his mouse and was ready to kill and behead the girl again. However, after he heard the yell this time, he didn't enter the stage. Yi Xiu stood up and saw Tang Rou's shriveled up empty purse. Finally no money. Yi Xiu laughed. This guy was waiting until I emptied my purse before stopping. Tang Rou slowly stood up. Wait for me to get more. Sis Tang, forget about it. The surrounding people that knew her all tried to persuade her. Little Tang, Chen Guo also went over to block her. With this girl's competitiveness, Chen Guo didn't doubt that she would try until she went bankrupt. The most loathsome part was that Yi Xiu. After winning, he didn't even try to give her a way out of this embarrassing situation. In the end, she heard Yi Xiu say, forget about it. This type of recklessness isn't fun. Still mocking her. Chen Guo was furious. She turned around and right when she was about to say something, she heard Yi Xiu follow. You should learn it properly first. You should at least figure out how large the gap between me and you is. You can't win in glory with just hand speed. If you want to fight with me, there will be plenty of chances later. Chen Guo was startled. This was actually sensible and reasonable. This guy finally said some real people talk. But at this moment, how could the ignited Tang Rou pay attention to this? Tang Rou's footsteps had already stopped and she stood there lost in thought. The surrounding crowd went silent. All of them seemed like they were waiting for some great conclusion. Chen Guo suddenly saw something move from the corner of her eye. She turned her head to look. It was Yi Xiu giving her a meaningful look and gesturing at her. This shameful guy actually wanted her to hand him the money. Chen Guo was angry. But she knew that with Tang Rou's temperament she definitely wouldn't let him return the money. Now at this moment, she ignored Yi Xiu and waved her hands at the spectating crowd. What are you looking at? It's already over. Go. The spectating crowd saw that Tang Rou didn't move, so they didn't either. Instead, they surrounded Yi Xiu and asked, brother, what weapon is that? Only players that didn't play Glory wouldn't care. When this question was asked, even Chen Guo pricked her ears up. On one hand, she wanted to hear the answer, but on the other hand, she wanted to comfort Tang Rou. She was just too Ned busy. Haha, it's nothing. It's just a thing I made myself. Yi Xiu said. Self-made weapon. Someone reacted quickly. He immediately understood what the 4 words, I made it myself, meant and blurted it out in surprise. The crowd immediately went into an uproar. Self-made equipment, that was high-end content that normal players couldn't even dream of touching. Glory had operated for 10 years. The methods to self-making equipment that were published online were at best orange-level equipment. The truly legendary silver equipment that surpassed orange equipment could only be seen in the professional leagues. Why would these professional clubs give away methods to making these sort of silver equipment to the public? Brother, can we take a look at it? Someone asked Yi Xiu. Sure. Yi Xiu laughed and let everyone look at the 1,000-chance umbrella. While Chen Guo put her hands on Tang Rou's shoulder, she said, "Go go go, let's go up and rest a bit." At the same time, she couldn't help but stretch out her neck to see what exactly Yi Xiu's Lord Grim held in his hands. Seeing this appearance, Tang Rou also couldn't help but laugh. "If you want to go look, then go look." Chen Guo heard this and turned her head to look. Tang Rou wasn't depressed like she expected, so she immediately felt relieved. But she still brought Tang Rou upstairs and said with authority, "Humph. I'll go look later. If he dares to not let me look, then I'll fire him." The surrounding crowd that looked at the 1,000-chance umbrella's attributes were all in awe. In addition, most of these players were playing in the new server, so they were very familiar with low-leveled weapons. With just a look, they could tell that this was a genuine silver weapon. The legendary orange weapon surpassing silver weapon. Amazing. How did you make it? Someone blurted it out. Yi Xiu smiled but didn't speak, so no one continued to question him. Even the previous person who blurted it out felt a little bad. Which self-made equipment wasn't made with blood, sweat, and tears? Who would ask for him to just casually give out his blood? What a pity. It's only level 5. TL note, only the lance form is level 15. The other forms are still level 5. The server just started, that's all. If you start collecting materials now, can't you get it to level 70? Really? I heard that self-made equipment only looked at materials and not the materials levels. F***CK, you understand huh? If you understand, go make one. I heard, that's just what I heard. The players commented one after another. Yi Xiu only smiled at what he heard, but didn't join the discussion. Normal players only had a smattering of knowledge on this sort of high-end content and couldn't really get anywhere with it. But a legendary self-made silver weapon really did appear. This was already something everyone could talk about. However, all of the players didn't forget to add, "It's a pity it's only level 5. Level 5 equipment. No matter how OP it was, it still wouldn't have any value." Everyone understood the reasoning. Although most players knew that self-made equipment could be upgraded in the editor, upgrading was just as difficult as making. A small mistake could ruin the weapon. Level 5. The starting point was so low. The amount of upgrades it needed was too big. Everyone all subconsciously thought that instead of upgrading it, it'd be better to just directly make a high-leveled one. "Brother, are you going to make any other professional-level silver weapons?" Someone knew how to ask the important questions. Compared to this silver weapon, the talent that could make such a silver weapon was of much more value. "No more. This was something I just randomly threw together." Yi Xiu said. "Brother, if you're ever going to make anything, I'll give you the materials, just name a price." There was still someone who wouldn't give up on self-made equipment. Ordinarily, they all felt that it was something too out of reach. But today, someone who had one appeared. "I really can't. If I could, would I be sitting here?" Yi Xiu said. The person, who had been unwilling to give it up, went silent. That was true. Someone who could make self-made equipment was definitely a more valuable talent than normal experts. They could close their door and get rich. They could also join a professional club's tech team. "Brother, do you want to dungeon? Let's go together." At this moment, there were even people who invited Yi Xiu to play. They were clearly also from the 10th server. "I've already reached the entry limit." Yi Xiu laughed. "Let's play together when there's a chance." "Okay." After paying their respects and saying kind words to try and make friends with him, the crowd gradually dispersed. Yi Xiu let out a sigh. Truthfully, self-made weapons were too precious. They were supposed to be hidden from the outside. In Glory, players couldn't use the system to check on other people's equipment, so it was relatively good for hiding them. But the problem was that the 1,000-chance umbrella was too unusual. What game had this sort of transforming weapon? Players with a bit of common sense could figure out that it was self-made. And in an actual battle, the weapon's greatest value and features had to be displayed, so it wasn't possible to hide such a weapon. Yi Xiu sighed. Right when he closed the equipment interface, he saw Chen Guo rush at him like lightning from the second floor. After running behind Yi Xiu, she asked, "What weapon?" "What weapon?" "Self-made weapon, see for yourself." Yi Xiu helplessly opened it again. Wow, Chen Guo admired it. She was like every other player, with 100,000 questions to ask, but she also knew that it wasn't appropriate to ask these sorts of things. You're playing as an unspecialized character because of this weapon? Chen Guo asked. Smart. Yi Xiu commended. You're too secretive. Chen Guo discovered that she needed to re-evaluate Yi Xiu. This sort of person that had been kicked out of the professional circle was more profound than she had originally thought. Although she herself didn't know exactly how skilled the pros were. When have I ever hid secrets from you? Yi Xiu asked in reply. By the time Chen Guo finished looking at the 1,000-chance umbrella, Tang Rou had already returned downstairs. Yi Xiu and Chen Guo both looked at her without saying anything. How can you just leave your money there like that? Tang Rou walked to her original spot. She neatly folded the money on the table and handed it over to Yi Xiu. Chen Guo sighed. This girl really did take things seriously. She wouldn't back out on her word. Chen Guo now hoped Yi Xiu would hurry up and take the money and not let side issues keep popping up. Yi Xiu didn't let her down. He stood up to take the money. Although this was clearly what Chen Guo wanted, after seeing Yi Xiu get ready to take the money, Chen Guo immediately became angry. You have the nerve to take it? Chen Guo said. What's wrong? Yi Xiu and Tang Rou both said. Chen Guo lost. After all, in the end, she wasn't a part of the bet. I'll win that money back sooner or later. Tang Rou said when she handed over the money to Yi Xiu. I'll take responsibility and tell you. That's much harder than you think. Yi Xiu laughed. After putting the money in his pocket, he logged out of the game. He said goodbye and then left. Doesn't this guy just make you angry? Chen Guo grinded her teeth towards Tang Rou. Relax, relax. Tang Rou, who was looked down upon, said pleasantly. Hurry up and practice. Afterwards, ruthlessly sort out this guy and put him in his place. Chen Guo said. How big of a difference do you think there is between me and him? Tang Rou asked Chen Guo. This. Chen Guo reddened a bit. Even if Tang Rou didn't know how to play, only Yi Xiu dared to say this. In Chen Guo's eyes, Tang Rou was already considered an expert. Tang Rou was better than her. Yi Xiu even more so. Both of these players were better than her, so how could she see how skilled they were? To say nothing of the difference in their skill levels. If she could tell the difference in their skills, then she wouldn't have needed to randomly test for Yi Xiu and Tang Rou to PK. I really can't tell. Chen Guo could only admit this. Tang Rou lowered her head to look at Chasing Haze, who hadn't yet logged out. After a while, she said, it looks like he's right. I can't even tell how far apart we are. I have to take a comprehensive course. Chen Guo was secretly delighted in her heart. This Tang Rou was finally interested in playing Glory. But she didn't show it in her face and said with a deadpan look, luckily, the new server opened yesterday. I'll go and get you an account card. Okay. Tang Rou obediently let Chen Guo be bursting with joy. When she opened the internet cafe, she obviously had Glory account cards ready. She promptly took a card and helped her create a character. After choosing a name, she entered the game. The beginner village quests couldn't be any easier. If this was an ordinary day, Tang Rou would have already thrown aside this sort of easy task after half a minute at best. But today, she was unexpectedly serious. She even read parts of the beginner guidebook that even Chen Guo felt unnecessary. This girl finally used her seriousness for Glory. Chen Guo felt a type of good feeling after obtaining such a positive outcome after so much effort. She was itching to start discussing a very important issue with Tang Rou. What class do you want to play? I still haven't thought about it. Tang Rou said. There's no need to be in a hurry. Before level 20, you can learn any skill from any class. You can try them all and see which class you find the most suitable. Chen Guo said. If you keep leveling and simply don't change classes, then you'll be an unspecialized character like Yi Xiu, right? Tang Rou asked. He's recklessly playing. Don't learn from him. Chen Guo jumped in fright. Reckless playing? Tang Rou didn't understand. After a character reaches level 50, they need to complete a class awakening quest in order to continue gaining experience and leveling up. But unspecialized characters don't have a class awakening quest, so when they get to level 50, they have no way of leveling. This was the reason why the unspecialized playing style disappeared. Chen Guo explained. Didn't Yi Xiu say a moment ago that he could continue leveling when he got into the heavenly domain at level 50? Tang Rou said. Please. It's the heavenly domain. That dueling quest that you did for me was so difficult. How could a level 50 do it? Chen-Guo said. Then Yi Xiu, he's crazy. Chen-Guo interrupted Tang Rou. If he can do it and I can't, won't that mean he's better than me? Tang Rou said. Chen-Guo was startled for a second and then immediately said, if he can do it, you can also try it. Anyone can start the Heavenly Domain skill challenges at level 50. There's no restriction for this. And more. Chen-Guo followed, do you remember Yi Xiu's weapon? That's the reason he chose to play as an unspecialized. That guy actually has a self-made weapon. The server just opened for 2 days. I don't know he got it. The more Chen-Guo said, the more she doubted herself. This was one of the many questions she had, but she was too embarrassed to directly ask him. Self-made weapon. The extremely strong equipment that you said only professional players had? Tang Rou asked. These questions thoroughly exposed that she was a true newbie in glory. Right. Moreover, it's extremely powerful. Although it's only level 5, it's a silver equipment that surpasses orange equipment. It looks to me that this guy has the means to continue upgrading this silver weapon. Otherwise, there's no way he'd play unspecialized just for this level 5 silver weapon. Chen-Guo said. How do you make a silver weapon? Tang Rou asked. Sister, your questions are too high-end. That's what I want to know. Chen-Guo said. It would be better if you just became a launcher like me. You've also played my account card many times. You're most familiar with this class, so you'll definitely learn it quickly. Chen-Guo didn't want to talk about self-made equipment with Tang Rou for too long. She was afraid that after describing the difficulty of self-making, she would excite Tang Rou into this direction instead of the game. That would be bad. Self-made equipment were truly too complicated. So many people had challenged it, but in the end, they all died doing so. Chen-Guo didn't want Tang Rou to waste her energy doing this sort of task. Launcher, Tang Rou refused to comment. Although she didn't have much interest in glory before, she did play it ever so often. In her heart, she really wasn't too interested in the launcher class. She was more interested in those close combat classes. She felt that these classes required more skill. But Chen-Guo was very fond of the launcher class. Tang Rou didn't want to just splash cold water on her. Right when she was thinking, she suddenly remembered the other class Chen-Guo often talked about, right, that one you often talked about. The one you said was the strongest. That's something God. What class was that? Battle God 1 Autumn Leaf. Chen-Guo blurted out. After saying this, her expression dimmed. Right. That one. What class is that Battle God? Although Tang Rou couldn't even remember the famed name, Battle God 1 Autumn Leaf, Chen-Guo's constant reminders left an imprint in her heart. Besides this, the only other one that left an even bigger imprint was the launcher, Dancing Rain, directly because Chen-Guo also played launcher. She was Chen-Guo's #1 idol and the character Chen-Guo talked the most about. While Tang Rou said this, she looked towards Chen-Guo and immediately saw Chen-Guo's face dim. What's wrong? Tang Rou jumped in fright. She knew Chen-Guo for 2 years. Angry Chen-Guo was a common occurrence, but sad Chen-Guo was a first. Yi Xiu. Retired. Chen-Guo said. Yi Xiu. You mean 1 Autumn Leaf's owner? Tang Rou said. Yeah. Then 1 Autumn Leaf. 1 Autumn Leaf is still there, but... Chen-Guo couldn't clearly describe her concerns. In the Ice Cold Professional Alliance, characters and athletes were divided into 2 categories. For players that liked glory, some people admired those powerful characters, while others admired the athlete's excellent technique. As a result, for titles like Battle God, there were some that believed the title should be given to the character 1 Autumn Leaf, while some believed that it should be given to Yi Xiu, the athlete operating 1 Autumn Leaf. And in the middle, there were those in dispute. But gradually, similar disputes all gradually gave the title to the character. This was because the character was the Iron Army camp, while the athlete was just one of the numerous soldiers. Athletes would transfer clubs. Athletes would deteriorate and go past their prime. Athletes would eventually retire. But the character never would. As long as the club wanted to, the character could firmly stay in their hands and continue to be upgraded. The older it was, the more skill points it could have and the better the equipment. Currently, most of the world-shaking characters in Glory were all created in the first server and had already existed for nearly 10 years. Their operators had already changed who knew how many times, but their fame never fell. A flower may blossom again, but a person can never turn young again. As long as a strong character had a strong athlete controlling it, then its strength would be revealed. But the athlete? By natural law, no one could defeat the merciless killer that was time. Yi Qiu and One Autumn Leaf were a rare exception. Both the character and the operator had been together for 10 years, which was rarely seen in the alliance. Other characters experienced changes in their operators. Each and every one of those athletes disappeared behind the scenes, leaving behind their famed characters. But the title Battle God had been shared with Yi Qiu and One Autumn Leaf the entire time. From when this title was given, Battle God had always belonged to the both of them. Unfortunately, One Autumn Leaf was also a character, while Yi Qiu was merely an athlete. Athletes were destined to be the first to leave, while the character's fame would continue to be carried on. While other characters had already been handed over multiple times, it was only the first time for the Battle God. As a result, a large handful of players bitterly wept and like Qinghua, would sadden at the mention of the Battle God One Autumn Leaf. As for her, once Yi Qiu left, the Battle God title was no longer intact. A lot of hopeful feelings that she had were suddenly ripped apart just like this. Tang Rou didn't understand Qinghua's grief. She could only quietly sit there accompanying her and hold her hand without saying a word. But all in all, Qinghua was Qinghua. She had already grieved yesterday. Being distressed over and over wasn't her style. After a while, her spirit had already lifted and she spoke towards Tang Rou. The Battle God's class was Battle Mage. What, do you want to play that? Okay. I might one day become that One Autumn Leaf's owner. When that time comes, wouldn't I be the new Battle God? Tang Rou said. Ah. This goal is 1,000 times better than beating that whatever Yi Qiu. Little Tang, you have to try hard and reach this goal. Qinghua smiled. Okay. Tang Rou also smiled and then nodded her head. Then do you want me to teach you about the Battle Mage right now? Qinghua said. Yeah. Tang Rou nodded her head. The Battle Mage belongs to the Mage class. They use magic to strengthen themselves and battle in close combat. They are proficient in 2 weapons, poles and battle lances. Poles usually have an attack speed of 8, extremely quick. Battle lances usually have an attack speed of 2, fairly slow, but their damage and range are high. I personally like Battle Lance because they're more tyrannical. If it wasn't tyrannical, how could it be called Battle God? See, One Autumn Leaf also uses a Battle Lance. One time. Guogua, Tang Rou reminded Qinghua that she was going off topic. Oh, Qinghua coughed and continued explaining, the Battle Mage's main features is that they can buff their own attributes using magic. After awakening, they also have Battle Spirit. Battle Spirit is a passive skill that completely relies on the operator's skill. If you see that the Battle Mage gets stronger as he fights, don't be surprised. One Autumn Leaf was considered a Battle God because Yi Qiu's skill could. Guogua. Tang Rou was already helpless. Okay. Let's look at a video. While you look, I'll explain, okay? Qinghua said. Okay. Tang Rou nodded her head. Qinghua didn't even need to look up videos on the internet. How could she be short of Battle God videos? She didn't know how many she had collected. After choosing one, she delightedly gave it to Tang Rou and explained it. After explaining it for a bit, the only words she said were gasps of surprise. Wow, look. This time. Whoa. An 88 combo. Do you know how much Battle Spirit will buff his attributes? Ha, this stupid guy. He walked into the knockup. Guogua, Tang Rou helplessly said for the 3rd time. Don't you feel that I should look at more beginner-leveled videos? You want me to just start by learning from the greatest expert among Battle Mages? Tang Rou powerlessly said. Oh, so it's like this. Then let me look for a bit. The 2 girls immersed themselves in learning about the Battle Mage in this way, until an employee ran over to tell them that it was time to eat. The employee was impatiently driven away by Qinghua. Only until a voice, which had irritated Qinghua every time she heard it, came, Oh. You're learning about the Battle Mage. Yi Qiu. Qinghua immediately turned her head. What do you want? Do you mind? Little Tang wants to play as a Battle Mage? Yi Qiu asked. Yeah. Tang Rou nodded her head. I can teach you then. Yi Qiu said. Humph. No need. Qinghua expressed her disdain. Boss, do you know what you just refused? Yi Xiu said seriously. TCH. Chen Guo completely ignored him and turned her head to Tang Rou. These are all battle mage guides written by Yi Xiu. Look, I've already ordered them for you. From shallow to deep, from attributes to skills to equipment, real combat skills, experience, technique, practice methods, and even a few collection of the best videos. Okay. Tang Rou nodded her head. Really? You don't want the actual person to teach? Do you really want to teach yourself? Yi Xiu mumbled. You go somewhere else. Can your teaching even compare to 0.1% of these guides? Chen Guo said. Sigh. You'd better not regret it. Yi Xiu sighed. So noisy. Chen Guo's head didn't even turn. But Tang Rou turned and smiled towards Yi Xiu. If I have any questions, I'll come ask you. Haha, you'll come across one soon. That guide you're looking at is from 9 years ago. There have been many changes in the game within those 9 years. Although you can still look at this guide, there are 4 places you have to pay attention to. The things mentioned there aren't suitable at all for the current battle mage. Yi Xiu said. Tang Rou was still a newbie in this area, so she obviously didn't understand the situation. And Chen Guo? She played launcher. Although she had watched many wonderful videos on battle mages, she never truly researched the class. She had browsed the internet and clicked on guides just this afternoon. Chen Guo was recklessly relying on a hopelessly optimistic gamble. Her search words were battle mage and the author, Yi Xiu, or One Autumn Leaf. Seeing a match, she picked the guide without thinking too much about it and arranged them for Tang Rou in volumes. But they had only started on the first page and Yi Xiu already criticized it, saying that this guide was out of date in some places. Now that he mentioned it, it really had been 9 years. Who knew how many times glory had been tweaked, which class hadn't experienced changes? If there hadn't been a single change in 9 years, wouldn't that mean the players hadn't improved in that time? If it really was like this, then the game Glory wouldn't be so popular. The game also had time to grow. Are you saying the truth? Chen Guo asked Yi Xiu. Yup. Then which 4 places? Tang Rou asked. Why don't you two go eat dinner? I'll revise the guide for you. Yi Xiu said. Of these 2 people, one of them was engrossed in the game, while the other made a firm resolution to get engrossed in the game. They had researched the battle mage together and didn't think to eat. Once they heard Yi Xiu say this, they both felt a little hungry. Then we'll head to dinner first. Chen Guo asked for Tang Rou's opinion. Okay, sorry to trouble you. The latter half of Tang Rou's response was directed towards Yi Xiu. Go. Yi Xiu drove away the 2 of them. Not long after sitting down, he heard Chen Guo's cry of surprise. Why is today's dinner so luxurious? Who ordered it? Once she heard everyone say that it was Brother Yi, Chen Guo disdained him even more and said to Tang Rou, he really knows how to take advantage of other people. Haha. Tang Rou laughed. You too. After losing so many times, you don't feel bad. Chen Guo saw that Tang Rou didn't take the 1100 yuan she lost seriously at all. Although she had worked 2 years as a long-time employee at the internet cafe, Chen Guo had deliberately raised her salary. But Tang Rou really didn't do anything too different from other employees. In the internet cafe, how many things could a sister do? She could really only keep watch at the reception desk. As a result, her salary couldn't actually be raised by that much. 1100 yuan couldn't be a small amount for Tang Rou, but Tang Rou didn't seem to mind. Her temper was the complete opposite of this boss Chen Guo's. With the popularity of Chen Guo's internet cafe, at worst, she could guarantee a net income of 1 to 200,000 a month. 1,000 yuan wasn't much for her. But it also hadn't been easy for Chen Guo to have the internet cafe develop to its current level. In addition, with a steady flow of customers, she didn't really have any habit of wastefully spending money. Even for Chen Guo, losing 1,000 yuan in a few casual bouts of PK made her heart ache for Tang Rou. Of course. Tang Rou said. You've lost all your money. What are you going to eat this month? Chen Guo said. Aren't you in charge of food? Tang Rou smiled. Chen Guo was helpless. Her guarantee that the internet cafe took care of food and shelter raised a bunch of people who spent their income before they earned their next salary. Hurry up and eat. After eating, let's see what new trick that guy's come up with. Chen Guo said. Meanwhile, Yi Xiu quickly revised the outdated parts. Afterwards, he looked at the materials Chen Guo arranged for Tang Rou. He saw that Miss High and Mighty Chengua's trademark awareness was extremely strong. She had picked everything that had Yi Xiu or one autumn leaf on it. Seeing this, Yi Xiu really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He cleaned up anything unnecessary, repeated, and outdated. He added in anything missing, deleted anything that could be deleted, fixed anything that could be fixed, and elaborated on anything that could be elaborated on. While busily working in this abyss of suffering, Chenghua and Tang Rou finished eating and returned. Chenghua glanced and saw that Yi Xiu only glimpsed at the guide she had looked hard for, and then threw it in the trash. She immediately rushed up to ask, "What are you doing?" "There's a bunch of useless repeated things in that messy pile of yours. I'm helping you tidy it up," Yi Xiu said. "Really?" Chenghua was skeptical. Although Yi Xiu always made her pissed, Chenghua recognized his skill and glory. This Yi Xiu really was better than her by a lot. "Are you sure? These are all posts written by the god Yi Xiu." Chenghua. "I'm sure. How could I not be? If he knew, he would also be very thankful for having the opportunity to let me tidy it up." Yi Xiu said. "No good. Let me check that guide you threw into the trash." Chenghua said. "If you can understand it, then go ahead." Yi Xiu laughed. Chenghua turned gloomy. Truthfully, she had never played Battle Mage. She only had a bit of knowledge on the mid-game and late-game content in those guides. When she reached this content, Tang Rou had to figure it out on her own. But seeing Yi Xiu's very professional look, Chenghua couldn't help but say, "Can you really teach?" "I can." "You know everything about battle mages?" "I do." "You're not afraid that little Tang's going to beat you after teaching her?" "Ha ha ha ha." Yi Xiu laughed. "How could it be that easy? The master leads the way, but it depends on you yourself to learn. Have you heard of this before? The theories are all the same, but whether or not you can learn it depends on you yourself. Even if I don't teach, the guides are public. If you spend the time, you can definitely learn it. My teaching will only save you some time. What you say is clear and logical. Then let me ask you, if you want to increase hand speed, what should you do?" Chenghua asked. "Absolute hand speed or effective hand speed?" Yi Xiu asked. "Obviously effective hand speed," Chenghua said. Absolute hand speed was just how fast you could hit the keyboard and click the mouse with your eyes closed. If you couldn't use it in an actual battle, then it doesn't matter how fast you were. As a result, effective hand speed was more important. It was the APM after getting rid of all of the useless actions. Yi Xiu groped around his pockets. He took out something and gave it to Chenghua. "Take it and play." "What is it?" Chenghua took it and looked. It was a palm-sized plastic board. On top were 3 rows with a total of 10 mouse heads. It was a mini whack-a-mole. Chenghua turned so furious, her nose almost went crooked. What type of trick was this? In the end, she heard Yi Xiu turn his head and say, "Try it." "Try what?" "The power switch is on the bottom. You can change the level. Turn it to the lowest level and try. I've modified it. I promise you'll love it," Yi Xiu said. Chenghua was skeptical. She turned on the toy and the 10 mouse heads flashed. An electronic beep sounded out, which let Chenghua set the levels using the mouse heads. Chenghua pressed on the first head. After a small electronic tune played, the mouse heads began to flash. Chenghua had played this type of mini whack-a-mole games before. She had to press whichever mouse head lit up. But the toy Yi Xiu gave her was much faster than what Chenghua had expected. She hurriedly chased after the flashing lights and wildly pressed. Not even 10 seconds had passed, when the mouse heads all flashed. They made a few sounds as if laughing at her, and then announced the end of the game. 120 APM. Yi Xiu laughed. Chenghua was baffled. People with an APM of 120 can barely go over 5 seconds. Go play with it. It'll help your reaction speed. Yi Xiu said, "If your playing speed won't increase, then it's mainly because you can't react in time. Little Tang, do you want to try?" Chenghua handed the mini whack-a-mole to Tang Rou. "She doesn't need it. This won't help her much. Her effective hand speed is probably around 200, but she's not familiar with the game. Without experience, her ability to judge is lacking, restricting her reaction speed. She still has space to improve, but she can only slowly grind it out in the game," Yi Xiu said. "Then, what about you? How fast is your playing hand speed? Chen-Guo said. Me? I've already passed the increasing my hand speed stage. My 60 APM is more than enough to beat you. Yi Xiu said. Chen-Guo suddenly thought of her first time seeing Yi Xiu's disabled level hand speed. Yet he was able to solo the Midnight Phantom Cat only relying on this hand speed. At the time, Chen-Guo felt quite mystified. Now hearing that Yi Xiu could destroy her with 60 APM, Chen-Guo wasn't mad at all. She had already felt that Yi Xiu wasn't as simple as he seemed. Freely switching hand speeds. This was the biggest difference between professional and normal players. How much longer do you need for this? Chen-Guo asked Yi Xiu about tidying up the guides. Still a bit longer. The guides Yi Xiu made didn't cover everything. There are guides by others that are quite good too. In a bit, I'll help add them in. Actually, looking at the guides first without touching the game yet isn't good. It's best to experience the game first and have a certain amount of basics before looking at a guide. Yi Xiu said. Why? Wouldn't following a guide help you do less wrong things? Chen-Guo said. The guide is only a summary of the author's experiences. The content inside only represents the person's experiences at that time. After a year or two has passed or even a few months, someone will discover a better way than what the guide says. This isn't only because of game changes, but also because the player's skill levels are constantly increasing. Clear records only exist to be broken. The peak will always lie in the future. Guides are only references and shouldn't be blindly consulted. Otherwise, you'll never break through to the next step. Hearing this, Chen-Guo could only stare blankly. She didn't want to believe that this reasoning had just come from that damned sloppy mouth. This reasoning ignored the god Yi Xiu that Chen-Guo worshipped. If they were on an even level, then Chen-Guo would definitely strangle the guy. But at this moment, she felt as if she didn't have any energy. Then, I'll play first. In the end, Tang Rou replied. She sat at the computer station next to Yi Xiu and inserted her account card. Yi Xiu nodded his head and turned his head towards Chen-Guo. I'm going to play whack-a-mole. In this instant, Chen-Guo couldn't help but feel a little skeptical on whether she was being toyed with. Playing whack-a-mole will only help improve your reaction speed. To actually increase your effective hand speed, you have to practice in-game. Yi Xiu said. Okay. Chen-Guo nodded her head. Okay, see you later. Yi Xiu said. Yeah. Chen-Guo agreed. She turned around and left. After walking a few steps, she finally reacted. What's with this guy's attitude? Who was the boss? Thinking of this, she turned her head to look. However, she saw that Yi Xiu looked so serious working on the guides. He didn't have any of that half-dead look. Chen-Guo froze, stumped for words. She unexpectedly felt too embarrassed to disturb him. Looking again at Tang Rou, she saw that Tang Rou was concentrated on the game. After looking at the whack-a-mole in her hands for a while, she silently walked away. Little Tang had talent. Yi Xiu was already extremely strong. But her? Chen-Guo sat at the reception desk in a daze. She herself really liked this game and also hoped to get good at the game, but Chen-Guo knew that it wasn't possible for her to break through to the next step. 27 years old. In terms of esports, this was already a time to recall memories of the past, instead of looking towards the future. Tang Rou smugly entered the game, but after a short while, she had already suffered from setbacks. Her 200 APM couldn't solve this problem. Yi Xiu had also encountered the problem. And Chen-Guo did too the other night playing on her low-leveled account. The problem of too many people in the beginner area. She received quests with great difficulty and took forever to kill a monster. With so many people in the beginner village, no matter how fast your reaction or hand speed was, you would always fail to kill a monster. Tang Rou was tossed from side to side and beaten black and blue, but persevered on. After half an hour, she finally leveled up from level 1 to level 2. Tang Rou let out a sigh and looked towards Yi Xiu. He was still tidying up the guides and was still focused as before. His concentration made even Tang Rou feel amazed. Right when she was looking, she saw the focused Yi Xiu put his left hand into his pocket and take out a cigarette box. He shook twice and the cigarette jumped into his mouth. Throughout the entire process, his eyes hadn't shifted away from the screen at all. His right hand moved the mouse back and forth without ever stopping either. Just when he was about to light up the cigarette, he was suddenly poked. He turned around and saw Tang Rou. You can't smoke here. Guo Guo will get angry. Tang Rou warned Yi Xiu. Oh, Yi Xiu's smoking was a subconscious movement, he didn't need to think about it. After Tang Rou's warning, he discovered that he somehow had a cigarette in his mouth. Their seating was in the corner, however, and was fairly far from the reception desk. Besides Tang Rou and him, there was no one else there. She can't see it. So I'll smoke one cigarette. Don't tell her. Yi Xiu still sneakily lit up his cigarette. In the end, he even turned around and politely asked, "Do you want one?" "No thanks." "Have you smoked before?" "I've tried, but I didn't like it." Tang Rou said. "Oh." Yi Xiu nodded his head. He extended his head out and looked at Tang Rou's screen. "What level?" "Level 2. Tang Rou said. Go Tang Rou. This Lord Grimm is you, right?" Tang Rou suddenly asked. Yi Xiu looked towards the 10th server's dungeon records on Tang Rou's screen. Lord Grimm's great name hung on 4 of the lists. "You're already planning on breaking my record?" Yi Xiu grinned. "I can't for first clears, right?" Tang Rou said. "Yeah." Yi Xiu nodded his head. As a result, Tang Rou's gaze fell on Frost Forest's clear record. "This record can't be broken on your own." Yi Xiu said. "I saw. I still need 4 others to cooperate, right?" Tang Rou said. "Later on, there will even be 10-player ones, 20-player ones, and even more." Yi Xiu said. Tang Rou was silent. He didn't know what she was thinking. "I've finished this guide. Where should I put it?" With the help of the cigarette, Yi Xiu finished tidying the guide. "The desktop is fine, but you can do it this way." Tang Rou went over to show him. Internet cafe computers all automatically rebooted, but employees could use an admin account to avoid this. Even in these few simple movements, Tang Rou's nimbleness could be seen. "How did you practice your hand speed?" Yi Xiu suddenly asked. Hearing this, Tang Rou's movement stopped for a bit. Yi Xiu's keen eye saw this minute change. "I never practiced it. I was just born like this." Tang Rou said. "Really?" Yi Xiu smiled and didn't say anything more. He stood up from his seat and gave it to Tang Rou. "You continue here. If you have any questions on the game or the guide, just come ask me." Yi Xiu said. "Thanks. And you?" Tang Rou saw that Yi Xiu was about to leave. "I'm going to the smoking area. That place is a bit safer." Yi Xiu said. When Yi Xiu passed by the reception desk, he saw Chenghua sitting there with the mini whack-a-mole in her hands. She had a bitter look on her, so he didn't say hello to her and ran to the smoking area to find a computer. Nowadays, Yi Xiu's Lord Grimm wasn't well known only in the game. Yi Xiu himself was well known in the internet cafe. Almost all the Glory players there knew that Lord Grimm was this internet cafe's network manager. He also had a self-made silver weapon. Nearly all of the players in the smoking area knew Lord Grimm. Many of them came in the afternoon after work and played until now without leaving. Seeing Yi Xiu come, they all called out to say hello to him. Yi Xiu also casually waved at the people who greeted him. After putting the cigarette in his mouth and lighting it, he entered the game. He immediately suffered from a bombardment of messages. After going online for 5 seconds, the message prompt kept on flashing, flashing, flashing. After looking at them, he saw that they were all the usual greetings. 7 Fields and the others said, "Brother Expert, you're here." Immersed Jade, "I pay respects to God." Blue Brook Guild's representative Blue River invited him to level with them. Tyrannical Ambitions representative Endless Night reserved him for some midnight dungeon runs. Yi Xiu replied to each of them. 7 Fields, Immersed Jade, and the others each replied with a smiley face. Blue River's leveling invitation and Endless Night's dungeon reservation were both tactfully refused. Each of these players worded their messages to Yi Xiu very carefully. After Yi Xiu replied to all of them, they temporarily went quiet. But more messages quickly popped up. Piles upon piles of friend requests filled the screen. "I'm that famous already." Yi Xiu scratched his head. He had only helped set a new clear record and nothing more. The big guilds might have recognized that he was an expert, but they shouldn't have went so far as to kneel down and worship him, right? Yi Xiu ignored all of these notifications. In the end, someone to the side bumped into him. "Brother, why don't we be friends?" "Huh?" Yi Xiu turned his head. He discovered that quite a few internet cafe guests had walked towards him and waved their hands to greet him. "Brother, let's be friends. These friend requests should all be from this internet cafe." Yi Xiu started sweating. Due to the opening of the new server, the amount of 10th server players in the internet cafe was relatively large. Most of them were just playing for fun and didn't take the game too seriously. But some of them liked to make friends with experts. If they could become friends now, then their relationship would be more solid. As a result, there were quite a few people who wanted to add Yi Xiu as their friend. "Oh. What are your names?" In front of them, he felt too embarrassed to directly turn down everyone. Yi Xiu asked everyone their game IDs and added each and every one of them as friends. After a short while, Lord Grimm's friends list had already reached 37 people. In addition, none of them were offline. Besides the players he had met in the past 2 days like Seven Fields, the rest were all happy internet cafe guests. Although most of them were from the smoking area, there were also a few people who ran over especially to make friends with him. With such a long list, Yi Xiu couldn't match the real person and their in-game character. Riding on wave of momentum, one player joked, "We're all from the same internet cafe. We should all form a guild together." This call didn't receive many responses. So far, Glory only had 10 servers in total. Adding in the communal heavenly domain, it wasn't rare to meet with someone from the same server. Besides Yi Xiu's expert status as a dungeon record holder, everyone lined up to make friends with him because they all knew something Blue Rivers and the others didn't. Lord Grimm had a silver weapon. This thing was more eye-catching than a dungeon record. If Blue River and the others knew that Lord Grimm was hiding this, they would have tried to rope him in even more crazily. The proposal to establish a guild only received a few cold, hollow laughs. The brother that suggested it felt extremely embarrassed, so he shut his mouth, playing on his own. Everyone wore headphones and once again immersed themselves into the game world. On the other hand, Yi Xiu actively sent a friend request to someone else. Soft Mist. This was Tang Rou's in-game name. Yi Xiu didn't know what it was supposed to mean. He reckoned that she took the mist from Chasing Haze, took soft from her name Tang Rou and just randomly put them together. TL note, haze is made up of 2 words in Chinese. Mist is one of those words. Rou from Tang Rou means soft. After sending the request, he didn't see a response. Yi Xiu supposed it was because this little sister was too unfamiliar with the game and couldn't even notice this type of system message. Sending more wouldn't work. Sending 1 would flash in the same way that sending 8 would. As a result, he just left it for now. After organizing the items in his inventory, Yi Xiu prepared to kill monsters and level. The biggest problem with the beginner village was that there were too many people. But after leaving the beginner village, in the level 20 stage, the biggest problem at the moment was still too many people. There were multiple beginner villages to share the server traffic, but after the beginner village, everyone came together onto a single piece of land. Although this land was larger than the beginner village by several times, every level 20 flocked here after leaving the beginner village. In the end, the situation was basically the same as beginner village. The area surrounding Bulls also had vast crowds of people. Last night, Yi Xiu took advantage of the very early hours in the morning, when there were less people online, to grab and complete a few quests. But now was just at the peak of internet activity, so doing quests would only make leveling slower. Receiving quests and completing quests both required lining up. Killing monsters had to be scrambled over. Just thinking of all this made him shiver in terror. Rather than quests, it'd be better to look for a firm location to clear monsters and level. At this stage, what leveling area had fewer people? Of course it was the higher leveled areas. Players would lose experience when they died in glory, so most players wouldn't rashly take risks. They preferred to line up for quests, line up for monsters, and level up steadily. If they weren't experts, they wouldn't even think of going to high-leveled areas to level. In glory, dungeons were the fastest way to level. The next fastest was completing quest lines. And the slowest was clearing monsters. But in the current circumstances, he no longer had any dungeon entries left and he'd have to wait in line to do quests, so clearing monsters were the most optimal choice. Difficulties and so on, those weren't in Yi Xiu's considerations. With his peak level of skill, as long as the NPC's level wasn't too high above his, then there wouldn't be any problem. The experience gained by killing monsters depended on the level difference. This difference still used 5 as a standard. If the monsters were 5 levels above or below the player's level, then the player would only receive minimal experience. Within that range, the higher the level, the greater the experience. As a result, monsters that were 5 levels higher than the player gave the most experience. 5 levels didn't sound like a lot, but in Glory, each level higher had the problem of level suppression. In Glory, levels weren't only used to define players. Physical attack, magic attack, bleed, stun, root, and other status effects had levels too. When the system didn't display the difference in levels, then these levels would all be the same as the player's level. In other words, the current Lord Grimm's level was 21. If he used double stab to cause a hidden boss to bleed, then the bleed's level would be 21. Level 21 damage or a level 21 bleed would have a reduced effect on level 22 and up monsters. The higher the level gap, the more obvious the reduction. This type of situation was called level suppression. The difference between being high-leveled and low-leveled wasn't just the difference in attributes and equipment. The concealed calculations of level suppression added to the difficulties of challenging those at a higher level. Lord Grimm was now level 21. Killing level 26 monsters would give him the most experience. But it wouldn't give much more. With each higher level, the experience would increase by 2%, so a 5-level difference would give an extra 10%. However, with these 5 levels, the difficulty increase wasn't as simple as just 10%. In addition, if players went to level alone, without even talking about the dangers, the 10% benefit couldn't be seen due to the increased time needed to gain the experience. It might even be less efficient than killing monsters at the same level. But the current situation was special. Yi Xiu didn't care about this small amount of extra experience when killing higher-leveled monsters. Rather, he did it to avoid the vast crowds of people and to look for a quiet place to level. After sorting his equipment, Yi Xiu moved Lord Grimm to the level 23 to 26 area, Boneyard. Boneyard wasn't only the name of a leveling area. It was also the name of the dungeon. It was the same as Frost Forest. The areas outside Frost Forest were level 20 to 23 leveling areas and had a large amount of wild monsters. Deeper into the forest were entrances to the Frost Forest dungeon. Similarly, Boneyard had a level 23 to 27 Boneyard dungeon. Players like Blue Brook Guild's Blue River, these sorts of high-level players, had already conquered the Boneyard dungeon. The records showed that the Boneyard first clear party was done by tyrannical ambition. Yi Xiu saw that Endless Night's name was there. As for the other 3 members in yesterday's party, they weren't on there. It looked like they weren't tyrannical ambition's first-string characters. The Boneyard clear record had already been broken 4 times. The newest record was currently held by Herb Garden. As for Boneyard's 3 hidden bosses, Blue Brook Guild first cleared 2 of them. It looked like these dungeon records spun in these 3 great guilds' palms. Yi Xiu didn't pay too much attention to all that. Lord Grimm quickly reached Boneyard and sure enough, there weren't many players here. Currently, most players were level 21 and most of them stayed at Frost Forest to scramble for monsters. There were already level 22, 23 monsters suppressing them there. And the monsters in Boneyard would be even more so. After picking a good place to clear monsters, Lord Grimm shook the 1000 Chance umbrella. It transformed into the battle lance form and slaughtered its way over. 8 midnight cat fingernails adorned the 1000 Chance umbrella, which was equivalent to giving the battle lance a new tip. Adding on the replaced linking axle, these changes upgraded the battle lance form to level 15. Besides this, the original form and other classes' weapon forms were still level 5 and naturally, couldn't be compared to the upgraded battle lance form. The Boneyard's monsters were the same as the skeleton graveyards. They were undead monsters. Zombies, skeletons, skeleton archers, skeleton mages, etc. They were levels 23 to 26. Their main feature was that they had high damage and high defense, but moved relatively slowly. With Yi Xiu's skill, these sort of NPCs weren't any threat. After controlling Lord Grimm to rush forward, he chose an area and began killing monsters there. Yi Xiu killed very casually. He didn't overly pursue crucial hits, combos, juggling, back attacks, and those effect-inducing attacks. In order to fully execute these technical moves, he would need to concentrate more, move faster, micro faster, and all of these things drained his energy. He was only leveling, that's all. Yi Xiu wasn't planning on fighting like he had been in the Professional Alliance finals. Fighting and resting, Lord Grimm may not have killed monsters that quickly, but he was extremely stable. Compared to attacks, Yi Xiu paid more attention to carefully dodging, which made it so that he never needed to run away and rest because he was low on life. He only rested after he ran out of mana. In Glory, food and potions were recovery items. Food had no cooldown, but couldn't be used in combat. It restored a lot and recovered it quickly too. Potions weren't as effective as food, but they could be used while in combat. At a crucial point, they could be used as a last resort. But the better the potion's effects, the longer the cooldown. Moreover, potions of the same type shared a cooldown, so it wasn't possible to drink multiple health potions of different levels. NPCs sold food and potions, but they were of the lowest level and were costly. Besides obtaining them from killing monsters, of the secondary professions, the cooks could cook food and alchemists could make potions. Each player could learn 2 secondary professions, but only one of them could undergo job advancement. That's right, secondary professions had job advancements. Once a player reached level 50, the secondary profession could only be leveled further after completing the job advancement. At the moment, the new server had only been played on for 2 days. Aside from the big guilds, no one else had begun learning secondary skills. The alchemists and cooks of every big guild still weren't able to supply enough for their own respective guilds, so they didn't sell their products at the market. Players could only swallow their anger and buy high from the NPCs. The small amount of money they earned from killing monsters and completing quests were all spent on potions. Yi Xiu was no exception. This sort of investment in the early stages of the game was absolutely necessary. But by relying on his outstanding skill, he was able to save quite a bit by not having to spend much on health potions and food. His money was mostly used on the mana recovery items. He was already quite frugal compared to normal players. After clearing monsters for around an hour, Lord Grim escaped from battle again and drank to recover mana. Yi Xiu also lit a cigarette to rest a little. Right when he did so, a message appeared. Opening it, he saw it was system prompt: Soft Mist has accepted your friend request. After an hour, Tang Rou finally found Yi Xiu's friend request. Another message was sent: Sorry, I just saw it. Tang Rou and Qingguo really were different. She wasn't like Qingguo, who actively looked to make friends with others. She wouldn't treat people too warmly, but she didn't make you feel cold. When you spoke, you would feel that she listened very attentively. When she spoke, you would feel that she was speaking to you. If the way Qingguo talked with others was very wild and street-like, then Tang Rou was scholarly, reserved, proper, and polite. Besides the time when she lost a bit of control saying, again, 10 times in a row, he couldn't find any faults on her. Yi Xiu believed that this girl definitely had some sort of background. This sort of self-restraint and temperament reflected a good education. Moreover, she had that fast hand speed. When Yi Xiu asked about how she practiced her hand speed, she hesitated. This made Yi Xiu convinced that her hand speed wasn't some sort of innate talent, but rather a result from practicing. This could also be seen from her hands. She was the same as Yi Xiu. She was extremely careful with her hands and took good care of them. Yi Xiu was certain that these weren't hands trained through playing games. Pro players' left and right hands weren't completely the same because most pro players use their left hands for the keyboard and the right hand for the mouse. The two moved completely differently. But Tang Rou's left and right hands moved exceptionally balanced and steady. This unexpectedly made her left and right hands uncoordinated when she played the game. If his guess was correct, Yi Xiu believed that these quick hands were trained through playing an instrument. It doesn't matter. If you have any questions, just message me. Yi Xiu saw that Tang Rou wasn't ordinary, but he wasn't too interested in looking into her background. Truthfully, he himself still had to figure out what exactly his future path was. Closing Tang Rou's chat box, Yi Xiu was about to control Lord Grim to kill monsters again when suddenly, he heard a fit of fast footsteps from his headphones. Someone swiftly flew past Lord Grim. With a swing of a pole, the monster, which Lord Grim was about to attack, was knocked into the air. Senseless. Yi Xiu could only give this evaluation towards this sort of kill-stealer. Boneyard didn't have many people. There were plenty of monsters for players to kill, but this guy just unexpectedly stole his target. This type of evil kill-stealing was mostly done to show off their own skill. This player held a pole in his hands. Magic fluctuated under his foot. He was a genuine battle mage. The magic fluctuations under his feet were a buff from the battle mage's signature skill, Chaser. Chasers could be triggered through several different battle mage skills for a total of 5. After triggering a chaser, they would circle around the battle mage's body for 30 seconds. Within those 30 seconds, the chaser could fly out and attack the target. After injuring or killing the target, the character would be buffed for 20 seconds. At level 20, battle mages could learn one chaser, neutral chaser. It was triggered through Dragon Tooth and did the lowest damage among the 5 chasers. The buff it gave increased the character's movement speed. A level 1 neutral chaser increased movement speed by 1% and a max level 20 increased movement speed by 20%. Chasers were the battle mage's most distinguishable feature, which was why it is said that they used magic to increase their fighting strength. Although Lord Grim was already level 20, he didn't have the option to learn this skill. This battle mage used this skill very proficiently. After knocking the monster into the air, he quickly moved behind the monster and then stabbed with Dragon Tooth, completing an aerial and back attack. A neutral chaser condensed onto the pole tip and flashed to his side. Depending on how the attacks were executed, there were differences between the triggered chasers, small, medium, large. Although the size didn't affect the buff given, it did affect the chaser's damage. In Glory, battle masters were easy to learn, but difficult to master. The usage of chasers as well as the technical requirements for battle spirit all made it difficult to play proficiently. This guy turned around and just happened to face Lord Grim. Even after kill stealing, this guy still continued to show off in front of him. Yi Xiu looked and felt that this guy wasn't ordinary. Not talking about his flaunting, he could tell just by looking at the character's mocking face. What a disharmonious face. Neither the game's appearance editor nor a random creation could make such a conflicting result. Yi Xiu shook his head. He didn't think that he would be tangled with such a show-off king over a small monster. Who would have thought that after the show-off king turned around and flaunted in front of Lord Grim twice, he would suddenly make a mistake. The monster, which had originally been in the air, fell to the ground. Yi Xiu couldn't help but laugh. Right when he was going to leave, he heard this person say his name, Lord Grim. Yeah. Yi Xiu heard this and turned Lord Grim around. That person walked towards Lord Grim while the monster chased after. So it was you. The other side said. You are. Yi Xiu looked at this guy's ID. 1,000 creations, no idea. Was it someone from the internet cafe who he just friended? Yi Xiu opened up his friends and list was about to look, when the person said, I heard you're quite good. Come, let's compare notes. Who are you? There were 30 or so people on his friends list. Yi Xiu quickly glanced at it, but didn't see the name 1,000 creations. That's not important. The important point is that I want to duel you. 1,000 creations said. Yi Xiu didn't say anything else and made Lord Grim turn around to leave. Hey, don't leave. 1,000 creations immediately said, but the half-fought monster was still attacking him. 1,000 creations used a sky strike to knock up the monster and then used falling flower palm. The monster he fought was blown away and just happened to smash into Lord Grim. After leaving beginner village, the system no longer protected players, so players could now PK each other. Right when this monster looked as if it smashed into Lord Grim suddenly turned his body. Taking out his battle lance, the monster was stabbed in midair. With a wave of his arm, the monster fell to the ground. He then used a circle swing to finish the combo, killing off the monster that 1,000 creations had blown towards him. You really do have some skills. But I still advise that you go to the arena with me, so you don't lose any experience. 1,000 creations said this, but the other side didn't reply back. The other side did the same as him. He used a sky strike at a monster and then used falling flower palm to knock the monster to him. But this time, the falling flower palm was done quicker and the monster flew out towards him. Humph. 1,000 creations snorted in disdain. He stabbed it with his pole and was about to do what Lord Grim had done. He also used a circle swing to finish off the blown-away monster. The pole easily executed it. 1,000 creations was already praising himself, thinking that his previous action was quite cool. But who would have thought that the monster that was flying towards him suddenly fell to the ground? The pole unexpectedly stabbed at air. 1,000 creations was stunned. If this wasn't a coincidence, then this guy had actually used falling flower palm with just the right strength and also calculated that he'd use circle swing to receive it. As a result, the monster was blown away to just outside of the circle swing's range, making his pole miss. What type of terrifying microing was this? You still have a ways to go. When 1,000 creations heard this, he immediately moved his camera over. Lord Grim was already walking away minding his own business, while he himself was being attacked by the monster he missed. You'd better not leave. People who love to show off, naturally, were most afraid of losing face. Now that he was being played with and looked down upon, 1,000 creations wouldn't forgive him. He once again blasted the monster over and chased after him, at the same time. Lord Grim showed his skills once again. He lifted his hand and used Dragon Tooth. The monster that was flying over was staved off in midair. Following up with a Sky Strike, he hit the monster high up into the air and then used Double Stab. The monster opened up its arms and hugged towards Thousand Creations. F***CK. Thousand Creations, who had rushed forward too fast, didn't have time to react. He didn't think that Lord Grim would play around with this monster for so long, before hitting it back. The flying monster hit his face. From a first-person view, the entire screen was filled with a repulsive, rotting zombie corpse, utterly disgusting. Thousand Creations was hit down onto the ground by the zombie. After pushing away the zombie, he immediately got up. But he discovered that the zombie had latched onto his thigh and opened his rotting mouth about to bite down. Thousand Creations beat it with his pull. After killing off this zombie with great difficulty, he heard creaking bone sounds from his headphones. He didn't know when, but a skeleton had aggroed onto him. The skeleton raised its machete and charged at him. "Don't you like kill stealing? Take your time." Lord Grim called out. Thousand Creations immediately looked towards him. This guy had already gathered 4 monsters in that short amount of time. At this moment, a falling flower palm exploded out and the 4 monsters were smashed towards Thousand Creations. 4 monsters. 4 directions. Adding on the skeleton holding a machete, Thousand Creations couldn't run away this time. The chasers and whatnot had already disappeared far away along with the zombie that he had thrown down onto the ground. The camera circled round and round. And all around him were these undead monsters' bones and rotting flesh. Undead monsters moved relatively sluggishly, so they got up quite slowly. Thousand Creations was the first one among them to stand up. His camera angle turned. This time, Lord Grim didn't leave. Carrying his battle lance, Lord Grim ran over in large strides. Surprised, Thousand Creations couldn't help but jump backwards. After jumping, he felt extremely regretful again. Why did he hide? Wasn't he the one who wanted to teach him a lesson? At this moment, the sluggish monsters all climbed back up. Although these 4 monsters had smashed into Thousand Creations, their aggro was still on Lord Grim. The machete-wielding skeleton's target was originally on Thousand Creations, but it had just been smashed by the 4 monsters, which could be considered as Lord Grim's attack. Its aggro was also on Lord Grim now. After the 5 monsters got up, they rushed towards Lord Grim. Thousand Creations had planned to first clear the monsters and then properly fight around with Lord Grim. But in the end, Lord Grim's battle lance had already stabbed towards the monsters, engaging in an intense battle. His viewpoint never turned towards him either. Could it be that this guy only wants to fight the monsters and not me? Are these 5 undead monsters more valuable than me? Hey! Thousand Creations yelled. Oh, you want a monster? Here's one. Have fun. Lord Grim uppercut and thrusted. A monster was hit over to him and steadily fell in front of Thousand Creations' feet. Thousand Creations was baffled. He had never felt this sort of feeling before. In the past, every time he KS'd to show off, the guys who had their kills stolen were all utterly infuriated. Some even immediately attacked him. But in the end, they were beaten down. That sort of feeling felt so good. But this time, the other side's response made him feel extremely childish. He had gathered 5 monsters and hit over one towards him whenever convenient. This move seemed as if it were saying, "Little child, don't be noisy. Uncle's got candy for you." Thousand Creations stared blankly, not moving. The monster that fell in front of him was still aggroed onto Lord Grim. After crawling back up, it rushed back. What? You don't want it? Lord Grim actually asked him. Thousand Creations felt an extremely strong urge to gang up with the skeletons and zombies and beat this guy up. I'll wait until you finish killing the monsters before we properly fight around. Thousand Creations' tone suddenly became serious. He wasn't as sloppy as before when he was trying to provoke him. No need. Lord Grim replied to him. Why? Thousand Creations blurted it out and then immediately regretted it. The other side had already said, "You still have a ways to go," once. Why did he need to give him another chance to say it again? No time. In the end, Lord Grim said this. Thousand Creations' cheeks streamed with tears. Child. He really was a child. A child that annoyed the adult to play with him. In response, the adult would say to the child, "Uncle's busy. Be obedient. Play by yourself." He was being treated like this. Thousand Creations didn't know what to say. He might as well just wait until he finishes killing off the monsters. Thousand Creations came up with this plan. As a result, he quietly waited on the side. But at the same time, those 5 monsters wouldn't be so quick to finish off. Should he try and help him? But he immediately felt that he wasn't in a position to do so. As a result, he felt that he might as well just kill a monster to pass the time. But when he finished killing the monster and turned his camera angle back to Lord Grimm, there were still 5 monsters. Kill another one then. After killing one, why were there still 5 monsters there? That guy's skill wasn't bad. It didn't make sense for him to take so long. Thousand Creations was at a loss. But after looking more carefully, were these 5 monsters the same as the previous 5? Right when he was unsure, a skeleton was stabbed and then collapsed into a pile of bones. Soon after, he saw Lord Grimm, bringing the other monsters, pull a new one and continue fighting with 5 monsters. Thousand Creations threw up blood. He was waiting for this guy to finish off the monsters and duel with him, but this guy didn't take him seriously at all. That guy was concentrated on leveling. Thousand Creations grew angry. He decided to help him. Wrong, he wasn't helping him, he was disturbing him. He was going to continue kill stealing until this guy's patience ran out. Thus, Thousand Creations rushed forward and began stabbing at the 5 monsters that Lord Grimm had gathered. Lord Grimm seemed to shoot a glance at him. Immediately following, Thousand Creations received a party invite. F*CK, who wants to form a party with you? I'm here to kill steal. Thousand Creations angrily declined the invite and continued to kill. The 5 monsters were killed faster now, but after looking at the experience distribution, the expert KSR Thousand Creations was thoroughly defeated this time. Because the two didn't form a party, if they attacked the same monster, then the monster's experience would be shared. The first blow and last blow made up for 2/3 of the experience gained. The other 1/3 was determined by how much damage they did. Thousand Creations obviously didn't make the first hit and he had originally planned to steal the last hit. But in the end, he was unable to take the last hit either. Adding on to total damage done, he was also below Lord Grimm, so he was only able to get a pitiful amount of experience. And in this situation, all of the items dropped belonged to Lord Grimm. But the even more irritating part was that before the 5 monsters fell down, Lord Grimm had already pulled new monsters and continued to fight non-stop. Thousand Creations tried to steal again, but met a tragic end just like the last time. In the end, all he did was help Lord Grimm kill monsters faster. Moreover, most of the experience went to the other side, while he ate the small leftovers. Seeing it like this, Lord Grimm hadn't suffered any losses, while he himself had been squeezed for labor. Thousand Creations was so angry he almost lost consciousness. After this wave, he would actively pull monsters and bring them back. But this time, Lord Grimm brought the monsters away from him, leaving Thousand Creations with the monsters he pulled. Thousand Creations' cheeks streamed with tears. What was he doing? He quickly cleared away the monsters in front of him and rushed forward. Hey, I'm going to join these monsters and attack you. Stop being so noisy. Go level up. The other side said indifferently. Thousand Creations clenched his teeth and brandished the battle pole. He was about to hit Lord Grimm when he suddenly heard, "Huh. Why are you guys leveling together?" Thousand Creations immediately turned his head. A party of Blue Brook Guild members was walking towards them. The person talking was the 10th server Blue Brook Guild's guild leader, Blue River. Thousand Creations put away the pole and was about to run. "Where are you going, Thousand Creations?" Blue River yelled. Thousand Creations' cheeks streamed with tears. "Guild leader, you have no brains. I don't have the guild name on top of my head, so why are you trying to expose my identity?" So he ran, but sent a message to the guild, "Pretend you mistook me for someone else." "What are you doing?" Blue River didn't understand the situation. "I've offended Lord Grimm." Thousand Creations said. What have you done? Did you steal his monsters?" Blue River understood his subordinate's faults. I was about to kill steal." Thousand Creations cried. Even though he came to offend Lord Grimm, he was the one who felt bad. How wrong was that? Thousand Creations was a member of Blue Brook Guild. Even though Yi Xiao made his head and face filthy with dirt, he was considered a rare expert among players. His individual strength might not be weaker than the so-called 5 great experts. In order to have a name like the 5 great experts, a player first had to have incredible strength. Next, they also had to have incredible popularity. Once there were many supporters, the 5 great were made. But 1,000 creations? He had a bit of popularity, but he had an incredibly bad fault: he liked to kill steal. Blue Brook Guild was one of the 3 great guilds. But because of this, they had high expectations for their guild members. Although they didn't go as far as requiring that members lay low, but kill stealing, that sort of nasty behavior, was forbidden by the guild. No one could complain about this kind of rule. The sort of powerful but arrogant and despotic guild that formed parties to kill steal were destined to fail. Their guild members' inner qualities were too poor. But unfortunately, 1,000 Creations had this kind of hobby. Moreover, he was also an expert, a relatively rare expert too. The guild didn't want him because of his inner quality, but they were also unwilling to part with such an expert. In the end, they could only turn a blind eye to his actions. Fortunately, 1,000 Creations could be considered tactful. Whenever he did a misdeed, he never showed the guild's name, so a good deal of bullied players didn't put the debt on Blue Brook Guild. This time, when the 10th server opened, no one knew why this guy just signed up to participate on a whim. Although this guy hadn't caused any problems for their guild yet, he made them feel as if he were a ticking time bomb. Seeing that he actively signed up to go the new server, the guild leader immediately approved and increased his rewards. In the end, he kicked the time bomb to Blue River, making Blue River pray that the time bomb wouldn't explode. Blue River's cheeks streamed with tears. The opening of the new server was a time when players often killed monsters to level up. It was as if this time bomb was baking on a stove. Fortunately, the new server was packed with people in the beginning, so everyone stole. 1,000 Creations took pleasure in showing off his strength and didn't stand out all. As for later, Blue River planned on putting this guy in his party when leveling. Watching over him, he could lessen the probability of him going out and stealing. But in the end, the second day since the new server's opening hadn't yet finished, and the time bomb had already exploded. Not only that, it didn't explode at any other time. It unfortunately exploded on their most important talent, Lord Grimm. Blue River was somewhat angry. The guild had clearly warned him many times that this talent had to be won over. If anyone saw him, they had to try and deepen their relationship and make friends with him. 1,000 Creations should have seen this message. But this punk's method of making friends was King kill stealing. Blue River knew that this wasn't the time to be confused. Because Lord Grimm was someone he was determined to pull into the guild, then he couldn't hide from him that 1,000 Creations was also from Blue Brook Guild. If he pretended to not know him, then what about later? That idiot. Blue River cursed and then ran up to Lord Grimm. He laughed out loud and greeted, "What a coincidence. Why are you here too?" "Leveling," Yi Xiu said. "Haha. Don't mind that punk. In these 2 days, everyone in the guild has been talking about and praising you. That punk probably didn't feel too good, so he deliberately looked for you to make trouble," Blue River said. How could Blue River have handled the matter more brilliantly? First, he covered up 1,000 Creations' intent to steal. He said 1,000 Creations was jealous of Lord Grimm's fame and power, which was why he deliberately searched for him, looking for trouble. This was easy to understand. In addition, he had unintentionally showed his guild's admiration for Lord Grimm. He had flattered him without batting an eyelid. Unfortunately, Yi Xiu knew that 1,000 Creations stole first. After seeing who he had stolen from, he had jealously challenged him. But that was all after he stole. Fortunately, Yi Xiu didn't feel like getting involved with all this, so he casually laughed, "The child's pretty naughty." Yeah. Look, he even ran, afraid that I'd scold him," Blue River said. If 1,000 Creations had been switched with someone else, then he would have yelled for that person to come over and apologize. But as for 1,000 Creations, he excused him. If this was someone who listened to others, then they would have fixed his terrible fault of stealing long ago. Do you want to level with us?" Blue River asked. "No need. Leveling by myself is fine," Yi Xiu said. "Actually, we didn't come over to level," Blue River said. Oh. Yi Xiu thought. The day was going to end soon. It wasn't possible that Blue River and the others hadn't reached the entry limit for the Boneyard dungeon. If they weren't there for dungeon clearing or leveling, then could it be Blood Gunner Yag? Blue River said. Sure enough. Yi Xiu confirmed his guess. Blood Gunner Yag was Boneyard's wild boss. Although wild bosses respawned, they were even more valuable than hidden bosses because this boss would only respawn 3 times every week. Wild bosses also had their own leaderboards. There were first clears and also the kill number. The first clear could only be given to one party. The kill number was the same as clear records. The leaderboards would show the first 3 ranks. Currently, there hadn't been any wild boss kills in the 10th server. Currently, there were only 2 in their level range. One was Boneyard's Blood Gunner Yag and the other was Frost Forest's Goblin Merchant Lorraine. The beginner village didn't have any wild bosses. Yi Xiu also had requirements for wild bosses, but these things could only be discovered and not sought. Yi Xiu wouldn't vainly attempt it alone. He had originally planned on getting the items from wild bosses from the markets. But if he happened to come across one, then he might as well try. But the most important part for killing wild bosses was never to kill it, it was to steal it. The players who came to kill wild bosses were the more dangerous enemies. Although wild bosses were difficult, in the end, they were only system monsters. Experienced players had the ability to kill it without dying. But every time a wild boss was killed, there would always be dead players. This was all from the chaos between everyone fighting to kill it. Although Yi Xiu had the ability to fight it, there was no way he could single-handedly steal the boss from an entire guild. Item drops from bosses were calculated differently from small monsters. Wild bosses had the most terrifying amount of health among bosses of the same level, and needed a long duration of heavy damage output. If the first hit and last hit counted for 2/3 of the experience and items, then no one would want to bitterly do all of the work in the middle. Thus, wild bosses completely relied on total damage to determine the share. No matter how strong a player was, there was no way he could do more damage than an entire party. "Brother, are you interested in taking a look?" Blue River continued. "Okay." Yi Xiu gladly accepted. Blue River laughed brightly and sent a party invite over. After Lord Grimm joined their party, he said regretfully, "If I knew earlier, then it would have been better if you hadn't left the guild." In Glory, after leaving a guild, a player couldn't join a new guild until 5 days later. In Glory, the member limit in a group is 10. Each party member can create their own party with a limit of 10 parties in a group. After Yi Xiu joined the party, he saw that there was exactly 10 members in the party. He recognized the majority of them: Blue River, Bound Boat, Flower Lantern, Thundering Light, Lunar Grace, Returning Cloud. They all knew each other from before, so they weren't unfamiliar with him and all went up one by one to say hello. He hadn't seen the other 3 before: Blowing Clouds, Spitfire class, Endless Flow, Launcher class, and one that you could tell was vulgar just from the name, Groping Haven, a cleric. TLC, Sacred Light gropes you. Blue River introduced them one by one. There were 2 other parties with 20 people, but Blue River didn't trouble him with them. Actually, if they only wanted to kill the Blood Gunsman Yag, then a single 10-person party was more than enough. This time, they brought 30 people, which told the difficulties of the main problem: kill stealing the wild boss. It could even be said that Blue Brook Guild brought out all of their elites to this battle. All 30 of them could be found at the very front of the 10th server's current level leaderboard. Yi Xiu glanced over everyone and then suddenly said, "Did I take Thousand Creations' position?" Blue River was startled. He didn't think that Yi Xiu was attentive to this degree. It was true. Thousand Creations was originally called over to get ready to hunt Blood Gunner Yag, but then he just happened to meet Lord Grimm. Blue River felt that this was another chance to make things clear and simply said, "Don't worry about him. We go on our own business." "When did the Blood Gunner respawn?" Yi Xiu asked Blue River. "We received the info 5 minutes ago, so we immediately gathered all of these brothers. And after a short while, we hurried over." Blue River said. "We need all of these people." Yi Xiu laughed. Even for kill stealing, they didn't need this many people. With so many people surrounding the target, many people didn't even have a place to put out damage. "It's to prevent any incidents," Blue River messaged. Yi Xiu knew that this wasn't to prevent anything the boss would do, it was to protect them from other people. The most terrifying aspect in the game would never be NPCs. It would always be the players. If we were able to receive the info, then I'm sure Herb Garden and Tyrannical Ambition have also received it," Blue River said. Besides fighting over dungeon records, the 3 great guilds also paid attention to wild boss records. The guild had already reminded them of the importance of the wild boss records long ago. "They're already here." Yi Xiu turned his viewpoint and looked left and right. He discovered that not far from them, there was another crowd of players wildly rushing. They were clearly running in the same direction as Blue Brook Guild's troops. D*MN. Blue River turned his viewpoint and saw it too. He vaguely identified a few names. They're from Herb Garden. Yi Xiu couldn't help but worship him. He looked at some of these IDs and they all looked the same to him. For Blue River to actually be able to recognize these names, he deserved to be called an experienced rival. They were quite familiar with each other. When Blue River recognized the other side also recognized Blue Brook Guild. Blue River quickly received a message from Herb Garden's 10th server guild leader Plantigo Seed. Old Blue, if you have any inner quality to you, then you can clearly see that we've arrived here first. Both sides knew Blood Gunner's location. Currently, Herb Garden was clearly closer to it. Their levels and equipment were about the same. Blue Brook Guild's hopes to take the lead weren't great. Get lost. Blue River replied. Wild bosses were never first come first serve, but Plantigo Seed loved to say such nonsense. How many people did you bring? Plantigo Seed asked. Around the same as you. Blue River said. Want to team up? Plantigo Seed said. What do you mean by team up? You and I have both arrived, so Tyrannical Ambition shouldn't be far behind. We both send a few players out to block them. And then we both rely on our own power to split the boss. How about it? Okay. Blue River replied without thinking the matter through. How many people? Half. Okay. After half a minute. Where are your people? Plantigo Seed asked. Yours? Blue River replied. I've chosen them, I'm waiting for you. I'm the one waiting for you. Another half a minute of silence. It looks like you don't trust me. I'll go look to team up with Tyrannical Ambition then. Plantigo Seed said. Go ahead. Actually, I've already come to an agreement with Tyrannical Ambition. They're in front waiting to ambush you. Be careful. Blue River replied. Plantigo Seed didn't send another message. Both felt helpless. This wasn't the first time they had met. The three great guilds had fought with each other for many years, so they all understood each other. If they truly wanted to cooperate, then they always tore at each other. It wasn't possible for them to reach a conclusion in these few words. None of them trusted each other. It could be seen that in these few years, they weren't lacking any fighting, dueling, or causing havoc amongst each other. Blue Brook Guild was currently a bit slower than Herb Garden, but that small amount didn't count for anything. Even if Herb Garden arrived there first, they might not immediately pull it and fight. If they were attacked from behind, what would they do? Don't look at how their messages to each other were so friendly. If they truly wanted to fight, they wouldn't show any mercy. Games were like this. Happy and painful. The two crowds maintained their distance and they reached the Blood Gunners' location one after another. However, when they got there, another crowd of players were already standing there. Tyrannical Ambition's players were unexpectedly even faster than them. Except Tyrannical Ambition still hadn't acted. At this moment, there were a crowd of unknown players battling the Blood Gunner. But with just a look, it could clearly be seen that these were just random parties who just happened to discover this boss, trying it out. Blue River looked for a bit and then decided, they're courting death. Blood Gunner Yag was covered in a white leather armor. Its ash-colored face didn't show any expression. Clearly, it was also an undead monster. It held a revolver in its hands and it moved incomparably quickly, running around everywhere and firing. At that instant, the crowd of randomly put-together players were all hit and cried out in terror. They had no way to resist and the hunters became the prey. Tyrannical Ambition had arrived long ago, but they just stood on the side, quietly watching the scene. They stood firmly just outside of the Blood Gunners' attack range. After Herb Garden and Blue Brook Guild arrived, they acted the same as Tyrannical Ambition. They didn't care about whether these players lived or died. They didn't even look at the Blood Gunner, their attention was all focused on each other. Seeing that the other two guilds had arrived, someone from Tyrannical Ambition quickly walked out and headed towards Blue Brook Guild. Does he want to negotiate with us? Blue River silently thought. He couldn't help but look at Herb Garden. They weren't moving either and looking at their stance, they were probably paying attention to that Tyrannical Ambition player who was walking towards Blue Brook Guild, too. That player eventually walked over. Right when he was about to go greet him, he heard that player shout, Lord Grimm, why are you here? To see the excitement. Yi Xiu replied. That place isn't too good. Come come come. Why don't you come over to our place? As it turned out, this shameless person was Endless Night. Blue River's lungs were about to burst with rage. He was simply treating them as if they were air. Our place is no good. F***ck your place then. This entire area was a desolate graveyard. There were a few weeds, dead trees, crooked gravestones, and damaged coffins. Every place was the same. What good or bad? Isn't everywhere the same? Yi Xiu replied, appearing somewhat well-behaved. But in a bit, some things might happen there, so it'd be best to stay out of the way. Endless Night said. Blue River's heart couldn't help but thump. These words were obviously spoken for Blue Brook Guild to hear. Analyzing it on the surface, these words suggested that Tyrannical Ambition and Herb Garden had already joined hands. Blue Brook Guild would have difficulty negotiating with them. Oh. How come I heard that that place wasn't safe? Blue Brook Guild's bound boat spoke out. Psychological warfare. Reverse psychological warfare. Reverse psychological warfare. When the three great guilds competed, they often ended up in this situation. These annoyed Blue River, so he liked to remain still with his face blank and let others deal with the problem. Oh, so it's like this? Don't tell me Herb Garden is plotting against us. Wouldn't it be best for us to join hands? Endless Night said. To join hands or not to join hands, that was the question. Blue River felt his balls ache. He directly sent messages to both guild leaders. What are you guys doing? Both of you come over. Herb Garden's guild leader Plantigo Seed replied, I haven't done anything. Tyrannical Ambition's guild leader Cold Knight replied, didn't I already send someone over? Both of them weren't cooperating. Blue River's head hurt. Truthfully, he hoped that all three could send representatives and let everyone just play rock paper scissors, but he knew that wasn't going to happen. Even if everyone agreed, in the end, they'd definitely turn hostile. The winner would be like a cicada stalked by a mantis, unaware of the oriole behind. The winner would just be waiting for someone to stab him in the back. He didn't know how many times this sort of situation had happened. In the end, all of the winners were extremely cautious and then suddenly tossed from side to side repeatedly by everyone. What had originally been agreed on was the same as no agreement. What was the point in wasting that time? The three great guilds all paid a lot of attention towards their outer image. Their words held enormous weight and their reputation was outstanding. But when the three competed, whatever despicable, shameless methods existed, all came out. Trust and promises were all the same as floating clouds. All because their true interests laid in winning against the other competitors. Even if everyone agreed that whichever side did the most damage was the winner, Blue River wouldn't dare trust their word. He did trust that once one side fell behind, that side would definitely cheat them. He knew that every time they hunted a wild boss, a lot of players would die. In this instant, Blue River cherished his memories of dungeons. Comparing them with wild bosses, no matter how difficult the dungeon was, they all felt so comforting. They never had any sincere cooperation with each other. They would only scout each other out or guard against each other. This was the relationship between the three great guilds. Seeing that Endless Night was still chattering on, Blue River was ready to pull out his sword. In fact, when he called out for the two guild leaders to come, he didn't have any good intentions either. In any case, everyone was shameless, so the two didn't dare come over and stayed where they were. The two didn't come over, only an annoying Endless Night. Blue River felt he might as well just kill him and be done with it. Everyone already understood their relationship towards each other anyways. But he suddenly heard Yi Xiu say, isn't that 1,000 creations? Blue River heard this and was startled. He turned around to look. One player, with magical fluctuations under his feet, carried a battle pole and rushed forward without saying anything to smash at the boss. Blue River didn't feel like taking care of him. He was just an undisciplined, unorganized individual. I'm going to help him. Blue River didn't think Lord Grimm would suddenly throw out these words and then rush forward. This was something that he couldn't control even if he wanted to. Hey. Why are you running? I'm not done talking. Endless Night still talked. Blue River suddenly pulled out his sword with a sword draw and slashed towards that guy. He didn't know how, but Endless Night had already prepared for this and rolled backwards, avoiding the sword. Oh, so the magnificent guild leader's sneak attacks. Endless Night mocked. Blue River moved. Immediately, several players beside him were about to rush forward and act, but Endless Night had already escaped. Tyrannical Ambition also immediately had people approach, so Blue Brook Guild immediately withdrew. They didn't want to clash with Tyrannical Ambition. Herb Garden was still beside them. The three great guilds restricted each other. Intertwined, none of them dared to act blindly without thinking. While they were stuck in a stalemate, more players died fighting in the fields. One party, which was originally a 10-member party, had already fallen to 5. Half had died. Why are you all standing there watching? Hurry up and kill. After Lord Grimm rushed close, Yi Xiu heard these 5 members yell. They clearly didn't understand the situation and didn't understand these 3 great guilds' entanglement. But no matter how entangled these 3 great guilds were, these 5 were destined to die. If they were unable to kill the Blood Gunner, they'd die. If they killed the Blood Gunner, they'd die an even worse death. The 3 great guilds didn't act out against them because they belonged to the former. They didn't have the strength to kill the Blood Gunner. Join the party. At this moment, the 5 yelled to Thousand Creations. Thousand Creations was the 6th player on the field that joined the fight. They immediately sent him an invite, but that guy actually ignored it. I'm coming in. After Lord Grimm rushed to the front, Yi Xiu yelled while swiftly leaving Blue River's party. What is he thinking? Blue River was a little lost. Lord Grimm rushing forward made him lost. Then, he suddenly left the party. Seeing that he wanted to join that random party made him even more lost. If Lord Grimm is killing the boss, are we going to steal or not? Bound Boat suddenly said. Blue River stared blankly. Could it be that this guy wanted to use the fact that each of the great guilds regarded him highly and wouldn't steal the boss from him? This thought was rather naive. Although the 3 great guilds all regarded him highly and were willing to back down on many issues, this was only when the 3 great guilds took the initiative to. But at this moment, he was the one to take initiative and use the 3 great guilds' intentions to force them to retreat. This was a completely different situation. No one would be willing to accept this sort of coercement, to say nothing of the 3 great guilds. Although they were cautious, modest, and respectful on the outside, if you schemed against them like this, who would be able to take this? Thousand Creations maneuvered around everywhere, waiting for an opportunity. The 5 players were basically being chased and attacked by the Blood Gunner. But once Lord Grimm entered the fray, everything immediately changed. The fast-moving Blood Gunner had unexpectedly been accurately captured by him. With a sky strike, the Blood Gunner had already been knocked into the air. This was an attack that Thousand Chances hadn't found the opportunity to perform, even after he had joined the battle for so long. Falling Flower Palm. The Blood Gunner was blown away. This was a wild boss and was even stronger than hidden bosses. Sky Strike hadn't knocked it very high into the air. If it was someone else who had executed Falling Flower Palm, then it might have even been a problem for them to complete the aerial attack. The blow-away effects would be increased in an aerial attack. The higher up they were, the greater the increase. Because the Blood Gunner hadn't been knocked up very high, the additional effects from the aerial attack were already the limit. His figure shook and suddenly, 2 Lord Grimms appeared. One was in the original place, while the other had flashed behind the Blood Gunner. Shadow Clone Technique. The body behind the Blood Gunner was obviously the real one. He immediately grabbed the Blood Gunner and threw. Grappler skill, Fling. The Blood Gunner was once again thrown away. Herb Garden's players were suddenly in a commotion. Why was this Blood Gunner getting closer and closer to them? The Blood Gunner's aggro obviously couldn't run onto Herb Garden. In fact, up until now, it hadn't taken a lot of damage. After taking 3 hits from Lord Grimm, Sky Strike, Falling Flower Palm, Fling, its aggro had already ignited onto Lord Grimm. Once it was thrown to the ground, it didn't fall down. It rolled away and had already gotten up. This skill was called Quick Recover. It was a common passive skill similar to Swift Run and Roll. After learning it, it could be used. The moment the user fell onto the ground, the user would immediately use a roll. In this way, the user wouldn't fall down and would instead directly flip over. This skill required a certain amount of technique to use. When the user touched the ground, the user had to immediately use a roll to quick recover. There were also a few skills where quick recover didn't work. For example, the Battle Mage's Circle Swing, the Grappler's Back Throw, and the Sharpshooter's Punisher all negated the quick recover skill. The Blood Gunner could also quick recover, but it only now had a chance to. At this moment, after eating 3 of Lord Grimm's attacks, it directly rolled over with a quick recover and raised its gun, ready to shoot. A gun sound rang out and the blood gunner's right hand, which held the gun, moved backwards. Following the spark that sprayed out from the gun muzzle, a second gun sound rang out. D*MN. An Herb Garden player cried out in fear and immediately crouched down. The bullet scraped by his head. Then, he heard a second sound, D*MN, from behind him. The second player didn't have time to dodge and the bullet hit him in the center of his forehead. Blood violently blossomed out and his life directly fell to half. Herb Garden's clerics immediately went up to rescue him. But at this moment, no one responded in time when the blood gunner suddenly C*Ked its gun towards them. But from Blue Brook Guild's point of view, they could all see it clearly. Just now, after Lord Grim flung the blood gunner, a gun somehow appeared in his hands. That first gun sound wasn't from the blood gunner. It was from Lord Grim's gun. This gun hit the blood gunner's right hand, causing the blood gunner's gun to swing backwards. Was this a coincidence? Or was it on purpose? Blue Brook Guild's players didn't know. But they did know that this shot was both an attack and a defense. It not only hit the blood gunner's hand, it also neutralized the possibility of the blood gunner returning fire. As for the headshot at the Herb Garden player, that was probably pure coincidence. But this coincidence still made Blue Brook Guild's players extremely happy. What is he trying to do? While everybody was jeering at Herb Garden's player who had accidentally been shot, Bound Boat frowned, unable to see through Lord Grim's intentions. Is he really thinking of taking down the blood gunner in front of all of us? Flower Lantern also muttered. Both of them moved towards Blue River. D*MN. An aerial circle swing, amazing. The two had just arrived in front of Blue River when they heard him say this. The two were completely helpless. Was this really the time to be admiring his skill? After waking up Blue River touched on this issue but also helplessly said, if the other guilds don't move, how can we? Bound Boat was startled. Could it be that this guy wants to use this time when our three guilds are restricting each other instead of impolitely kill stealing? Bound Boat said. Blue River looked left towards Herb Garden. And the looked right towards Tyrannical Ambition. He saw that the other two guild leaders were also eccentrically looking left and right. Clearly, they were also like him and observing the other two guilds' movements. Sure enough. At this moment, none of the three guilds dared to advance forward. This was because whoever advanced forward would become the mantis preying upon the cicada. But there was also a large oriole behind them. No. Two of them to be accurate. This. Blue River discovered this deadlock really was awkward. He immediately messaged Herb Garden and Tyrannical Ambition, you two. Are we really going to just watch this boss get split? Old Blue, you've finally learned treachery. Plantago Seed replied. I don't want to. It'd be better if your Blue Brook Guild hurried over and captured the boss, while my Tyrannical Ambition waits outside the range and keeps the situation under control. What do you think? Tyrannical Ambition's Cold Knight replied. Blue River was speechless. Herb Garden and Tyrannical Ambition didn't trust him at all. And the most important factor that influenced these two groups' judgments was that they didn't understand Lord Grim's strength. They didn't believe that Lord Grim could take down the blood gunner. But now that he calmed down and thought about it, he also felt that this was an issue too. Although he and Lord Grim had set a dungeon record before and directly saw Lord Grim's strength, although Lord Grim relied on his outstanding skill to deal with the blood gunner, no one could solo the blood gunner at this level. Even a peak professional player wouldn't be able to either. This was because their mana definitely wouldn't be able to keep up. With the blood gunner's life as well as the player's DPS at this level, there was no way anyone could defeat the blood gunner with no mana. Even if they carried a full inventory of potions, they still wouldn't be able to. Just seeing how Lord Grim put out damage at such a high tempo, they knew that beginner village's level 1 potions certainly weren't enough. Skills couldn't be used without mana. If a player couldn't use skills, only relying on normal attacks definitely couldn't take down the boss. When skills and normal attacks were compared, apart from more damage, the most important difference were their crowd control effects. For example, Sky Strike's knock up, Dragon Tooth's short stun, Falling Flower Palm's blow away, Circle Swing's no quick recover throw. These sort of special effects couldn't be made by normal attacks and had an effect on controlling the opponent's movement. Thinking of this, Blue River suddenly calmed down. Sure enough, Herb Garden and Tyrannical Ambition were the greater threats. He couldn't help but glance left and right at each of them. The 5 normal players in the field were still regarded as dead people, so much so that Blue River didn't even think that Lord Grim would associate with them. When Lord Grim left, he had no way to prevent it, so he could only call 1,000 creations to come and join the party. Perhaps Yi Xiu was the only player to notice these 5. These chain attacks, which these 5 players were incapable of doing, frightened these players dumbstruck. Lord Grimm suddenly used a circle swing, throwing the blood gunner in front of these 5 players. Still watching. Attack! Yi Xiu yelled. The 5 players woke up and immediately went up and greeted the gunner with their weapons. Don't attack randomly. Listen to my commands. While Yi Xiu yelled, Lord Grimm's attacks hadn't stopped from beginning to end. These foolish 5 players finally discovered something. Lord Grimm, this person is Lord Grimm. The 3 great guilds weren't the only ones that noticed Lord Grimm. Even players from Happy Internet Cafe were astonished when they saw Lord Grimm's famed name. These 5 players, who had invited Lord Grimm to join the party and watched Lord Grimm's fight with the blood gunner, just now noticed Lord Grimm's ID on top of his head. The Lord Grimm that completed 3 first clears in Beginner Village. The Lord Grimm that led Blue Brook Guild to a new clear record in Frost Forest. Berserker, Gore Cross. Lord Grimm said while using Dragon Tooth to stab the blood gunner. The Berserker didn't react slowly and immediately brandished his greatsword. While the blood gunner was still stunned and unable to dodge, he slashed and the tip of his sword drew a cross. A cross of blood swung out. Brawler, Sand Toss. Yi Xiu yelled and at the same time, a sky strike knocked the blood gunner into the air. Brawlers belonged to the fighter class and were street fighters that use underhanded methods to win. For example, Sand Toss threw sand, dirtying the target's clothing in a despicable manner. At this moment, hearing Yi Xiu's call, this brawler immediately threw sand at the blood gunner. Yi Xiu started sweating. He didn't think that this player was a complete noob. He immediately instructed, Sand Toss whenever it's off cooldown and throw sand at its face. This was Sand Toss's true usage. Sand Toss had a hidden effect that occurred when sand was thrown into the target's eyes. It had a chance to blind the target. Because it was a hidden effect, the chance to blind and the blind's duration wasn't directly shown by the system. However, through player testing, the lowest level Sand Toss had a 50% chance to blind and lasted 4 seconds. But when the skill was maxed, it had a 100% chance to blind and lasted 8 seconds. This effect was truly terrifying. In Glory's early days, brawlers ruled the world with Sand Toss. Whenever they encountered anything displeasing, they would throw some sand at their face. Under the effects of blind, the player's screen became pitch black, unable to see anything. Brawlers could use this opportunity to attack despicably and lowly while their target was in such a state. But nowadays, players found quite a few ways to deal with Sand Toss. The simplest way was that when the Sand Toss was thrown, the character turned his or her viewpoint. Look up, look down, look left, look right, any of them worked. Although Sand Toss damaged them, it was much better than that terrifying hidden effect. But the unequaled counter to Sand Toss was a type of accessory, eyeglasses. This toy was the same type of item as the mithril pendant that Yi Xiu possessed. It had no attributes and was purely decoration. However, these eyeglasses could nullify Sand Toss' hidden effect, turning it into nothing but fleeting clouds. The most hated item among brawlers were these eyeglass-type items. Fortunately, NPCs wouldn't shamelessly wear eyeglasses as if they were refined people. Blinded NPCs would lose their sense of direction, unable to find their original aggro target. It might not even be able to figure out the direction to hit back players that bullied it. Yi Xiu's purpose was obviously to let this brawler attempt to blind it. But who knew that that guy was too much of a noob? His Sand Toss was unexpectedly thrown at the blood gunner's body. Yi Xiu had no idea how this guy got to level 23, 2 levels higher than him. Brick Buster. Yi Xiu continued to patiently instruct this brawler. Brick Buster was the system's official name for the skill. Yi Xiu was afraid that his noob wouldn't know the popular term for it, so he used the official skill name. Among players, this skill was known as brick. Correct. Found high and low, far and wide, the brick that people in street fights would often use as a weapon. In Glory, brawlers' bricks could be used to smash and throw, extremely formidable. Apart from this, the skill also had a special effect. It had a 50% chance to cause the target to be dizzy for 3 seconds. However, in order to create this effect, the brick had to be smashed onto the head. This brick also had a hidden effect. When the brick is a back attack and also hits the head, the dizzy chance becomes 100% and lasted 4 seconds. Yi Xiu didn't have time to explain in detail to this brawler. Fortunately, the brick's dizzy special effect wasn't a hidden effect, so the skill tooltip described this. Evidently, the brawler noticed this point and his brick headed towards the blood gunner's head. Regretfully, instead of using his hands to directly smash its head with the brick, he threw it. The flying brick's damage was reduced by half. The chance to dizzy was reduced by half, the dizzy duration was reduced by half. Moreover, this brick flew askew. Idiot, pick up the brick and smash the back of its head. Another person acted on behalf of Yi Xiu and directed. Brick's hidden effect wasn't a secret. The newbie brawler immediately responded sincerely, okay. Raging Flames, attack. Yi Xiu commanded the elementalist. Raging Flames soared up. Yi Xiu nodded his head, satisfied. He wasn't as noobish as that brawler at least. Facing the boss blood gunner, the low-leveled Raging Flames knock-up was small. But Yi Xiu had already controlled Lord Grim to follow up. Collapsing Mountain. Ghost Blade use a sword soul. Sand Toss. Raging Flames. Ghost Slash. Yi Xiu succinctly and quickly directed them. The 5 players, who had originally been regarded as dead players, suddenly discovered, was dealing with the blood gunner really this easy? Originally, they tried every possible way but they couldn't hit the blood gunner. Now, it was pretty much just a sandbag. Sword slashes, brick smashes, magic flashes, they all hit. The experienced players among the 5 saw that this was all because of Lord Grim. This guy would use his attacks exactly where they controlled the enemy. Moreover, his commands on when to use the skills controlled the enemy well. As a result, surrounding it, in this beautiful rhythm, they happily dealt damage to the blood gunner. The blood gunner wasn't powerless to retaliate, but its attack target was always Lord Grim. Yi Xiu had already figured out its attack pattern, so he always dodged his attacks perfectly. In addition, the damage never spread to the other party members. In an instant, a chaotic party that had originally been regarded as dead bodies transformed into a well-coordinated party under Yi Xiu's lead. The 5 players used their skills contentedly, but Yi Xiu didn't relax a bit. He understood clearly that a single mistake in his play or a small misjudgment in his leading would completely reverse the situation. The 3 great guilds that had just been standing there watching were already completely dumbfounded. Each of them had majestically prepared dozens of players as reinforcement just in case. But at that instant, the 6-player party was hunting down the boss, yet they didn't dare advance. Each and every one felt ill at ease and glanced left and right. The more they looked, the more foolish they seemed. See. This is the leading I wanted to see. Tyrannical Ambition's Endless Knight yelled. What are you being so happy for? His guild leader Cold Knight said. So Lord Grim was actually this terrifying. Herb Garden always had Lord Grim in their thoughts, but they still hadn't seen his strength. Now that they had seen it, the guild leader Plantago Seed was completely stunned. If this continues, then the blood gunner really will be killed off by this guy. Blue Brook Guild's Flower Lantern said to Blue River. As a result, the 3 guild leaders began twisting strangely again. They turned in one direction, then in the other, observing the other 2's reactions. They all understood what everyone had to do at this moment. Kill off those additional players. Don't touch Lord Grim. If they attack Lord Grim, then lend a hand. Blue River commanded. Help who? Someone still asked. Idiot, don't tell me you think we should help those 2 bunches of bastards. Blue River said. Everyone understood. Take the empty spot in our party and immediately give it to Lord Grim. Blue River said. Everyone felt a bit solemn. There obviously wasn't any empty spot right now, but there would be one soon because someone had to die. The person that died would respawn in town and automatically leave the party. The 3 great guilds all began moving at practically the same time. Oh, those people want to help. The brawler suddenly said. His voice carried a tone of pleasant surprise. Yi Xiu sighed. This guy truly didn't understand the situation. These guilds weren't here to help. They were here to kill steal. They hadn't acted before because these guys weren't even worthy of being stolen from. The blood gunner would have eliminated them. Leave. Yi Xiu said. What? The brawler was unable to make heads or tails of his command. The other 4 players were actually noobs too. If they weren't noobs, then they would have known about the blood gunner's strength. They wouldn't have mobbed around it and killed themselves. But they were better than that noob of a brawler, so they at least saw that the situation was far from good. Those guys over there didn't move early or late. When they saw that they were fighting the boss smoothly, only then did they suddenly move. Help. Providing help in the hour of need was called help. But right now in this situation, only God knew what they were up to. If you don't run, then you're looking to die. Yi Xiu said. Then we fought for nothing. The party's berserker said. He noticed that there was something wrong with the situation. But if they ran now, then why did they fight so hard before? I don't know yet. Yi Xiu said. The 5 players were all at a loss. But if you don't leave now, then it'll be too late. Yi Xiu said while Lord Grimm's attacks continued. The 3 great guilds rapidly drew near. The long-ranged classes such as the gunners had already began aiming their guns. Run! Finally, one of the 5 players took the lead and ran. The 3 great guilds didn't care about these guys. Because the 3 guilds left some space to guard against each other, they didn't completely surround the boss. Seeing that these 5 were running, they didn't send people to kill them. Instead, they were all observing the other guilds' movements. Those were main opponents. All 3 guild leaders practically shouted at the same time, "Stop." The numerous players urgently halted and all watched each other. The blood gunner was almost in front of them, but if they rushed up to surround the boss, then what would they do if the other guilds behind their backs raided them? All 3 guild leaders were pondering over this. This was because the battle on the field still continued. Those 5 players had ran halfway when they suddenly realized that Lord Grimm wasn't behind them. Looking back, they saw that Lord Grimm was still battling with the blood gunner. What's the meaning of this? The 5 players were puzzled. They just weren't familiar with the game. It's not like they didn't have a brain. This player told them to run, but he himself stayed. His behavior was odd, which made them unable to tell whether he was good or bad. As a result, they couldn't help but stop moving. Run farther. It's dangerous over here. Yi Xiu suddenly messaged them through the party channel. But they haven't come to kill us. The new brawler said. Trust me. Yi Xiu typed out 2 words this time. These noobs were too clueless. If they were Blue River level players, they would have all been stunned to death. To be able to take the time to type during an intense battle with the boss, how fast was his hand speed? The new brawler couldn't help but begin to run while calling out to his companions, "Hurry and run." The other 4 hesitated, but 2 of them followed the new brawler. The other 2 still stayed in their original spots. They were still a bit skeptical over Yi Xiu's words. They felt that he was trying to intentionally get rid of them. Seeing that the 5 moved differently, Yi Xiu could only feel regret towards the 2 skeptical players. He didn't have the time to explain to them. His mouth had been used to lead them in battle the entire time. He also didn't have the time to type. The previous 2 words he had typed out were already risky and the 6 words before almost messed up his playing. Should the long-ranged classes try attacking? Blue River consulted his subordinates. They wouldn't advance forward yet. The long-ranged classes would first do some damage. We can't guarantee that we won't accidentally hit Lord Grimm. The long-ranged classes all started sweating. The blood gunner's speed was his forte. Fighting with it required high tempo and fast movements. At this moment, Lord Grimm and the blood gunner were flashing around everywhere. Who knew which target their attacks would hit? What is this guy thinking? Blue River said gloomily. On the other side, Herb Garden's Plantigo Seed had already yelled out, "Hero! Add your party to my group. All of the drops will belong to you guys. D*MN. Blue River secretly shouted at Plantigo Seed's treachery. If the party joined his group, then the previous damage they did would count towards their group. He himself hadn't thought of doing this. Brother Grimm, join my side. The items are all yours. Blue River immediately stepped forward. He felt that he was somewhat closer to Lord Grimm. With the same conditions, Lord Grimm didn't have any reason to not join their group. Join my side. The rewards are all yours. I'll also gift you 20 white wolf bristles. Tyrannical Ambition's Endless Night also yelled. He thought that Yi Xiu had some sort of special indulgence towards white wolf bristles. Lord Grimm, don't trust him. How many times would you have to run Frost Forest to get 20 white wolf bristles? Blue River immediately yelled. We have 20 here. Plantigo Seed yelled. Bound Boat murmured to himself, could it be that this was this guy's true aim? Blue River also had a headache. Really, this guy. He completely didn't know how to talk things over with emotion. Did he really have to turn everything into a business deal? Lord Grimm still indifferently attacked the monster. As a result, the three guilds all felt that the price tag wasn't enough and continued raise the price. The two that hadn't run away were all already stunned. All of the items will belong to you guys, alone already made their heart speed up. They had never heard of the other items that the three guilds promised. But if they dared to bring them out, then they were clearly valuable items. The two players were anxious. They were just itching to respond on behalf of Lord Grimm. But the two quickly recovered. Even if he agreed, then it didn't matter. Because currently, the party leader wasn't Lord Grimm. Joining a group or receiving a group invite were all the party leader's rights. The two immediately looked at the party list. The leader was that noob brawler. The two immediately typed out in the party channel, "Come back. Why didn't you two run?" The noob brawler replied. "Run my ass. These few guilds are giving out conditions over here. They're letting us join their group. Afterwards, the equipment will all go to us and they'll also give out a bunch of valuable items. Hurry up and come back, party leader." The two excitedly spoke incoherently, scrambling to send the message. So there's this. The new brawler surprisingly understood. Once he heard equipment, his eyes turned into stars. He immediately ran back. The other two who had seen the message also excitedly moved too. The only one indifferent was Lord Grimm. The three great guilds leaders were all presenting their conditions to let him join their groups. In the end, after seeing the system prompt, they slapped their foreheads and recovered. F***ck, he's not the party leader. No choice, they had to turn to the other five seemingly non-existent players. Where'd the party leader go? The three great guild leaders began concerning themselves with those players that weren't even in their line of sight originally. At this moment, Lord Grimm suddenly spoke, "Everyone be careful." What? Everyone was at a loss. After Lord Grimm used a circle swing and threw the blood gunner, the blood gunner's body suddenly emitted a floating layer of blood-colored light. F***ck. It's enraged. The three guild leaders were all veterans. They had knowledge and experience. Are you joking? What's the life at? The hundreds of players that gathered there were all in shock. When its life dropped to 10%, it would go into a red blood state. In this state, the boss would turn enraged. This was a fixed rule in Glory. Under the watch of all these Glory veterans, how could they ignore a party that had fought the blood gunner to 10% health? But the blood gunner wasn't at red blood, yet it now entered an enraged state. As veterans, they clearly understood what the blood gunner's enraged state meant. If they were the ones fighting, then they would have definitely prepared before it went enraged. But who would have thought that the blood gunner would suddenly turn enraged at this moment? Red blood isn't the only way for it to turn enraged. Bound Boat suddenly said. Blue River's complexion had already changed. Indeed, on some bosses, besides the red blood state, there were a few other ways that could lead to the boss turning enraged. Enraged, to put it simply, was the boss's way to save itself when it was in critical danger. For high-end wild bosses like the blood gunner, red blood wasn't the only time when they felt they were in danger. Other conditions could make them feel that they needed to turn enraged to resolve the crisis. 200 combo. Blue River blurted out. Noticing it now was already too late. By the time the blood gunner began shouting and glowing, it was already too late. Everyone felt the ground underneath loosen. Earth had already began opening up. The crooked tombstones and the remnant coffins looked as if they had awakened and began shaking. The blood gunner's enrage summoned his undead legion. The number of creatures summoned was proportional to the number of players in his aggro range. At this moment, it was quite a tragedy. The three great guild leaders were all in the blood gunner's aggro range. They had just been trying to invite Lord Grimm into their group. The three of them didn't represent a single person. They were the group's leader, so each of them represented the entirety of their respective guilds on the field. Normally, when they fought the blood gunner normally, before it went into red blood, the leader would definitely be the first to leave the blood gunner's aggro range. In all of these years, relying on this setup, the three great guilds didn't know how many times they had fought against this monster. They were all too familiar with the blood gunner's summoning. Ha 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 ha. The blood gunner's call continued. A large mob of zombies and skeletons had already climbed up out from the earth, tombstones, and coffins. There were over 100. Stay in formation. Protect the healers and mages. The three great guilds' instructions were all practically the same. The newly summoned Undead Legion didn't have the same aggro as the Blood Gunner. Their aggro was reset and attacked as soon as they saw a player. They would attack whoever was close to them. In an instant, a great battle unfolded in the boneyard. The zombies and skeletons summoned by the Blood Gunner weren't more ferocious than the normal boneyard monsters. But the problem was that their levels were high. They were all the same level as the Blood Gunner, level 26, the highest level in the boneyard. They level suppressed every single player in the field, making them difficult to deal with. And adding on to their sudden appearance and random distribution, everyone was caught off guard. In the first moments, there were players that were surrounded and instantly killed. The three guild leaders' expressions were all ugly. They knew that this 200 combo was something Lord Grim had deliberately done. This combo counter didn't count how many times the Blood Gunner attacked. It counted how many times it was attacked. But under the concentrated fire from being attacked on all sides, it was very easy for the combo to go over 200. As a result, this prevented players from bullying it too excessively. Normally, they would definitely pay attention to the combo. Breaking the combo was much easier than continuing the combo. But Lord Grim commanded a party to hit out 200 combos. Moreover, he did it when the three great guilds were all inside the aggro range. He had clearly done it to make the boss turn enraged and restrict the three great guilds. His purpose was obviously still the Blood Gunner. But what about the Blood Gunner now? The Blood Gunner's aggro wouldn't change because it turned enraged. Its aggro was still on Lord Grim. After turning enraged, it immediately shot violently and hit Lord Grim into a cloud of white smoke. The players of the three guilds saw this, but weren't happy. The one that was hit was only Lord Grim's shadow clone. Where was Lord Grim's real body? After the shadow clone disappeared, another gunner's aerial fire shot out and he flew backwards, slipping out a good number of bullets. The Blood Gunner swiftly chased him. The three great guilds players were being tangled by the Undead Legion and had no time to watch. They could only concentrate on stopping the undead's advance. The new brawler and the others were all stupefied. They had happily ran back, ready to join the group and reap the rewards. But who knew such an event would unexpectedly occur? The three could only helplessly watch as their other two members were instantly ripped apart into chunks of meat by the Undead Legion. The three immediately halted their footsteps. They finally understood what the danger Lord Grim warned about was. Soon after, they saw Lord Grim fly out. Behind him followed the astonishingly fast Blood Gunner. The three didn't know what to do. They didn't know whether Lord Grim was fleeing or doing something else until they saw Lord Grim's command, "Go." "Go where?" the three players asked. "Come over and kill the boss," Yi Xiu said. At a loss, the three players turned around and ran. "Over here." Yi Xiu gave the three players further directions. The three great guilds all saw this clearly. They had no manpower to spare and could only stamp their feet in rage. "That guy's bringing away the Blood Gunner." Everyone was shouting. Blue River almost died from anger and sent a message to Lord Grim, "Brother, you're not nice." At this moment, Lord Grim was only running. He would occasionally stop to throw down the chasing Blood Gunner. He had time to respond to Blue River. "What's wrong?" Yi Xiu replied. "What do you mean what's wrong?" Blue River saw this message and grew even angrier. Right when he was about to send another message, he suddenly discovered that he had nothing to say. "Right, what's wrong? What did that guy do wrong?" "That guy planned to steal away the Blood Gunner." But saying that wasn't nice. There was no such word in Glory. Wild bosses had always been there to be stolen. But normally, it had always been stolen by the three great guilds. If someone else apart from the three great guilds stole it, then why should that suddenly be not nice? Blue River was unable to speak. Apart from him, Endless Night also sent a message. "You're very fierce." "Haha." Yi Xiu replied. "But don't be too pleased with yourself yet. With those few people, do you really think you'll be able to beat the Blood Gunner before we kill off all these trash? Do you really think we won't be able to find you?" Endless Night replied. "Then you guys better hurry up." Yi Xiu laughed and inhaled a breath of smoke. "Where are we running to?" the new brawler next to Lord Grim asked. Yi Xiu hadn't yet replied when another player shouted, Oh. There are people heading towards us. Don't panic. Give the party leader position to me," Yi Xiu said. The new brawler, without thinking, gave the party leader position to Lord Grim. System message, Player 7 Fields has joined your party. Player Drifting Water has joined your party. Player Sunset Clouds has joined your party. Player Sleeping Moon has joined your party. Player Immersed Jade has joined your party. Kill! Yi Xiu shouted loudly. The new brawler and the others all watched, dumbstruck, as a group of people rushed forward. Some called him God, some Brother Expert, and others didn't say a word. They all headed towards the blood gunner to attack. Brother Expert, you're too loyal. 7 Fields and the others rushed up excitedly. You guys are pretty brave too. Yi Xiu laughed. He had already told them what the situation was. This was like trying to pull a tooth from a tiger's mouth. He also wasn't sure if the 3 great guilds would just let this matter go. But in the end, these guys didn't care and hurried over. Even the little girl Immersed Jade came. Though it was possible that the noob girl didn't understand the situation and just came to join in on the action. What's there to be afraid of? Sleeping Moon yelled while chopping down quite energetically. He hadn't played yesterday, so his level was a bit lagging behind. But after bitterly training for a day, he reached level 21. These are all the people you've called. The new brawler and the others stood there foolishly on the side. Yup. Yi Xiu said. When? The new brawler asked. When I went up and joined your party. Yi Xiu said. You had already planned it all out at that time. The 3 were all appalled. What an incredible mind. Yi Xiu laughed but didn't say anything else. He began instructing each person on their position and skill timing. He even went as far as telling them when to drink their potions. Potions had a cooldown. What was the best way to drink potions to keep up your endurance during battle? That itself was a type of knowledge. Now, it looked as if 9 people were fighting the monster together. In reality, those 8 other players were all puppets. They completely acted according to Yi Xiu's instructions. They were a bit messy in the beginning. After all, Yi Xiu only had one mouth and couldn't give 8 people 8 commands at once. But after fighting for a bit, 7 Fields and the others, who weren't considered experts, were still veterans and already had a basic understanding of what to do. The new brawler level players also did decently. Yi Xiu carefully observed each player's damage output. He calculated that they wouldn't be able to kill off the blood gunner before the 3 great guilds finished dealing with the undead legion. He quickly came to a conclusion: foolishly fighting here wouldn't work. As a result, he began adjusting his tactic and distanced himself. The blood gunner was like a sheep. It was being cut down on one side and driven away on another. The more it moved, the more the blood flowed down. It was extremely miserable. At this very moment, Yi Xiu obviously wouldn't do another 200 combo and ask for more trouble. But there was no way to avoid its enrage when it reached 10% life. Of course, to Yi Xiu, that wasn't a problem at all. The blood gunner's life quickly plummeted. Yi Xiu estimated the time for both sides. The 3 great guilds should almost be done, but the blood gunner's life was still at 20%. Even though they pulled a bit of distance while fighting it, the time was still extremely tight. Yi Xiu turned his camera angle and looked towards the direction that they had come from. Boneyard didn't have much shelter. Looking into the distance, many players had already begun moving in their direction. Sure enough, the 3 great guilds had already finished their work. And on their side, the damage output had already been stretched to the limit by Yi Xiu's leading unless higher-leveled equipment was given to them. But clearly, that wasn't possible. Or maybe. Brother Expert, they've all come over. 7 Fields suddenly said. Evidently, he had also noticed that they didn't have enough time. Okay, let's speed things up. Yi Xiu said. Having already reached this stage, there was no other choice but to fight. How? The 8 players asked. Increase your hand speed. Everyone concentrate. Yi Xiu said. At this moment, the only method was to increase their hand speed. Yi Xiu himself obviously wasn't a problem. In order to match everyone, he had deliberately controlled his hand speed to such a slow speed. But now, in this limited time to kill off the blood gunner, the entire party's tempo had to quicken. There were quite a few noobs in this party, which made things much more difficult. But at present, there was no other way. Hand speed wouldn't increase the character's attack speed. The character's attack speed was determined by class and equipment. It was a fixed number. But hand speed could increase their mechanical speed. The faster the mechanical speed, the faster skills could be put out. The character's sidesteps, rolls, attacks, skills, etc. each move would be linked together faster. At this moment, Yi Xiu wanted the entire party to increase their mechanical hand speed. This was effective hand speed. Let's say 2 points were on the screen, A and B. The requirement was for the cursor to move from A to B. Pro players, using the quickest hand speed the entire time, could move the cursor from A to B and accurately stop on B. But normal players, in order to accurately stop on point B, they could only lower their hand speed, decreasing their cursor's movement speed. If they forced themselves to increase their speed, then they might miss point B or even go over. In short, they couldn't get the most optimal result. But at this moment, Yi Xiu was too busy to worry about it. Fortunately, they didn't need to increase too much. There was no way everyone could suddenly reach a professional level hand speed. Yi Xiu assessed the situation. Increasing their current tempo by 20% should be enough. According to his observations, in their current tempo, there were a few people who still had energy to spare. For example, it shouldn't be a problem for Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon to increase their tempo by 20%. Sunset Clouds and Drifting Water were in the norms. After suddenly increasing the tempo, whether they could keep it up or not depended on their concentration. As for the 4 noobs, Yi Xiu had no hopes at all for Immersed Jade. This girl was already having trouble, repeatedly making mistakes. The noob brawler made Yi Xiu a little surprised. Although he was the stupidest of them all, his hand speed wasn't bad. When he instructed him, he carried them out precisely without any deviations. The other 2 were better than Immersed Jade, but not as good as the noob brawler. Fight! I'm speeding up! Yi Xiu yelled. His hands quickened. With this increase, the others all matched him and increased too. Just as he expected, Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon kept pace easily and it wasn't too much of a problem for Sunset Clouds either. But Drifting Water reacted slower and was slow by half a beat. Immersed Jade was already in an oh no state. But the new brawler made Yi Xiu pleasantly surprised. His attacks were as accurate as Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon's. Finally, those other 2 were in a complete mess. Their attacks became non-existent. Don't panic. Concentrate. Yi Xiu looked around. Besides Immersed Jade, who was completely hopeless, Drifting Water and the other 2 still had the possibility of keeping up. No good. Immersed Jade's hands were a mess. Her attacks were all hitting air. Immersed Jade, play on your own pace. Just use your skills whenever they're off cooldown and that'll be fine. Immersed Jade wasn't good enough. She had also picked the Assassin class, which required a higher operating speed. Slow assassins, PK's most beloved. In Glory, this famous phrase said that assassins without hand speed were complete tragedies. They could be bullied around easily in PK. Immersed Jade was one such tragedy. Yi Xiu immediately gave up on her. The remaining 7 players made Yi Xiu feel extremely gratified. Drifting Water's speed also caught up and the other 2 weren't as messy as they were when they first started. Although they made a few mistakes, Yi Xiu was still able to rescue them. They only increased their hand speed by 20%, but Yi Xiu burst forth with a 200% increase. If Chen Guo was behind Yi Xiu, she would definitely eat back her 3 words, disabled level hands. Fast. 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 Seven Fields yelled while repeatedly reciting this catchphrase. His yelling while increasing his hand speed helped motivate the others too. However, this time, his increases were extremely small, so everyone unconsciously kept pace too. Only Yi Xiu could detect this sort of small chance. But this really was an unexpected surprise and he became even more certain of the outcome. It's almost at red blood. Seven Fields suddenly shouted. Yi Xiu also moved extremely quickly and transferred the party leader position to Seven Fields, everyone retreat. Seven Fields and the other veterans had never killed the Blood Gunner before, but they heard the Blood Gunner story. They knew what happened once the boss became enraged, so they immediately retreated. Yi Xiu understood this better than Seven Fields. He didn't need any reminders. Under Seven Fields' lead, the 8 players left the Blood Gunner's aggro range. Yi Xiu's hand speed burst forth. Lord Grimm's battle lance executed several skills, blurring their eyes. The Blood Gunner's life instantly dropped to 10% red blood. Ha 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 ha. The Blood Gunner began summoning and emanating a layer of blood-red light. But the players had prepared for this. There was only one person in its aggro range and he wasn't the party leader. The boss's actions were completely grasped, so it was inevitably bullied around ruthlessly by these players. Yi Xiu now had to control the blood gunner and make sure that it didn't run into the rest of the party while it was in this state. To Yi Xiu, this sort of task was as easy as eating food. After the blood gunner's summoning ended, a single skeleton appeared next to it, looking weak and lonely. 7 Fields and the others didn't move. They had also seen the blood gunner guide. Although they had all participated in killing this sort of wild boss with their guild, they had never experienced this sort of summoning. After the blood gunner finished summoning, could they enter battle and fight? They weren't sure. Kill. Until they heard Lord Grimm's commands. The 8 madly ran back to kill. The lone guard summoned by the blood gunner was instantly shattered into pieces. Who made it come here so lonely? The besieging continued. Doesn't the blood gunner summon again? 7 Fields asked. Yup. At 5% life, it'll summon once more. And before its death, it'll fire randomly. Yi Xiu said. What a shameless boss. Level 26 and it'll fire randomly. 7 Fields said. Just concentrate on dodging and you'll be fine. The final random firing has a high chance to crit. If a few hit, you'll definitely die. Yi Xiu said. How do we dodge the random firing? Sleeping Moon raised a question. For you. Run a bit further away. Yi Xiu replied. F***ck. Clearly, this situation was looking good. Highly skilled players could see that they could dispatch the blood gunner promptly. As a result, they all talked relaxedly. When the life hit 5%, the 8 players once again left the aggro range. The blood gunner summoned a lone zombie, which was instantly smashed into mincemeat by them. The 3 great guild's players, with their fangs bared and claws brandished, creeped closer and closer. Yi Xiu received another message from Endless Night, who was still proudly saying, ha ha ha. Still fighting? You must have worked hard. It'd be better if you joined our guild's group right now. Yi Xiu ignored him. At such a critical time, he had to concentrate on killing off the boss. This fact was everything. The 3 great guild's players approached. But the blood gunner's life still wasn't low enough. 7 Fields and the others were a little worried. It looks like they're out of time. After all, they weren't as confident in their decision-making as Yi Xiu was. Ching 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 ching. It seemed as if they could already heard the sounds of the 3 great guild's gunners taking out their bullets and loading them. Scatter. Yi Xiu suddenly shouted. 7 Fields and the others ran from the scene without looking back. Seeing this scene, the 3 great guild's players subconsciously halted their footsteps. F***ck, again. Some shouted. How could he be so timely? Some didn't believe it. Troops, with me. Blue River said without fooling around. He transferred his group leader position to another party leader and brought the 10 most elite players forward. Tyrannical Ambition and Herb Garden also made the same decision. They all formed a 10-player party. This way, even if the blood gunner turned enraged again, it could only summon 30 monsters. They left some backup that could eliminate the undead legion while killing the blood gunner. The 3 teams all rushed forward madly. They were competing against each other to see who advanced the fastest. In this instant, they once again regarded the other players fighting the blood gunner as non-existent. This was a type of habit. Each group take out 3 players to kill off those guys. Blue River yelled. They could no longer let that party exist. Even if they didn't kill them, they had to at least force them away, so the blood gunner could go into an off-combat state. Only then would the damage onto the boss be cleared. As for Lord Grimm, Blue River felt quite regretful. If they didn't cooperate, then this situation wasn't going to be easy to deal with. Blue River felt somewhat hesitant. Tyrannical Ambition's guild leader had already agreed and sent out 3 players from their party. Blue River looked at Herb Garden's side. The players were sent out, but he didn't see Plantigo Seed. Where's Plantigo Seed? Blue River asked. An Herb Garden player said extremely embarrassed, dead. Dead? Blue River was surprised. He followed with a loud laugh and laughed until his stomach hurt. When the undead legion was instantly summoned, the situation had turned into chaos. Anyone dying wasn't anything strange. But Plantigo Seed's skill wasn't low. His equipment was unlikely to be bad and he at least should have been able to survive longer than most. But in the end, he still died. He could just imagine how helpless and lonely he was in that situation. Blue River's loud laugh made Herb Garden's players all extremely depressed, but what made them even more depressed came later. "What are you laughing at?" Tyrannical Ambition's Cold Knight asked. "Plantago Seed died," Blue River said. "Really? Congratulations." Cold Knight didn't bat an eyelid. "Same to you. Same to you," Blue River said. Herb Garden's players all coughed blood. At this moment, the players that were closing in on the Blood Gunner heard Yi Xiu yell, "Be careful everyone." Having heard the news of Plantago Seed's death, Blue River's mood was quite good and he laughed delightedly. "Don't worry, brother. We can handle it." "Then that's good." Yi Xiu laughed. "Not good." Thousand Creations suddenly yelled. This guy, who liked to kill steel, had a natural feeling for a monster's life. At this moment, even though he hadn't yet completely closed in on it, he had an ominous premonition. "What's wrong?" Blue River asked. Yeah. The Blood Gunner once again began yelling and emanating a blood-red glow. In addition, this time, it held a pose. Horse stance. Its two hands crossed over its chest. His left hand supported the gun in his right hand. F***CK random firing. The experts all collapsed. Random firing was unleashed. The Blood Gunner never stopped shouting. The gun in its right hand changed into a blur of destruction. Countless bullets flew out in all directions at practically the same time. Although, in theory, the gun in its hands were a revolver, its chain firing was even faster than a machine gun. It also didn't need to load. This was a skill. The players of the three great guild that rushed up all covered their heads and fled like rats. 3 players died on the spot. They were too close. With such a high firing speed, they had no time to dodge. Squatting, lying down, twisting into an S shape, regardless of their form, everyone was just trying to survive. But the person who bore the brunt of the impact was Lord Grimm. However, when everyone looked, all they saw was a cloud of light smoke. It was the shadow clone technique again. But this time, the real body didn't appear in any spot within 360 degrees around the boss. He appeared overhead in the sky. Lord Grimm dropped down and used the fighter skill Eagle Stamp, stepping on the Blood Gunner's head. 1 foot, 2 foot. The battle lance soared out. A mid-air circle swing. Although the Blood Gunner was in a super armor state when he randomly fired, circle swing was a skill that ignored super armor. The battle lance swung the Blood Gunner around, drawing a 270-degree arc. Lord Grimm fell to the ground. His 2 hands smashed the ground with his battle lance and the Blood Gunner was pressed under the lance. The random firing stopped. The 3 guilds players felt as if they had taken back their life. Meanwhile, Lord Grimm had already used a Sky Strike, Dragon Tooth, and a Falling Flower Palm. The Blood Gunner finally yelled out its final desperate cry. System announcement: 7 fields, Lord Grimm, Steamed Bun Invasion, Grazing Fire, Bright Mushroom, Sleeping Moon, Drifting Water, Immersed Jade have completed the Blood Gunner's first kill. The faces of the 3 great guilds players all turned deathly pale. Yi Xiu quickly sent a message to the party: "Give me the blood rifle. You guys can have the rest." Wah! Yi Xiu still didn't know whether he had gotten his blood rifle yet, when he heard a sudden explosion of gasps erupt from around him. Even Chen Guo, who was concentrating on playing whack-a-mole, was startled by these gasps. Many guests in the Happy Internet Cafe all stood up and all headed towards a certain direction. There were even quite a few who threw down their games and ran over. What happened? What happened? Chen Guo jumped out from the reception desk and headed towards that direction while asking. Lord Grimm completed another first kill. A guest said excitedly. Why are you so excited for him? Chen Guo was speechless and asked, what did he first kill? Blood Gunner. The other side said. Wild Boss. Chen Guo was astonished. This thing was even harder to first kill than dungeons. She had once seen the process of hunting a wild boss. Each big guild fought until smoke filled the air. While they attacked the boss, they also plotted against each other. The people watching couldn't tell if it was a boss hunt or a guild war. In this sort of major event, ordinary guilds had no qualifications to participate. Going up was a death sentence. Players without guilds even more so. Although the Blood Gunner was a low-leveled boss, this was a representation of the guild's grade and had nothing to do with low-leveled or high-leveled. Chenghua followed after a crowd of people rushing toward Yi Xiu's computer. But when they arrived, everyone heard Yi Xiu yell out, "Run, run, run! Hurry and run!" Hushing sounds. With the way he was yelling, it seemed like there was something wrong. It looked like there were quite some problems grabbing the first kill. In the end, a few 10th server players found a bit of information on the situation and gathered it together to gossip with everyone. "I heard he stole it right from under the three great guilds' noses. D*MN, so amazing." Everyone was amazed and suddenly felt that his shout, "Run, run, run," was nothing. It didn't affect how they perceived him as the embodiment of bravery and wisdom. Everyone stared at Yi Xiu's screen and saw his character running for his life. From time to time, Lord Grimm would turn his head and look back. As a result, everyone saw a large army of chasing soldiers. These were the three great guilds players. "Stealing the boss really isn't easy," everyone bitterly said. "Do we have anyone here from the 10th server's three great guilds?" Someone suddenly asked around in interest. No one said anything. They'd probably be furious. Some made fun of them. "Lady boss, go look and see if anyone's fainted in front of his computer. Call 911. Seeing Chenghua, they joked around. Chenghua didn't utter a word. Many others didn't utter a word either. These people all stared at the screen not saying a word. They wanted to know whether Yi Xiu could escape from the danger or not. It wasn't so easy to get away from the three great guilds. He was only level 20 yet he had already offended all three great guilds in one move. Some people didn't think of him as brave or wise. They thought of him as a complete idiot. What would happen to the idiot? That's what they wanted to know. Chenghua. She was perhaps the only one who was simply there for the excitement. Seeing Yi Xiu madly hitting his keyboard to run away, she felt a little worried for him. "You guys run first. I'll hold them off." Suddenly, everyone saw Yi Xiu swiftly type this out in the party channel. "Wah, a true man." Everyone praised him. Through Yi Xiu's screen, they could all see Yi Xiu's teammates. The 8 of them were all faster than him by a wide margin. They had no idea how this situation was brought about. Lord Grimm turned around and 4 players just happened to reach his back. His battle lance swept across. The 4 players clear didn't anticipate that Lord Grimm would suddenly stop to attack. None of them could avoid this. Lord Grimm immediately followed up with a short leap. He pulled out a sword in mid-air and slashed downwards. Falling light blade shock wave hit the 4 players. He moves so quickly. A few spectators cried out in alarm. Falling light blade could only be used in the air. Lord Grimm didn't jump high, so when this skill was used, it didn't look like the blade fell. Of the 4 players, 3 fell to the ground. The other player successfully used a quick recover and rolled forward. While he got up, he executed a sky strike. 1,000 creations. This guy deserved to be called an expert-level character. Although quick recover was considered a basic skill, it wasn't easy to fully grasp. In that instant, it's not that the 3 other players didn't think of using quick recover, it was just that Lord Grimm's falling light blade was too quick, or they missed the timing, so they evidently lost. Only 1,000 creations was left. Not only did he successfully quick recover, he also counterattacked. But before the sky strike was completed, Lord Grimm kicked him to the ground. Interrupt attack. Interrupt was a type of priority attack. Chain hits, aerial attacks, back attacks, these were all priority attacks too. Interrupt, as the name implies, interrupted the opponent's attack. When 1,000 creations tried to use Sky Strike, Lord Grimm used Punisher to interrupt it, forming an interrupt attack. Ha 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 ha, when the gunfire shot out, the spectators behind Yi Xiu all laughed at 1,000 creations. But those with skill didn't laugh. To be able to quick recover from that sort of falling light blade. This 1,000 creations was very skilled. The sky strike after the forward roll was already the fastest counterattack possible. But he was still interrupted. This Lord Grimm's skill was even higher. If they were in his place, what would happen? Many players who thought of this, weren't able to laugh. The 4 players, who were defeated in the blink of an eye, were all battle mages. This could be seen from their neutral chasers' increased movement speed that allowed them to be in front of everyone else. If not, then as new characters in the new server, they didn't yet have equipment with these added properties, so their movement speed would have all been the same. Although the 4 players were on the ground, Lord Grimm didn't have the chance to kill them. Everyone could clearly see that at this moment, Lord Grimm was completely out of mana. If you keep chasing, then I won't be so nice anymore. Lord Grimm suddenly crouched. It looked as if he were saying this into Thousand Creations' ear. Everyone heard Yi Xiu say this. The spectators sniggered. This was a bluff. He had no mana and was trying to scare them. Lord Grimm got up and continued running. The spectators were all anxious. They all wanted to know whether those 4 players were chasing him again, but Lord Grimm wouldn't turn his head. Everyone knew that Yi Xiu wore headphones and could hear the footsteps behind him. Seeing him so calm, they supposed that the pursuers really had been scared stiff. How could they not have been scared stiff? Lord Grimm was so strong. These pursuers understood this better than any of the internet cafe spectators. 3 players had been easily knocked down. The highly skilled Thousand Creations, who tried to counterattack, was also knocked to the ground. Continuing to chase him was the same as running to their deaths. They could only wait for the others to catch up. Did you catch up? Blue River messaged them. Thousand Creations gloomily replied, we caught up, but we couldn't beat him. Then. Retreat back. Blue River messaged. Thousand Creations watched as Lord Grimm ran farther and farther away. He didn't move. The other 3 of the same class also reacted in roughly the same way. In the end, the 3 great guilds stopped chasing him. After heaving a sigh of relief, Yi Xiu took off his headphones and turned around. He had already felt the liveliness from the crowd of people behind him long ago. Brother, you're awesome. Everyone praised. Yi Xiu laughed, lucky, lucky. What did it drop? Someone asked curiously. I got a blood rifle. Yi Xiu said. When Yi Xiu saw that this item dropped, he immediately clicked on it. 7 Fields and the others saw this and took note of it. They obviously wouldn't compete for it with Brother Expert. But the question was, what about those 3 noobs? In Glory, equipment didn't have any bindings. Even if you couldn't use an equipment, you could still take it and sell it. As a result, in random parties, dungeons were always a mess. If you had demands for equipment, random parties weren't a good choice. If you had demands, then it'd be better to look for a guild or friends. Forming a party this way would give you priority for your class's equipment. Random parties were for gaining experience and making money. As a result, after hearing Yi Xiu's demands, although 7 Fields and them didn't roll for it, they didn't renounce it. They had to see what those 3 strangers were going to do. If any of those 3 rolled for it, then they would also roll for it and help Brother Expert get the item. They had more people, so they had a higher chance of winning it. But in reality, they were too suspicious. Those 3 players swiftly renounced the blood rifle. After 7 Fields and the others renounced it too, the blood rifle fell into Lord Grimm's inventory. They didn't have time to carefully examine the other items. Brother Expert kept urging them to run run run. Everyone just randomly rolled. They didn't even know who got what. They were still extremely happy with getting equipment that dropped from a wild boss that only respawned 3 times every week. Just then, it had dropped 4 pieces of blue equipment, all level 25. Actually, their luck wasn't that good. If it was, they would have had a chance to obtain a purple equipment from the wild boss. In comparison, the first kill made them feel more wonderful. Seeing how those players of the 3 great guilds were going insane from rage, how could they be in that state because they stole away 4 blue equipment? 7 Fields and the others constantly admired their names on the leaderboards. They were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. And Yi Xiu, he also had many people standing around him and watching. But at this moment, he said a few words to free himself from the crowd. Everyone else wasn't very familiar with him. After casually chatting for a bit, they saw that there wasn't anything else really interesting, so they dispersed. Only Qinghua still stood there. Boss. Yi Xiu greeted her. Looking at the time, he immediately logged out of the computer. I'll be going to the reception desk. It was almost 11, it time for him to take over for the night shift. Seeing Yi Xiu like this, Qinghua felt too ashamed to say that she wasn't here to call him for the shift, but rather to see what all the noise was. 11 o'clock. The internet cafe emptied out all of a sudden. Quite a few people, who had just been spectating Yi Xiu, quickly left. Although the enthusiasm for Glory's new server was still there, many guests had studying or work to do, so there would never be too many idlers that played games all night. Due to the employees handing over their shifts and leaving, Qinghua felt that the internet cafe became even emptier. Only Yi Xiu sat at the reception desk, sitting there all alone. Chen Guo went over to look and this guy had already entered the game again. He truly was exceptionally disdainful. Besides sleeping and eating, this guy only knew how to play games all day long. While Chen Guo derided him, she headed to a different part of the internet cafe. She took a look and Tang Rou was still in front of the computer, concentrated on playing the game. The screen suddenly flashed in front of her face, but Tang Rou didn't even blink. Chen Guo went up and saw Tang Rou was still focused on her task at hand. This girl was fairly unfortunate. She happened to play at the peak period of player activity. Completing quests was exhausting. Now that there were fewer players online, the situation improved a bit, making completing quests more fun. Chen Guo patted her. Tang Rou turned her head and faced Chen Guo, asking in a loud voice, "What are you doing?" Chen Guo pulled off her headphones. "It's 11 o'clock. "What? It's 11 already? I didn't know at all." Tang Rou was astonished. "What level?" Chen Guo asked. "Level 6. Because she was playing during the peak time, Tang Rou really did level slowly. "You're still not going to sleep?" Chen Guo said. "You go first. I'll wait a bit." Tang Rou put on her headphones again and returned to the game world. "Then I'll be going first." "Sleep early," Chen Guo said, but Tang Rou didn't respond. Clearly, after putting on her headphones, she could no longer hear Chen Guo's words. Chen Guo left while feeling at a loss. She had originally been the internet cafe's craziest fan for glory. Once Yi Xiu came and Tang Rou was brought along, seeing how these two were playing with insane energy, was she no longer as enthusiastic for it? While Chen Guo though about this, she first returned to the second floor to rest. There really weren't any people just idling about. Everyone sat at their station and focused on playing. After Yi Xiu re-entered the game, 7 Fields and the others immediately asked questions. Seeing that Brother Expert suddenly went offline, they all thought something bad happened to him. "It's nothing. I'm quite good. But you guys also need to be careful." Yi Xiu replied to everyone. "Don't worry about it." 7 Fields and the others disdained as if it were beneath their contempt. Their strength of character was closely related to Yi Xiu. Before, they had regarded the 3 great guilds as gods and worshipped them. But after mixing in with Yi Xiu a few times, they found out that their initial scope was too narrow. Compared to Brother Expert, how could they be considered gods? Now, they had also successfully followed Brother Expert in stealing the boss from the 3 great guilds. These guys even felt dignified enough to put these 3 great guilds under their feet. The delight in their hearts far surpassed their worries. As for Immerse Jade, Steamed Bun Invasion, those other guys, these noobs had no idea what their gains and losses were. Though when they split the equipment just a moment ago, they felt extremely happy. "I'm going back to town," Yi Xiu informed everyone. Oh. See you later Brother Expert." Everyone replied hurriedly. "Everyone be careful," Yi Xiu once again reminded them. Lord Grimm ran back to Bulls. The small town was a safe zone. He couldn't receive any attacks there, so he felt at ease putting Lord Grimm aside and opened the equipment editor. He put in the blood rifle that he just obtained into the editor. In these 2 days, he had easily gathered quite a few materials. The myriad manifestation umbrella had several parts that could be upgraded. After opening the blueprint from the opened umbrella form, Yi Xiu began carefully dismantling the umbrella canopy. The umbrella canopy had a total of 8 parts. The umbrella ribs linked them together to form a whole canopy. He randomly chose a canopy part and put it into the copy template. On another side, he opened up the material library and clicked on 5 strong spider silk. The copying started. After the progress bar finished, the 5 strong spider silk transformed into the umbrella canopy's appearance. Soon after, he copied it another 7 times. 8 strong spider silk were weaved into umbrella canopy parts. The new canopy was put together. The gun and hidden sword parts were next. The umbrella pole was dismantled. It was divided into 2 parts, the pole and the hidden sword in the pole. Both parts were put into the copy template. In copying the pole, he added in the blood rifle and the skeleton warrior's saber sheath. The hidden sword used the skeleton warrior's saber. He clicked copy. After it finished, he carefully reassembled the myriad manifestation umbrella. Yi Xiu worked extremely meticulously the entire time. But it didn't look too difficult. Apart from the dismantling and reassembling of the umbrella, all he did was click around and press copy. But if he didn't have the myriad manifestation umbrella's original template, then how could there be a copy function? Yi Xiu looked at the equipment editor's material library. Inside were a few uncommon materials that he had recently gathered. He couldn't use them yet. Yi Xiu closed the material library and confirmed the 1000 chance umbrella's modifications. After the modify bar completed, he withdrew from the editor. Returning to the game, he opened up the 1000 chance umbrella to see the changes. The 1000 chance umbrella's original form was still level 5. But after this modification, the 1000 umbrella's sword form and gun form all rose to level 15. The weight didn't change and the attack speed stayed the same. But the physical attack and magic attack was very different from the level 15's lance form. 1000 chance umbrella, sword form, physical attack, 240, magic attack, 265. 1000 chance umbrella, gun form, physical attack, 238, magic attack, 210. Lance, sword, gun, these different class weapons naturally had a difference in attributes. Even if they were of the same class, the weapon would still emphasize different attributes. For example, within the sword class, great swords had the highest physical attack, but usually had an attack speed of 1, the slowest. Short swords had the highest magic attack and usually had an attack speed of 5, lightsabers had the highest attack speed, usually with a speed of 9. The other two kinds were the broadsword and the tachi. The broadsword had high physical attack, not as high as a greatsword, but had an attack speed of 3, slightly faster. Tachis had high magic attack, not as high as a short sword, but had an attack speed of 7, slightly faster. In this way, swordsman classes had to choose weapons based on their different habits and requirements. For example, spellblades and ghostblades were two classes that relied mainly on magic attack, so very few chose to use greatswords as weapons. Berserkers and blade masters mainly relied on physical attack, so if the short sword didn't have any special effects, then they wouldn't consider using it. Lightsabers were a special existence. Only blade masters could use this weapon. The game explained that only blade masters, who pursued the limits of the sword, could grasp these lightning-quick lightsabers. Because their attack speed was high, lightsaber attributes were similar to Tachi's, but a bit lower in physical and magic attack. At this moment, the 1000 chance umbrella's attributes were similar to a Tachi's, but its attack speed was 5, the same level as a short sword. Compared to same level Tachi's, its stats were lower by a grade. But looking at the 1000 chance umbrella's lance form, with 290 physical attack, this was the lance with the highest physical attack among mage class weapons. It was equivalent to the greatsword among the sword class weapons. The lance and the greatsword originally had the same attack speed of 1, but now the attack speed was 5. The 1000 chance umbrella's lance form was definitely a grade higher than same-leveled lances. Yi Xiu examined each form again. After discovering that the editor had changed the forms, he opened up Lord Grimm's skill list. At level 20, skill points would reset once. Although Lord Grimm was an unspecialized character, he also enjoyed the same benefit. However, at level 50, other classes would have another skill point reset during their class awakening. Unspecialized characters didn't. As a result, starting from now, skill points had to be used cautiously. But with Yi Xiu's 10 years of glory experience and being the person who was once called a textbook, Yi Xiu was already extremely familiar with all of the skills. Right now, he only had to verify Lord Grimm's plan on skill matching. With regards to unspecialized players, all of the skills they could learn was already in front of them. Glory had 6 basic classes, which each class having 4 specialized classes for a total of 24 classes. On average, each class had 5 or so skills under level 20, for a total of 120 skills. These were the skills that unspecialized characters could learn. There was an impressive amount of skills they could learn, but because they were all low-leveled skills, their formidability naturally couldn't compare to mid to high-leveled skills. And among these 120 low-leveled skills, he still had to choose cautiously, because skill points were truly limited. Although low-leveled skills didn't need a lot of skill points, all under 30 points, due to the inherent problem of low-leveled skills, if he wanted to match them up, then he needed to plan it out well. If not, even if he had the max 5,000 skill points, it wasn't possible to max out all 120 skills. Yi Xiu currently hadn't confirmed the final plan. But he would first learn the skills that he considered must-learns. As he leveled up, he was already prepared to go through a period of time to test things out in real combat. He checked the skill list once more to see if he missed anything. Suddenly, Yi Xiu smelled a whiff of tea and stared blankly. He lifted his head up and looked. It was Tang Rou holding a teacup, standing outside the reception desk. Yi Xiu was distracted for a second. His habit of all-nighters stemmed from long ago. In the past, Su Muching always brought him green tea when he stayed all night. That girl insisted that people who pulled all-nighters needed to drink green tea. And today, he saw Tang Rou drink a sip from her teacup. Yi Xiu started sweating. He clearly felt a bit nostalgic. He even thought Tang Rou was Su Muching bringing him tea. "What are you doing?" Tang Rou asked. "Looking at skills." Yi Xiu said. "Oh, I can also learn skills." Tang Rou said. "Sky Strike and Dragon Tooth." "Right. These are two very useful skills. However, leveling skills depends on your habits. First, get familiar with these two skills." Yi Xiu said. "Okay." Tang Rou carried her teacup and left. The smell of tea lingered in the air, keeping Yi Xiu distracted. After silently lighting a cigarette, he continued to ponder over the skills. At this moment, Blue River looked at his friends list and clicked on the online Lord Grimm. He felt an unprecedented confusion in his heart. The Blood Gunner battle was really too unexpected. Blue River's invitation to Lord Grimm was so that they could be around together more and establish a friendship. He didn't even think that Lord Grimm would show respect and help him. Kill stealing the boss was a guild-scale activity. How much of a difference could one man's strength make? In the end, Lord Grimm's performance made everyone present shocked. He led a few players, who they reckoned he didn't know, and killed off the Blood Gunner. He had beaten the three great guilds Black and Blue. Herb Garden's guild leader Plantigo Seed even died in the line of duty. Blue River didn't know how the other two guild leaders felt about Lord Grimm. In any case, it made him admire this person even more. He already recognized that this person's skill was above his. At least, in that situation, Blue River definitely didn't have the ability to bring the Blood Gunner away, even if he was like Lord Grimm and fully used the conflict between the three great guilds. Particularly, while they fought against the Undead Legion, his party of players almost killed off the Blood Gunner. This sort of damage output was even higher than their guild's elite party. 80% of all this had to be credited to Lord Grimm's leading. But admiration was admiration. In reality, Blue River also didn't feel too good in his heart. He didn't suffer many losses, but he lost a lot of face. It had to be known that he was the one who brought this player over. This player, in the end, made him feel as if he made a wasted and futile effort. Blue River felt that what Lord Grimm wasn't proper and didn't give him any face. Blue River decided that he needed to speak properly with Lord Grimm. He opened Lord Grimm's chat window and sent a message, "Brother, what you did today wasn't very nice, no?" Lord Grimm replied quickly, "Yeah, a little. F***ck. He actually confessed to it." Blue River was in total confusion. How am I supposed to reply? I should continue criticizing him, or it'd seem like I wasn't a man. I should just let it go, but it's hard to make that stifling feeling go away. Blue River felt a sort of feeling, as if he had been instantly killed. Fortunately, they were chatting through messages. There was a way for him to express his speechless frame of mind. Blue River quickly returned a bunch of ellipses as well as a sweating emoticon. "Try harder next time." Yi Xiu replied. Blue River coughed blood. This guy didn't even take this matter to heart. What he said was true though. Wild bosses were just like looting from wasp nests. If you were stolen from and refused to accept it, then just steal it back. Criticizing others' mistakes was something only noobs would do. Wait a second. He wasn't mad about him stealing away the Blood Gunner. He was mad because this person didn't give him any face. The problem was that he himself was the one to invite Lord Grimm to come. But instead, Lord Grimm was the one to kill the Blood Gunner. He himself didn't get anything out of it. Seeing everyone's discussion in the guild channel, this was the main reason for everyone's unhappiness with Lord Grimm. As for the boss being stolen, that was everyone for themselves. For example, if Herb Garden or Tyrannical Ambition had killed it, then although they'd be unhappy, it was a different type of unhappiness, not something to be at a loss about. Perhaps the reason he was at a loss now was precisely because Lord Grimm was different from those two guilds. If those two guilds had stolen it, Blue River could hold back his feelings and take revenge later. But what should he do with Lord Grimm? Blue River tore at his hair. As it turns out, this was the reason why he was so at a loss. How do you see this situation, Bound Boat? Blue River didn't message Lord Grimm again and privately messaged Bound Boat. It looks like it won't be possible to rope Lord Grim in. Bound Boat said. Oh. From this blood gunner incident, I think I can see his position. Bound Boat said. What do you mean? The three great guilds are all here and all want to rope him in. But he won't help any of them. He brought a random group of players not from the three great guilds and like this, smoothly killed the blood gunner. Bound Boat said. So you're saying that his skill is so great that he doesn't need to join a guild? Blue River said. I think a more accurate way to say this is, the guilds need him, but he doesn't need a guild. Bound Boat said. Blue River stared blankly. Frankly speaking, he only wants to be hired and do every guild's work. Bound Boat said. With his skill. Considering his skill, from the way he's doing things, we can see that his appetite is large, his requirements are huge. Bound Boat said. Pro player? Is he thinking of relying on this to make money? Blue River said. It's possible. Bound Boat said. But if he continues like this, there will be a time when he'll be at his limits. First kills, setting new dungeon records, there's a limit to all these things. If no one invites him, then what's he going to do? Blue River said. It's a new server, Bound Boat said. Blue River started sweating. He forgot about this. Speaking of this, if we look at previous servers, I've never even heard of a person like this. Blue River said. If there was a person like this, I'm afraid that he would have already been noticed. Bound Boat said. Then what is this guy's background? Bound Boat racked his brain. I don't know. We can't see how deep his strength goes. We can't see his reason. Up until now, he also hasn't changed classes yet, Bound Boat said. Then what type of attitude should we have for him? Blue River said. Stay in contact and continue watching him. Bound Boat said. May we should continue roping him in. Those were all just inferences we made, right? Blue River said. Okay. Bound Boat agreed and added, even if we can't rope him in, if we can establish a stronger relationship with him, then at least we'll have some sort of place in his mind. It seems like everything's reversed and we're the ones currying favor with him. Blue River sighed. Bound Boat remained silent. No matter how skilled an expert was, guilds would rope the expert in to use for themselves. But what about Lord Grim? Why did it seem like everyone was revolving around him? Why did he seem to give off a feeling that he was the one waiting for them to give him candy? There was something wrong with this thinking. Blue River's thoughts had cleared. After breathing in deeply 2 times, he contacted Lord Grim again. Brother, are you going to dungeon at 12? Blue River asked. At 12 o'clock, everyone's dungeon entry limit was reset and they could all begin bustling again. Maybe later. Yi Xiu said. Together. Blue River invited. No need. Yi Xiu started sweating. This person was very persistent. He still wanted to rope him in after having the boss stolen from him. Indeed, Yi Xiu stole the boss to indicate his attitude towards them. He didn't want to be tossed around by the 3 great guilds. That way, no one would needlessly express their goodwill to him. If they did, then even if he insisted on refusing them, after some time, he would still feel that he owed them favors. Brother, don't be so polite. Blue River said. I've already asked others. Facing Blue River, who was acting just as he had been in the past, Yi Xiu had no choice but to make up an excuse. Who? Blue River immediately went on guard. Could another guild have beaten him to it? Friends, Yi Xiu said. Blue River wanted to ask, what friends, but he felt that that was a little excessive, so he could only say helplessly, then next time when there's a chance. Next time, next time. Yi Xiu said half-heartedly. Blue River angrily received the message. Just when he received it, he suddenly thought of something. Brother, help us first kill the Goblin Merchant. Goblin Merchant was the Frost Forest's wild boss, but it hadn't appeared yet. This time, I really did make a deal already. Yi Xiu said. As it turned out, what he had said before really was a lie. This guy really didn't hide anything when he spoke. Blue River asked him while coughing blood, who? Tyrannical ambition. F***CK. Blue River slammed the keyboard. Confused F***CK my confusion. Now someone beat him to it. Blue River regretted his own hesitation. Seeing the chat box, he didn't know how to reply. Sure enough, Lord Grim was the same as how Bound Boat and Blue River had analyzed him. He wanted to eat up all the guilds. But Tyrannical Ambition's players really were magnanimous. While he was confused, they had already let the matter go and made a deal with Lord Grimm. Sigh. Blue River let out a sigh. In the end, he maintained his elegance and replied, then when that time comes, we're going to be enemies. Yup. There's no need to show any mercy. Yi Xiu said. Brother, for future wild bosses and all of the dungeon records, can I reserve them all? Blue River said. Let's talk about that when the time comes. At my level, I can't keep up with your pace. Yi Xiu said. Brother, hurry up and level. Blue River saw that this really was a problem. He was level 24 right now. Tonight, he would definitely be level 25 after a few dungeon runs. But this Lord Grimm was still level 21. The greater the level difference, the harder it was to make up for the gap. When they were all challenging level 30 dungeons, this person would still be puffing and blowing at the level 20 dungeons. At that time, if his records were broken, then even if Blue River wanted to turn back, he couldn't. His level would be too high. Truthfully, the three great guilds' reaction made Yi Xiu surprised. They appeared magnanimous and mature and deserved to be called towering great guilds. Tyrannical Ambition reacted the fastest. It wasn't very long after the Blood Gunner incident when that endless knight sent a message. He didn't mention the incident at all and directly invited him to kill the goblin merchant. The pay was easy to handle, but the most important part was the guarantee that Tyrannical Ambition would grab the goblin merchant's first kill. Yi Xiu didn't object. He also had requirements from the goblin merchant. He had originally planned on buying the materials from the market, but now that an opportunity appeared, he obviously wouldn't let it go. Upgrading the 1000 Chance umbrella truly required a wide variety of materials. He was already level 21, but he still hadn't upgraded the every form of the 1000 Chance umbrella to level 15. Fortunately, this was a silver weapon, or else it would have become outdated already. Tyrannical Ambition responded quickly, while Blue Brook Guild was slightly slower. From Blue River's words, Yi Xiu could see his confusion. Yi Xiu completely understood him. Unfortunately, because of his state of mind at this time, Blue River lost a significant opportunity. As for Herb Garden, Yi Xiu didn't receive any messages. Herb Garden's players had never contacted him face to face. The boss respawned at random times. So for killing the goblin merchant, he couldn't say when. However, after all these years, everyone knew how to deal with it. In any case, they had to do what they had to do first. After finding the wild boss, they could go over. So when 12 o'clock arrived, everyone still formed parties to dungeon. Yi Xiu received 7 Field's message asking whether he was going to Frost Forest. Brother Expert had actively called for them to kill the Blood Gunner, which moved these few players. They felt that they had gotten closer with Brother Expert. Seeing that it was 12 o'clock and they had dungeon entries again, they immediately contacted him. Are you missing players? Yi Xiu asked. Yeah, we're missing one. 7 Field said. Oh, then I'll be there right away. Yi Xiu said. Dungeons were work that had to be done every day. They were the main source of experience and money. Even if he hadn't received 7 Field's invite, Yi Xiu would have joined a random party. At least with these few brothers, he had priority over his requirements. Getting this benefit wasn't easy. After Lord Grimm moved to Frost Forest, Yi Xiu unexpectedly saw that new brawler Steamed Bun Invasion. Why is it you? Yi Xiu was baffled. Sweeping over everyone, he saw that Sleeping Moon wasn't there again. Did that little guy still hate him? Yi Xiu didn't know. Sleeping Moon hadn't added him as a friend yet. It's me. I'm following these big bros to learn. Steamed Bun Invasion was very modest. Although Yi Xiu knew that this guy was a noob, his hand speed was quite quick. Sleeping Moon played all day, so he went offline. Immersed Jade also couldn't pull an all-nighter again. 7 Fields explained. Oh, I can't do it tomorrow either. Sunset Clouds regretfully said. And you, Brother Expert? 7 Fields seized the opportunity to hear about Yi Xiu's work and rest. From these 3 days, he could see that Brother Expert played all night every day. I'll still be playing during the night. Yi Xiu laughed. They formed a party and the 5 entered the dungeon. Although this Steamed Bun was a noob, he was the highest level among the 5 of them, level 23. Everyone chatted and asked about this. Then they knew that this guy played too crazily. When the server opened, he played for 24 hours without resting. On the second day, he carelessly slept a bit and then continued playing. From the start to now, it had been 48 hours. He spent 6 hours eating and sleeping, so he played for 42 hours. That was comparable to the great guilds rotating. Everyone sighed and then began killing monsters. As before, Yi Xiu led them and everything went smoothly. After sand toss, it's best to not immediately rush up and attack. These are only monsters, so it's a bit better. But if this was PK, as soon as they lose vision, experienced players would definitely use a horizontal sweep or a similar attack in front of them. Yi Xiu found time to instruct Steamed Bun Invasion. Then what should I do? Steamed Bun Invasion consulted. Stupid, go around the back to attack. They can't see anyways. 7 Fields and the others also spoke as instructors. Going around the back is one method. Yi Xiu didn't directly deny 7 Fields and the others' teaching, however, that method takes time, wasting some of the precious seconds of blind. Actually, the best method is not to use sand toss as an opener. It's best to use it in the middle of a combo. When fighting hand to hand, it's best to use sand toss to catch them off guard. At the same time, you guarantee that even if you miss the blind, you still have other options. So you're saying that it's best not to completely place your hopes on the blind? Steamed Bun Invasion said. Correct, opening up with a sand toss blind and then attacking is an outdated method. Besides new players, no one uses it like that anymore. Besides new players, no one would fall for it either. Yi Xiu said. Then if you're opening with a sneak attack, then can you use sand toss? Steamed Bun Invasion asked. This. You can. After Yi Xiu replied, he started sweating. New strategies really did replace the old ones as time went on. Nowadays, even a noob's reasoning was so despicable. But I also can't completely place my hopes on blind for the follow-up attack. Steamed Bun Invasion summarized the main point. Yup. Yi Xiu said. I understand now. Steamed Bun Invasion felt that he learned this and was very satisfied. After that, he started practicing on monsters. While testing his attacks, he looked for an opportunity to use sand toss. Stupid NPC monsters wouldn't turn their head away like players would to avoid the blind method. Steamed Bun Invasion used sand toss pretty well. Brother Expert, when are you going to bring us to kill the Goblin Merchant? 7 Fields and the others asked. These guys were also very greedy. Ah, that. I already agreed to help Tyrannical Ambition. Yi Xiu said. Tyrannical Ambition? 7 Fields and the others became gloomy. Are you going to join them? Nope. Then. I'm just going to help them kill the Goblin Merchant. Yi Xiu said. Hired? 7 Fields and the others asked. They were familiar with this term too. Dungeoning parties often had hired players. These mostly appeared in medium to small guilds. This was because these medium to small guild strength wasn't enough, so they couldn't beat a few dungeons. In order to obtain equipment to raise their stats, they would sometimes hire experts to help them. But hiring never showed up in the 3 great guilds. How could the 3 great guilds not have experts? What type of dungeon couldn't they clear? What boss couldn't they beat? They were the game's peak team strength. If even they couldn't do it, then no outside hired hand could help. But now, Brother Expert was actually hired by these 3 great guilds. This wasn't selling himself to slavery. This felt like they were asking a celebrity to tour around with them. He was a star that demanded a fee to appear on stage. 7 Fields and the others were both envious and in admiration. Thinking of the beginning when they tried to rope Brother Expert into their Full Moon Guild, they really were ashamed. Even the 3 great guilds paid him to appear on stage. For their Full Moon Guild, 50th ranked in the heavenly domain, even giving Brother Expert the guild leader position wasn't sufficient. While they talked, a message flashed. Yi Xiu opened it. It was Endless Night, the Goblin Merchant has appeared. I'm in the middle of a dungeon. Yi Xiu regretted. Same. Everyone's in a dungeon. Let's contact after we come out. Endless Night said. 12 o'clock, not all of the level 20 and up players, but most of them, were clearing dungeons. It was the new server's 3rd day. Everyone continued their crazy training state of mind. As for players level 20 and below, having not left the beginner village yet, Frost Forest was completely unrelated to them. When the Goblin Merchant was discovered, who found it first or how many players had discovered it, no one knew. In short, now that tyrannical ambition received the info, they immediately notified all of the guild members. Those who weren't in a dungeon hurried over. Those who were in a dungeon increased their pace. Naturally, Yi Xiu was notified too. The goblin merchant has spawned. Let's speed up. I need to hurry over there. Yi Xiu led the party and increased their pace. 7 Fields and the others were envious, but they didn't waste time. With Yi Xiu's powerful leading, they advanced quickly and overthrew the Frost Thane in 28 minutes. After leaving the dungeon, Yi Xiu contacted Endless Night. They had also already left the dungeon. At this moment, they were heading over to the goblin merchant. After asking for its location, Lord Grimm immediately rushed over as fast as he could. 7 Fields and the others wanted to watch the exciting battle and Yi Xiu didn't block them. The dungeon resided in the Frost Forest jungle. The vast unimportant areas outside the dungeon were leveling areas. Along the way, Yi Xiu saw quite a few also running in the same direction as Lord Grimm. After all, Frost Forest was unlike from Boneyard because this place was more populated. For wild bosses, the 3 great guilds were never the only guilds there. Quite a few guilds also actively participated in this event. Moreover, there was no lack of opportunities. After all, the 3 great guilds constantly held each other back. Yi Xiu wasn't the only one who took advantage of this situation. I see you. While running, he suddenly received a message. Yi Xiu looked and saw that it was Endless Night. He glanced around left and right and sure enough, he found that guy. Endless Night sent an invite over. After Lord Grimm left the dungeon, he had already left 7 Fields' party. Yi Xiu accepted the invite and joined the party. Evidently, this was Tyrannical Ambition's main party. The party leader was their guild leader Cold Knight. Welcome, Lord Grimm. Endless Night typed out in the party channel and sent a clapping emoticon. The string of players below copied him and also clapped. Yi Xiu didn't hesitate and returned a cupped fist emoticon to show his respect. The two sides linked up and used voice to communicate. There are a lot of people. Yi Xiu said. Yeah. The 3 great guilds aren't the only ones here this time. There are a lot of players who came here to get in on the action. Besides Herb Garden and Blue Brook Guild, what other guilds are relatively strong? Yi Xiu asked. Excellent Dynasty, Samsara, Misty Castle, Void Walk, Blossom Valley, Howling Heights, 301. Okay. Yi Xiu found that Endless Night had tendency to never stop talking. It's just that there are too many powers with the strength to kill the goblin merchant. Endless Night said. With such a complicated situation, Lord Grimm, what do you think is the most important point? Guild leader Cold Knight asked. Aggro. Yi Xiu hit the nail on the head, whichever side can stabilize the goblin's aggro will be able to take the initiative. But you have to know, whoever pulls the goblin's aggro will also pull every other player's aggro too. Cold Knight said. So the person who pulls the aggro can't be the only one. Yi Xiu said. Can't be the only one. Right, form a full DPS party. The damage output has to be able to completely restrain the boss and guarantee that at any time and anywhere, if any person hears the command, they can immediately OT. Yi Xiu said. Exactly how much do you like full DPS parties? Endless Night ridiculed. Won't a lot of players die? Cold Knight said. If you completely use the jungle, then there might not be a lot of deaths. Yi Xiu said. How exactly are we supposed to do this? Cold Knight asked. Give me 5 level 20s and up with purple weapons to output damage. No problem. Yi Xiu said. No problem. Everyone in this party has a purple weapon. Cold Knight said. I have an orange weapon. Endless Night showed off. Cleric, behave yourself. Yi Xiu said. What classes do you want? Cold Knight asked. All long-ranged would be the best. Yi Xiu said. I'll call people. Cold Knight said. Clearly, his party didn't have 5 long-ranged classes. They'll be here soon. Cold Knight informed. Weapon info. Wait a moment. Cold Knight went to gather their weapon info. He then sent them one by one. Gunners were completely long-ranged classes. Besides them, mages and spellblades possessed a certain amount of long-ranged strength. Of the 5 players that Cold Knight gathered, 3 were gunners, a sharpshooter, a launcher, and a spitfire. The other 2 were an elementalist and a spellblade. Their weapons were all purple and ones that their class were proficient in. After glancing over them, Yi Shou asked, their skill levels. Cold Knight ran over again and asked them. In a moment, he gathered the 5 players' skill choices and levels to him. Do you still have a... Brother, please tell me everything at once. Please. Cold Knight's cheeks streamed with tears. He was the guild leader. Running back and forth like a secretary, what was this? I mainly want to understand these 5's ability to output damage. Yi Shou said. If you told me earlier, then wouldn't letting you see their player profiles be good enough? Cold Knight cried. Their ability to output damage isn't the same as their damage numbers. What special effects do the weapons have? Did the equipment add any additional skills? How much damage do their skills do? Does the player profile have these? Yi Shou said. Brother, I was wrong. Cold Knight's cheeks streamed with tears and went to ask again. After understanding the equipment, Yi Shou said, okay, I've understood these. Is there still anything on the player profile that I can see? No need, right? Cold Knight wasn't sure if this was a rhetorical question or a question he should answer, so he had not choice but to answer it. You 5 players hurry up and get into position. Yi Shou said. You're leading this party to do damage. What about us? Cold Knight asked. Our party is for pulling the aggro. You guys are the damage, Yi Shou said. Cold Knight teared up. It looked like he was a noob. What to do, what to do? Look, it's the Goblin Merchant. Yi Shou took in the information along the way. Everyone in front of him never stopped until they finally reached their destination. And when they looked, they saw a scene filled with noise and excitement. Players were everywhere, shouting to capture the Goblin Merchant. This Goblin Merchant was also green-skinned from head to toe, but his appearance didn't look as crafty as the goblins in the dungeons. It looked very simple and honest. It carried a massive backpack on its back and vigorously ran in the forest. From time to time, it would fish out something from its backpack and threw it. Firecracker, grenade, Molotov cocktail, brick, wine bottle. Anything was possible. It hadn't been that long since the first players discovered the Goblin Merchant. At least, they still hadn't surrounded it yet. The Goblin Merchant that was leading around the parties muttered words in a language that no one understood. After throwing a Molotov cocktail, the scene transformed into a sea of fire. And the Goblin Merchant lightly and quickly leaped off a tree stump. A sword light flashed and streaked across the dusky forest. The sword wind swept up the dried-up leaves on the ground, which fluttered up in a straight line. The goblin was accurately slashed in mid-air and fell to the ground. Blade Master skill, sword draw. A player came out from behind the tree, Blue River. Indeed, Blue River was a rare expert. This sword draw was accurate and precise. The sword arrived before the person and landed a beautiful aerial attack on the Goblin Merchant. If this was 7 fields, it'd be difficult for him to do this move. Blue River followed up with a triple slash. This was an attack and movement Blade Master skill. Just before the Goblin Merchant hit the ground, his character swiftly slid forward and shwa 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 3 sword lights and 3 marks of blood flew through the air. Upward slash. Blue River slashed again with his sword, ready to knock the Goblin Merchant into the air. When suddenly, an eccentric battle lance flew by. Blue River saw this weird battle lance and his heart tightened. He shot a glance and sure enough, it was Lord Grimm. 1 sword and 1 lance headed towards the Goblin Merchant together. The sword was fast, the lance was long, which would arrive first? Was it me? Blue River felt that the uppercut he made with his sword arrived at the same time as Lord Grimm's stab. But by the time the goblin ate his attack, it had already risen higher up into the air. The battle lance stabbed forth. The Goblin Merchant was immediately drawn across a semicircle and was thrown onto the ground next to Lord Grimm. Circle swing. Both of their skills hit the Goblin Merchant. Regretfully, Lord Grimm used a seizing skill. By the time the Goblin Merchant was shaken off, he was already in front of Blue River, blocking his path. Lord Grimm's face was in front of him, but his character's face was always so empty. Blue River didn't know what Lord Grimm's mood was, but he knew that he himself was very calm. Without hesitating, he swept across with his blade, slicing towards Lord Grimm. Lord Grimm leaped backwards, dodging the attack. Mid-leap, he was positioned behind the Goblin Merchant. Suddenly, a sky strike hit the Goblin Merchant. Immediately following, a falling flower palm exploded onto the Goblin Merchant's body. The Goblin Merchant went flying, smashing towards Blue River. Too quick. At this moment, personally fighting against Lord Grimm, Blue River finally experienced how fast this guy's operation was. Just before, when he used a Sky Strike, did he even finish jumping backwards? He actually hit the Goblin Merchant so precisely in midair. The following falling flower palm was even more ridiculous. Was the Goblin Merchant really already in the air when he used it? If it really was still collapsed onto the ground, falling flower palm didn't have an on-the-ground effect. On the ground was a type of attack in glory. It was a pursuit attack targeting the opponent on the ground. Falling flower palm was a straight-line skill and wouldn't be able to hit a target on the ground. He first used a Sky Strike in order to let the Goblin Merchant into a mid-air state. Only then would the falling flower palm hit it. In Blue River's eyes, he only felt that Lord Grimm's backwards leap, Sky Strike, into falling flower palm was inconceivably quick. He couldn't even tell if he had hit the Sky Strike or the flower palm, when the Goblin Merchant had already flew towards him. All in all, Blue River's strength wasn't ordinary either. He immediately guarded when the Goblin Merchant smashed into him. The Goblin knocked against his sword blade and Blue River slid backwards a step, but in the end, Blue River wasn't knocked down by the strike. His main goal wasn't to fight Lord Grimm, but rather to steal the Goblin Merchant. Blue River's train of thought was exceptionally clear. It was just that he didn't have a skill like Circle Swing that could throw the Goblin to the side and increase the distance between the Goblin and Lord Grimm. Blue River could only increase his damage output to establish the Goblin Merchant's aggro onto himself and let it come to him. Rise and fall, falling light blade. Unfortunately, the current Battle Master was a class without any on-the-ground skills. In the end, right when he leaped up and slammed towards the ground, before he could pull out his sword, a sword light swept out towards him. The speed was too quick for Blue River and the attack was filled with tyranny. Blue River saw blood blossom out from his head as he was hit in midair and flew backwards. He only had one thought in his head: impossible. He clearly saw that when Lord Grimm used sword draw, he didn't switch weapons in his inventory. He directly pulled out a sword from the handle of that eccentric battle lance. After the sword light flashed, it disappeared. Blue River looked again and saw that Lord Grimm didn't have a sword in his hand. Did his eyes imagine it? Blue River believed that he didn't. But he couldn't understand what had just happened in that instant. Blue River didn't tumble. When he landed on the ground, he immediately rolled forward and used quick recover to avoid falling to the ground. At this moment, the distance between himself and the Goblin Merchant increased once again. Blue River impatiently ran forward. Boom! Another boom rang out and Blue River was thrown into the air. F***CK. Blue River cursed secretly. This was his own mistake this time. He only focused on getting close to the Goblin Merchant and forgot that the boss would release a shockwave when it got up. Otherwise, the boss would stay on the ground, unable to get up. The shockwave hit Blue River into the air, but he once again used quick recover to avoid falling to the ground. He looked and saw that Lord Grimm skillfully jumped to avoid the shockwave and had already rushed up to the Goblin Merchant. He directly used Fling and threw the Goblin farther away. Over there, numerous Tyrannical Ambition players swarmed around it. In the short fight over the boss, Blue River lost. But he knew that this was far from over. Everyone on the field, including their Blue Brook Guild, definitely wouldn't let Tyrannical Ambition casually kill off the Goblin Merchant. Have you arrived yet? Yi Xiu controlled Lord Grimm to rush towards the Tyrannical Ambition group. After slashing a few times to stabilize the aggro onto the Goblin Merchant, he asked this question. Almost here. Cold Knight was even more anxious than Yi Xiu. This Goblin Merchant had already been pulled. A large crowd of players had already rushed towards that area. However, the Goblin Merchant was currently in Tyrannical Ambition's hands. Many hesitated for a bit. They didn't just give up on the boss and hoped that someone stood out and rushed forward. After all, in their hearts, none of them wanted to directly clash with Tyrannical Ambition. Of course, not all of the players were afraid of Tyrannical Ambition. Blue Brook Guild's players weren't scared at all. The Blood Gunner incident was still vividly in their minds. The reason that matters turned bad was because the three guilds hesitated. They were all afraid of going forward and being attacked from behind. This time, Blue River was exceptionally decisive. Without even thinking, he took the lead and rushed up. More than a dozen Blue Brook Guild experts followed closely behind him and equally matched the current group of Tyrannical Ambition players. Scatter! Yi Xiu commanded. Cold Knight and the others followed his orders and scattered in every direction. The Goblin Merchant was once again struck flying by falling flower palm. That Spitfire and Elementalist were in the left and right position. Most of their figures were hidden behind a tree. When their skills were off cooldown, they suddenly stuck their heads out and attacked the Goblin Merchant. Cold Knight led a group of close combat experts, but didn't go up to surround it. They only paid attention to its move path. From time to time, when this Goblin Merchant passed by a tree, a player would suddenly pop out and punch or slash at the boss. Blue River was dumbstruck. He had never seen anyone fight the boss like this before. In the forest, Blue River practically only saw the Goblin Merchant, with his butt out, carrying a massive backpack and chasing Lord Grimm's figure. The rest of Tyrannical Ambition's players had unexpectedly all scattered into the woods, becoming sniper guerrillas. This Goblin Merchant, when facing normal players, wouldn't it bounce around and freely and easily throw items out of his backpack? Why was it having such a hard time chasing Lord Grimm? When it threw a grenade, Lord Grimm had actually hit it back in midair, making it explode onto its head. It really was stupid. What time grenade? You were using a trigger type. Although it was like this, to hit the grenade in midair back to the Goblin Merchant's head, Lord Grimm wasn't only quick, his microing was extremely precise too. Blue River madly chased after it while sighing with sorrow. After all, Lord Grimm was both attacking and leading the Goblin Merchant away. He couldn't be moving at his fastest speed. Blue River and the others quickly caught up. Behind his Blue Brook Guild, a crowd of other players also steadily kept pace behind them as if they were wolves. How could Blue River not know that those guys behind his butt were despicable? But the Blood Gunner incident taught them a bloody lesson. If he hesitated and didn't move forward, then Tyrannical Ambition would take the advantage. 1,000 Creations, go around to the front and block him. Blue River said. Why me? 1,000 Creations was depressed. You're a battle mage, if you don't go who will? With the Chaser's additional effects, battle mages were faster than others by a grade. There's still Little C. 1,000 Creations was talking about another battle mage, Little C. Your skill is better. Blue River wasn't afraid to hurt Little C. Everyone recognized 1,000 Creations' skill. In that guy's eyes, my little skill is nothing. 1,000 Creations said. How many times have you fought with him? Blue River said. I don't believe you can't see his terrifying skill. 1,000 Creations said. Okay. There's nothing to block anyways, we've already caught up. Thundering Light ridiculed. While these two guys argued, the Goblin Merchant had already entered their range. Thundering Light stepped forward and used Raging Flames. It wasn't easy for the mage to hit the target. He first had to be familiar with the magic's release time and determine the target's movement direction and speed to predict its future position. Thundering Light was an expert and wasn't lacking in this area. Raging Flames covered a wide area, so it was a bit easier to hit. He accurately chose the area 3 bodies in front of the Goblin Merchant and casted his magic, releasing it there. Spitfire. At this moment, Yi Xiu sent a message to the party. The party channel was completely clean. They were afraid of affecting Yi Xiu's leading. When the Spitfire saw the message, without saying another word, he fired a light element bullet. The light element bullet flickered and sent out a pa-pa sound, instantly hitting the Goblin Merchant's body. Light scattered around the Goblin Merchant's body. It trembled from head to toe. After the short distraction, it suddenly changed directions towards the left side of the forest and ran. F***CKR. Thundering Light was dumbstruck. His magic had already finished casting and he thought that he would see the Goblin Merchant fly up into the air. This would have been the perfect opportunity to let them fight over it for at least 2 seconds. Who knew that the Goblin Merchant would suddenly change directions and aggro onto a different target? Having changed direction, that Raging Flames rose up but only hit air. Do you have any skill? Can you play? You let it OT at a key moment, you idiot. Thundering Light stomped furiously and shouted angrily at the tree in that direction. So noisy. A brawler from Blue Brook Guild said this and threw a brick at the Goblin Merchant. Although a thrown brick would have its effect reduced by half, it was thrown at the back of the Goblin's head, so its chance to dizzy increased by half too. As a result, the chance to dizzy was quite high and would stall it for a bit of time. Who knew that a gun sound would ring out while this flying brick was in midair? With a bang, the brick was broken into pieces and a pile of brick dust fell down. The brawler was also dumbstruck. F***CKR. The brawler shouted, am I cursed? Am I dreaming? Tyrannical Ambition has this sort of expert. No one answered him. The players with good eyes had seen that the weird thing in Lord Grimm's hand had puffed out gun smoke. Pay attention to Lord Grimm's weapon. Blue River said to everyone, it's weird. Model? No, Blue River couldn't think of the word at this moment. Capture the goblin merchant before talking. Someone said. Although both had failed to stall the goblin merchant, the distance between Blue Brook Guild and the goblin merchant still closed. Who would have thought that when the goblin merchant ran to that tree, the one to appear wasn't a Spitfire, but a grappler. The grappler grabbed the goblin merchant and threw it towards Lord Grimm. Grapplers were specialists in grabbing and each grab had different effects. This fling threw it faster and farther than Lord Grimm's usual fling. Blue Brook Guild once again went on a pointless trip and everyone was seething with anger. At that side, Lord Grimm had already welcomed it and after 2 or 3 attacks, he re-established the goblin merchant's aggro onto himself. He did another circle swing and fling. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the goblin merchant and Blue Brook Guild widened once again. Wait a moment. Bound Boat figured something out. That OT just before might not have been an accident. It was something they arranged. It was intentional. Bound Boat said. What are you saying? Everyone was frightened. They want to use this sort of method to actively control the goblin's move path. Is that sort of method even possible? Everyone was at a loss. The facts are in front of you. Bound Boat said. It's Lord Grimm. It's all because of his leading. Blue River said. What do we do? Someone asked. Disperse into groups of 2 and attack every one of them. Blue River said. That'd make us easy pickings. Bound Boat was a little worried about the players behind them. Those trash won't change the situation. Blue River said. How come we haven't seen anyone from Herb Garden? Bound Boat said. That trash Plantigo seed is hiding again. We have to be cautious of this. Why aren't our players here yet? Blue River was worried. Their Blue Brook Guild wasn't just these dozen or so people. Herb Garden's players are here. Bound Boat suddenly put out these words. Blue River looked forward, as expected, a crowd of players lay in the forest in front of them. Although the names on top of their heads weren't clear, Blue River had had many dealings with them and instantly determined that they were Herb Garden names. They're going around to flank them. Bound Boat said. That trash Plantigo seed, he definitely received info from a traitor. Blue River disdained. When they go block Lord Grimm's path, take advantage of the situation to steal the boss back. Bound Boat said. Forward. Blue River roared. Blue Brook Guild's players were chasing from behind. And ahead, Herb Garden's players suddenly popped out. Tyrannical ambition sunk into a dilemma where they were pressed from the front and rear. Elementalist. Yi Xiu yelled. The Elementalist immediately cast a flame explosion and the boss once again OT'd. The goblin merchant headed towards the Elementalist located in the right side of the forest. It really is on purpose. Blue River and the others were certain now. Are they going to run to the east? Bound Boat decided. Go east. Blue River led his party to the east and was ready to rush over when the time was right. If you meet Tyrannical Ambition's players, don't be polite. Blue River commanded. We definitely won't. Everyone declared. While they ran to the east, everyone paid attention to behind the trees. They all hoped to pick off a Tyrannical Ambition player to warm up. In the end, the only things they were able to pick off were small goblins. They didn't find a single Tyrannical Ambition player. The Tyrannical Ambitions they occasionally saw were all even farther away than the goblin merchant. The Herb Garden players in front of them didn't want to fall behind either, so when the Blue Brook Guild changed direction, they also raced against Blue Brook Guild and rushed to the east. When the two guilds changed directions, Bound Boat was immediately startled. They're not trying to misdirect us, right? Blue River also felt something wasn't right. Bring a few players and go around to the west. Bound Boat immediately chose a few players. The Blue Brook Guild force split into 2. One went to the east to intercept, while the other went to the west to prepare for an interception. Herb Garden immediately responded in the same way and sent a part of their forces to the west. Those who didn't understand the situation would have thought that these two groups were together. In reality, they weren't together at all. Both groups would be delighted if the other group made a mistake. The goblin merchant that was running at the Elementalist was suddenly hit by a rappel from behind a tree. It slipped backwards a length and then a gun sound rang out. The goblin merchant once again turned around in hesitation. As expected, it really was a misdirection. The Blue Brook Guild and Herb Garden players that saw this scene all began pondering over it in their hearts. Moreover, the goblin was rushing over to where Lord Grim was. D*MN. Who would have thought that the one to OT and take the aggro was Lord Grim? And this guy ran to the north. Although Herb Garden had split its forces to the east and west, there was still time to merge again and block the enemy's path. If they kept on running, then wouldn't they be running into a metal wall? What type of trick is he planning to pull? Players who love to analyze were all pondering over Lord Grim's thinking. He'll definitely change routes, right? Some players thought. Herb Garden pondered over this even more seriously. After all, they were there to block his path. East or west or the original direction, where were they supposed to wait? In the end, Plantigo Seed helplessly split his forces into three. He had no choice but to defend every side. No choice, if the other side wanted to OT, then they would OT. Whatever route they wanted the Goblin Merchant to follow, the Goblin Merchant would follow. They could only defend on all three sides. Which side would he go to? Everyone carried this type of question, fixed their attention on the Goblin's move path. In the end, they didn't see any change. They saw Lord Grim lead the Goblin Merchant directly towards Herb Garden's interception. Herb Garden also had a dozen or so players here. They immediately formed an arc to surround him. Long-ranged gunner-class players had already C***ked their guns and fired. Mages began casting their magic. Lord Grim suddenly leaped. The gunners immediately adjusted their aim. But in the end, they saw Lord Grim spin 180 degrees in the air, his butt pointed at them. The butt is the butt. The gunners didn't really care and their cursors quickly aimed at his butt. A gun sound. Admiration arose in the gunners' hearts. Who aimed so quickly? What an amazing speed. Then, they saw Lord Grim slide across the horizon. D*MN, it's his aerial fire. All of the gunners cried out in fear. In aerial fire, the higher the recoil, the faster the flying speed. Lord Grim's gun had to be at least a rifle grade. All of the gunners raised their guns and open-fired. But in the end, they only hit air. The target moved too quickly and they weren't able to hit him. Lord Grim's but reached the top of their heads in a flash. Then, they saw Lord Grim turn his body. A cold light flashed and Lord Grim pulled out a sword in midair. Falling light blade. Quickly retreat. The Blade Masters all warned. Their judgment wasn't wrong. A bright light slashed down from midair. It was precisely the Battle Master skill Falling Light Blade. These dozen Herb Garden players weren't ordinary players. Every one of them jumped backwards. The bright light fell to the ground and a small light wave rippled out. But the dozen players had already jumped outside of the wave's range. Forward. Someone roared. After the light wave scattered, in an instant, the dozen players rushed forward. Lord Grim's myriad manifestation umbrella shook and the umbrella flipped, not maintaining the battle lance form. A third of the umbrella ribs suddenly broke off. The remaining 2/3 of the umbrella ribs bent into a sickle-like shape. And at the same time, the umbrella handle moved outwards as if he were pulling out a sword, but stopped 2/3 of the way out. In the end, the umbrella handle extended a length. This transformation only took an instant. The players surrounding him only saw a blur and Lord Grim's weapon had already changed into a different shape. They couldn't really describe the weapon, but it looked like a... His arms swung and the myriad manifestation umbrella drew out a 360-degree circle around him. When the starting point and ending point linked together, the circle suddenly flashed a blue light. F***CK. Rising Emblem. A player finally called out. This time, the players surrounding him retreated a little too late. The floating blue circle suddenly flashed and grew larger and a pale blue ring suddenly rose. The dozen players were all inside the ring. They weren't able to dodge in time and were thrown up into the air. The priest-class exorcist skill, Rising Emblem. The skill did magic damage and knocked up all players inside the Rising Emblem. By the time the dozen players fell back to the ground, Lord Grim had already broken through their blockade. A few players tried hard to attack Lord Grim in midair. But while knocked up, the target was constantly moving and difficult to target accurately. It wasn't an easy task. Not everyone could do this well. In the end, everyone's attacks were futile efforts and weren't threatening at all. However, almost all of the players were able to quick recover after falling down, showing the quality of Herb Garden's players. But when they were still rolling and getting up, they all saw a grenade within their circle. A boom and the dozen players swayed side to side from the explosion. Within the surging smoke, the goblin merchant carried its backpack and freely and easily passed through them. Everyone's cheeks streamed with tears. The goblin merchant's aggro wasn't on their characters. That explosion obviously wasn't meant for them. Clearly, Lord Grimm had intentionally drawn the goblin merchant to throw it at them. Why did the goblin merchant help Lord Grimm? Why couldn't you have thrown a brick at them? Did you have to throw an AoE grenade? The 10 swaying players didn't have time to recover when they saw a dozen tyrannical ambition players evilly come out from behind the trees and rush over. The tyrannical ambition players took the opportunity to conveniently throw a few grenades and cast out some magic towards them without wasting time, and then continue to chase the goblin merchant. After all, that was their true target. The dozen players swayed once again and turned depressed. Just when they recovered, Blue Brook Guild's players whistled by. Trash. Truly trash. Blue River relentlessly ridiculed these opponents. Afterwards, he led his group of people and Schwa also took the opportunity to conveniently slash a few times and cast some magic. These pitiful dozen players were tossed around from all around. Their luck wasn't good. They were bullied around. They were taken advantage of. They directly fell and died. Plantago Seed was extremely furious. The boss hadn't been stopped and his guild members were even taken advantage of. He directly sent Blue River a message, "You're all beasts. You guys really are a bunch of trash. You couldn't even stop the boss." Blue River replied. Curs were here all day and you guys couldn't do anything. Plantago Seed replied. We're both in the same boat. Blue River replied. Afterwards, both sides were completely silent. Their hearts felt very heavy. Ahead, the injuries the goblin merchants suffered grew more and more severe. Clearly, tyrannical ambition's reinforcements were gradually trickling in. Every time Blue River and the others closed in, tyrannical ambition nimbly OT'd, keeping them away. The goblin merchant's advance wasn't regular at all, making everyone feel extremely frustrated. Blue River had originally hoped that Herb Garden's interception would help them catch up. But who knew that Herb Garden's players were complete trash? Helpless, he could only use his original plan. 2 players in a team. Look for tyrannical ambition players and get rid of them. They basically couldn't catch the goblin merchant. They would occasionally hit it once or twice, but this sort of hit was the same as helping tyrannical ambition output damage. They weren't able to steal its aggro and were unable to take the initiative from beginning to end. If they kept wasting their time like this, then tyrannical ambition's damage output would be enough. The boss could kill whoever it liked, but as long as someone from tyrannical ambition stayed alive, then it wasn't possible to steal it away. Only if they were able to completely drive them out or kill them all out would they be able to steal it. As a result, stealing the boss was quite difficult. If they arrived too late, there was no way to take back the damage on the boss, so the only solution would be to kill everyone that had attacked the boss. This turned into a big PK problem because the skill gap between players was very small. Killing players would always be more difficult than killing monsters. Moreover, there was no end to the trouble. Blue Brook Guild didn't worry about any later troubles. Directly fighting with tyrannical ambition and piking with them to steal the boss were occurrences that they were already used to. To them, the more crucial point was that tyrannical ambition's strength and their strength were about the same. As a result, if they fought them, then it would be a 50-50 fight. But regardless of this, it was still better than silently watching. Blue Brook Guild had around 20 players at hand. At this moment, they split into around 10 small 2-member teams and spread throughout the forest. As soon as they saw a tyrannical ambition player, they would immediately hurry over. In an instant, the goblin merchant was no longer the sole focus. All of the tyrannical ambition players were. The 2-member teams that found them all cautiously closed in on their targets. But chasing players wasn't an easy task. Everyone's levels and equipment were around the same. Their movement speed and endurance were also around the same. Chasing and chasing, Thundering Light suddenly said in the guild channel, "Huh? Where did that goblin merchant go? I can't see it anymore." His message roused everyone. Everyone had only been focused on the target in front of them. But what about their end target? Was it still there? Once everyone took note of it, even those who could still see the goblin merchant, suddenly found that it was farther away. "We've been duped," Bound Boat recovered. "This time's boss, let's give up," Blue River gloomily announced. The guild members didn't utter a word. This sort of situation was rarely seen in their famous Blue Brook Guild. Fighting and then giving up midway. This sort of attitude usually only happened when a new dungeon and new boss was released. But now, it was just a goblin merchant. It was a small boss everyone knew thoroughly. Their opponents were also the extremely familiar tyrannical ambition. Their opponents only had a Lord Grimm, yet they had unexpectedly given them such a difficult time and made them give up. "Hey, why aren't you guys chasing anymore?" Plantago Seed sent a message. "It's all yours." Blue River said. "What are you planning?" Plantago Seed doubted. "Keep chasing and you'll know." Because Plantago Seed and the others had just turned around from being in the front for an interception to chasing from behind, at this moment, they hadn't yet experienced how tyrannical ambition used OT to control the goblin merchant's move path. Their morale was still high. However, this only lasted for a short moment. After Herb Garden chased for a while, they were finally also all shocked by that sort of OT move path method. After trying left and right to no avail, Plantago Seed heavily announced, 2 players in a team. Start killing tyrannical ambitions players. Although Blue Brook Guild's players had already given up, they still casually followed them to watch the excitement. Seeing how Herb Garden did the same as them and split up to kill tyrannical ambitions players, they all suddenly felt great. TSK 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 TSK. The crowd was filled with these sort of sounds. After 5 minutes, Plantago Seed sent Blue River a message, UF***. Why didn't you say so earlier? Clearly, they had also discovered that they had been tricked. If I said it, would you have believed me? Blue River replied. Plantago Seed muttered to himself and then replied seriously, I definitely wouldn't have. Then that's that. Blue River said. What do we do now? Are you guys going to give up? Plantago Seed. Yeah. Blue River said. I don't really believe you. Plantago Seed said. UF***. Blue River said helplessly. Herb Garden's players once again gathered together dejectedly for a while. Blue Brook Guild wasn't far from them. The one that were very far from them was the Goblin Merchant. Of those other assortment of guilds and players, the ones with skill had already seen that Herb Garden and Blue Brook Guild had given up. These 2 big guilds had skill and were organized too. Yet they hadn't fared well at all. So what could these second-rate guilds and other random players do? At this moment, if everyone united together, there might still be a chance. But who would lead them? Plantago Seed grew restless. He moved in front of Blue River and directly said, if we can't kill it, how can we just let tyrannical ambition easily take it? If we all unite together, it doesn't matter who takes the first kill, in any case, it better not be tyrannical ambition's name. It's just a goblin merchant. Is there any point in making such a big scene? Blue River said. Plantago Seed thought. There really was no point. This was the smallest wild boss. If tyrannical ambition won over it, it didn't mean anything. There was still a long road ahead of them. You're always unwilling to. Plantago Seed said. Then you go ahead. It's not like I'm stopping you. Blue River said. F***, using so much effort won't do a lot of good. I'm not going to do it on my own. Plantago Seed said. The hunting for the Goblin Merchant started off exciting, but ended peacefully. Once Blue Brook Guild and Herb Garden gave up, the other guilds with skill all got a clue and decided to not waste any more time. The remaining random players still didn't understand the situation and refused to give up. They ended up assisting tyrannical ambition in outputting damage. Finally, when tyrannical ambition was announced as the Goblin Merchant's first killers, Blue Brook Guild and Herb Garden were extremely tranquil. To be tagged as a guild, it meant that the members of the first kill didn't consist of members from outside the guild. However, Lord Grimm had only recently left Blue Brook Guild and 5 days hadn't passed yet, so he couldn't join tyrannical ambition. Clearly, when the boss fell, he left the party and naturally wouldn't appear on the leaderboards, keeping tyrannical ambition pure. Blue River despised this point because they all understood clearly that Lord Grimm's contributions to tyrannical ambition killing off the Goblin Merchant were very large. Blue River believed that usage of OT to control the boss's move path was simply not possible for tyrannical ambition's own players to have come up. This was because if it wasn't possible for their Blue Brook Guild to have come up with such a plan, then without a doubt, the similar level tyrannical ambition definitely wasn't capable either. They completely relied on Lord Grimm's leading. Blue River had already thoroughly believed that Lord Grimm's strength was on a completely different level than theirs. He was a great expert that surpassed normal players like them. With such a strength, how could he be a nobody? Which expert created this low-level account? Blue River obviously couldn't put Lord Grimm as a new player. This sort of valiant leading meant that he had to have incredible knowledge of the game. It wasn't possible for him to be a new player. Brother. Blue River opened up his friends list and calmly sent a message to Lord Grimm. How long do you think it'll take for you to reach level 23? Everyone cares so much about this issue. Yi Xiu replied. Blue River wasn't surprised. The reason everyone cared about this problem so much was simple. At level 23, he could enter the Boneyard dungeon. Everyone was waiting for him to level up and then invite him to set a new record. Today, tyrannical ambition stole the goblin merchant and had gotten a taste of success. They must have also recognized this great expert's value. I don't know either. Keep playing and we'll see. Yi Xiu replied. You have to ask us for the Boneyard dungeon. Blue River said. Let's discuss this later. Yi Xiu didn't answer it. Blue River was desperate. He had already predicted that these great guilds would fight desperately for Lord Grimm in order to break and maintain records in the 10th server. Because he had seen Lord Grimm's calmness and intellect for himself, he was afraid that Lord Grimm had become an expensive mercenary. He didn't have much confidence in controlling this situation. Blue River kept thinking and temporarily logged out of the game. He inserted a different card logging in as the high-level Blue Bridge Spring Snow. At this time, in the Heavenly Domain, all of the players were bustling about and actively using their renewed dungeon entries. But once Blue Bridge Spring Snow went online, he still attracted a lot of the guild's attention. This was one of the guild's 5 great experts. Moreover, wasn't he supposed to be in the 10th server? Why did he suddenly run here? The first one to send a message to Blue River was Blue Brook Guild's leader, Changing Spring. The message was very simple. For big question marks. Busy? Blue River asked. Dungeon, meaning that he was currently in a dungeon. Let's talk after you're out. Blue River said. Urgent? It's not urgent, but I need to talk with you. Wait. Changing Spring's messages were always this concise. But this definitely wasn't because he had few words to say, he was simply too lazy to type it out. This guy's hand speed was extremely fierce. He was also obsessed over it. He intentionally did a few useless movements to increase his hand speed and also didn't want to waste movements on chatting. His most famous moment was when someone raged at Changing Spring in the World Channel. In the end, Changing Spring was clearly online but he never responded. For a great guild leader like him, this sort of action wasn't proper. Even if he was too lazy to argue with the guy, he was still the guild leader. Being raged on by someone on the World Channel made the entire guild feel like they were losing their dignity. The guild members looked for him to respond, but Changing Spring said he had already responded. Everyone was depressed. Later, when they opened the World Channel and looked carefully, they unexpectedly found it. In the heap of messages in the World Channel, Changing Spring responded with a total of 3 letters, GFY. TL, GFY equals go F asterisk CK yourself. The entire guild kneeled and bowed up and down in worship. From then on, GFY became Blue Brook Guild's unsurpassed reply to other people's rage at them. They continued to use it to this day. Blue River had gotten used to Old Spring's style. He didn't say anything else and waited. After 10 minutes passes, Changing Spring sent a message, where? Mount Brook City. Mount Brook City was one of the big cities in the Heavenly Domain. Because the name had the word Brook in it, Blue Brook Guild stationed their guild there. After a short while, Changing Spring hurried over. The 2 players met. Changing Spring didn't leave anything out. Did something happen? A great expert appeared in the 10th server. Blue River said. How good? Changing Spring was amazed. Blue River had impatiently ran back to report to him just because of this expert. I can't tell how good he is. Blue River said. What class? He still hasn't changed classes. Blue River said. Hasn't changed classes? Yeah, he's learned skill from many different classes. It's as if he's playing unspecialized. Blue River said. Changing Spring laughed. If he's unspecialized, then of course his early levels are strong. His advantage in the number of skills he has is too prominent. But later on, without the damage from mid to high level skills, he won't be able to keep up. He also needs too many weapons. The heavy weight would impact his speed. Moreover, once he reached level 50, there's no way to play anymore. Who still plays unspecialized? I also thought this when I first saw him. But this guy's strength isn't here. I admit to the skills advantage in the early levels, but from this guy's playing speed to theory crafting to leading to coordination, they're all extremely strong. Blue River said. To play unspecialized in this day and age, of course this guy has a comprehensive knowledge of the game. But Changing Spring said this and also felt that this sort of explanation was too far-fetched. Someone with just a comprehensive knowledge of the game wouldn't move Blue River like this. Currently, in the 10th server, he took 3 first kills in the beginner village. Because of his participation in the Frost Forest dungeon, our party set the new record. Because of his participation in the Goblin Merchant hunt, the first kill was grabbed by Tyrannical Ambition. The Blood Gunner first kill. He brought a party of random players and stole it right from under the 3 great guilds' eyes. Blue River felt these accomplishments were already sufficient in convincing him. He's played with us. And also helped Tyrannical Ambition. And then stole the Blood Gunner away right from under the 3 great guilds' eyes. Which side is he from? Changing Spring didn't understand. He's not from any side. I've tried to rope him in, but he's not interested. From what I can see, this guy wants to be hired like this. He'll raise the prices extremely high and then earn a fortune. Blue River said. This guy's a little strange. What's his name? Lord Grimm. Lord Grimm. Is there an expert with such a name in this server? Changing Spring was at a loss. Never heard of it. Blue River accompanied Changing Spring and was at a loss too. If there really is such a person, then I'll come over sometime and see for myself. Changing Spring said. Okay. Wait until he's level 23 and I'll make an appointment to set a new record in the boneyard. You should come when the time comes. Blue River said. He's not level 23 yet. Changing Spring was surprised. Still 21. Blue River was a little embarrassed on behalf of Lord Grimm. No matter what was said, levels in a game would always be a type of symbol. As the 10th server's most popular expert, with levels as such an important indicator to normal people, this made people like Blue River, who was almost level 25, speechless. This. I definitely have to see him for myself if there's a chance. Changing Spring said. Then, I'll call you over next time. Blue River said. Okay. Changing Spring nodded his head. Although he didn't say it directly, he already understood Blue River's purpose for coming here. Blue River wanted to know what the true guild leader's decision on what to do with this expert, on whether or not to fight for him with everything they had. After casually chatting for a bit, Changing Spring left. Blue River habitually admired his high-leveled account. Right when he was about to go offline and leave, he suddenly heard a voice he didn't like. Oh, old Blue. Why did you come over? How unlucky. He had only come back for such a short amount of time and he unfortunately ran into this guy. Blue River sighed and turned around. He immediately saw Poplar Beach, this extravagant name, as well as that full body of extravagant equipment. Nothing much. I had a bit of business to do here. Blue River replied indifferently. If you have so much time, why don't we compare notes in the arena? Poplar Beach was clearly concerned about the previous unfinished duel. No time. I still need to go back to the new server to dungeon. Blue River crisply rejected him. It won't take that long. Poplar Beach seemed to like controlling his voice to sound luxurious. From this guy's name to his equipment, they were all extremely extravagant. Naturally, the actual meaning of his words was suggesting he could easily dispatch Blue River. Blue River was a person who was worried about losing face, so he was immediately angered. His blood was boiling and he had the heart to immediately teach this guy a lesson, but then he suddenly heard a voice, Blue Bridge, shouldn't you hurry up? Blue River turned around and he didn't know when, but Changing Spring had come back. I'm going. Blue River responded and didn't bother with Poplar Beach, immediately logging out. Changing Spring had come back to get him out of trouble. Blue River clearly understood this. As for Poplar Beach, many players in the guild knew about his pressuring. Although the current rumor was that the guild leader had sent Blue River over to pioneer in the 10th server in preparation to give Poplar Beach a position, Blue River clearly understood that one aspect of Changing Spring's action was because he didn't want to see this sort of struggle between him and Poplar Beach. This was because for this type of struggle, no matter who won, the loser would lose a lot of face and it was very possible that the loser would leave the guild. This would be like being forced to leave. It would definitely arouse many people's sympathies and would cause a lot of people to lose hope in the guild. The shock caused by this probably wouldn't be small. After all, Poplar Beach and Blue River represented the powers between Blue Brook Guild's new and old players. As for the other aspect, changing springs covertly helped Blue River keep his position. At a glance, Blue River looked as if he had been kept away from the Heavenly Domain's core, but in the 10th server, Blue River was in charge. Who knew how many newly recruited experts he would find there? Once these players entered the Heavenly Domain, it'd be hard to say if those players would even put Changing Spring in their eyes, Poplar Beach even more so. Sending him to the new server was letting Blue River develop his foundation. Banishment or whatever, that type of thinking was too naive. Blue River clearly understood this because this was something Changing Spring had calmly explained to him. He had even told Blue River more directly that if Blue River piked with Poplar Beach, he wasn't optimistic for Blue River. He believed that if the two fought for 3 rounds, then Blue River would only have a 30% chance of winning. Blue River was helpless. He really wasn't confident in beating Poplar Beach. Now it seemed that Changing Spring saw this even more clearly. Blue River, his heart like a mirror, saw Changing Spring suddenly turn back to help him out of the situation. In his heart, he was deeply moved by his attentiveness. As a result, he didn't bother arguing with Poplar Beach and directly went offline. Thinking of this, in that moment he logged out. Blue River suddenly had a weird thought arise. He really wanted to see the terrified look on Poplar Beach's face when he was completely suppressed by Lord Grimm. This thought wasn't too good. Blue River hit his head. No matter what happened, Poplar Beach was still a fellow guild member. Although they had some enmity towards each other, how could he let an outsider make him lose face? But he really did look forward to it. Blue River discovered that he was trying to cheat his own heart. After letting out 2 long sighs, he put his Blue River account card in and returned to the 10th server. Right when he went online, someone from his guild called him over to dungeon. Blue River saw that he was almost level 25. His heart suddenly dropped. He had forgotten something. Thinking, he immediately looked for Lord Grimm on his friends list. When do you want to clear Frost Forest with us again? Frost Forest's clear record wasn't at its limit. The several players online were about to hit level 25. After switching their equipment with level 25 ones, that was the moment when they could achieve Frost Forest's final record. However, even if they wore level 25 equipment, if they wanted to copy Lord Grimm's method of one-wave rush, then although they could do everything else, pulling the monsters like Lord Grimm wasn't possible for them. They all stealthily tried it before. Blue River had been thinking of clearing the boneyard when Lord Grimm hit level 23 and forgot that he hadn't completely settled Frost Forest's record. This, Yi Xiu's reply was a bit hesitant. Did someone already make an appointment? Blue River fainted. I've made an appointment already. Yi Xiu said helplessly. Is it tyrannical ambition again? Blue River said gloomily. It is. Brother, I asked for an appointment at the boneyard, but you told me that you'll talk about it later. Why is that when they ask for one you agree? Blue River's cheeks streamed with tears. The appointments you make are all things I can't do yet. I can do Frost Forest today night. Yi Xiu said. Blue River was helpless. He decided to watch Lord Grimm's level attentively. Right when Lord Grimm reached level 23, he would immediately make an appointment for Boneyard. Frost Forest. Blue River felt a little pained. They had just set the record not long ago and tonight, it would be broken without a doubt. Or maybe not. Blue River suddenly thought. Although their levels would all be level 25, their equipment might not keep pace with them so quickly. Only now did Blue River and the others have a full suit of level 20 purple equipment. That was also only because beginner village dungeons could be cleared without a limit. In the process of dungeoning until level 20, they naturally found a lot of good equipment. But now, although level 25 equipment dropped in both Frost Forest and Boneyard, purple equipment didn't have a high drop rate. It had only been 2 days, each dungeon had only been cleared 4 times, would they be able to completely arm a party? He calculated this, but Blue River was still gloomy. Although there weren't as many level 25 purple weapons as level 21s, there was still enough to arm a party. Their Blue Brook Guild could, so tyrannical ambition should be able to too. Sigh. At this moment, Yi Xiu was waiting for 7 fields and the others to dungeon together again. After making an appointment with tyrannical ambition for the level 25 dungeon clear, they didn't invite Yi Xiu to train with them. Compared to Blue River, they didn't care about making any friendly relationships with Yi Xiu. They paid, he worked, it was that simple. With regards to Yi Xiu not being put on the leaderboards after the successful Goblin Merchant first kill, 7 fields and the others were extremely resentful. But Yi Xiu completely didn't care. Regarding these sort of glories that normals players were envious of, Yi Xiu couldn't care less. However, to normal players, this was an extremely significant glory. As a result, because he wasn't put on the first kill leaderboards, although Yi Xiu didn't care, he didn't need to show it. In the end, as expected, he exchanged his bargaining chip with tyrannical ambition for many more rewards. 7 fields and the others felt that this wasn't worth it at all, but for Yi Xiu, he thought of it as a cheap choice. Tyrannical ambition was obviously very regretful, but there was no other choice. They valued glory even more than normal players. Their guild's name being put up on the leaderboards was extremely important to them, so they were willing to pay a high price for it. From the Goblin Merchant's first kill, in the end, Yi Xiu received 20 white wolf bristles and 30 spider teeth from tyrannical ambition. Spider teeth came from the 2 hidden bosses, the Spider Elite and the Spider Warrior in the beginner village's Spider Cave dungeon. These 2 hidden bosses all looked weird. The Spider Warrior held a spider-shaped spider shield. The Spider Elite directly used its 8 legs for boxing. When these 2 hidden bosses were killed, there was a chance for them to drop the spider teeth. Because dungeons could be cleared limitlessly in the beginner village, tyrannical ambition had quite a lot of these sort of materials. 30 spider teeth wasn't anything difficult for them. As for white wolf bristles, those were dropped from Frost Forest's hidden boss White Wolf. In these few days since the server opened, tyrannical ambition didn't have many of these. Last time, Endless Night used 10 of them for nothing. This time, they couldn't pay the 20 in full. Luckily, everyone had their dungeon entries renewed, so after killing off the Goblin Merchant, tyrannical ambition hurriedly formed parties to run Frost Forest dungeon in order to pay off the debt. Inside, all of their cheeks streamed with tears. F***ck, exactly who was the one doing the labor? Why did it seem like they were the ones slaving away to pay the debt? The guild leader Cold Knight was even more worried. This Lord Grim really did need a lot of precious materials. As their levels rose, there would be more dungeons and more wild bosses. Was it possible that they needed him to help them every time they wanted to get a new record? This guy's appetite was huge. He was cunning too. He didn't want money, only hidden boss materials. Like this, there was no way they could keep buying him. Even if they could, this situation was burdensome. Were all of the 10th server's leaderboards completely controlled by this single person? Especially the wild boss first kills and dungeon clear records. These 2 leaderboards embodied a guild's strength the most. It seems like the 10th server situation can no longer be controlled all because of the sudden appearance of this expert. Where did this guy come from? Cold Knight didn't understand. He also went to his guild's headquarters to ask for advice. Every side was like this and ran dungeons while carrying this worry. On that night, the 10th server's first string players all broke through to level 25. They switched equipment and learned new skills. Their strength instantly leaped 1 level. Although Cold Knight was worried, he had already made an appointment with Yi Xiu for the Frost Forest clear record. Hello, we're all level 25, let's break the record. Endless Night was tyrannical ambition's contact person to Yi Xiu. Oh. Wait a bit. I'm still in a dungeon. Yi Xiu said. You haven't used up all of your dungeon entries, have you? Endless Night started sweating. I still have 1 more. Yi Xiu said. Hurry. Endless Night bounced up and down. Why the rush? We don't need a cleric for the clear record. Yi Xiu said. F***ck. Let me ask you what you need this time. Endless Night said. 10 white wolf bristles, 2 mithril pendants, 1 ice crystal staff. Yi Xiu said. You white wolf bristle maniac. Endless Night cried. Their whole guild ran Frost Forest and with great difficulty, barely paid off the debt for their 20 white wolf bristles. And now he wanted another 10. Once Endless Night told the guild leader Cold Knight about the white wolf bristles, Cold Knight almost flipped the table. Is he looking for trouble? He's intentionally looking for trouble, right? Why does he need so many white wolf bristles? If he wants money, aren't all the materials the same? White wolf fangs. White wolf fur. White witch's tears. Ice remnants. Ask him if any of these can replace it. Endless Night immediately asked, and in the end Yi Xiu said extremely magnanimously, okay, I'll first take these as mortgage. And then when you guys find enough white wolf bristles we can trade, how about it? What do you want with all these white wolf bristles? Endless Night looked and saw that this guy wanted these white wolf bristles no matter what. So it seemed like he didn't want these hidden materials for money and wanted them for an actual purpose. To make equipment. Yi Xiu said. Bullsh *T. Endless Night rolled his eyes. These hidden materials' most important usage was for making equipment. If he asked what he was making with them, then he was obviously asking what equipment he was going to make. They were only level 20. It wasn't worth it to make such low-leveled equipment. So if he was going to make equipment, then it would obviously be the highest leveled ones. In the end, Yi Xiu didn't reply to Endless Night's question. As a result, Endless Night didn't go and question him anymore. He temporarily put down the white wolf bristles matter. The mithril pendants were just toys, they had no value. But Yi Xiu's third request made their balls hurt. Ice Crystal Staff was a level 25 orange equipment. Tyrannical Ambition, from top to bottom, didn't have one. Orange equipment had an extremely low drop rate. They were extraordinarily valuable and weren't sold in the market. Even low-leveled equipment would sometimes be taken out by high-level players to show off because they truly were too difficult to find. Otherwise, how could Endless Night keep shaking his orange crystal cross around? Orange equipment were for those with status. We really don't have an ice crystal staff. Endless Night said. Then let's talk later when you find one. Yi Xiu wasn't in a hurry. He wasn't in a hurry at all. Lord Grimm was only level 21 and there were still plenty of opportunities to set a new Frost Forest clear record. But Tyrannical Ambition was worried. Their first string players were level 25. If they continued to power level, they would reach level 26. If they broke a record at that level, then it wouldn't count. Ask for something else. Can you ask to mortgage something? Endless Night said. Your crystal cross. Yi Xiu asked. F***CK. Endless Night shouted. Yi Xiu wasn't done talking, your level 20 orange weapon is still a little lacking. How about a few more hidden materials too? Endless Night didn't respond for a long time. He really had invited disaster onto himself. At this moment, he sent a request to Cold Knight stating that he didn't want to be the contact person anymore. Whoever wants it can have it. Endless Night hugged his crystal cross and made a clean getaway. Cold Knight was unable to make heads or tails of the situation. He could only add Lord Grimm as a friend for himself and ask. Hearing the 3 words Ice Crystal Staff, he also almost coughed blood. We really don't have this. Cold Knight cried. Was this expert's help a blessing or a curse? The Ice Crystal Staff made Cold Knight feel powerless, but it wasn't because he wasn't willing to give it up. Not matter how rare the item was. It was only a level 25 equipment and nothing more. It was only a transition equipment and could only be used temporarily for that level stage. With regards to experienced players, they didn't really care. Thinking of this, Cold Knight couldn't help but look down on Endless Night. It was only a level 20 orange equipment, that's all. This guy treated it as a treasure and wouldn't hand it over. He asked him for the reason and he answered that it was good looking so he wanted to collect it. It's only going to be used for mortgage. It's not like you're not going to get it back. Cold Knight said to Endless Night. Don't trick me. Do you think it's as simple as we'll trade when we want to? Lord Grimm clearly wants the Ice Crystal Staff. Do you know how many times we're going to have to kill the White Witch for this item to drop? Endless Night said. It was exactly this Ice Crystal Staff that made Cold Knight feel so powerless. To find an orange equipment, you could only rely on luck to get it. If we don't have one, then we'll buy one. There's always a way. Cold Knight said. Do you want to try it now? Endless Night said. Take your crystal cross and try to sell it. Cold Knight wasn't happy. Right now the game was still in the new server opening stage, as an experienced veteran, he only sold equipment and never bought one. Right now, low-leveled equipment could be sold for some money, especially to those noobs. But once everyone was high-leveled and into the heavenly domain, low-leveled equipment were like floating clouds. At that time, a level 25 purple weapon would be the same price as a single white wolf bristle. When Cold Knight said to buy it, he meant to buy it at a cabbage price later when the price fell. Buying a level 25 orange weapon right now, was an outright newbie action, how could Endless Night not understand? Sell it, sell it. Endless Night teared up. He knew that this outstanding weapon he had in the level 20s wouldn't last forever. Endless Night could only gnash his teeth in rage at Lord Grimm. Cold Night wasn't happy either. He had a type of willing to sacrifice everything he had feeling. This sort of feeling made him feel terrible. However, for the guild's activity in the new server, their reputation was number one. It was a worthy investment. In the end, these two players relied on this belief to maintain their faith. And they had no choice but to comply. This Lord Grimm was too much of a veteran. Although the items he wanted were tricky, it was still within their limits. He didn't demand ridiculous fees like a lion. But the problem was, like this, Cold Night was extremely worried about their three great guilds fighting over this Lord Grimm. This definitely wasn't something they could do for a long time. After making the deal with Lord Grimm, Cold Night also logged out to ask the guild leader for help with his main account. It wasn't that he didn't want to participate in the Frost Forest clear record. It was that he was AF** King Knight, Glory's main tank class. As a result, he was also ignored like Endless Night. Their one knight and one cleric, these two priest classes, were originally the 10th server Tyrannical Ambition's two core characters. Right now they had helplessly become miserable B** Tichas. Seeing Lord Grimm running over from outside Frost Forest, he immediately sent out 4 level 25 DPSers from Tyrannical Ambition. While the strategy for the dungeon was being explained, Endless Night pinched his mouse resentfully. His clenched hands were drenched in sweat. This is the general idea. Does everyone understand? After Yi Xiu finished explaining, he had confidence that with this sort of full DPS party, as long as they didn't make any mistakes, there shouldn't be any problem in setting a new record. He just didn't know exactly how much they would beat it by. When the 4 DPS players heard this, they were all in a daze. They were just like Blue River and the others when they first heard about using one-wave rush, they all felt it was inconceivable. If there's not problem, let's go. Yi Xiu announced. He casually led Lord Grimm into the dungeon. The 4 DPSers all carried a bit of doubt in their hearts. But once they entered the dungeon, they didn't think any more of it. They immediately rushed forward. They were going for a clear record. Every second counted. At this moment, Lord Grimm had already gone up to pull monsters. Compared to last time, the 1000 Chance Umbrella's original, gun, sword, and lance were all level 15 now. Yi Xiu was more steady in pulling monsters with his increased damage. While he instructed them on when to attack his pulled monsters, he unleashed attacks on other monsters. The 4 output damage very carefully, afraid to OT. However, they soon discovered that under this person's lead, OT, this sort of problem, didn't exist. Did this person understand their damage output better than them? Pulling 20 or so monsters in a one-wave rush made the 4 DPSers scared witless. But under Yi Xiu's step-by-step instructions, the 4 quickly took their position and like Blue Brook Guild, they went from doubt to shock to admiration to excitement. After the first wave of monsters had been killed, everyone glanced at the time. They immediately determined that as long as they didn't make a mistake, the record would certainly be broken. Kill. The 4 players were as energetic as a rainbow. They were even more excited than Yi Xiu. After all, this record was to be set by Tyrannical Ambition. Yi Xiu didn't care at all about this and continued to carry out his work. Endless Night and the others were also running dungeons with other Tyrannical Ambition players. However, none of them were thinking about themselves, they were all thinking of that record-setting party. From time to time, Endless Night looked at the time. In an instant, 10 minutes had passed. Their team was also a level 25 party, but seeing their current progress, it wasn't possible for them to break the record. Not knowing where that other party was at, Endless Night couldn't help but think about it. He was extremely curious, but he didn't want to ask, afraid that his message might mess up their concentration. As for the other members, they chatted while killing monsters. Their main topic was on Lord Grimm, this mysterious expert. In a flash, 5 minutes passed. The record-setting party had already been in the dungeon for 15 minutes. Endless Night became even more anxious. He couldn't help but open up the dungeon leaderboards and look. The current record was still that 20 hours 24 minutes and 11 seconds record. Currently, their players' strength had increased substantially. After these 15 minutes, the record could be newly set at any time. Clear. Someone in their party suddenly yelled. Endless Night, who was still looking at the previous record, quivered. He immediately looked towards the system announcement and was taken aback. System announcement: congratulations to Herb Gardens players Plantigo Seed, Giant Taro, Oriental Sweet Gum, Rangoon Creeper, Malva Nut for breaking Frost Forest's clear record, time, 17 hours 48 minutes and 45 seconds. Herb Garden's players. Those four were all astonished. Don't worry, it's not the end yet. Endless Night unexpectedly said calmly. At this moment, every big guild had reached the level 25 realm. They could obviously begin using all their strength to clear the Frost Forest dungeon. With Herb Garden's level, it wasn't anything to fuss about. 17 hours 48 minutes and 45 seconds, this record could still be beaten by their party. Lord Grimm's party had entered the dungeon for 15 minutes. They should also be done soon, right? Endless Night's expectations weren't wrong. When Herb Garden's record had been broken, Yi Xiu's party didn't even blink. This was because they had already completely assessed what type of time they could set. 1748. How sorry. Herb Garden's players could only be happy for a minute. The four Tyrannical Ambition players excitedly thought this. On the other hand, Yi Xiu continued his steady damage output. Suddenly, another system announcement popped up. System announcement: congratulations to excellent Dynasty players, Grey Black, Sea Breeze, Inherit, Nowhere to Run, purse for breaking the Frost Forest clear record, time 13:24:21. The entire world was shocked. 13 hours 24 minutes and 21 seconds. Perhaps to the majority of players, this was just another record on the leaderboards. But for Endless Night, Plantago Seed, Blue River, these sort of players from big guilds that were always thinking of these records on the leaderboard, only these players understood what this record signified. 13 hours 24 minutes and 21 seconds, this was only the 10th server's record. This record clearly broke the all-time record in all 10 of Glory's servers. This record didn't have any system rewards. At first, players recorded these records for themselves to compete for. Later, Glory officially ranked the records for each of their respective servers. Frost Forest's all-time record was only 14 hours 31 minutes and 58 seconds. Although Blue River and the others couldn't clearly remember this number, they knew that it wasn't below 14. But now, in the 10th server, Excellent Dynasty had actually broken this record by a minute. In the end, Herb Garden's players couldn't even celebrate for 1 minute. Tyrannical Ambition's players couldn't celebrate either. Yi Xiu's record-setting party had already passed the 15-minute mark. They obviously couldn't break this new record. F***CK. When this record popped up, the four DPSers were all astonished. No matter how hard they tried, their efforts were already futile. In the entire process, they were careful, and more careful. Their palms were extremely sweaty, but they didn't dare wipe it. They feared that they would delay the record by a second. But now, just when they thought that they could break Herb Garden's record without any problems, this 13 hours 24 minutes and 21 seconds record was like a bolt from the blue. The four were already motionless, but the battle sounds were still resounding in their ears. The four players recovered and looked. Lord Grimm was still fighting with the Frost Thane. "Brother, did you see the system announcement?" One player couldn't help but say. "I saw it." Yi Xiu replied. "We're already too late." One player sighed. "We should at least finish the dungeon, right?" Yi Xiu laughed. "You're still laughing. Since it's like this, you won't be getting anything either." One player said, but he started to attack again. "Yeah, I'm out of luck." Yi Xiu said. "Excellent Dynasty. D***MN, 13 minutes, isn't this already this highest record in all 10 servers?" Among the players, an unsure player said. "It is. There wasn't any record that broke 14 minutes before." Another player said. "This. We're way off then." Another player said. "Correct, we'll finish this dungeon in 16 minutes at best." Yi Xiu said. Sigh, while they sighed, the Frost Thane was finally beaten. Their end record was 17 hours 7 minutes 66 seconds. This did beat Herb Garden's previous record and could be considered as the 10th server's number 2 record. But a number 2 record, although it wasn't easy for small guilds, to Tyrannical Ambition, it didn't mean anything. When Lord Grimm and the 4 DPSers exited the dungeon, Endless Night and the others were still fighting in the dungeon. Cold Knight hadn't returned from his report back to the old server. On the other hand, Herb Garden's players experienced the descent from heaven to hell. They had just been celebrating their new record, when a new record beat theirs by 4 minutes. It felt like they had been slapped in the face. This wasn't over yet though. In another moment, Lord Grimm's party beat their record again. Herb Garden's efforts looked meaningless. At this moment, Plantigo Seed received a message from Blue River. What a tragedy. A tragedy. F***CK, 13 minutes. How the F***CK did they do that? Who's in Excellent Dynasty? Plantigo Seed didn't notice Blue River's taunt. Instead, he discussed with this expert how such a record was possible. Excellent Dynasty, Blue River didn't reply to Plantigo Seed's message. He only pondered over this guild name. He wasn't unfamiliar with this guild. It was a level lower than the three great guilds, but Excellent Dynasty was still a distinguished guild. And this was only its current form. In the past, it was once the most glorious guild. In that time, the Excellent Era Club swept the Professional Alliance, dominating the pro scene for 3 years. Correct, Excellent Dynasty, the professional club that backed them was Yi Xiu's former team, the Excellent Era Club. The Professional Alliance was the peak in Glory's community. Each and every move of a club could have a lasting impact on Glory. And the guild that was backed by the club even more so. When the club rose, the guild rose. When the club declined, the guild declined. Excellent Era's achievements in the recent years weren't good. In the game, their guild was immediately surpassed by Blue Brook Guild, Tyrannical Ambition, and Herb Garden. However, their foundations was deep. Although they were surpassed, they didn't decline too far. Within the 10th server's tussle, the three great guilds competed against each other and didn't put the other guilds in their eyes. Who knew that Excellent Dynasty would suddenly attack heavily? Before, they were hiding their true strength. None of the other leaderboards had their name on them. But at this moment, they amazed the world with a single brilliant event. In an instant, they took the Frost Forest clear record. 13 hours 24 minutes and 21 seconds. They not only broke the 10th server record, but they even beat the all-time Frost Forest record by a whole minute. Was Excellent Dynasty preparing to rise in power again? Thinking of this, Blue River immediately thought of Excellent Era Club's most recent change. The old generation captain Yi Xiu retired and the new generation expert Sun Xiang took the Battle God one autumn leaf. They clearly intended to shuffle the cards and rebuild. Then was the Excellent Dynasty's sudden rise in the game related to the club's movements. If it was like this, then relying on them to stop these players from setting new records was a little extreme. This record probably wasn't done by ordinary players like them. They're experts. Outside of Frost Forest's dungeon, Yi Xiu was talking to Endless Night, who had just finished his run, and Cold Night, who had just returned from his old server. Cold Night was like Blue River and ran back to the old server to report his work. In the end, when he returned back to the 10th server he heard that something big had happened. 13 hours 24 minutes and 21 seconds, Cold Night was also astonished by this number. He hurriedly ran to outside the dungeon and happened to hear Yi Xiu's opinion. You don't say. We also guessed that they were experts. Endless Night said. They're not ordinary experts. This party should have at least 3 players who are at a pro level. Yi Xiu said. Cold Night and Endless Night were dumbstruck. To them, pro players were existences that they could only hope to reach. In the moment of their shock, they both forgot to think how Yi Xiu could determine this so clearly. This record is almost the limit for Frost Forest's clear record. Yi Xiu said. Almost? Endless Night heard this keyword. So you're saying, this isn't the limit? Cold Night said. How could the limit be so easy to reach? Yi Xiu laughed. So you're saying. Wait until I'm level 25 and then we'll see. You guys should also hurry. Yi Xiu said. Hurry what? The two were both startled. The items I want. You guys have time to gather them now. Yi Xiu said. F***CK. The two shouted together. Such a shocking event had just occurred and this guy was still thinking about those materials and equipment. Yi Xiu's beautiful confidence made Cold Night and Endless Night feel skeptical, but they had a very serious issue facing them right now. Brother, how many more days do you need until you're level 25? We can't stay at level 25 forever to wait for you. Cold Night said. Lord Grim was now level 21 and he wasn't madly leveling for 24 hours. It would take him 3 or 4 days to get to level 25. Cold Night definitely couldn't waste these 3 or 4 days. Their elite members would definitely pass level 25. The opposing party has 3 or more pro-level players. Yi Xiu said. After Cold Night and Endless Night heard this, they waited a bit for a follow-up. But in the end, they only heard this statement without anything behind it. Just when Cold Knight was about to ask, Endless Knight already jumped up and yelled, F***CK, so you're saying our skill levels aren't good enough? Because Endless Knight had been excluded several times from the elite party due to him being a cleric, he had unfortunately raised a habit of self-doubt. At this moment, Endless Knight had already understood what Lord Grimm was implying. To break a normal record, then you guys are fine. But this record would only be possible if you had an orange equipment party of level 25s. Yi Xiu said. An orange equipment party in the new server was clearly a fantasy. Even in the old servers, to use up money just to make a level 25 orange equipment party only for the Frost Forest dungeon record was too much of a joke. After all, this was only the lowest level dungeon. Wasting their blood and tears like this wasn't worth it. Cold Knight was worthy of being called a guild leader. Although his gift for self-doubt wasn't as good as Endless Knight, he already heard another implication, don't tell me we need to find pro-level players. After saying this, Cold Knight could only feel that this was inconceivable. This was only the 10th server's lowest level Frost Forest dungeon and they actually needed pro players to confront it. That was too delusional. In the end, Yi Xiu laughed, it's only Frost Forest. Using pro players would be too ridiculous. Actually, as long as you have players with a bit of hand speed then you can reach the limit too. A little hand speed and then the limit. Then pro players would be even higher. Endless Knight said. Let me say it to you like this. First, disregard the strength of your accounts. At the new server's current level, each of the guild's 5 elites from equipment to skill are all around the same, right? Yi Xiu said. Yeah. Cold Knight admitted. In this sort of 5-player party, their advantages over the other guilds were limited. After all, as long as there was a party of 5 elites then they could compete. The 5-player elite parties from lower grade guilds like Excellent Dynasty wouldn't be worse than theirs. So in the end, what most affects the clear record is your mechanical skill. Suppose a pro player's skill level is a 10. But in such a low-level dungeon like Frost Forest, the max they could go to is a 5. A skill level 10 or a skill level 9 could only bring out a max of a skill level 5 in this dungeon. Do you understand now? Cold Knight and Endless Knight obviously understood this. This was like if their opponents had 100 life. A 1000 damage attack was the same as a 100 damage attack. Although the former was 10 times greater than the latter, the end result was the same. The reason the 1000 damage attack couldn't be fully displayed was because of that meager 100 life. If you're talking about our mechanical skill, then Cold Knight and I aren't bad. Endless Knight said. They aren't bad. You two are probably Tyrannical Ambition's most mechanically skilled players over here, right? But you guys. One's a knight, one's a cleric. Yi Xiu said, can you play other classes? What, if we could? Endless Knight asked carefully. If you say it like this, then I guess you can't. Yi Xiu said. While Endless Knight was depressed, Cold Knight followed up, I can play as an elementalist. But it's be a bit difficult with this account. The account I can borrow will definitely power level. It definitely won't stop at level 25. If it's like this, then even if you ask an expert to come over and play for you guys, then this account problem won't be easy to resolve. True. Cold Knight admitted. Over here in the new server, all of the level 25 accounts were concentrated on power leveling. They couldn't just stop temporarily. As for the other level players, those newly recruited players in the new server, they had only just became familiar with them. How could they just ask to borrow their accounts? Even if someone was willing to, their account cards were real-life objects. Both sides would have to be in the same place. Player and account. I can help look around for those. Yi Xiu said. Cold Knight felt long ago that this guy's self-confidence was definitely one of his strong points. As a guild leader, he had already began to weigh the pros and cons of this situation. If this guy completely found his own party, then his price would definitely be higher. If it was just for a Frost Forest dungeon record, then Cold Knight already felt that it wasn't too worth it. He firmly replied, our offer won't go any higher. Unexpectedly, Lord Grimm, who they had thought was extremely greedy, didn't actually have the intention of raising the price and laughed, I don't need that. The price stays the same. But you guys will have to do a little extra. Extra? Those 5 characters from Excellent Dynasty that cleared the record, give me info on their classes, equipment, everything. The more detailed the better. Yi Xiu said. This. I can think of a way. Cold Knight said. Also, I may need you guys to provide a few equipment. Yi Xiu said. Equipment. The most important ones are the level 25 purple weapons. Of course, other equipment are welcome too. These will only be borrowed temporarily. When I'm done, I'll return them to you. If you guys need a mortgage from me, then I can do that. Yi Xiu laughed. What classes? First find info on those 5 players from Excellent Dynasty. After that, I'll determine exactly how many pro-level players they had. Yi Xiu said. First tell me what classes. I'll begin preparing. Cold Knight said. Then, 1 battle mage, 1 brawler, and a launcher, these first. Yi Xiu said. Battle mage? You aren't going to look for 1,000 creations, right? Cold Knight began sweating. Currently, in the 10th server, Blue Brook Guild's 1,000 creations was a battle mage with high mechanical skill. Obviously not. If it was him, would he need a purple weapon? That's true. Cold Knight said, then who are you looking for? He deserved to be called a guild leader. He was always sensitive towards talents. I still have to think about it. Yi Xiu said. Cold Knight was extremely perplexed. This 10th server really was cursed. In an instant, so many experts popped out. This wasn't Glory's style. In ordinary games, a single server was a single world. In old servers, unhappy players would often restart when a new server opened. Like this, maybe they could become the king or tyrant of the new server and stir up troubles. But in Glory, all of the experts ended up gathering in the heavenly domain. No matter how rampant you were in the first, second, third, fourth server, etc., if you didn't even have the qualifications to enter the heavenly domain, then you were just a joke. As a result, in Glory, veterans that wanted to abandon their old accounts and start anew didn't have to switch to a new server. In the old server, a veteran could use their old account's money to buy items and their strength to level faster. How great was that? As a result, of those veterans that came to the new server to pioneer, the overwhelming majority of them were like Cold Knight and the others, who came to run their guild. But now, they met Lord Grimm, an unprecedented expert. And this player claimed that he could find players with mechanical skill higher than him and Endless Knight, that level of players. Although he and Endless Knight were way inferior compared to pro players, among the player masses, they were still considered extremely skilled. They were the elite of Tyrannical Ambition's elite. They were comparable to Blue Brook Guild's 5 great experts, that sort of level. However, this Lord Grimm seemed as if he could just casually find a few better than them. This made Cold Knight extremely perplexed. With regards to such a confident character, how could he not be curious? You guys go level up. No one's going to try and beat this record anyways. Wait until I level up and then I'll help you clear it. Yi Xiu said. Then. Let's contact each other later. Cold Knight patiently said. No matter who Lord Grimm found, he would eventually find out in the end. Cold Knight and Endless Knight carried their doubts and left. Their entries for Frost Forest had all been used up. They could still do Boneyard though. Yi Xiu's Lord Grimm was only level 21 and couldn't enter Boneyard. Right now, he could only complete quests and clear monsters to level. While he went to a place to level, Yi Xiu opened up his friends list and yelled out to Steamed Bun Invasion. Although this Steamed Bun Invasion was a noob at Glory, after hunting the Blood Gunner and dungeoning with him a few times, Yi Xiu found that his hand speed was quite quick. His situation was a bit similar to Tang Rose. He wasn't familiar with Glory, but he had the hand speed for it. In comparison, although Steamed Bun Invasion's hand speed wasn't as fast as Tang Rose, his coordination was better. Seeing how crazily enthusiastic he was towards Glory, this hand speed was most likely practiced through playing games. At this moment, Steamed Bun Invasion was still in the Frost Forest dungeon with 7 fields and the others. Yi Xiu had done his last run with Tyrannical Ambitions players. 7 fields and the others randomly added another person for their last run. In such an ordinary party, with their ordinary characters, ordinary equipment, and ordinary coordination, their dungeon clearing speed really was too ordinary. They almost needed 30 minutes to clear it. Steamed Bun Invasion had a high hand speed, that wasn't wrong, but the fact that he was still a Glory noob couldn't be ignored. As a result, his display of strength was greatly related to the leader's leading skills. With outstanding leading to replace his own thinking, instructing him on his position and damage, only then would his full strength be displayed. Right now, their party's leader was 7 fields. He was only an experienced player and couldn't even be considered an expert. Ah, God, we're still in a dungeon. Is there anything you need? Steamed Bun Invasion replied quickly. While in a dungeon, while fighting monsters, he could swiftly reply back. This was one indicator of hand speed. I'm done. In a bit, I'll come look for you for some business. Yi Xiu replied. It looked like, your name wasn't on TV. Steamed Bun Invasion said. Yeah, I failed. Yi Xiu said. Ah, what a pity. First finish your dungeon. Let's talk later. Okay. Yi Xiu had chatted with Cold Knight for a long time after exiting the dungeon, so Seven Fields and the others should almost be done with their dungeon too. In a short while, 5 players exited the dungeon, depressed and dejected. Without Brother Expert overseeing them, Seven Fields and the others were extremely unsatisfied with their efficiency, but were also helpless to improve their situation. Even though they saw how Brother Expert led them, there was no way that they could copy him. This situation was similar to how the 3 great guilds couldn't copy Yi Xiu's one-wave rush. Blue River and the others obviously understood how to use one-wave rush to fight. However, they also had no way to copy it because they had no way to achieve the skill level needed to be the core player. Brother Expert, that random player from Seven Fields' party, immediately left while the remaining 4 greeted Yi Xiu. They had also heard of his failure to set a new record. When they were still in the dungeon, they checked the record leaderboards. They saw Lord Grimm's name in the second-place party. The difference in time between theirs and the first-place parties wasn't small. Seven Fields and the others guessed that Brother Expert wouldn't be feeling too good, so they only greeted and didn't say anything else. Right now, the situation for the Frost Forest record has changed. In order to break the record, then I need a party with some skill. Yi Xiu said. Definitely not us. Seven Fields started sweating. He clearly knew about his own skill. Their skill wasn't even comparable to the elites of the big guilds. What do you think of Steamed Bun's skill level? Yi Xiu said. Steamed Bun. Seven Fields, Sunset Clouds, Drifting Water each sent an appalled emoticon. Finally, they said, Steamed Bun doesn't really know how to play. Steamed Bun Invasion copied them and sent each of them an appalled emoticon. Yeah, he doesn't really know how to play. But Steamed Bun's hand speed is very quick. Yi Xiu said. Really? Seven Fields and the others doubted. They hadn't noticed it. Yeah, this is true. My hands are very quick. How did God know? Steamed Bun Invasion was amazed. I could see it. Yi Xiu laughed. Actually, because of Steamed Bun Invasion's unfamiliarity with the game, it wasn't easy for him to display his hand speed. But who was Yi Xiu? He was textbook level player who couldn't be more familiar with glory. Relying on a few particular actions, he could determine a player's reaction speed and hand speed. The things he could see weren't things ordinary people could see. My hand speed is pretty good, but you feel like you can't put it to use. Right, right. Steamed Bun Invasion immediately followed. Come with me tonight to clear monsters. Let me teach you. Yi Xiu said. Okay, okay. Steamed Bun Invasion said happily. Brother Expert, teach us too. Seven Fields and the others blurted out. Do you guys still need me to teach you? You guys only need to improve your hand speed. Yi Xiu said. Seven Fields and the others' cheeks streamed with tears. We've been practicing the entire time. I can't avoid saying it. Sometimes, there's something called natural talent that makes strange things happen. Yi Xiu said. Seven Fields and the others cried, Brother Expert, we already know you're very tactful, but why does it seem like you're being so direct? We can go together then. Those without talent can only rely on hard work. It's just that most people haven't put in the effort, that's all. Yi Xiu said. Yi Xiu led Seven Fields group to Boneyard. Seven Fields, Sunset Clouds, Drifting Water were like Lord Grimm, and were level 21. With regards to the level 23 to 26 Boneyard and its higher-leveled monsters, they weren't very confident. Steamed Bun Invasion was level 23. The Boneyard had monsters at the same level as him, so he was already eager to try them out. Steamed Bun Invasion was obviously going to be coached by Yi Xiu. Although it couldn't be said that Seven Fields and the others couldn't improve, in such a desperate situation, only Steamed Bun Invasion could be counted on. After dispatching Seven Fields and the others to train, Yi Xiu began teaching Steamed Bun Invasion one-on-one. First, he had to explain to this guy his brawler class. The brawler class had mixed strengths. But in this level 25 stage, it didn't possess any AoE skills. A level 1 brawler could learn the same skill as every other class. A knock-up skill called uppercut. At level 5, it could learn the skill slap. A slap would sharply and clearly move others. It was the only aggro-related skill before the class change. The level 10 skill knee attack struck the target with the user's knee. However, it could only be considered a half-grab skill because it didn't have a knockdown effect. Afterwards, the level 15 skill strangle could not be used behind the target. After locking onto the target's throat, strangle, like the knee attack, didn't have a knockdown effect. At level 20, after changing classes, the brawler could learn the skill brick buster. However, hitting the back of the head to trigger the effect was a bit difficult. The mouse movement had to be quick and accurate. After that, there was the level 20 skill, sand toss. Yi Xiu had already instructed steamed bun invasion on this move. Brawlers could learn the skill, apply poison, at level 25. It would apply poison to the user's weapon. Afterwards, attacks could poison the target. However, this poison didn't last. It was a one-time additional damage that ignored defense. Currently, the level 23 steamed bun invasion couldn't learn it, so Yi Xiu didn't talk about it. Steamed bun invasion had already learned about different methods on how to use the above skills with normal attacks from his own experience. So Yi Xiu first instructed him on the hidden effects of all of these skills. For example, how slap could hit twice. When knee attack was used as a back attack, it could knock back the target. When strangle was used, the opponent would have his or her defense reduced by half. None of these things were written in the skill tooltip and could be considered hidden effects. While steamed bun invasion was engrossed in the game, he didn't check any guides, so he didn't know. If you don't understand anything, why'd you pick this class? Yi Xiu asked him. In the end, the guy told him that he just randomly learned skills when he was still unspecialized. And later, he felt that the brawler's slap, knee attack, and strangle were all commonly used attacks when he fought in the streets. So he immediately felt that this class was very moving. When he was moved to the extreme, he changed classes in satisfaction. This answer made Yi Xiu sweat a little, but he had already changed classes so there was nothing he could do. After instructing him hand-to-hand, steamed bun invasion, who already possessed high hand speed, improved at lightning speed, playing extremely well. Yi Xiu was now only worried about one problem. With this guy's passion for gaming and the fact that he was already 2 levels higher than him, this guy won't reach level 26 before he gets to level 25, right? This problem was extremely serious. Yi Xiu felt that he had to talk about it with steamed bun invasion. Steamed bun. How long has it been since you last slept? Yi Xiu asked. Huh. I'm not tired. Steamed bun invasion was happily clearing and slapping monsters. You should probably rest. I found a few guides for you. They all talk about brawlers. You can take a look at them. Yi Xiu said. Oh, I'll look at them when I eat. Steamed bun invasion. Even if you keep leveling like this, you're not going to be able to catch up to the big guild's players. Those all have several people playing on one account, so they level every day without resting. Yi Xiu said. Steamed bun invasion showed his disdain. That's stupid. More people, more strength. So don't try to compete with them by yourself. Relax and slowly level. The most important thing is that if you level so quickly, you'll be level 26 in a flash. How am I supposed to look for you so we can set a dungeon record together? Yi Xiu finally said his main point. Why not? Steamed bun invasion really was too much of a noob. He didn't even know how dungeon records worked. Yi Xiu could only explain it to him. Afterwards, steamed bun invasion couldn't help but fall into confusion. He wanted to quickly level, but also wanted to set a new record and go up on TV. 7 Fields and the others were summoned by Yi Xiu to be lobbyists for him and persuade steamed bun invasion. These 3 also did their utmost to explain to steamed bun invasion that in Glory, levels were like floating clouds. Going up on TV, going up on the leaderboards were the most majestic goals in Glory. The pile of players bombarded him one after another. Finally, steamed bun invasion reluctantly accepted. Okay then. Then I'll try to slow down. God, how many days do you need to level? I'll be quick. Yi Xiu said, oh right, don't join a guild in these few days. Okay. Finally, he settled the matter with steamed bun invasion. Yi Xiu let out a sigh. Dealing with this noob wasn't easy. No matter how you said it, he wouldn't listen to you. being a noob was also a type of strength. Steamed Bun Invasion, who had a difficult time accepting that he had to level slower, couldn't kill too many monsters. If he didn't, he'd be bored. Killing too quickly wasn't good, but killing too slowly was boring. For a moment, he didn't know what he should do, so he simply logged out of the game and looked at the guides Yi Xiu gathered for him. Yi Xiu looked. And at long last, this guy stopped leveling. However, he himself had to hurry up. As a result, he partied with 7 fields and the others and madly cleared monsters as if they were in a dungeon. They cleared so madly that the 3 players started feeling a little nauseous towards the boneyard. Yi Xiu was still full of energy though. The other 3 couldn't help but sigh with sorrow. He really deserves to be called brother expert. They trained in the boneyard until the day came. The 4 players had all leveled to level 22. Although 7 fields and the others wanted to vomit, brother experts leading made leveling more efficient, making the 3 of them a little reluctant to leave. However, on Yi Xiu's side, it was time for him to change shifts, so he couldn't continue playing at the reception desk. After hurriedly handing over the shift, he quickly rushed over to the smoking area to continue playing. Chen Guo woke up from her sleep. She looked out from the window and saw the nice weather. Stretching, she climbed out of her bed. She rubbed the sleep out of her eyes and wanted to go to the bathroom. When she reached her bedroom door, she suddenly remembered that there was still a male living in these rooms. She couldn't casually expose her body like she did before when it was just her and Tang Rou. Thinking of this, Chen Guo quickly fixed her pajamas. Whatever needed to be tied was tied. Whatever needed to be buttoned was buttoned. Only then did she leave the bedroom. After leaving the room, she looked to the side. Tang Rou's room was completely open. Too careless. There's a male living here too. If you didn't close your door when you slept, who knew what a male's lust could do? While thinking of this, Chen Guo did an experiment. She tested whether she could see Tang Rou's bed from the door crack. In the end, she saw the bed, but she didn't see anyone in it. Chen Guo stared blankly. She pushed open the door. Tang Rou's bed hadn't been touched. She hadn't slept all night. Chen Guo was astonished. She immediately went towards Yi Xiu's storage room. The door was also wide open. After a bit of hesitation, she decided to run in and look. No one here either. These 2 were lunatics. Chen Guo foolishly looked towards the 2 empty rooms on her left and right. Chen Guo quickly tidied everything up and then appeared in the internet cafe like the wind. While the employees all greeted her with, "Morning boss," her gaze fell on Tang Rou in the non-smoking area. Her expression was the same as when Chen Guo went to sleep, concentrated without the slightest hint of tiredness. She ran to the smoking area and her gaze fell onto another person. Yi Xiu was over here smoking, taking in clouds and puffing out fog. In that cloud of smoke, the rough outline of his figure could be seen playing the game. Early in the morning. This was the time of day when the internet cafe was the most empty. There were even fewer guests now than when the guests were pulling all-nighters. The sounds of these 2 playing crisply echoed throughout the internet cafe. You once, me once, pa 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 pa. Chen Guo ignored Yi Xiu and first went over to Tang Rou. Still playing. You're asking to die. Chen Guo closed in while speaking. No response. Tang Rou was wearing her headphones, which only allowed her to hear the game noises. The Chen Guo next to her simply wasn't with her in the same world. Chen Guo could only step forward and take off her headphones. Only then did Tang Rou respond. You got up so early. Tang Rou turned her head to look at Chen Guo for half a second and then turned back to the game, pa 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 pa. You've gone mad from playing. Chen Guo was helpless. She was starting to feel a little skeptical on whether pulling Tang Rou into glory was the right thing to do. Ha ha. Tang Rou laughed, but didn't say anything. What level? Chen Guo went up to look. Level 16. I'm still off from Yi Xiu's Lord Grimm by 5 levels. Tang Rou said this and opened up her friends list. After seeing Lord Grimm's name, she cried out in surprise, whoa, he leveled up again. He's level 22 now. So competitive. Finish this dungeon and then go to sleep. Once you're done resting, you can go back and play. Chen Guo saw that Tang Rou's soft mist was in the beginner village's skeleton graveyard fighting in close quarters. She was soloing it too. Who would believe that this was a glory noob? What sleep? It's almost time for me to go to work. Tang Rou said. Chen Guo was startled. That was true. Today, Tang Rou had the morning work shift. Normally, she would already be sitting at the reception desk. I'll go once I'm out of this dungeon. Tang Rou smiled at Qinguo. No matter how good their relationship was, in the end there was still a boss-to-employee relationship. Tang Rou also had work to do in the internet cafe. She wasn't eating for free or living here for free, only playing here for free. First rest a bit. I'll ask someone to switch with you. Qinguo said. No need, no need. Tang Rou chatted with Qinguo while her hands never stopped moving. This night, through the guides and the game, Tang Rou had learned how to use the battle mage's low-level skills. Tang Rou had improved a lot and was already different from before, not completely relying on reaction speed and hand speed to play. Okay. Under Qinguo's watch, Tang Rou's soft mist soloed the Spider Cave's final boss. After logging out of the game and shutting off the computer, she immediately headed towards the reception desk. Qinguo silently followed her, and then when she reached the reception desk, Tang Rou had already logged back into the game. We should at least eat something, right? Qinguo said. You haven't eaten either. Thanks. Tang Rou laughed as if she had won a favor. I don't know what to say. Qinguo forced a smile. She went out to buy breakfast and then returned to give Tang Rou a portion. She even brought a portion for Yi Xiu. Ah. Boss, you're too kind. Yi Xiu took the breakfast and said, I didn't help put a blanket over you yesterday night. Did you sleep well last night? Both of you are mad. Qinguo thought of the rooms that clearly had 3 people living in them. But when she woke up, she found that she was the only one there. Oh. Little Tang didn't sleep either. Yi Xiu said and opened up his friends list to check. Sure enough, Soft Mist was still online. You didn't know? Qinguo stared blankly. Don't tell me these two didn't say anything to each other over the entire night. Tang Rou was chasing after this guy's level, but this guy actually didn't know at all. I didn't notice. Perfect. I still have something I need to talk with her about. Yi Xiu took his breakfast and ran to look for Tang Rou. At this moment, Tang Rou was eating her breakfast while looking at a battle mage guide. Seeing Yi Xiu come over, she immediately swallowed the food in her mouth. After wiping her mouth, she nodded her head and said hello. What level are you? Yi Xiu asked. Level 16. How quick? Hurry up and get to level 25. There'll be something fun to do. Yi Xiu said. Oh. What thing? Tang Rou asked. Have you seen the Frost Forest clear record? Yi Xiu asked. I saw it. It looks like your record was broken. Tang Rou said. She followed the records pretty closely because she had originally wanted to surpass Yi Xiu. But in the end, she didn't think that someone had already beaten that night. One of them was even Yi Xiu's own party. Tang Rou saw Lord Grimm's name on the second place party. It was a much better time than his original one too. It didn't only beat my record. It's the highest clear record in all 10 of Glory's servers. Yi Xiu said. You want to take it back? Tang Rou said. Yup. Fun, right? Yi Xiu said. If you take it back and then I beat yours, that'd be even more fun. Tang Rou said. When were we enemies? Yi Xiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It looked like this sister really did want to beat him. Haha. Tang Rou laughed. When you get to level 20, try out the dungeon for yourself first. It looks to me like you're looking down on this record too much. Yi Xiu said. I was just kidding. The highest record in all 10 of Glory's servers must be amazing. Tang Rou said. Oh, then hurry up and level then. Yi Xiu let out a sigh. He was worried that this girl might be a bit too conceited. Okay. Tang Rou nodded her head. Are you sleeping tonight? Yi Xiu asked. Hey. You two are going too far. Qinguo suddenly jumped out to interrupt them. After hearing this, it looked like these two weren't going to sleep. Did they need to play so crazily? Relax, boss. It won't interfere with work. Yi Xiu said. No good. The internet cafe's computers are all mine. I won't let you play on them. Qinguo said unreasonably. Yi Xiu let out a sigh. He knocked on the reception desk. Little Tang, open up a membership card for me. Tang Rou was startled, but then immediately went to do it while mumbling to herself, then I'll open up one too. Qinguo fell apart. She really was going to die from anger. The more irritating part was that Tang Rou was also going to follow what he said blindly. She's ruined, ruined. She's only played Glory for a day and she's already ruined. I won't care about you guys then. Chen Guo ran off in anger. Cough, hurry up and level. Yi Xiu didn't mention the membership card and told Tang Rou to take care. He went back to the smoking area to continue struggling. Tang Rou's morning shift went from 7 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon. Business in the morning was relatively slow, so she wasn't very busy and could still play. In the afternoon, guests gradually began to flow in. The reception desk was a bit too busy for her. She could only play the game on and off, but she still continued to persevere. However, Yi Xiu stopped when it was noon. He ran over to check on Tang Rou and saw that she was still playing even under such busy conditions. It really wasn't easy. You're really not going to sleep? Yi Xiu asked. I have the morning shift. I don't get off until 3. Tang Rou said. Okay. Yi Xiu replied, you still have to pay attention to your sleep. Physical strength greatly influences your ability to play, too. Between Yi Xiu and Tang Rou, one of them went to sleep after lunch, while the other went to sleep after the 3 o'clock shift. When dinner arrived, neither of them were there. Chen Guo angrily annihilated her dinner with the other employees. She originally didn't want to leave either of them food, but after eating midway, she gave in to her soft-heartedness and in the end, she left the two of them food. At 8 o'clock at night, Yi Xiu, with 8 hours of sleep, woke up like a machine. After smoking a cigarette, he went to rinse his mouth and wash his face. He then left the room and headed downstairs. The internet cafe downstairs was pitch black again. It was the same as when Yi Xiu's retirement was announced. Yi Xiu was startled. Then, he thought of Happy Internet Cafe's practice of broadcasting the Glory Profession Alliance Championship. He calculated the date. Today was the day of Glory's 20th match. He looked at the first floor's lounge and just as expected, the projection curtain from last time had already been opened. At this moment, the Esports channel was already being streamed onto it. The match hadn't yet started, but many people had already scrambled for a good position. While they played on the computer in front of them, they waited for the match to start. Yi Xiu walked up to the reception desk and asked the little sister there, which match? Clearly, the little sister at the reception desk didn't care too much about Glory. As before, she was still watching her K-dramas. However, as part of an internet cafe, she knew what should be known, excellent eras. Yi Xiu nodded his head. He understood very well. The Glory Professional Alliance had a total of 20 clubs. The 20 teams fought each other one-on-one. The 10 matches were held at the same time. The TV channel was limited in how much it could show at once, so they usually only broadcasted the most important match. But as an esport, the true broadcasts were on the internet. On the internet, all 10 matches were streamed at the same time. The spectators could freely choose which match they wanted to see. Happy Internet Cafe and Club Excellent Era were in the same city, so most of the people here naturally supported their hometown's team. Happy Internet Cafe mainly broadcasted Excellent Era's matches. Now that Yi Xiu retired, although the supporters were sad, their support for their club didn't change. The newly introduced expert, Sun Xiang, made them feel even more expectant. They hoped that Excellent Era could rise from their slump in the previous season. Currently, as the second-to-last place team, they were still quite far from getting a playoff spot. But the season was just a bit over halfway through, so everyone still had hoped that some miracle would happen. The matches all started at 8:30 p.m. There were still 10 minutes until they started. After Chen Guo attended to all of the guests, she came over and saw Yi Xiu at the reception desk. Boss. Yi Xiu immediately said hello. I left you some food. Chen Guo said. Thanks. Yi Xiu went to go get food to eat. Broadcasting Excellent Era's match. Yi Xiu chatted with Chen Guo while eating food. Yeah. Chen Guo nodded her head. Who are they against? Yi Xiu asked. 301, Chen Guo said. Oh. Yi Xiu nodded his head. With regards to the pro teams, he obviously knew more about them than Chen Guo. 301 was the short form for Team 301 Degrees, a part of Club 301 Degrees. They were an old team in Glory. They kept their rankings in the middle with a steady performance. Although the team didn't have a powerful account like the Battle God 1 Autumn Leaf, the 6 main accounts had equal strength. Among the 6 characters that the team captain Yang Tsung controlled, the assassin scene killer possessed silver dual swords, chaotic winding shadow swords. He played shrewdly and ruthlessly, a troublesome opponent. In the league's first half, Excellent Era had been bullied around by everyone. But now that a new expert had come, they clearly showed their intent to rise again. It was Sun Xiang's first match since he joined the team, yet the TV channels all chose to broadcast this. 8:30, the matches began on time. Yi Xiu had already madly annihilated his dinner. The atmosphere in the internet cafe began to heat up. Everyone boldly discussed their opinions on the upcoming match and arrogantly commented on their predictions. Yi Xiu looked to Chen Guo, who was also extremely excited. She was worthy of being called one of Glory's most devoted fans. The 20th match of the Season 8 Glory Professional Alliance Championship, 301 Degrees vs Excellent Era. A title appeared on the broadcast. The commentator spurred the mood by shouting as if he were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, while introducing today's honored guest, Li Yibo. So it's Li Yibo. Yi Xiu didn't need any introduction. There were very few people he didn't know among the pros. Li Yibo was a former pro player, but he retired 4 years ago. His skill level in the professional circle was also considered top tier and he was very good at networking. When he was a pro player, he established a good relationship with the media. After retiring, he immediately became an honored guest among the professional commentators. He had already been doing this for 4 years. At this moment, immaculately dressed, Li Yibo was chatting leisurely in front of the camera and commentated on the two teams. The recent change in Excellent Era was obviously the focus point. And talking about Yi Xiu's commemoration obviously couldn't be avoided. With a solemn expression, Li Yibo recalled a story between Yi Xiu and himself back in the days. Hearing this, Yi Xiu was dumbstruck. You and I only said a total of 10 words to each other. Make it up. Keep on making it up. Calm and composed, Li Yibo made up the entire story. With just a look, it was obviously a script he prepared beforehand. Soon after, he randomly chatted with the commentator for a bit and then the match officially began. 301 Degrees vs Excellent Era. Individual match, Round 1. Player Introduction. 301 Degrees, Player, Gao Jie. Character, Stellar Sword. The internet cafe was filled with hissing sounds. There were even curses thrown in there. With regards to the loyal fans, any opponent was an enemy. A complete beatdown would be immensely satisfying. Next up, Excellent Era, Player, Su Mucheng. Character, Dancing Rain. Su Mucheng. Yi Xiu still hadn't figured out what had happened when a tsunami of whistles and shouts almost made him fall off his chair. Especially the nearby Chen Guo's screeching, they carved into his bones and engraved itself into his heart. What intense reactions, ha! Yi Xiu laughed. He had never doubted Su Mucheng's popularity, but this scene made him jump in fright. Of course. She's the #1 female expert. Chen Guo proudly said. This was her #1 idol. #1 female expert. Who said that? Yi Xiu said baffled. That's what everyone says. Chen Guo said. That's just hype. Yi Xiu said. If not her, then who else? Chen Guo asked. If you're talking about skill level, then the strongest female expert should be Chu Yunxiu. Yi Xiu said. Team Misty Rain's Chu Yunxiu? Chen Guo asked. Yup. Chen Guo thought for a moment. In the end, the match started and her thoughts immediately flew there. Another, Su Mucheng, was shouted, giving her idol a cheer as if she believed that Su Mucheng could hear her. This is a fangirl. Yi Xiu exclaimed in surprise. If he called Su Mucheng over to the internet cafe to play around, would this boss be so excited that she'd burn down the internet cafe in order to celebrate? In the middle of everyone's cheers, the match officially started. In the pro scene, an overwhelming victor was extremely rare. It was impossible to show off such ridiculous gaps in strength such as between an experienced veteran and a noob. A few powerful, dominating players and their god-level characters could create a certain amount of suppression to ordinary pro players and their characters, but Su Mucheng and her Dancing Rain weren't at this level. However, in comparison, Gao Jie and his Stellar Sword were a bit inferior. But this sort of strength shown on paper wasn't enough to say whether he would win or lose. In this one-on-one match, it wouldn't be a surprise if either of them won. Their performance on stage could either increase or make up for the gap between their strengths on paper. When all was said and done, in the end, this was a player-oriented competition. God-level characters also needed a player to utilize its strength. No matter how tyrannical a player was, there would always be a time when the player would go into a slump and lose. What's more, it was currently a period of rising stars. The title of Unequaled had already been sealed long ago. Beauty Sue, I'll be starting now. A message from the Stellar Sword jumped out in the chat box next to the match scene. That's right, in the glory competitions, although the two opponents couldn't use their voice to communicate, they could type out words to send out a message. In the playing field, there was only this single public chat channel. The messages sent here wouldn't be blocked and would be directly broadcasted for everyone to see. Truthfully, in some matches, the trash talk between the two players were even more memorable than the actual battle. In the pro scene, there was no lack of players who were experts at trash talking to irritate their opponents. After the message was sent out, the opponent would definitely see it. There was no way to block or close the chat box. Of course, whether a player wanted to use this sort of method all relied on the player's preferences. In all of these years, all kinds of players with different styles appeared. There were players that would talk whenever there was a chance to. There were players that would seize any opportunity to calmly insult their opponents. There were players that wouldn't say anything from start to finish. There were even a few dirty players that would fill the screen insulting their opponents' genitals. And ultimately, that sort of dirty talk wasn't blocked either. However, those players would be penalized by the Alliance. Moreover, with so many people watching, dirty and violent words would obviously damage the player's image. As a result, most of these happened when they made a mistake and accidentally said them. Specialists in talking dirty hadn't appeared in a long time. Gao Jie's opening remark implicitly made fun of her being a girl. Happy Internet Cafe's numerous fans immediately went into an outrage and roared at him. However, Su Muching only typed out a smiley face and said, "Okay." Gao Jie had no other verbal attacks other than his opening remark, so he immediately took out his sword and began to attack. Stellar Sword was a blade master. Su Muching was a launcher. One was a long-ranged class and the other a close combat class. Gao Jie relied on his familiarity with the map to wind around, hiding his body as he moved, and quietly closed in on Dancing Rain. Why was Gao Jie familiar with the map? This was because in the regular season, the Glory League adopted a double round-robin system, splitting into a home and away game. The home ground's biggest advantage was that they had the privilege of choosing the map. Glory had numerous battle maps and added new ones every year. Knowing which map they would use naturally meant the players could do research and practice beforehand. They might also play in the same map in their away game, but they obviously wouldn't have the focused practice like when they did in their home games. It was definitely possible that the home team and the visiting team prepared for the same map, but such an occurrence hadn't yet happened. And as the number of maps in Glory increased, the probability of this happening also decreased. If the map chosen was the same as what their opponents had once chosen as their home map, then that was their own mistake and couldn't be blamed on others. The current map that was used in this one-on-one match was a white snow-covered town. Stellar Sword's character wore a full body of white-colored equipment. Even the opponent's silver weapon, White Lightsaber, implied that it emitted white light. The reason for using this map was too obvious. At this moment, Stellar Sword was taking the long route to close in on Dancing Rain. The current broadcast was on Stellar Sword's first-person perspective, letting everyone experience his current circumstances. Then, it switched to a bird's-eye view of the entire map. From this view, they could see that Dancing Rain wasn't stupidly staying in her original position, not moving and turning around everywhere. The point of view quickly switched to Dancing Rain. The match broadcast had many different points of views. They didn't only have the player's first-person view. Right now, it was a third-person view letting everyone see that Dancing Rain was circling around a small area scouting around. From this, it could be seen that whether the match was exciting or not was decided by the performance of the two players. However, this broadcast also showed to everyone that an outstanding cameraman was needed for this too. If the camera angle stayed on a bird's-eye view from start to finish, then no matter how exciting the match was, the broadcast would turn it into trash. This time, the cameraman was clearly quite good. By switching between these three camera angles, plus the casting by the commentator and the guest, the intentions of both players became obvious. Gao Jie was controlling Stellar Sword along a roundabout route to close in, preparing to catch Dancing Rain off guard. But the experienced Su Muching clearly anticipated this. After observing the surrounding terrain, she controlled Su Muching to jump to a good sniping spot. This spot occupied the high grounds. If Stellar Sword wanted to get near, then he would have to expose him to Dancing Rain's heavy fire. Happy Internet Cafe immediately started booing and laughing. Their laughing was naturally aimed at Gao Jie. He had originally wanted to mount a sneak attack, but now he would fall to Dancing Rain instead. But Yi Xiu knew that there was no way it would be so simple. If Gao Jie really would fall from this ambush, then he would have wasted his home ground advantage. Just as expected, Yi Xiu predicted correctly. After Gao Jie's stellar sword closed in, he didn't rashly rush forward. Instead, he took another detour and slipped his head out from a small alley to look around. This guy sneaking about really is so wretched. Just hurry up and die already. Chen Guo impatiently said. Yi Xiu shook his head. His current position is a blind spot. Su Muqing's movements were within his calculations. Gao Jie's current position is a blind spot. No matter what sniping spot Su Muqing chooses, none of them would have been able to see his position. It looks like all of Su Muqing's movements are within his calculations. In the broadcast, Li Yiba's voice also said this at just the right time. It was identical to what Yi Xiu said. It looks like 301's research on this map was very thorough. The commentator laughed. Naturally. Li Yiba said. How does Gao Jie know which sniping spot Su Muqing is hiding at? Chen Guo was startled when she said this because the commentator also asked the same question. Footprints. Yi Xiu and Li Yiba answered. Their answers were the same. Oh, so it was the footprints, the commentator suddenly realized. Everyone look, the map 301 chose is a snowy land, so after a character moves, the character will leave behind a footprint. Following his explanation, the broadcast showed a few of the footprints Dancing Rain left behind. But if he goes out to check the footprints, then he'll expose himself to Dancing Rain's fire. The commentator felt. So look here. Stellar Sword began moving, while Li Yiba explained, Gao Jie should be going to a footprint where Su Muqing can't see him. 301 has studied this map very thoroughly. Oh. Is there such a spot? The commentator was unconvinced. Probably only Gao Jie can answer this question. Li Yiba pretended to move back and forth in suspense. Ha ha ha. The commentator laughed. Actually, to be a professional glory commentator, Han Lin had already done this for several years. He himself was a glory fan. Although he wasn't at the level of a pro player, he had done this as work for a long time, so his scope on the game wasn't ordinary. He probably already knew the answers to his previous doubts and questions, but no choice, that's what the program wanted. The commentator and the honored guest were supposed to echo each other and chat. The commentator and the honored guests did different work. The commentator usually introduced the subjects, while the honored guest analyzed. Han Lin had commentated for many years and had worked together with Li Yiba many times. They could be considered well coordinated. Gao Jie controlled Stellar Sword to go around the surroundings. After finding a spot, the camera angle changed, giving everyone Stellar Sword's first-person view. Just as expected, Stellar Sword found one of Dancing Rain's footprints. As spectators who had seen the map from a bird's-eye view, they obviously knew that this footprint was already enough to expose Dancing Rain's position. Sure enough, she was found. The commentator said, Su Muqing is too careless. This mistake shouldn't have been made. Yeah, it looks like Yi Xiu's retirement had a big mental impact on her. From when she first started her career, she had always been with Yi Xiu. Li Yiba spoke as if he understood the situation well. Oh no. What should she do? Chen Guo nervously tugged at Yi Xiu's arm. Yi Xiu laughed a little. He puffed out a smoke and said, the footprint is the real trap. What? Chen Guo was startled. She turned her head towards Yi Xiu. Her previous question wasn't actually aimed at Yi Xiu. She was simply nervous and was talking to herself. Look. Yi Xiu pointed at the projection. The sound of a gun came through. Chen Guo immediately turned her head. Dancing Rain was using an aerial fire to move. In midair, she targeted Stellar Sword, who was behind the wall, and launched an anti-tank missile. Gao Jie clearly hadn't anticipated this sudden attack. The anti-tank missile sent out 3 artillery shells that whistled over. It was already too late to dodge them. The artillery shells exploded and the shock wave blasted Stellar Sword into the wall. Su Muqing landed on a roof. Her pitch-black gun aimed at Stellar Sword and a tongue of flame roared out. An artillery shell flew out a short distance and then suddenly exploded into several smaller artillery shells and dropped down in numerous arcs towards Stellar Sword. No matter what direction Stellar Sword moved, he was already trapped. Launcher skill, FIM, 92, Stinger. The fired artillery shell would explode into 8 stingers and drop down, carrying out an AoE attack. This skill was usually used on flat grounds and pointed up towards the sky. After the initial artillery shell exploded, the smaller stingers would envelop the target, dropping from the sky. However, Dancing Rain was already on higher grounds, so she saved time by not needing to calculate where to release Stinger. Although Stellar Sword couldn't avoid the shots, he could still try to minimize the damage. If he stood there without moving, then he would take damage from all 8 stingers. As a result, Gao Jie controlled Stellar Sword to rush forward. There was no way he could avoid the damage, so he decided that he might as well close the distance between Dancing Rain. Right now, he was already closing in. There was no point in trying to mount a sneak attack in his position. He opened up a path with triple slash. After eating 2 stingers, Stellar Sword rushed to underneath the house and immediately used Rising Dragon. He raised his sword above his head. Light flashed out and he flew up. Relying on this skill's powerful lift-off, Gao Jie believed that the gunner had no way of blocking his path up to the roof. Just as expected, he rose onto the roof and looked. Dancing Rain had already pulled away, maintaining a certain distance from Stellar Sword. Seeing that Stellar Sword was about to land on the roof after flying up, Dancing Rain's hands made a clicking sound and a heat-seeking missile launched in an arc dropping towards the edge of the house. Heat-seeking missile. Using a heat source to find its target, it dropped from the sky to attack the opponent. It had a wide explosion radius and had high damage. It was an extremely powerful skill. Except, it was too slow. The not yet landed Stellar Sword used a sword draw in midair. A snow-white sword light streaked across the sky. With a dong, it accurately hit the heat source. Beautiful. Pan Lin and Li Yibo exclaimed in admiration at this brilliant and outstanding move. But at this moment, a smiley face sent by Su Muching flashed on the chat box. Immediately following, a thick pillar of light dropped from the sky, completely enveloping Stellar Sword from head to toe. Stellar Sword and the house underneath his feet exploded and then collapsed. The light pillar spun and then split into 6 smaller light pillars. While spinning, they revolved around the center and then gradually spread out, causing the snow on the ground to fly up, covering the sky with a sheet of white snow. Launcher Ultimate Skill, Satellite Beam. An amazing satellite beam. The commentator Pan Lin reacted quite quickly. Immediately following with these words, the original high praise, beautiful, looked as if they had anticipated this and were praising Su Muching. Li Yibo's reaction wasn't slow either, he immediately followed, it looks like Gao Jie miscalculated this time. Let's all see how much damage this satellite beam did. Pan Lin directed the cameraman to look at Stellar Sword's life. It looks like it's gone down a third. Li Yibo said. Let me see. You're right. Stellar Sword's life dropped by 1/3. This satellite beam really did some work. Adding on to the previous anti-tank missile and stinger damage, Gao Jie is not in a good situation. Pan Lin shouted. Correct, let's see if he has any new methods to close in on Dancing Rain. If the distance between them is kept like this, then there's no way he'll be able to beat a launcher. Li Yibo said extensively. The point you've analyzed is correct. Pan Lin immediately followed. From when Dancing Rain was about to be sneak attacked to Stellar Sword being caught unprepared and losing a third of his life in an instant, happy internet cafes fans all stared in awe and all forgot to cheer. This included Chen Guo. Until she heard Yi Xiu say, it's over for Gao Jie. Su Muching is in an extremely good situation. Really? Chen Guo said blankly and thought of an idiom, the expert grasps the essence, while the amateur sees the surface. She always thought that glory players like her already grasped the essence, but today, hearing Yi Xiu's words made Chen Guo suddenly feel that they were only amateurs who knew what skills were used. Chen Guo continued to watch the match and was somewhat baffled. She already had trouble concentrating. Sure enough, the following development was just as Yi Xiu had predicted. Gao Jie's Stellar Sword was in a complete disadvantage. Under the suppression of the long-ranged fire from Su Muching's Dancing Rain, he could only take a beating without any chance to fight back. Although there were a few times where he rushed forward to Dancing Rain, Su Muching quickly broke away from him every time. She kept a distance between herself and Stellar Sword and continued to relentlessly attack. The scene continuously changed camera angles, letting everyone see the skill and control of a pro player. The commentator and the honored guest continued to echo each other. Time and time again, they could only feel sorry for Gao Jie's numerous attempts to close in. On the other hand, every time Su Muqing sent out a beautiful attack, they applauded and praised her. For them, they had to take an absolutely neutral standpoint. Although they might favor one side in their minds, they rarely displayed it when commentating. The white snow-covered town had already destroyed by the intense battle between the two. Thick smoke billowed out from the heavy artillery explosions everywhere, and sword scars lay etched into the fields by the numerous sword slashes. Finally, the word glory violently jumped onto the screen. The broadcast quickly zoomed in onto Stellar Sword. The scene also went into slow motion showing Stellar Sword killed by an anti-tank missile. From the slow motion, they could clearly see that what had originally been 3 missiles in a one straight line was pulled into a triangle shape by Su Muqing. Haha, it's a tri-shot. Chen Guo, who was familiar with launchers, recognized this move. The player rapidly moved the front sight on their guns, making the 3 consecutive missiles pull apart at an angle, expanding the anti-tank missile's explosion radius. Yup, can you do it? Yi Xiu asked. I can't. I can only do 2 of them. Chen Guo said regretfully. After a bit of hesitation, she said, this is hard, right? Little Tang can't do it either. Her hand speed isn't a problem, but timing between the 3 consecutive anti-tank missiles has to be grasped. If you don't have enough experience, then you definitely can't do it. Yi Xiu said. So it's like that. Chen Guo nodded her head. The broadcast had already zoomed in on the victorious dancing rain. Afterwards, they broadcasted a few of the highlights while the commentator and the honored guest continuously commentated. Team Excellent Era won the first round and earned a point. There were 3 parts in the Glory League's competition. The first part was an individual competition. Each team sent 3 players to play 3 one-on-one matches. Each victory won them 1 point. The second part was the group competition. Each team made a 3-player group and fought in a KOF format. Each team would send out 1 player to compete. The loser would leave the field and switch with another team member. Once one team ran out of players, the other team would obtain victory and would earn 2 points. The third part was the team competition. Each team had a total of 6 players competing, but each battle would be a 5v5 team battle. The 6th player could be called to substitute a player. Once all players in a team were defeated, the other team would obtain victory and earn 5 points. In this format, players chosen in the first part cannot be chosen to play in the second part. For example, Gao Jie and Su Muqing had already played in the first round of the 1v1 competition, so these 2 could not participate in the second part. However, they were allowed to participate in the third part. In this match, a total of 10 points could be won. The Glory League ranked teams by the total amount of points they had. In this 301 vs Excellent Era match, Su Muqing won the first round and earned 1 point for the team. Happy Internet Cafe cheered and every one of them was extremely excited. Among all of the noise, the highlights from the first round ended and the second round of the individual competition began. In this round, 301 didn't waste their home ground advantage. Relying on their familiarity with the map, Team 301 won the second round. Of course, this time no one in the Internet Cafe could smile. The same type of highlight reel rolled, but the Internet Cafe was completely lifeless. In the third round of the individual competition, Team Excellent Era lost again. The spectators in the Internet Cafe began to look sinister. Everyone felt extremely terrible in their hearts. Some cursed at 301, some sighed in disappointment at Team Excellent Era. Chen Guo wasn't feeling good either. She didn't know when, but looking to the side she saw that Yi Xiu had already left her side and stood outside the door to smoke. The cigarette but glowed brightly in the dusky night, but the person's expression was indistinct. After the highlight reel and the commentating, the second part, the group competition, began. Both sides revealed their group arrangements. All of the spectators' spirits in Happy Internet Cafe ignited. Excellent Era's trump card finally stepped into the spotlight. Battle God 1 Autumn Leaf was in the first position of the group. And his opponent was also 301's best player, the team captain Yang Tsong's assassin, Scene Killer. 1 Autumn Leaf had been the recent subject of discussion in the recent few days. In this moment it was hard to avoid talking about it. Yi Qiu's name was naturally touched upon from time to time until the match started. Han Lin and Li Yiba hadn't finished talking about what they wanted to. There was nothing to be done. There were far too many stories about Yi Qiu and 1 Autumn Leaf. Okay, the competition has started. Let's pay attention to the match. This is Sun Xiang's first time using one autumn leaf as the representative of Excellent Era. Coach Lee, what do you think? Pan Lin skillfully cut off the previous topic and switched over to the competition. If we compare their individual skill levels, Sun Xiang is above Yang Kong. Not to mention their characters. All of the 301's character strengths are all around the same. Yang Tsung Scene Killer and Gao Jie's Stellar Sword are almost on par and isn't comparable to the Battle God One Autumn Leaf. Li Ba said. Yeah, we know. One Autumn Leaf should be the character with the most silver equipment in the professional alliance, right? Pan Lin said. Yes, it's true if you just look at the amount. However, as we all know, because the silver equipment's attributes are rarely publicized, we don't know the attributes, so the amount of silver equipment isn't an accurate indicator. Li Ba said. You're right. After all, sometimes silver equipment are at the same level as orange equipment, or even purple equipment, blue equipment, are all possible, right? Pan Lin said. Correct. From my observations of the first half in the season, I feel that God-level characters like Troubling Rain, Desert Dust, Peaceful Hermit, etc., although they don't have as many silver equipment as One Autumn Leaf, they aren't in any way weaker than One Autumn Leaf. Li Ba said. There's also the question of skill points. Pan Lin said. As God-level characters, how could they be losing in skill points? Li Ba laughed. That's true. But no matter how you say it, Scene Killer should be inferior by a level, right? Pan Lin said. Of course. Li Ba said, however, this doesn't mean that Yang Tsung is certainly going to lose. After all, in Glory, you can never tell who's going to win or lose just by looking at their stats on paper. Then what advantages does Yang Tsung have? Pan Lin said. First of all, he has the home ground advantage. I don't think it's necessary to talk about this. Second, Sun Xiang has just recently transferred to Excellent Era. He should still have some trouble getting used to One Autumn Leaf. We also know that his previously played character wasn't a battle mage. This is a very big obstacle. These are Sun Xiang's disadvantages. Switch them around and these are Yang Tsung's advantages. Li Ba said. But I heard that Sun Xiang has done quite some research on battle mages. Pan Lin said. He definitely has. For Excellent Era to have replaced Yi Qiu with Sun Xiang, this is something they definitely considered. If they brought over someone who didn't know anything about battle mages, this would be just like in soccer. If the forward was put in as the rear guard, that'd be too funny. No matter how you say it, even if you gave Yi Qiu a battle mage with different equipment and skills, he would also need some time to adjust to it, right? Li Ba said. With Yi Qiu's experience, he might not need to. Pan Lin laughed. Right, speaking of experience, Sun Xiang has only been in the professional alliance for a year and a half. He could be considered a new player. There's a considerable difference between him and Yang Tsung. Good. Everyone look, Yang Tsung decided to directly attack. Right now, Scene Killer has already appeared in One Autumn Leaf's view. Before, the two competitors were standing in position, so Pan Lin and Li Ba analyzed and made a few predictions on the outcome of the match. But now, the two sides suddenly met. A fight could break out at any moment, so Pan Lin immediately ended their idle talk and began commentating on the current situation. Was Yang Tsung a bit too impatient? Li Ba said. Scene Killer has rushed forward. He's moving towards One Autumn Leaf's right side. Pan Lin passionately shouted. Oh. He's not directly going at him. Scene Killer rushed forward, but right when he was about to close in on One Autumn Leaf, he suddenly stopped and began to circle around, patiently looking for an opportunity. Haha, I thought so. Someone so experienced like Yang Tsung wouldn't be so impatient. He should have enough patience to slowly wear down the opponent. Let's see how Sun Xiang is going to deal with this. Li Ba laughed. Sun Xiang's moved. One Autumn Leaf has rushed forward to meet Scene Killer. Pan Lin shouted. TSK TSK, young people, young people. Li Ba sighed with sorrow. He's opened with Sky Strike. Scene Killer leaped back to avoid it and used Shining Cut to counter. This time. What? Interrupt. Sun Xiang actually used Dragon Tooth to interrupt Shining Cut. That's too unfathomable. Everyone watching should know of Shining Cut's speed. For Sun Xiang to actually use Dragon Tooth to interrupt it, that's too terrifying. Coach Lee, what do you think? Pan Lin was no longer commentating. He was hollering. Ah. He, really is, a young person, this. Li Ba was unexpectedly at a loss for words. Because for Dragon Tooth to actually interrupt Shining Cut. Even he didn't know what type of crazy skill that was. Dragon Tooth interrupts him, Sun Xiang begins his counterattack. That was the neutral chaser from the Dragon Tooth. Ah, too bad. Scene Killer's dual swords blocked it. However, as long as the chaser explodes, then the additional effects will apply. Right now, one Autumn Leaf's movement speed has increased. Sky Strike, Full Swing, Normal Stab, Double Stab. Scene Killer dodged them all, but it looks like he's having trouble doing so, right Coach Lee? Pan Lin felt that Li Ba hadn't said anything in a while and customarily raised a topic to talk about. Yeah. Li Ba agreed with great difficulty. Pan Lin couldn't sense that Li Ba was a little unusual. The match was extremely intense. Sun Xiang's one Autumn Leaf used a normal attack to steal time for his skills to come off cooldown. He attacked again and again without stopping. Although he wasn't able to continuously hit Scene Killer was suppressed to the point that he didn't have any opportunities to fight back. In this process, Scene Killer was hit a few times by one Autumn Leaf. As Scene Killer's life slowly dwindled, one Autumn Leaf's skills created 5 chasers that shot out and exploded. All of the additional effects buffed him, and the battle mage's specialty of, the longer one fought the stronger one got, was displayed. It looks like Sun Xiang broke into one Autumn Leaf quite well, right? Pan Lin commentated while bringing up a subject to his honored guest after seeing that he wasn't speaking. Yeah. In the end, Li Ba said this again. He deserves to be called a talented new player. Coach Lee, do you think the current Sun Xiang's skill has reached the top-tier level? Pan Lin asked. This isn't so easy to say. All of the Alliance's top-tier experts use God-level accounts, but this is only Sun Xiang's first time controlling this type of God-level account, so I need to see a bit more before I can make a judgment. Li Ba finally recovered. He became so absent-minded all because Sun Xiang's skill far surpassed his imagination. He suddenly felt that he had become outdated. Nowadays, he appeared every day on the program and talked big, discussing the players on paper. How long had it been since he'd touched glory? Had today's glory already developed to such a level? Thinking about his past commentating, there were frequently parts he didn't really understand and had to skillfully bring the discussion elsewhere. However, this time, Sun Xiang gave him a huge shock. So large that he even forgot to display his skill in pretending to understand when he actually didn't. The situation on the field was completely one-sided. Li Ba's analysis of Yang Tsong's advantages couldn't be seen at all. He could only see Sun Xiang's skill and one Autumn Leaf's dominance. His overwhelming offense completely sparked excitement in Happy Internet Cafe. Everyone was cheering loudly. Even Chen Guo was endlessly excited. The battle god's still here. Someone suddenly yelled this out and all of the spectators immediately responded. Everyone yelled it one after another in a rhythm. Even Chen Guo couldn't help but follow everyone and clap her hands, yelling with all her might. The commentating from the broadcast had already been completely covered. But did everyone still need commentating? No need. One Autumn Leaf's overwhelming offense didn't need to be explained to them. When Scene Killer fell under one Autumn Leaf's Battle Lance Evil Annihilation, the Internet Cafe's atmosphere reached its peak. Everyone was clapping, cheering, screeching, and whistling. This wasn't simply a victory. Sun Xiang's dominance with one Autumn Leaf ignited everyone's hopes. His overwhelming victory reminded them of one Autumn Leaf's golden age, when its fame and glory swept across the Alliance. Once one team member fell, another would take his place on the field. There was no time to rest. At this moment, 301 chose another player to battle. Not knowing whether it was because of one Autumn Leaf's previous intimidating victory, this next player's display was clearly off. And up until now, became the quickest one to fall in the 5 1v1 matches. One Autumn Leaf fought twice, yet its life had only decreased by 1/4. The commentators Pan Lin and Lin Ba and Happy Internet Cafe's spectators all began enthusiastically discussing the possibility of a 1v3 scenario. Looking at the current situation, this scenario looked extremely likely. 301's third player came out. Compared to the second player, this player was even more cowardly. He practically didn't dare to fight one Autumn Leaf up close. He worked very hard on his positioning. As soon as one Autumn Leaf even hinted at an attack, he would immediately dodge as if he were running for his life. The Internet Cafe's spectators had all already curled up in laughter. This third player looked as if he completely didn't dare to fight hand-to-hand with Sun Xiang, but had no choice but to put a brace himself. After coming up on stage, he didn't dare play around half-heartedly and cold only bounce around the stage looking very cute. This guy really is cowardly. Ha 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 ha. Someone loudly commented. In a flash, the hazy 2 matches in the individual competition had already swept past everyone. 301's third player looked like a little clown, making everyone laugh. In comparison, it only made Sun Xiang's one autumn leaf look even mightier. Brother Su, you're really making things very difficult. Sun Xiang sent out a message clearly jeering at his opponent. But from beginning to end, his opponent kept his guard up and ran around. It looked like he wasn't prepared to fight at all. Carefully, Sun Xiang spent a long time catching him. Feeling as if it wasn't good enough, after his opponent fell, he sent another message. What was the point? Wasn't the end result the same? At this instant, everyone all had one thought, God d***mn, it's finally over. Pan Lin and Li Yibo were all holding back their fire watching this match. However, as commentators, they weren't allowed to insult players. In the end, they heard Pan Lin say, Sun Xiang had a difficult time this round. Su Bin deserves to be called Grind King. Whether it be his match or his opponent, even the viewers out there and us commentators are all feeling extremely exhausted. However, this also reflects the spirit of pro players. In this match, even when there was no chance of success, we've all witnessed Su Bin's strengths. Li Yibo said. Right, I've really opened my eyes today. Pan Lin replied. The two continued to echo each other. They praised him on the surface but implicitly mocked 301's third player Su Bin. Okay, there's a bit of time to rest before the team competition. Let's all enjoy the highlights of Sun Xiang and his one autumn leaf's brilliant 1v3. The highlight reel rolled, while Pan Lin and Li Yibo commented a bit. Sun Xiang's third round versus Su Bin was even longer than the combined time for the first and second rounds. However, there was no shortage of highlights from the first 2 rounds. Pan Lin and Li Yibo couldn't help but make a few furtive attacks on 301's players. After the highlight reel ended, there was still a bit of time before the final and most important team competition. The program played a few ads, while everyone rested a little. They lined up to use the restroom, went over to drink some water, ran over to smoke a cigarette. People ran all over the internet cafe as if they were at a market. Chen Guo was clearly accustomed to this. She turned her head to look and Yi Xiu was still as before standing at the internet cafe entrance smoking a cigarette. The night sky shrouded over him as the cigarette light glowed and glowed, making him seem very lonely. But the problem was, there was clearly space here. Why did this guy need to stand at the door and look so pitiful? Chen Guo couldn't restrain herself. She headed over to Yi Xiu and called out to him. What are you doing here? Yi Xiu asked. What are you doing standing there? Come over here and sit. Chen Guo said. I was afraid my smoke would irritate you. Yi Xiu shook the cigarette in his mouth twice. This guy could hold on to his cigarette without it affecting him speaking. The cigarette wouldn't fall out either. His skill over his cigarette was appalling. Chen Guo was startled. This guy hid away because he was afraid to bother me? As if you were that good. Can't you just smoke less? Chen Guo said. Yi Xiu lifted his hand and took his cigarette. He stretched out his fingers. Smoke drew out an arc in the night sky and then was accurately thrown into the trash can. Following after, Yi Xiu walked back in to sit down. Chen Guo looked towards him and didn't say anything to him in the end. The broadcast had also finally entered into the most important part of each match, the team competition. In most circumstances, each team had 6 main players to ensure that they could fight in all 3 parts of the match. The Glory Professional Alliance set up a rule that a limit of 9 players could sign up for one match. Before the match began, the list of names would be announced. As a result, most clubs had 9 to 11 pro players in a team. Although there were times when a few of the poorer new clubs had the minimum of 6 players, they would quickly expand their numbers. After all, if they only relied on these 6 members, then if one of them happened to be sick or something unexpected happened, then it would affect their match results. In the clubs currently in the Professional Alliance, they all had at least one famous and outstanding shot caller supplemented by 5 reputed players. Besides these 6 players, everyone liked to sign on and nurture a few newcomers with potential. There were many ways to find potential newcomers. Some recommended themselves. Some were discovered through non-pro matches. Some were exceptionally accomplished players in Glory's arena. In short, after drawing lessons from past esports scenes, the Glory Alliance operated smoothly for almost 7 years. There was a relatively developed system for everything. The scene wasn't lacking in any way compared to traditional sporting events like soccer or basketball. Under the situation where nothing unexpected had happened to the 6 main players, the 3 parts of the competition were usually fought for by these 6 players. 301's and Excellent Era's match was even more so. In this final team competition, the previous 12 players from the individual and group competitions participated. Along with the commentator Pan Lin's impassioned shout, the team competition officially started. 301 was the home team, so the map was chosen by them. However, Team Excellent Era's Sun Xiang had just recently pulled off a magnificent 1v3 feat. The wind favored neither side. Pan Lin and Li Yiba also discussed whether or not this round would mark the turning point in Team Excellent Era's decline. It started. When the match started, Chen Guo followed the internet cafe viewers and clapped together. "Don't be so excited," Yi Xiu said. "We're watching a competition. If you don't throw yourself in, then it's no fun. You should also get excited." Chen Guo felt helpless towards Yi Xiu. He played all night and even continued playing afterwards with so much energy. But the rest of time, why was he always so lifeless? I don't understand him. The greater your hopes, the greater your disappointment, Yi Xiu said. What do you mean? Chen Guo heard this and was a little puzzled. Watch the match. It started. Yi Xiu calmly said. Spectators, even the commentator and the honored guest, all thought that Excellent Era would easily defeat their low-moraled opponents with their momentum from their imposing 1v3. But who knew that once the match started, Team 301 Degrees showed an extremely energetic and positive look. When the match started, the guild leader Yang Tsong Seam Killer took the initiative to storm towards Team Excellent Era. Wow, what spirit! It's probably because he found that losing 3 times in a row was too embarrassing, right? The internet cafe spectators all poked fun at them, causing the whole room to roar with laughter. Even the commentator Pan Lin had a similar guess. Oh. 301 opened with such energy. Coach Lee, do you think it's because they want to take back the face they lost last match? Yeah, this is a possibility. After all, the skill level and characters between everyone in the professional alliance are all very close. Situations like Sun Xiang's 1v3 are extremely rare. If I remember correctly, from the first season up until today, this has only happened twice, right? As an honored guest, Li Yiba was still quite dedicated to his work and had a few statistics prepared. Yeah, once was by Huang Xiaotian's Troubling Rain. Pan Lin said. The other was by Han Wenqing's Desert Dust. Li Yiba said. However, these 2 times were against weak teams. Team 301 Degrees are still relatively strong. This is probably the reason they can't accept it. Pan Lin said. Hey, let's look at this match. Right now, both sides are directly clashing face to face. It looks like this match will be decided quickly. Li Yiba said. Right, the player leading the charge on Excellent Era's side is Sun Xiang's One Autumn Leaf. What type of opening attack is he going to use on his opponents this time? Oh. What, Yang Tsong Seam Killer isn't going to attack One Autumn Leaf face to face. They're all scattering. It looks like they're getting ready to go around One Autumn Leaf. Li Yiba added. If the 5 are scattered, no matter how skilled Sun Xiang is, there's no way he can block these 5 players at the same time. Pan Lin said. It's a team competition, no? You can never count on one person to win it. Li Yiba said. Yeah, Team Excellent Era's other players are all getting ready to confront their opponents. Oh, what? They're running now? Pan Lin was astonished. I don't understand what 301's planning to do. Li Yiba was also puzzled. Nice. Sun Xiang's One Autumn Leaf has finally tangled with an opponent. Let's see how long his opponent can hold. In theory, there's no one on 301 can contest with Sun Xiang's One Autumn Leaf 1-on-1. Pan Lin said. 301's players should be coming back to save him. If someone is killed off in the beginning of the match, then it'll make things very difficult for them. Li Yiba said. I understand 301. It looks like they're not attaching any importance to the strength of Sun Xiang's One Autumn Leaf. Pan Lin said. Wait a second. Pan Lin suddenly shouted, who is One Autumn Leaf facing? It was quite troublesome spectating the team battle. The characters were all in a mess and often changed positions. It was often difficult to tell who was who. When the battle intensified and those flashy skills flew about everywhere, it became even harder to distinguish between different players. This, it seems like, Li Yibo was also trying hard to identify the player. It's tied. Pan Lin's words sounded like a scream. He held back a D*MN with great difficulty. D*MN, this sort of everyday life phrase, wasn't usually seen as a very vulgar word. However, in this sort of broadcast program, it definitely had to cared about. If Pan Lin used it once on this program, then there would be a lot of criticism. Hearing this, Li Yibo was also speechless. All of the spectators were all completely speechless too. Tied, Grind King, Su Bin's character. Did we make a mistake? It wasn't one autumn leaf who went to tangle with Tide, but the other way around? Pan Lin said. After all, Pan Lin was only a commentator, so he didn't really care. However, Li Yibo was an honored guest who represented power and prestige. Him admitting to his mistake would make it seem like he had lost a lot of face. As a result, he immediately started evading the subject, and after randomly saying yeah, he followed, this Su Bin really is unusual. There are very few players in the professional alliance who use knights, that type of solely defensive class. He could probably be considered the most outstanding among them. But isn't it hard to display this type of class's strength in a PvP setting, Coach Lee? Pan Lin smoothly picked up the topic. Correct. Li Yibo finally brought back a bit of his power and prestige. Right now, Su Bin's Tide is fighting Sun Xiang's One Autumn Leaf. Yang Tsong Scene Killer has also avoided being tangled with 3 of Excellent Era's players. His target is Dancing Rain, Su Muqing's Dancing Rain. Who would have thought? So 301 has placed Dancing Rain as their #1 target? This. Li Yibo was clearly quite puzzled. Whether it was towards determining skills or analyzing tactics, he felt that they were becoming harder and harder for him. This sort of situation intensified year after year. In every match, he would always come across a few awkward moments where he had to use his evasion tactics to resolve them. Fortunately, he saved some trouble this time because the match was so intense. There was simply no time for him to reply to Pan Lin's stream of questions. He immediately said the following commentary, beautiful. Yang Tsong Scene Killer turned 2 times beautifully in the air to dodge Dancing Rain's 2 shots. He lands and rolls, a shining cut. He perfectly dodged another shot. He's closed in. He's closed in. Dancing Rain's about to be in his range. Oh. Su Muqing's reactions are very quick. She hops and uses aerial fire to fly backwards. Wow, Yang Tsong Scene Killer is even faster. Diving arrow. Dancing Rain's been stepped on. It'll be troublesome for her this time. What about Excellent Era's players? Wow, they've all been restrained. No one can come over and help. Su Muqing's in a dangerous position. Brilliant. That backwards leap was too beautiful, right? Coach Lee. Pan Lin shouted. That's right. He just happened to dodge the knock-up knee from Su Muqing's barbecue. We can see Yang Tsong's sturdy basics from this backwards leap. Viewers who like glory. Dancing Rain also leaps backwards. In such an intense battle, Li Yibo still wanted to give the viewers a lesson, but Pan Lin heartlessly interrupted his commentating, open fire. Dancing Rain finally used aerial fire to fly backwards. Dodged. Dodged again. Even with such a short distance between them, Yang Tsong Scene Killer was still able to dodge it. Shadow move and swift run. Glory's quickest movement skill on the ground. Its speed surpasses aerial fire, and Scene Killer instantly closed the gap with Dancing Rain. Dancing Rain still can't break away from him. Pan Lin continuously gasped. Happy Internet Cafe, on the other hand, was completely silent. They had originally thought that Excellent Era would utterly destroy Team 301. Who knew that such a situation would unfold? Currently, even the normal players, who weren't listening to the commentating or expert analysis, could tell that 301 had the absolute advantage. Excellent Era's 5-player team had been split into 3 parts. Grind King, Su Bin's Tide was wrapped around Sun Xiang's One Autumn Leaf. Gao Jia and 301's other 2 players were fighting Excellent Era's 3 players in a 3v3. For the moment, it was difficult to see what the outcome would be in the 3v3. But the worst situation was in the final split, Yang Tsong Scene Killer vs Su Muqing's Dancing Rain. Su Muching was the true target 301 wanted to isolate. Dancing Rain was also the first target they wanted to kill off. Possessing the longest firing range, the launcher wasn't like the sharpshooter, which had several close combat skills. Dealing with an assassin's close combat attacks would be extremely difficult. It would also be impossible to break away from. How could it be like this? Seeing her idol in such a predicament, Chen Guo was the most worried in the internet cafe. She couldn't help but tightly grip onto Yi Xiu and discuss with him. 301 clearly understood Sun Xiang and One Autumn Leaf strength. They had never looked down on him from the start. Yi Xiu said. What? With Sun Xiang and One Autumn Leaf overseeing the group competition, they knew that they had a very small chance of winning, so they simply gave up on the group competition. Yi Xiu said. So you're saying that they had intentionally lost the previous group competition? Chen Guo was astonished. They didn't intentionally lose. They gave it up. Yi Xiu corrected Chen Guo, this is one option as an overall tactic. Them losing the group competition was already arranged by them. The first round Yang Tsong plays delicately and quickly. When he fought with Sun Xiang, he effortlessly brought up Sun Xiang's hand speed to excite Sun Xiang. Afterwards, the second player lost extremely quickly. This stirred up Sun Xiang's arrogance. As for the third round Su Bin, he made Sun Xiang, who was flushed with the success from the previous 2 rounds, want to quickly make him fall. In this round, his hand speed exceeded his hand speed when he fought with Yang Kong. However, Su Bin displayed his strength as the Grind King, making Sun Xiang keep up his extremely quick hand speed. In the end, he also wasn't Sun Xiang's opponent and lost. But after the 1v3, Sun Xiang's state of mind and hand speed reached the peak. So what? Chen Guo didn't really understand. His hand speed's already gone out of control. Yi Xiu said. Hand speed's gone out of control. He's unknowingly been caught in his opponent's trap. To put it simply, he's already in way over his head. Yi Xiu said. What then? There are a lot of possibilities. To say the least, his excessive excitement will mess up his coordination with his other teammates. He had just recently joined Team Excellent Era, so his synergy with the other members isn't that good yet. Him being excited to this degree is already fatal. The team competition has never been decided by a single player. It has always depended on the team's strength. 301's current tactic is to isolate Su Muching and put her Dancing Rain as the priority target. But seeing this arrangement, it looks like the first target they isolated was Sun Xiang. But if we were to rank 301's priority targets, he would probably be last. Why? All in all, his strength is tyrannical. If Su Bing continues to grind him down, then under such a violent hand speed, it looks to me that his hands will cramp up. Although 301's team captain is Yang Tsong, a lot of their tactics are actually done with Su Bin as the focus. This is a team supported by 2 core members. Yi Xiu said, for both of their 2 strongest core members to appear in the group competition, do you still think that they intentionally lost? Losing the group competition was unavoidable, but 301 has always looked towards victory. Their outstanding display in the group competition will lead them to the path for victory in the team competition. The most important part of this battle actually lies in the second part. Moreover, it's not about winning, it's about losing. Yi Xiu said. Chen Guo was dumbstruck. Normally, she already felt that the analysis by commentator and the honored guest were already amazing. However, hearing what Yi Xiu said made her feel that the commentators and honored guest's words were nothing worth mentioning. Was the commentator and honored guest intentionally holding back their analysis to keep the suspense? Or is Yi Xiu on a higher level? Chen Guo wasn't sure, but hearing about hand speed going out of control, the team coming apart, etc. They all felt like fantasies. This guy wasn't blabbering nonsense, right? Young people. They're not at that level yet. Yi Xiu shook his head and sighed. Chen Guo stared blankly towards the match. At this moment, the internet cafe was deathly silent, like how they were when Excellent Era lost the second round. Everyone was sweating and nervous on behalf of the team. They weren't like Chen Guo. After hearing Yi Xiu's analysis, Chen Guo couldn't help but come to a conclusion. But these spectators still carried hope and still looked forward to Excellent Era's powerful counterattack. Unfortunately, their hopes never came. In the middle of Pan Lin's loud shouts, Su Muching's Dancing Rain was the first to fall. Although they could call for the 6th player to switch in, the 6th player had to switch in a designated area. Under Scene Killer's desperate chase, Su Muching wasn't able to hold on until this step. When Dancing Rain was killed off, Excellent Era's sixth player automatically entered the battlefield. He also knew that the situation wasn't looking good and hastily rushed over to rescue everyone. Pan Lin's commentating never stopped. Seeing Excellent Era's sixth player enter the battlefield, he immediately said, "Good. Excellent Era's sixth player has entered. Yeah, the player who's come. He Ming's merciless magic, an elementalist. Coach Lee, do you think He Ming will be able to reverse Excellent Era's current situation?" Yeah, the sixth player often becomes the turning point in the team competition. However, Excellent Era weren't the ones to actively decide for a substitution. He Ming automatically entered the field. This in itself is already trouble for them. In addition, 301 has certainly prepared for this step. He Ming himself also isn't a top-tier player. His merciless magic isn't one either. I'm afraid that relying on him to instantly change the situation is a bit unrealistic. Li Ba said. Then what do you think he should do? Pan Lin asked. He first needs to coordinate with his other team members. This is crucial. Li Ba said. But I feel like Excellent Era is already a bit disorganized. I can't tell if they have a clear plan on what to do. Pan Lin said. The crucial point is still on Sun Xiang. I feel like his individual performance has been a bit too outstanding. His sudden prominence up until now makes him feel like he's not on the same page as the rest of his team members. This also confirms my previous points. Sun Xiang just recently joined Excellent Era a few days ago. There's still the problem of breaking in. Li Ba unleashed another one of his great tricks, the concept of disguised replacement. By mentioning his previous point on Sun Xiang's disadvantage of breaking into one autumn leaf, he briefly answered the question while making him look perceptive and very professional. No one could tell if Pan Lin knew whether he had been tricked or not. In any case, he still repeatedly praised him in a "you're always right" attitude. At this moment, Chen Guo turned her head and looked at Yi Xiu in astonishment. What the professional honored guest had said was the same as what Yi Xiu analyzed. However, they were a bit different too. The honored guest had said that the team was coming apart because of the issue of breaking in, while Yi Xiu said that the reason was because it had been set up that way by their opponents. Good. Next up, let's see if He Ming's addition will turn the tables for Excellent Era. Pan Lin continued to commentate on the match. Chen Guo didn't ask any further. Although her idol, Su Muching, had already been defeated, she still had hopes for the substitute He Ming. Go go go. The spectators in the internet cafe all thought this to themselves, but no one yelled it out. They seemed as if they were afraid that the players on stage would hear them and be disturbed. The only sounds remaining in the internet cafe were the sounds of fighting in the matches and the commentating. After He Ming entered the field, he cast magic all along the way, having learned from Su Muching's mistakes. And this made things very difficult for Yang Tsong's Scene Killer, who needed to be up close to assassinate. The elementalist used everything he had to prevent Yang Tsong from closing in. Keeping this sort of quick tempo all the way through, he met up with his team's players. He Ming's display drew praise from honored guest Coach Lee. Hearing it, happy internet cafe's spectators all became restless again. It looked as if they saw another hope for victory, and the atmosphere immediately brightened up. Right when it seemed like He Ming's merciless magic was about to join forces with Excellent Era's other characters, a sudden bang rang out. The scene on the massive projection curtain disappeared along with the working sounds of every computer in the internet cafe. The few lights that were on also died out. The entire internet cafe suddenly turned pitch dark. A sudden clamor of noise. The just recently excited viewers instantly exploded. Screeches, whistles, etc. They were all there. Many of them were loud shouts asking, "Cafe manager. What's going on?" Amidst all of the yelling, the internet cafe's emergency lights lit up, and everyone was free from the darkness. Once the emergency lights lit up, some people were able to figure out the reason: a blackout. How'd that happen? Chen Guo went outside the internet cafe to look at the streetlights. They were still brightly lit. Some of the guests patiently waited. Some of them were loudly asking for the situation. Some even immediately got up and left. "Little Lee, go check if the circuit breaker was tripped." Chen Guo called the cafe manager to go look. At this moment, the second-floor customers also found their way down to ask what the situation was. Little Lee quickly returned. The circuit breaker was still in a good condition. She didn't know what the problem was. Chen Guo saw that there was nothing she herself could do to fix it and could only wait for the repairman to come. Once the customers all got the news, they immediately rushed like the tides to the reception desk in a hurry to pay their bills and leave. There's no electricity, how are they going to pay? Yi Xiu was originally next to the reception desk. Because the crowd rushed forward, he was immediately squeezed onto the reception desk and had to ask Chen Guo. Manually, how else? Chen Guo's situation was the same as Yi Xiu's. She was also pushed onto the reception desk. While answering Yi Xiu's question, she turned her head and roared, "Don't squeeze. Line up one by one." A customer who was tightly pressed behind Chen Guo recognized her and felt embarrassed. "There's nothing I can do, lady boss. I can't move, see for yourself. If you take the chance to lean onto my body again, I'll kill you." Chen Guo threatened. This brother was of good quality. He really wasn't doing it on purpose. After being threatened by Chen Guo, he alone had to hold back the huge army as if he were Zhang Wuji. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/zhang_wug, against the 6 major sections. He was in unspeakable pain and miserable beyond words. Luckily, it was at the peak of the evening, the time when there were the most employees on duty. They came one after another to help the customers settle their bills and find change. Chen Guo wanted to squeeze through the crowd to get behind the reception desk, but was unsuccessful. Looking to the side, Yi Xiu was also struggling in the crowd. With great effort, he was able to free one hand. And inside his hand was shockingly a cigarette. "You're going to smoke at this time." Chen Guo saw Yi Xiu deliver the cigarette into his mouth and turned furious. What was this guy? What else should I be doing? Yi Xiu said. Seeing that he had no lighter in his hand, he called the little sister at the reception desk. Come here, come here. Help this brother light a cigarette." "Ignore him," Chen Guo said. The little sister obviously listened to her boss and ignored Yi Xiu. But in the end, a caring person to the side said, "Brother, I have a lighter here." Thank you, thank you." Yi Xiu borrowed the lighter and lit his cigarette. After sucking in a mouthful, he cast a glance at Chen Guo. Chen Guo spat blood. While this beast was happily smoking, she was crammed tight until her chest was almost flat. Luckily, order was quickly found. After forcing her way to behind the reception desk, Chen Guo let out a sigh. Wielding his employee status, Yi Xiu was also able to get behind the reception desk. He didn't do a thing and just stood there smoking. Chen Guo had her hands full manually settling the customer bills. Seeing that this guy was still smoking there so easily and comfortably, she immediately ordered him, "Go call the repairman to come over." "What number?" Yi Xiu asked. "Look it up yourself." Chen Guo handed over her cell phone. Yi Xiu took the cell phone and opened the contacts list. Starting from letter B, Repairman 1, Repairman 2, Repairman 3, Repairman 4. "Which repairman?" Yi Xiu asked. 4. Chen Guo said. "Boss, you're a genius." Yi Xiu worshipped. Flipping open Repairman 4, sure enough, it was the electrician's number. The other side asked for the situation, the address, and said that there just happened to be someone nearby and could conveniently come and look. After hanging up the phone, he informed Chen Guo of the situation. Chen Guo nodded her head and didn't say anything more. The customers were gradually sorted out. After hearing that they had called an electrician and that he was coming over, some of the addicted customers unexpectedly waited instead of leaving. However, this was just a small minority. Most of the customers quickly left. Chen Guo saw that even if the electrician came and fixed the electricity, she wouldn't know what time it would be by then. She waved her hand saying that they would get off work early today. The employees in mid-shift happily left. They definitely didn't care. On the other hand, Yi Xiu looked quite worried. He'd even run outside from time to time to look around. Someone found their way downstairs and said, "What happened?" "Nothing much, a power outage." Chen Guo heard the voice and knew that it was Tang Rou. "Ah. A power outage? Can it be fixed?" Tang Rou said. "They said that someone nearby would come. But it's been quite a while and no signs of him yet." Chen Guo said. "Really? Then why isn't he here yet?" Tang Rou immediately went out the door to look and happened to come across Yi Xiu, who had just come back after looking outside. Chen Guo looked. These two reacted so similarly. They cared so much about the internet cafe. Chen Guo felt very warm in her heart. After looking outside and running back, Tang Rou immediately asked Yi Xiu in disappointment, "If there's no electricity, then we can't level up?" Right. Yi Xiu also knitted his brows in worry. This is a very tense moment where I need to rush to level 25. Boss, why did this lousy internet cafe have to drop the ball at such a crucial moment? Both of you go to your rooms and sleep. Chen Guo stamped her feet furiously. I just got up. Why should I sleep? Tang Rou said. I'm feeling pretty good. Yi Xiu said. When did you wake up? Tang Rou asked. 8 o'clock. The two chatted, each minding their own business, making Chen Guo speechless in anger. At this moment, the internet cafe door opened and an uncle came. Is it you guys with no electricity? Yi Xiu and Tang Rou were overjoyed at the turn of events. They both welcomed him, nodding their heads and bowing. Yeah. Uncle, you've arrived. What happened? The uncle carried his toolbox and entered. You two take care. Chen Guo was already done with these two. Right when she was about to go upstairs, she heard Yi Xiu yell from behind, Boss, we have to pay, right? When Chen Guo heard this, her feet slipped and she nearly fell to the ground headfirst. After a long time, she recovered and said slowly, Get it from the cash box. Yi Xiu and Tang Rou immediately became little robot servants. They followed him everywhere, waiting on the side with tea and water to serve. After the uncle electrician inspected the situation, he found the problem. But his expression didn't look good. The problem was clearly difficult to resolve, already causing the electrician to think of withdrawing. How is it? Yi Xiu asked. It's not easy to fix. It's too late right now, I'll come back tomorrow. The uncle said this and was about to pack up and leave. Yi Xiu panicked. He was about to try and bribe the uncle with cigarettes, when he heard a, no way, interrupting his move. At this crucial moment, the beauty Tang Rou showed her power. She went up and pulled at the uncle, telling him soft words and asking him for help. After a few words, she broke down the uncle's defense. The uncle's IQ and EQ drastically dropped. His hands waved as if he were wiping away his drool. Carrying his toolbox, he turned around without hesitation, watch me. Yi Xiu was delighted and gave a big thumbs up towards Tang Rou. Tang Rou returned a smile. The two became professional electrician apprentices. One of them held the flashlight and the other carried the tools, while listening to the uncle explain the reason for the malfunction. They had no idea what he was saying and used, okay. Yeah. Sure, every possible agreeing noise. The electrician uncle was a kind and honest person. When he said that the problem was difficult to fix, it really did take a long time. In the end, customers that had originally wanted to wait until the electricity came back all left. As time went on, Yi Xiu and Tang Rou also gradually felt a little sorry. It was already 11 o'clock. He had been fixing for 2 hours and no signs of the electricity coming back anytime soon. Let's go buy some midnight snacks and rest for a bit. Tang Rou, who had made the move to have the uncle stay, felt even more sorry. She felt that she should at least bring the uncle some midnight snacks to eat. Okay, I'll go. Yi Xiu nodded. He rubbed his head while asking, take the money from the cash box. Tang Rou made a sideways glance. Yi Xiu quietly nodded his head and went to the nearby restaurant to buy some food. He returned to invite the electrician uncle. The uncle really was tired, so he didn't decline. How much money? Tang Rou asked Yi Xiu. What? Food. Tang Rou said. 86, you haven't eaten dinner yet, right? Yi Xiu said. Yeah. 86, I only have 43. I owe you then. Tang Rou said. No need. Yi Xiu laughed. This sister really was earnest. She wanted both of them to split the bill. If you insist on inviting me, then I don't mind. Tang Rou smiled. Eat. Yi Xiu didn't mind. He turned around towards the uncle, Uncle, thanks for your trouble. How much longer do you need? Not much. Around half an hour. The electrician uncle said. The two let out a sigh. They finally saw some light. He didn't need 30 minutes. After 20 minutes, everything was restored and the internet cafe's electricity came back. The bill went to the internet cafe. After the uncle left and the internet cafe's lights came back on, only Yi Xiu and Tang Rou were there. It was already past midnight. Yi Xiu didn't have much work experience and asked Tang Rou, will there still be people coming? I have no idea. Let's keep watch. Tang Rou turned off the useless lights. Yi Xiu sat at the reception desk and had already turned on the computer. Then I'll sit down too. Tang Rou went over and prepared to use the server computer. As long as there was one computer station that needed it, then the server computer would need to be turned on too. The electricity had only just come on at this time, so she didn't know if anyone would come to the cafe. And it'd just be better to just directly use the server computer than to turn on another one. You don't mind me smoking, right? Yi Xiu promptly asked. I don't mind. Tang Rou said. That's good. Yi Xiu let out a sigh. Would you like some tea? Tang Rou carried her cup, about to go make tea. Thank you. Yi Xiu didn't decline. Your cup. How could Yi Xiu have his own cup? In the end, Tang Rou took out a bottle of healthy master green tea from the cupboard and handed it to Yi Xiu. It's my treat. Yi Xiu was speechless. The majority of the internet cafe's lights were turned off. In the huge space, only their reception desk had some light. It looked like a small island. Tang Rou didn't say anything else and swiped her card to enter the game. She controlled her soft mist directly to Skeleton Graveyard. Yi Xiu, on the other hand, first went to open the web browser and went to the Glory Professional Alliance's official site. They lost. As expected, Team Excellent Era lost the team competition. In the end, in this round, relying on Su Muching's single victory in the individual competition and the second parts group competition, Excellent Era earned 3 points. Team 301, on the other hand, earned 7 points. In the 20th round of the league, Team Excellent Era's ranking in the league didn't change. They were still second to last place. However, all of the supporters all had their hopes reignited after this round. All because of Sun Xiang and One Autumn Leaf's extraordinary 1v3 in the group competition. As for their loss in the team competition, everyone just blamed it on the fact that Sun Xiang had just entered the team and hadn't broken in yet. In short, everyone held high expectations for Sun Xiang. Many of the faithful fans had already researched how many points Excellent Era would need to enter the top 8 spots in the regular season and qualify for playoffs. From these calculations, they found the Team Excellent Era still had the possibility of qualifying for playoffs from their second to last place position. Their final result, in theory, there was still a possibility, but it would be extremely difficult. Their performance in the first half of the season really was too poor. Among the comments, there were many complaints towards the previous team captain Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu silently closed the web page and immediately swiped his card, entering the game. Once he got online, he received a greeting from Seven Fields. After the greeting, Seven Fields sent an invite. Want to dungeon with us, brother expert? Yi Xiu turned his head to look at the level of Tang Rou's soft mist. She was level 18, almost 19. She would definitely reach level 20 tonight. He only had a limited amount of entries for the Frost Forest dungeon. Yi Xiu felt that he should leave some entries and later bring Tang Rou over to get familiar with the map. As a result, he replied to Seven Fields, how about a bit later? Train a bit first. I have a friend here. I'll bring her over in a bit and then we can dungeon together. Okay. Seven Fields obviously didn't object. Then are we still going to Boneyard? Yeah. You're the only one on today, right? Drifting Water and Sunset Clouds didn't appear as online on his friends list. Sleeping Moon too. Seven Fields replied. Then let's go together. Is Steamed Bun Invasion with you? Yi Xiu's friend list showed that Steamed Bun Invasion was online. No. He doesn't dare level, so he ran over to the arena to PK. Just when Yi Xiu was reading Seven Fields' reply, Steamed Bun Invasion sent a message, God. When are we going to go dungeon? Soon, soon. You keep polishing your skills in the arena. How are you doing? Yi Xiu asked. Steamed Bun Invasion replied with a hee and a silly smiley face. It looked like he was doing quite well. Yi Xiu wasn't surprised. With Steamed Bun Invasion's hand speed, he was more than good enough to be a champion among the new players. As for the experts. Blue River. Plantigo Seed. Cold Night. All of these experts were rushing to level up. Who would go play around in the arena? After joining up with Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon in the Boneyard, they began leveling, and didn't have anything much to really chat about. Tang Rou was simply soloing dungeons, so she didn't have anything to say either. The internet cafe was extremely quiet. Only the two people's mouse clicking and keyboard tapping could be heard. This sort of atmosphere stayed for about an hour. Suddenly, they heard footsteps. The two shifted their gaze from their computer screens to the internet cafe entrance. It was almost 2 o'clock in the morning and there was unexpectedly a customer. The person at the entrance glanced inside the internet cafe and then turned around and called in pleasant surprise, "Brother How, the internet cafe's empty." While he said this, 3 more people walked to the entrance. They looked inside the internet cafe. The previous person already rushed towards the reception desk, where there was light, and asked, "Are you guys open?" If there were customers, then they had to do their work. Tang Ro ignored them. She was here to play the game. She wasn't on night duty. The one with the night shift was Yi Xiu, so Yi Xiu was in charge of the customers. Yi Xiu immediately stopped playing. He brightened up the lights at the reception desk and greeted, "How many guests are with you?" He raised his head and saw 4 people. Yi Xiu was startled. He completely recognized the 4 of them. The person who had just been talking with him was called Chen Yehui. In glory, he was Excellent Dynasty's guild leader. The 3 others that came with him, Lu Hao, Wang Zhe, Fong Fengran, were all pro players in Team Excellent era. The 4 people's faces were all flushed and looked a little drunk. When they walked in, their angle just happened to be unable to see Yi Xiu, who was blocked by the computer. But they could see Tang Ro and their eyes all brightened. When the 4 walked forward, Yi Xiu continued to sit calm and collected. That Lu Hao walked at the very front. Supporting his body with the table, he stretched out his neck and after glancing at Tang Ro's computer screen, he immediately laughed, "Sister, you play glory?" Tang Ro turned her head and took a quick look at him. After smiling and saying, "Yeah," she turned her head back and continued playing. Cough. Lu Hao coughed for no reason. It looked like he was trying to get her attention. He followed up as if nothing had happened, "You play pretty well." "Thanks." Tang Ro turned her head and smiled politely at him. Soon after, she ignored him again. Lu Hao was puzzled, extremely puzzled. If she played glory, how could she not recognize him? He himself was a great and famous pro player. With such a short distance between them, and the lighting being good as well, could it be because his hairstyle was a little different today? So puzzled. The people behind him tugged at his clothing twice. Lu Hao turned his head and saw that the 2 people behind him looked uneasy. They were looking to the side with a meaningful glance. Lu Hao turned his head and looked. He saw Yi Xiu with a cigarette in his mouth heading over towards them. "Are you going to use the computers?" Yi Xiu asked. Lu Hao was also startled. He looked like he didn't believe what he was seeing. After a long time, he recovered and suddenly grinned, "What a coincidence. It's actually Brother Yi. Brother, you're here, as a cafe manager." Lu Hao said, 30% astonished and 70% in ridicule. "Yup." Yi Xiu laughed. Oh, how is it? Is it hard? How much money do you earn every month?" Lu Hao asked as if he were very concerned about Yi Xiu. 1,800. Yi Xiu said. In Chengua's internet cafe, most employees had a monthly salary of 1,500 yuan including food and shelter. For someone like him who had just arrived, this was quite good. Yi Xiu earned an extra 300 because he was there full-time for the night shift. Whoa! Lu Hao acted extremely worried, 1,800. Isn't that a little tight? Do you have enough money for your cigarettes every month? If you don't have enough, then you don't have to be polite. Come look for us brothers. We're not that far away anyways. You just have to cross the street and walk a bit, no? Lu Hao said. Okay. Yi Xiu said as if everything was normal. On the side, Tang Ro could hear that this wasn't any ordinary conversation. Something was fishy about this customer's tone. She turned her head and asked Yi Xiu, "Your friends?" Right when Yi Xiu was about to answer, Lu Hao stole it away, "Hey! Don't flatter us as his friends. How could we dare be friends with Brother Yi? To be more accurate, we're only Brother Ye's underlings." Yi Xiu remained silent as before. His gaze was locked straight onto Lu Hao. Lu Hao immediately retreated back a step and made an exaggerated expression of alarm, "Wow! It's that look. It's that look again. Did you guys know? Once Brother Yi makes that look, then that means he's going to teach me a lesson. Oh no, oh no, oh no." That excellent dynasty guild leader Chen Yehui immediately took the opportunity, "Brother Hao, he can't teach you anymore, right?" "Right." Lu Hao made another exaggerated expression, "How could I forget? You're already no longer the team captain." "Oh no, what are you going to do now?" Brother Yi, you definitely want to say a few words to me, right? But what a pity. I don't have to listen to anything you say now. Ha 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 ha. Mister, did you drink too much? Tang Rou showed her rare impolite tone. Beautiful, you don't have to worry about it. This is a personal grudge between me and him. Lu Hao already had no interest in getting to know the beauty. Yi Xiu laughed. He took the cigarette out of his mouth and put it out. He slowly stood up and said to Lu Hao, I always scolded you before because you made mistakes. You didn't want it to be like that, but you never gave me an opportunity to, no? Tang Rou made PFT laugh. Chen Guo was right. This Yi Xiu really did have incredible skill at making others angry. Hearing this, Lu Hao really did grow angry. His previous act had already disappeared. Blue veins popped out from his head and he straightened his neck until he was in front of Yi Xiu's face. I didn't give you angry opportunities. Or you didn't give me any opportunities. Starting from the first day I joined the team, you always beat me down and never gave me the chance to come out. I always knew that you were scared of me. Scared that once I came out, I'd steal your position. But did you really think that you could keep me down? What about now? The one who stayed on the team is me. The ones who has been kicked is you. I'm the team vice captain. You're a small cafe manager. 1,800 every month. Ha 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 ha. Hilarious, too hilarious. Ha 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 ha. Yi Xiu silently stared at him. He didn't say a word. Lu Hao cruelly laughed. Chen Yehui also smiled with him. Wang Zhe and Fang Fengran hid behind them with unnatural expressions, not saying a word. You too. Yi Xiu suddenly opened his mouth. Lu Hao immediately held back his laughter. He wanted to hear what else Yi Xiu was going to say. In the end, Yi Xiu waved his hands at him and his gaze fell behind him. Move. I'm not talking to you too. Lu Hao turned his head and looked. Behind him was Wang Zhe and Fang Fengran, but there's no way he'd move if Yi Xiu told him to. In the end, Yi Xiu ignored him and minded his own business. Both of you played badly today. Wang Zhe, you still care too much about being beautiful. You have too many unnecessary movements making it easy for the opponents to find an opening. Actually, your opponent today is a good example for you to learn from. Simple and practical. If you can do it like that, then adding on your smooth skill and tempo, you wouldn't lose to anyone one-on-one. Fang Fengran, you're too careful. You always worry too much about the pros and cons. As a pro player, you should know that the difference between everyone's reaction speed and hand speed is very small. If you always think so much, then you'll obviously have the key moments stolen by your opponents. Using your brain to compete is good, but you think too much. There are times when you need to learn to rely on intuition to make a decision. Intuition isn't as unreliable as you think. It's an accumulation of your experience. Wang Zhe and Fang Fengran stared blankly while hearing this. After listening, they weren't sure how to react. Answer. Or not to answer. In the end, the two could only lower their heads. Hey! Lu Hao had also recovered after foolishly hearing this and suddenly jumped out. What are you doing? You're still pretending you're the team captain. What qualifications do you have to teach my teammates? And you? Yi Xiu looked towards Lu Hao. When Sun Xiang's energy was like a rainbow in the second round, did you not realize this? When he was completely relying on his individual strength in the team competition, did you warn him of anything? Did you have a complete plan to deal with Yang Song's and Su Bin's combo? I always scolded you because you made mistakes. I didn't let you come out because you're still too far off. But I have to admit. You are quite capable. You were actually able to climb your way up like this. Since it's already like this, then work properly. That isn't an easy position. Strength, you need true strength. You can do it. F***CK, you. Okay, the four of you can go back. Yi Xiu made an order to expel the guests. What are you doing? We're here to use the internet. Give us 4 computer stations. Lu Hao yelled. Yi Xiu took a newspaper and rolled it up into a tube. He went to something on the wall and tapped at it a few times. But the lighting wasn't good, making it difficult to see clearly. Little Tang, turn on the lights here. Yi Xiu turned his head. Tang Rou agreed. After the lights turned on, Yi Xiu once again took the newspaper roll and tapped a clause hanging on the wall. He turned his head and said towards Lu Hao, do you see it? The internet cafe has the right to refuse any drunk people. I'm so sorry, you four. You. Lu Hao was furious. They had drunk a bit of alcohol, but they were still far from drunk. How could they be considered drunk people? This guy was clearly using a feather as a banner of command. Lu Hao was about to argue when Yi Xiu dully said, "Don't be so noisy. You guys are also public figures. If you keep on being noisy, then you guys won't look good." After saying this, Yi Xiu quietly took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and put it in his mouth. Lu Hao's gaze was fixed maliciously on Yi Xiu. In the end, he clenched his teeth and turned around. "We're leaving. I won't send you guys off." Yi Xiu lit his cigarette. His eyes followed them as they left. Tang Rou had stopped playing long ago. She had quietly watched the entire scene. After seeing Yi Xiu puff out some smoke, she noticed that his face looked a bit sad and then immediately returned back to his usual half-dead, lazy look. Who were they? Tang Rou still asked. They were former colleagues. Yi Xiu dully said. People from the Glory Pro scene? Tang Rou asked. Yeah. Yi Xiu said. Were they famous? Tang Rou said. They were quite famous. You actually said you didn't recognize them, making them look like they lost a lot of face. Did you know that? Yi Xiu smiled. I can't do anything about that. Tang Rou said helplessly, I only know 2 pro players from Glory. They were both often talked about by Guoguo. One is called Su Mucheng and the other is called Yi Qiu. Haha. Yi Xiu laughed. Especially that Su Mucheng. Guoguo really likes her. She even had a few ads of Su Mucheng hanging on her wall. Tang Rou said. Oh. It doesn't look they're gone now. Yi Xiu recalled. You've been in Guoguo's room? Tang Rou was astonished. Once, when I helped bring her a blanket. Yi Xiu immediately explained in order to avoid her making the mistake that he was some kind of guy that looked to steal stuff from a girl's room. Oh, she fell asleep on the sofa again. Tang Rou was experienced. Yeah, is she always like that? Yi Xiu asked. Pretty much every day. She's probably sleeping on the sofa right now, Tang Rou said. Shouldn't you go check on her? Yi Xiu said. You're fine. Me? Do you really think I'm not? Yi Xiu asked a question in reply. They. Haha. It was just a small scene. I can sail against any strong storm. Yi Xiu laughed. Then that's good. Tang Rou said and went upstairs. Yi Xiu watched her back and smiled. This girl had a good heart. She was even afraid that he wasn't feeling good and talked about this and that to accompany him for a bit. Tang Rou went up and came back down after a short while. After coming over, she declared, my guesses were correct. She was asleep on the sofa. Tsk tisk. Yi Xiu sighed. His hands were already focused on playing the game. Tang Rou also continued to run the dungeon non-stop. After quietly playing for a while, she suddenly asked, will they come back later? No. Yi Xiu said. Why? I feel that because they know that you're here as a cafe manager. Tang Rou didn't finish. She knew that Yi Xiu also saw those people's true intentions. When those people saw Yi Xiu, they wanted to go to a computer station even more. They would have used the opportunity to order him about as a servant in the internet cafe. Because it's not convenient. Yi Xiu said. Why is it not convenient? Tang Rou didn't understand. Think about it. If a professional sports star randomly appeared on a crowded field, what do you think would happen? Yi Xiu said. Oh. It's the same. The internet cafe is a place where many Glory players gather. If they randomly appeared here, what would happen? Wouldn't there be a crowd around them? They'd be even more bothered by it than me. Yi Xiu laughed. I understand. Tang Rou immediately thought of the 4 guys from before who had first looked around to see if anyone was there. Don't worry about this. Hurry up and level. Yi Xiu said. I'm level 20. Tang Rou announced. Oh. Yi Xiu turned his head. Soft Mist had already reached level 20. Change classes and then go to Frost Forest. Yi Xiu said. The quests for changing classes were difficult for normal newbies. They would often need to try it again several times before succeeding. But for Tang Rou, who had quick hand speed, it wasn't difficult at all. She easily completed the quests for changing classes and Soft Mist officially became a battle mage. Where are you? Tang Rou asked Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu sent some coordinates over to her. He, Seven Fields, and Sleeping Moon had already rushed over towards the dungeon. In addition, he sent Steamed Bun Invasion a message to come over too. But Steamed Bun Invasion had already become addicted to PK in the arena as if he were Duga Chobai. He was actually unwilling to go dungeon. There was nothing Yi Xiu could do about this noob. No matter what a noob played, he'd quickly become addicted. No matter what a noob played, he'd find it fun. While hurrying on, Yi Xiu sent a message to Tyrannical Ambitions guild leader Cold Knight, asking him if he had gotten a hold of the information on Excellent Dynasty's party. Not yet. It's not easy finding what equipment they had. Cold Knight replied. Glory didn't have any setup to directly check a player's information. In order to figure out a stranger's equipment, you had to be very familiar with equipment and then examine the clothing on a character. Cold Knight was quite meticulous for this task. He sent an equipment specialist from his guild to study those 5 players' equipment. Their classes then? You should at least know their classes by now, right? Yi Xiu asked. That wasn't hard to find. Yeah. We've already found it. Grey-Black is a Spellblade. Sea Breeze is a Sharpshooter. Inherit is a Striker. Nowhere to Run is a Witch. Purse is an Elementalist. Cold Knight said. Okay, got it. Yi Xiu replied. The corners of his mouth were grinning carelessly the whole time. Spellblade, Striker, and Sharpshooter just happened to be the classes that Lu Hao, Wang Zhe, and Fang Fengran used. When he saw that these 3 in Excellent Dynasty's guild leader Chen Yehue were together, Yi Xiu had already suspected this. Now that he got the info, sure enough, the 10th server's Frost Forest clear record was indeed done by pro players. But these 3 really did have a lot of free time. To actually come out and clear Frost Forest, that sort of low-level dungeon, what exactly were they planning? Just for fun? Yi Xiu couldn't think of the reason why at this moment. If they wanted to play for fun, then they could have just gone to the Heavenly Domain to play. Was it possible that they just did it because they wanted the pleasure of setting a new record? If it was like that, then Yi Xiu had to blush with shame on behalf of them. To challenge the record for the new server's Frost Forest, that was like if an NBA basketball star came to a high school match to determine the winner. How shameful was that? But no matter how shameful that was, pro players coming out really was different. They had set the all-time record for Frost Forest in all 10 servers. In fact, in each of the servers, there were many dungeons where the final record was set by pro players. Moreover, they were also the highest records in all of the servers. However, these records weren't admired by anyone. On the contrary, players were actually angry at them. These records set by pro players were clearly better than normal players by a large margin. No matter how hard a normal player tried, they wouldn't be able to beat it. They lost the chance to get the rewards for setting a new record for no reason. Of course they wouldn't be happy. What happened to pro players? Pro players didn't compete in the alliance and ran to the game to bully others. The forums were once filled with these posts, making the pro players that set new records look extremely bad and making them not dare to say that those records were set by them. The characters that set the records became disused and basically became characters hated by everyone. In reality, these pro players didn't mean to be bullies. They had just casually played because they were bored. They didn't think that they would have caused such a ruckus. There were even conspiracy theorists. They thought that the game company invited these pro players to deliberately set impossible-to-beat records, so that players wouldn't be able to set a new record and grab the rewards. The game company had taken a bullet even though they weren't involved, as if they received an unjust treatment like Lu Yushui. They had received unjust treatment. When the anger was at its peak, they even had to go out and explain it. In the end, they had to negotiate with the Professional Alliance, and the Professional Alliance made a statement saying that pro players were not allowed to do this sort of thing. But a statement was just a statement and no one monitored it. As a result, it all depended on the pro player. However, to be honest, pro players didn't really have any interest in setting this sort of record. After this mess, such an act became even rarer. After all, if the record was clearly made by a pro, then millions of players would hate them. Only those mentally twisted guys would like that sort of feeling. So for those 3 to set the Frost Forest record, Yi Xiu really didn't think too much of it. Seeing that they were together with Chen Yehue, it was probably Chen Yehue who mentioned it, so the 3 just conveniently played around. Low-end dungeons had their good points. Although it made them seem even more shameless, not many people paid attention to low-end dungeons. Are you there yet? Yi Xiu turned his head to look at Tang Rou's screen. His group of 3 had already arrived. They were currently waiting for Tang Rou and Steamed Bun Invasion. On the way. Tang Rou said. Do you know the way? Tang Rou was still a noob, so Yi Xiu was afraid that she didn't know the way there. I know. It looks like Tang Rou wasn't that noobish. Outside of the dungeon, the 5 players met. Seeing that the new player was a female character, ordinarily, they would have went over to check her out. But because Brother Expert had brought her, 7 Fields restrained himself. Sleeping Moon, on the other hand, expressed that such an act was beneath him. Only Steamed Bun Invasion, that stupid noob, ran up in front of Soft Mist and bounced up and down, hey beautiful. Before level 20, Tang Rou had leveled on her own. Previously, when she played with Chen Guo, she was only controlling the character and had never communicated with others. This was her first experience with Glory's voice system. After staring blankly for a bit, she suddenly started laughing. What are you laughing at? Yi Xiu turned his head strangely. So that's how you speak. It feels so stupid. Tang Rou said. After seeing Steamed Bun Invasion bouncing up and down and say a single greeting, Tang Rou had laughed uncontrollably. For the first time, Yi Xiu began to have a few doubts, were these 2 reliable? Beating a record set by pro players isn't something so easy to do. How do I speak? Tang Rou asked. Oh. Is your voice option not turned on? Yi Xiu recovered and instructed Tang Rou to turn on the voice option. Tang Rou coughed twice and then greeted everyone with a, hi everyone. Immediately after, she began laughing again. What's so funny? Yi Xiu couldn't understand. I don't know either. Tang Rou laughed while saying this. In the game, Steamed Bun Invasion was quite excited, wow, it really is a beauty. Even her voice sounds nice. Brother 7, Little Moon Moon, did you guys hear it? Little Moon Moon UF asterisk CKR. Sleeping Moon was alarmed. How terrible. How could someone he just met already know of this top-secret nickname? It must have been that son of AB asterisk TCH who privately taught him, right? Sleeping Moon began conspiring theories. He obviously didn't know, that right now, whenever he was talked about, they would always use the name, Little Moon Moon. Of course, 7 Fields and the others still used Sleeping Moon when they were in front of him, but Steamed Bun Invasion couldn't care less. A noob. What was a noob? This was one. Okay, stop being so noisy. Let's party up and get ready to dungeon. This is Soft Mist's first time doing this dungeon. Everyone take care of her. Yi Xiu said. Your name is really pretty, beautiful. Steamed Bun Invasion said. Thank you. Tang Rou politely replied. Beautiful, what's your astrological sign? Steamed Bun Invasion said. Aries. Tang Rou answered. Cough. Yi Xiu coughed. Beautiful, can you guess what sign I am? Steamed Bun Invasion asked. I don't know. Tang Rou said. Guess. I'll give you 3 guesses. Steamed Bun Invasion said. Cough cough cough. We're going into the dungeon, you too. Yi Xiu couldn't bear it anymore. But after going into the dungeon, would Steamed Bun Invasion calm down? Of course not. He continued to circle around Soft Mist and say, beautiful, be careful. This dungeon is very dangerous. You should stand behind me. Did you know? When I first came here. Steamed Bun Steamed Bun Steamed Bun. Yi Xiu felt that his IQ was rapidly declining, you can chat when there's time. I'm going to pull the monsters, Soft Mist come with me. Okay. Tang Rou controlled Soft Mist to follow Yi Xiu's Lord Grim. When Lord Grim took out his 1000-chance umbrella, it was already in the battle lance form. It was the same type as Tang Rou's weapon. Look, the monsters in this dungeon, Yi Xiu said to Tang Rou while pulling the monsters. He gathered together different types of monsters in combat, explaining them to her while instructing her on how to pull the monsters. Steamed Bun Invasion was very lonely. He was bouncing about in front of 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon. Can you guys guess what sign I am? F asterisk CK off. The 2 said. Steamed Bun Invasion was gloomy. He went to the side and began drawing circles. He still felt that the beautiful girl was more gentle and kind. 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon, on the other hand, were watching Lord Grimm pull monsters. The more they looked, the more they were amazed. It wasn't because of Brother Expert. They were already used to Brother Expert's skill. The one that amazed them was the girl that Brother Expert brought. After explaining and demonstrating it a few times, this girl had already begun personally going into battle. From her positioning to pulling monsters to attacking to dodging, how was this a new player who had never been to Frost Forest? Who is that person? Seven Fields muttered. With so many experts like this, as a middle-ranked players, they really did feel jealous. In fact, not just these two, but even that brawler noob over at the side drawing circles. After Lord Grimm had taught him for a bit, his skill had advanced by leaps and bounds. His hand speed was clearly faster than theirs by a large margin. Right when Seven Fields was feeling heartbroken, Brother Expert and the newly joined girl had brought back a few monsters. Bringing this bunch, Yi Xiu didn't dare use one-wave rush. But there were still a lot more monsters that were pulled than normal. Seven Fields and the two others immediately went up to support them. While fighting these monsters, Yi Xiu said this and that to Tang Rou and Steamed Bun Invasion. Sleeping Moon heard this and was baffled. He asked Seven Fields, why is he speaking so much to them? Seven Fields heard this and became heartbroken again. They're planning on setting a new record for Frost Forest at level 25. Us 5? Sleeping Moon asked. Those 3. Seven Fields said. 3 players? No way, right? Sleeping Moon was stunned. Seven Fields was helpless. This guy really did know how to invite trouble. He could only comprehensively explain, to set a new record, Brother Expert is needed. Brother Expert looks like he's preparing Steamed Bun and that girl to help him challenge the record. I don't know who the other 2 members are. Sleeping Moon naturally felt depressed. This clearly meant that Seven Fields and his skill weren't good enough. Sleeping Moon didn't want to accept it, but after seeing Lord Grimm, Soft Mist, and Steamed Bun Invasion, they were clearly better than them by a grade. Their constant moving and quick skill release all reflected high hand speed. The gap in their microing was difficult to see, but the fact that they could see it meant that the gap was quite large. Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon fought monsters while heartbroken. Yi Xiu was still continuously instructing the two on what to do. Sleeping Moon wanted to learn too, but he wasn't of the same class. The other side was teaching them about the Battle Mage and Brawler. Actively ask for Lord Grimm to teach him. It'd be better to just die. In the end, Sleeping Moon thought of a way. He should stick with Sunset Clouds more. That guy was a blade master like him. If he shamelessly went to that guy to ask for guidance, then couldn't he eavesdrop and learn too? Right when he was thinking of this, he suddenly heard that guy say, "Little Moon Moon, what are you doing?" Sleeping Moon recovered and looked. He started sweating. While he was thinking, he had already killed off his target. He was hacking at nothing right now. Pretending as if nothing had happened, he immediately went back to fighting. Then, he heard that new girl say, "So it's this easy. When the time comes, we're going to have to pull more of them. I'm just letting you get familiar with the dungeon right now. Each monster's position, attack patterns, attack speed, movement speed, you need to pay attention to them all." Steamed Bun 2. Yi Xiu said. Why do you need to pay attention to them so much? Steamed Bun Invasion was killing the goblins in the dungeon quite relaxed, so he didn't really take things very seriously. Sometimes the final record will only be better by a few seconds. This small difference comes from these small details. Yi Xiu explained. So I'm not doing well enough right now? Steamed Bun Invasion asked. Not good enough. But it'll be enough for today. In this run, I'll just give you a rough explanation. A bit later, you go back and continue fighting in the arena. Save up your experience for now. Wait until I gather a few more people and when the time comes, we'll practice properly. Yi Xiu suddenly had this cautious thought. It really was all because this Steamed Bun Invasion behaved too much like a noob. This type of guy wasn't stable. It's be best to spend more time practicing. Luckily, Steamed Bun Invasion was also addicted to PK. Hearing that he didn't need to dungeon, he was actually quite happy. He unreservedly agreed. Yi Xiu followed and then suddenly thought of something else. Right, how many points are you at in the arena? 98 points. Steamed Bun Invasion said proudly. He had been playing one-on-one duels in the arena. Each win would only earn him 1 point, so 98 points meant that he had already won against 98 opponents. Don't randomly use your points. Save up until you have 250 points and then trade for a level 25 purple weapon. Yi Xiu said. The arena was similar to the pro scene. There were different types of matches that could be played. One-on-one was 1 win, 1 point. The group single elimination competition, winner stays on until defeated, was 2 points for every member on the victorious group. The team competition was different from the pro scene though. It wasn't a 5 players and 1 sub setup. In this competition, players could set it up however they liked. 2v2, 3v3, were all fine. The highest it could go to was a 5v5 with 1 sub, just like in the pro scene. The points earned could be used to trade for equipment. In the level 50, level 60, and level 70 stage, there was even orange equipment that could be traded. Level 50 orange equipment required 8,000 points. Level 60 orange equipment required 10,000 points. Level 70 orange equipment required 12,000 points. This orange equipment couldn't be obtained with just perseverance. That was because starting from level 50 in the arena, besides earning points from winning, players would also lose points. Like this, players unable to achieve a 50% win rate couldn't profit. However, it wasn't like there weren't any shortcuts. There was one method that could earn a player enough points in a single round: gambling. Players could gamble with points, in-game currency, and even equipment. There was no betting limit. In the default setting, if a player opened with 1,000 points, then a challenger could join as long as he had 1,000 points. In addition to this, players could also negotiate. For example, if a player opened with 1,000 points, then if the challenger lost, the challenger would only have to pay 500 points. As long as both sides agreed to it, this sort of setup was possible. The system always acted as the mediator, so it wasn't possible to shamelessly cheat others. Those who dared to open a gamble undoubtedly had a trick or two up their sleeves. But most of the time, players made a profit of 100 points or less, because no one was confident in winning 100% of the time. Of course, there definitely were brave gamblers that made huge bets on one match. These types were usually between two sides with enmity towards each other and used the bet to decide who was better. Apart from this, there were quite a few who had no idea what they were doing. In such a large game with so many players, there were definitely strange players with gambling mindsets that could not be understood by ordinary players. The 10th server was only a new server. With Steamed Bun Invasion's level, there was no difference in fighting in the free-for-all matches or the same level matches. Apart from the fixed field, which didn't give any points or rewards, the other places were all the same. Yi Xiu had suddenly recalled that the arena's level 25 purple weapon was a good weapon. Steamed Bun Invasion was currently addicted to PK and he just happened to have the ability to obtain this weapon and increase his strength. Oh. Is that weapon powerful? Noobs always had questions. Yi Xiu naturally explained it to him. They continued dungeoning and Yi Xiu explained to them the entire way. When they reached the boss, he said even more. This was because once the party reached a certain level, as long as they didn't make any mistakes, then the small monsters were nothing and nothing would surprise them. On the other hand, more changes could occur during the long fight with the boss. The few seconds of time that could be improved on came from here. It was Tang Rou's first time in Frost Forest, so Yi Xiu taught her the boss's characteristics in detail. Steamed Bun Invasion had already cleared the dungeon several times already, but who else gave such a detailed explanation like this? So he learned quite a bit too. 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon had cleared it before too, so they roughly knew the dungeon. However, after hearing him, they also learned about quite a few details. Especially Yi Xiu's lessons on how to deal with certain situations. A lot of those parts made the two widen their scope. In the end, this dungeon took 35 minutes to clear. All because Yi Xiu was talking too much. After leaving the dungeon, Yi Xiu, whose throat was about to catch fire from being too dry, grabbed the green tea and madly drank a few mouthfuls. He turned his head and asked Tang Rou, "How about it? Do you understand everything now?" This lesson was mainly for Tang Rou. In the end, Tang Rou was happily laughing. No more guessing. No more guessing. I really don't know. Yi Xiu turned his head and looked. Steamed Bun Invasion was once again asking her to guess his astrological sign. A mouthful of tea almost spurted out from his nose. Fortunately, Tang Rou immediately replied, "It's all so easy." "Then go solo it." Yi Xiu said. "Solo?" Tang Rou stared blankly. "It shouldn't be a problem for you, right? It's all so easy." Yi Xiu said. I'll clear it for you to see. Tang Rou didn't say anything further and entered the dungeon. The Frost Forest dungeon really was a lot harder than the beginner village's educational dungeons. But Tang Rou was still confident she could do it. Soft Mist left the party and then entered the dungeon alone, which made Seven Fields and the others all at a loss. Brother Expert. Seven Fields was puzzled. Oh, she's going to practice. Yi Xiu said. Solo Frost Forest. Seven Fields felt as if he was going to faint. These guys weren't humans. Haha, she won't be able to do it. Yi Xiu said. Although Tang Rou was no longer in the same voice channel as them when she entered the dungeon, she herself was sitting next to Yi Xiu. She directly heard it and turned her head. Who said I won't be able to finish it? I said so. Yi Xiu laughed. Tang Rou didn't reply and wildly killed monsters. You guys go look for other players to dungeon with. I'm not going to clear it for now. Yi Xiu said to Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon. Oh. As a result, the two looked for other players to party with. Steamed Bun Invasion now had a goal to trade for the purple weapon and seemed even more excited. He yelled loudly, 250. 250. My goal is 250. Among the surrounding surprised players, he ran off to the arena, making Yi Xiu feel another shadow over his heart. Will this guy really be okay? Noobs couldn't be managed, but this sister next to him could still be taught. Yi Xiu pulled up his stool to behind Tang Rou. He drank tea and smoked his cigarette, leisurely watching Tang Rou solo Frost Forest and waiting for a bad situation to occur. With Tang Rou's skill, soloing Frost Forest wasn't an issue of skill. She was already quite proficient with using level 20 and under battle mage skills. The newly learned level 20 skills, Circle Swing and Neutral Chaser, had already been explained before by Yi Xiu. At this moment, she was also gradually getting absorbed into her playing. She had slaughtered her way through very smoothly and easily. It truly wasn't something anyone could do. But right before the first boss, in the last wave of monsters, something bad finally occurred. Pulling a few monsters, her flowing playing continued. Her left hand beautifully swiped the keyboard and used Falling Flower Palm to attack. But Soft Mist didn't respond. After staring blankly for a bit, Tang Rou looked at a system prompt, not enough mana. Tang Rou immediately gave Soft Mist a mana potion to drink. But potions were either instant recovery or slow recovery. Instant recovery potions were high-quality goods. How could beginner village NPCs sell that type of instant recovery potions? Naturally, her potions were the slow recovery ones that required some time before the potion completely took effect. This duration was usually 10 seconds. But different quality potions recovered different amounts every second. While Tang Rou waited for the potion's effects, she used skills to kill off the monsters. In the end, after 10 seconds, the effects disappeared and her mana was also used up again. Potions had a cooldown of 1 minute, so in the following 50 seconds, she had no way of using skills. Tang Rou could only let Soft Mist dodge left and right and used a normal attack whenever there was an opening to. It put her in a somewhat difficult situation. After fighting with difficulty for 50 seconds, she drank another potion and used another 10 seconds worth of skills before her mana was all gone again. Ha ha ha. Yi Xiu laughed, which felt extremely ear-piercing to Tang Rou. She grinded her teeth and endured. Under such a vicious cycle, she was simply wasting her time on these small monsters. Her own injuries weren't light either. And she had to hurriedly begin using food items to recover her health. When we're going for a new clear record, how is there going to be time to rest and recover? Yi Xiu said from behind. Oh, I'll remember to drink potions. Tang Rou said. It's not just drinking potions. It's the rhythm for when to use your skills and potions that's needed to obtain the greatest endurance. You go to the side and watch me play for a bit. I'll show you how it's done. Yi Xiu said. After I finish this round. Tang Rou wouldn't let him. Yi Xiu laughed. He knew that this sister cared about his previous judgment that she wouldn't be able to finish the dungeon, so she insisted on soloing it herself. As a result, he didn't bother her anymore. He left a, "call me when you're done," and then dragged his chair back to its original place. Hearing Yi Xiu's tone, it seemed like Yi Xiu didn't care at all whether she could complete the dungeon or not. Tang Rou suddenly felt quite embarrassed. But in her heart, she refused to give up and continued to solo Frost Forest. Forgetting to drink potions was a common mistake among new players. Now that Tang Rou paid attention to this problem, she wouldn't be so careless. She took note of the amount of mana that the mana potion recovered, and wouldn't wait until her mana was completely used before she used a potion. Tang Rou already felt that she was already at the limit using potions like this. But her mana still ran out, so she had no choice but to stop fighting and rest a bit. While she was resting, she turned her head to look at Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu was simply minding his own business and training. Puffing out clouds of smoke, he didn't even glance at her. Humph. Tang Rou's fighting spirit wouldn't die out because of this. She continued to fight stop, drink recover. Just from potion consumption, it was already clear how much more difficult Frost Forest was. She had soloed all 3 dungeons in the beginner village, but when had she ever had such a hard time? Especially when she reached the final boss Frost Thane. It didn't need to be said that this final boss had the most health among all of the monsters in the dungeon. Tang Rou filled up her mana bar. Adding on her potion consumption while battling, she was unable to beat the Frost Thane before her mana depleted. In the end, she had to resort to drinking a potion every minute, using her skills for 10 seconds, and then awkwardly attacking without skills for 50 seconds. She was also lucky that she had already been taught by Yi Xiu on the Frost Thane's specialties and attack patterns. If not, then if she had rashly gone to solo, she would have fallen for sure. In this battle, Tang Rou used up a lot of her red and blue potions fighting the Frost Thane. In the end, she was finally able to take down the Frost Thane. And she let out a sigh of relief as if she had a weight off of her mind. The dungeon statistics came out, time, 1 hour 33 minutes 24 seconds 49 milliseconds. Although she eventually soloed the dungeon, this didn't make Tang Rou feel any sort of sense of success. She also felt too embarrassed to call Yi Xiu over. She just sent a message to tell Yi Xiu that she had finished. Oh. You're done. Yi Xiu received the message and sent a reply. Yeah. You really brought a lot of potions. Yi Xiu laughed. You should get up. Let me show you how it's done. Yi Xiu said. Tang Rou silently dragged the wooden chair to the side. She did want to see how Yi Xiu played. She secretly noted how many potions she had used and how many potions she had left. Yi Xiu dragged his chair over to sit. He lifted his hands and then let soft mist enter the dungeon. While pulling the monsters, he started explaining, if you want to reach the endurance limit, then you have to do a lot of meticulous planning and careful accounting. Although the theories are all the same, in different dungeons, the methods you use won't be completely the same. First, the most basic point is to be clear on the amount of mana you have at any time. Yi Xiu said. Yeah, I pay attention to it. Tang Rou said. After that, you also have to know very well the amount of mana your skills use. Yi Xiu said. Oh, Tang Rou couldn't answer. Sky Strike, Dragon Tooth, Double Stab. She was already quite familiar with these skills, but she had truly never thought of remembering how much mana these skills used. And after that, we want to use the least amount of mana to do the most amount of damage. First, you have to know what the hidden effects of each skill is. You should have already seen them in those guides, right? Yi Xiu said. I've seen them. Tang Rou agreed. Then have you tried your best every time to do the most damage with each skill? For example. Yi Xiu talked about a skill. Then, soft mist jumped into the air. The battle lance stabbed a monster and immediately swung, a circle swing. Yeah. Circle swing's hidden effect is that if the arc made is greater than 180 degrees, then it will do more damage. I know this. I also do my best to do this as much as possible. Tang Rou said. Then have you fully used this skill's AoE effect? Yi Xiu said. The goblin, which had been circle swung, smashed into a group of its comrades. To maximize the damage, you have to consider the AoE effects of each skill. Yi Xiu explained while demonstrating, although Dragon Tooth and Double Stab are single-target skills, if we knock the target into the air and then use an aerial attack, we can make the target collide with other enemies and create an AoE effect. Falling Flower Palm is an AoE attack, but its range isn't large. The palm attack can at most hit 3 monsters at the same time. But its blow-away effect is strong. An aerial attack will increase the blow-away effect. So when using these skills, it's best to knock the targets up into the air first. Using a normal attack won't be able to knock up 3 monsters at the same time. You have to use Sky Strike's diagonal knock-up effect. You've seen this in the guide, right? While Yi Xiu said this, Soft Mist stepped forward. From a side view, a Sky Strike leapt out hitting 3 goblins into the air, but their heights were clearly uneven and they rose up and fell down at different times. At this moment, Soft Mist had already quickly turned around. Not waiting until these 3 goblins fell, he launched a falling flower palm. The 3 goblins were still in the palm's range. After being blown away, they once again smashed into a group of goblins. After these series of attacks, do you know how much health these goblins have left? Yi Xiu asked. You have to know how much health these monsters have too. When these monsters only have a sliver of health left, a single normal hit will kill them. Why waste your mana on using skills? Skills do more damage, but they can't be rashly used. For example, this goblin over here. If this was a one-on-one scenario, with your skills damage, you have to use at least 3 attacks to finish it. So then, we'll first consider the first combo. Sky Strike, Dragon Tooth, and then a normal attack. Tang Rou said. Yup, it looks like you've already understood this part. But your choice isn't the best one. Yi Xiu said. Why not? Because you forgot that Dragon Tooth will automatically create a chaser and creating a chaser costs mana. So the best method is. Yi Xiu's hands flicked, a normal attack, a double stab to create the bleed hidden effect, and then let it bleed to death. But double stabs bleed has a chance to fail. The goblin was hit by Soft Mist's double stab and then really did fall down from the bleed. But double stab only had a 50% chance to bleed. Tang Rou remembered that the guide said this. Right now we're pursuing the limit, not the most dependable way. Yi Xiu said. Oh, I understand. Tang Rou nodded her head. Soon after, Yi Xiu continued to explain. The skills damages, their mana consumption, the monster's life, how to gather monsters, how to use the skills features, back attack, aerial attacks, knock-ups, etc. effects. The so-called endurance limit playing was simply extremely meticulous planning and careful accounting. Because Yi Xiu had to divide his attention to explain, it wasn't 100% perfect. But even so, Tang Rou still saw that the mana consumption was reduced and that the damage output didn't lose out to her madly using her skills the entire time. In the end, Yi Xiu soloed Frost Forest in 1 hour 12 minutes 21 seconds 32 milliseconds. The harsh 20-minute difference made Tang Rou unable to open her eyes. It wasn't just the time either. Yi Xiu's potion consumption was much less than Tang Rou's. Beside eating food one time before fighting the Frost Thane, he had never stopped fighting the entire time. She knew that this wasn't this guy's limit either. Because Yi Xiu was explaining to her along the way. He had stopped sometimes and gave a demonstration. If this guy had focused on soloing the dungeon, then Tang Rou doubted that he'd even need 1 hour. Do you understand now? After exiting the dungeon, Yi Xiu turned around to ask her. Yup. Tang Rou nodded her head. Practice then. Remember to pay attention to the things I said before. This type of fighting really is tiring, but if we're going to set a new record, then you definitely need to give your 100%. Yi Xiu said. Understood. Tang Rou waited until Yi Xiu let her sit down before returning. After you've finished clearing it twice, use my account to clear it 3 times. Yi Xiu said. You didn't dungeon because you wanted to give me more chances to practice? Tang Rou asked. Yup. My account and your account's damage from skills and mana consumption aren't too different. Using them interchangeably will let you break into this type of fighting style even faster. Once you've formed this sort of habit, concentrate on getting familiar with your own account and you'll be good. Yi Xiu said. Then every time I dungeon, I'll switch accounts. Tang Rou said. That's fine. Then I'll start with your account. Yours 3 times, mine 2 times. 5 times is perfect. Tang Rou said. Okay. Yi Xiu got up and let Tang Rou play on his Lord Grim. Tang Rou sat down and looked at his equipment's damage, skills, and attributes. This made Yi Xiu very happy. This girl had good prospects. The 2 alternately used accounts. Yi Xiu trained. Tang Rou dungeoned. From time to time, Yi Xiu would turn around and give a few pointers. Tang Rou grasped it quickly. Her high mechanical skill was equivalent to having good hardware. In this sort of scenario, installing software was quite easy. With just software and no hardware, then the software couldn't be used. And upgrading hardware was much more troublesome. Seeing Tang Rou's rapid progress, Yi Xiu felt that she was quite reliable. She wasn't like that guy Steamed Bun Invasion, who made him worry. Even worse, Steamed Bun Invasion's level was high. He wasn't like Tang Rou, who was still level 20 and had more space to practice. If it's just these two, I might still be lacking. Yi Xiu sighed. Right now, he had already understood who his opponents were. They were pros, which made it even more clear what type of strength he needed. Equipment actually didn't need to be understood. Level 25 and the new server, equipment couldn't make much of a difference. The damage was at most at the level of purple equipment. Tang Rou's dungeoning needed an hour. After clearing it 5 times, daybreak had arrived long ago. The internet cafe employees with the morning shift came and saw that there weren't any customers in the internet cafe. There were only these two sitting at the reception desk madly gaming. Wait a bit. Seeing that people were coming to take her spot, Tang Rou wouldn't let them. Her precious dungeon entries. How could she let them at this time? Come. Come here. Yi Xiu lit up his computer. You keep practicing. I'm going to make a phone call. Yi Xiu said to Tang Rou. Okay. Tang Rou didn't even turn her head. Hello. Yi Xiu called a number. The other side seemed a little fuzzy. Have you gotten up? Yi Xiu asked. Huh. The voice immediately became clear. Where are you? Su Muching asked. If you climb to the window, you might be able to see me. Yi Xiu laughed. Ah. Su Muching was still wrapped in her blankets. She kept the blankets wrapped around and climbed to the window. She looked out and swept across the streets. Although she was pretty high up and the people on the streets were pretty small, it was still easy for her to recognize familiar people. But when Su Muching scanned outside, she didn't see anything. I don't see you. Diagonally opposite to you on the streets is a happy internet cafe. Yi Xiu said. Oh, I know that internet cafe. Su Muching said. After all, she lived around here. Even though she had never been to the internet cafe, she still knew of it. Her gaze shifted to the internet cafe direction, but she still didn't see him. Yeah, I'm in the internet cafe. You're pulling all-nighters again. Su Muching understood Yi Xiu well. For work. Yi Xiu said seriously. Work? Right, I'm working in the internet cafe right now. Yi Xiu said. Oh, that fits you well. Although Su Muching said that smiling, she couldn't help but grieve in her heart. It didn't matter who switched, this type of gap in level couldn't be adapted so quickly, right? Yi Xiu's tone seemed to say that like he couldn't care less. There even seemed to be a trace of pride. But this guy had always been a mouth says yes, heart says no type of guy. Even for her, who was very familiar with him, sometimes didn't know what he was thinking. Yeah, I'm on night duty every day. My life is awfully disciplined now. Yi Xiu said. Where are you living? Su Muching asked. The internet cafe takes care of food and shelter. Let me tell you this. This internet cafe's lady boss is a super big fan of yours. Give me a signature sometime later. If I give it to her, she'll definitely raise my salary. Yi Xiu said. Really? Then I'll go visit you. Su Muching said. This. Do you want to visit me or do you want to be surrounded by fans? Yi Xiu said. Su Muching was helpless. It's not like she didn't know of this. Regarding pro players like her, internet cafes were the #1 forbidden place. If she went, then she'd definitely cause chaos. Su Muching's skill level wasn't considered top tier in the pro scene, but her popularity didn't lose to anyone. This was the beautiful girl effect. Just by relying on her appearance, advertising companies favored her highly. Most of the reason why Qinghua felt that Su Muching was the best female player was because of this sort of PR effect. For example, in the recent years, with his influence rising, Zhou Zikai could be considered the #1 player. He might not be as skilled as the top-tier players like Huang Xiaotian or Han Wenqing. But he looked handsome and was also stylish. He was suitable for the young and old. Both males and females liked him. The media praised his accomplishments. The advertising companies thought highly of him. From a business standpoint, Zhou Zikai was the undisputed #1. In addition, his skill really was good. Nowadays, the only thing he was missing was the title of league champion. If not, then he would have taken the throne of #1 long ago. Then maybe later when there's a chance. Su Muching wasn't in a hurry. Knowing that Yi Xiu wasn't too far away and was even in the neighborhood, she immediately felt at peace. I saw yesterday's match. You played pretty well. Yi Xiu said. I don't like Sun Xiang as a person, but he really is quite strong. Su Muching said. But he's still a bit inexperienced. Yi Xiu sighed. Yeah. Are you busy these days? You still need to ask this. The two had been so close for all these years. They understood each other's lifestyle and habits extremely well. Come to the new server and help me set a new record. You're playing in the new server? Su Muching stared blankly. Yeah. You. I transferred Lord Grimm over. Yi Xiu said. At this moment, Su Muching was silent for quite a long time. She clearly knew a lot about this account. You're planning on leveling this account? Su Muching asked. Right. Compared to leveling, the 1000-chance umbrella is even more troublesome, right? Right. But 1 year is more than enough time. Yi Xiu said. And 1 year later? I'll return. I said that a while ago. Yi Xiu said. Okay, Su Muching suddenly felt like crying. What dungeon record do you want to set? Su Muching suddenly felt that this was a problem. If Yi Xiu wanted to set a new record in the new server, why would he need her to help? Soon after, Yi Xiu explained it to her. After hearing it, Su Muching understood, so it turns out you were going to use this type of method to gather materials. No wonder you chose the new server. If things go smoothly, then you might not even need a year. The crucial point is at level 50. I still need to figure out how I'm going to upgrade it to level 70. Yi Xiu said. I'll definitely come help you. Okay. So you need to hurry up and level an account to 25. Afterwards, you also need to keep leveling with it, so that you'll be available at any time. Yi Xiu ordered. Sure. Su Muching smiled while agreeing. After hanging up the phone, Su Muching's mood became incomparably good. In reality, she wasn't actually too interested in glory. She only started playing the game to purely play a small role. Who knew that after all these years she'd risen to such a situation? So many people admired her, yet Su Muching only wanted to play that small role in her heart. When Yi Xiu was forced to retire, she felt that her career as a small role should have also ended. But Yi Xiu said that he was still going to come back, so she decided to continue holding on. 1 year. She had originally thought she'd need that much time, but after just a few days, Yi Xiu had already come back. That's right, Yi Xiu still hadn't returned to the professional alliance. But Su Muching had never thought of this. She had only wanted to play a small role, whether it be in the professional alliance or the game, it didn't matter. The happy Su Muching hummed a song while getting out of bed. Right when she was washing her face, her cell phone rang again. She immediately ran to look and then picked up the phone. Hello. Muching. You said that you wanted to transfer clubs, but that isn't so easy to do. I know Yi Xiu's retirement hit you hard. But you have to know that Excellent Era won't easily let you go. It's all right, Sister Yang, I was just randomly asking, that's all. Su Muching smiled. Ah. Randomly asking. The person on the other line was somewhat puzzled. When she had asked for this before, it didn't seem like she was just randomly asking. It seemed like she wanted to leave no matter what. Right, I'm doing quite well like this. Do you have anything else? Su Muching asked. No. That's it. Then I'll be hanging up. Bye-bye. Su Muching really did want to transfer at one point. It was at the same time Yi Xiu left. But now that she knew Yi Xiu was still here, then it didn't really matter anymore. After tidying everything up, Su Muching wrapped herself up tightly and went out the door. When a famous person went out, then she needed to be armed. The club definitely had a new server account card, but Su Muching still felt that it was better to buy one herself. Su Muching bought a 10th server account card at a newspaper stand diagonally opposite to Happy Internet Cafe. Carrying the new card, Su Muching looked at the internet cafe across the street in a daze and wanted to go in to take a look. I've covered myself so tightly. I don't think anyone will be able to recognize me, right? Su Muching thought to herself. Then she saw a person swaying side to side with a cigarette in his mouth. Both of his hands were rigidly in his pockets. His head peeped out of the door and he looked around left and right. He turned his head as if he were saying something and then came out. This person, why was he always like this? Su Muching looked at him from far away. She didn't know why, but she wanted to laugh. In the end, after seeing the person take a few steps, he unexpectedly waved his hands at her. What? He could still recognize me like this? Su Muching was amazed. She immediately looked around left and right to see if anyone else had noticed her. Club Excellent Era wasn't some top-secret military base. The fans in the area all knew where the club was located. There was no lack of zealous fans that would stand guard outside the club waiting to get a signature or take a picture with them. Especially since this place also had the super-secret god Yichio. They would sometimes even lie low like a paparazzi. Su Muching looked left and right and didn't see anything abnormal. But she still felt that it'd be best to not go forward. She immediately put the account card into her pocket and hurriedly ran back. She snuck back to her room like a thief, locked the door, and then logged into the game. She looked up Lord Grimm. Online. Oh. You went back pretty quickly. Su Muching said to herself. The direction Yichio was previously going toward should have been to eat breakfast. She sent a friend request over which was quickly accepted. I'm coming. Su Muching sent the message over. The reply came a while later, huh? Are you his friend? Can you wait a moment? He's out right now so he's not here. Su Muching was startled. This account had the 1000-chance umbrella. How could this account just be casually thrown to the side? You are? Su Muching asked. I'm his coworker. He went to buy breakfast. He'll be back soon. The person using Lord Grimm was obviously Tang Ro. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. Tang Ro was doing the last dungeon run of the day and finished it in a short moment. Yichio had also come back with breakfast. There's someone looking for you. Tang Ro took the breakfast and gave the computer to Yichio. Oh. Yichio looked. A level 1 new player. He figured out who it was. But when he saw the name, he fainted. Why does it also have the word mist? Did girls nowadays like this word? What name is this? Yichio sent a message. Cleansing Mist. Poem, it's from a poem in the Song Dynasty. Su Muching replied. You always like to take names from poems. Lord Grimm, etc. They're all your masterpieces. Yichio returned. It makes me seem cultured. Su Muching replied. Then what about my one autumn leaf? You messed up a word, big sister. Shouldn't it be one falling leaf? Yichio said. A mistake. That's a mistake. Su Muching replied. Whatever. Hurry up and go level. The faster the better. Yichio said. Who was the person using your account just a moment ago? Su Muching asked. Oh. That's a sister in the internet cafe. Her mechanical skill is really good, but she's a newbie at the game. She has a lot of potential. Yichio said. How could a newbie have high mechanical skill? Su Muching didn't understand. Fast hand speed. Yichio said. Why would her hand speed be high? How would I know? Can you stop chatting? Hurry up and level for me. Yichio said. Yes sir. Su Muching took her new account and began to level. Champion. Individual glory. They were okay, but they weren't what she most wanted. The thing she wanted the most was to play a small role like this.